Welcome to the Elevator Survival Game Beta version. This release is limited to lucky citizens aged 20 to 50 from Blue Star. The game is loading, please wait. Xia Wanning stood there in a daze, holding a tomato in her left hand and a kitchen knife in her right. Where's my cutting board? This was Xia Wanning's first thought. Where am I? This was the second thought. She raised the kitchen knife and tomato to defend herself, looking around. Actually, there was not much to look at. She was in an empty elevator. The elevator wasn't large, only about 1.5 square meters. She could touch the walls with her arms extended. It was big enough for one person to turn around, but two people would be a bit cramped. Hey, is anyone there? Xia Wanning searched around but couldn't find any elevator buttons, and there were no cameras overhead. She tried calling out, but no one responded. Elevator survival? No way. This can't be real. Xia Wanning recalled the words that had just appeared in her mind, her heart racing wildly. Ding! Game loading completed. Congratulations on joining the first district of the Hua country. Current survivors, 100,000. The sudden voice startled Xia Wanning. Forgetting her pounding heart, she immediately perked up her ears, listening carefully. Game rules are as follows. 1. Death in the game means real death. Please cherish your life and strive to survive. 2. The elevator will open at 8 a.m. every day. You can choose whether to exit the elevator to search for supplies. If you do nothing for 10 seconds, the elevator doors will close automatically, and you will forfeit this exit opportunity. 3. The first 3 days are for new players, with half the danger, double the supplies, and one additional chance to open the door. 4. Thinking game panel in your mind will allow you to check more information. 5. Initial items have been distributed. Please check your backpack. The game has started, and we wish you an enjoyable survival experience. The voice disappeared, and a large blue number appeared above the elevator doors, 710. This should be the current time. In 50 minutes, the elevator doors will open. Xia Wanning calmed herself. Clearly, this was not a prank. Such a miraculous power was something modern technology couldn't accomplish. So, the faster someone adapts to the current situation, the more likely they are to survive. Thinking game panel in her mind, a faint blue light screen appeared in front of her. She found the backpack and chose to check it. The backpack had 3 slots. One slot contained a flat rectangular object. This was likely the starting item. Xia Wanning blinked and looked at the item. A description appeared, simply and bluntly saying, elevator button. Xia Wanning focused, and in the next second, the item appeared in her palm. Unlike a usual elevator button, this one didn't have numbers or symbols. Instead, it resembled a calculator, with a display screen at the top and numbers from 1 to 0 at the bottom. It seemed you could input a floor number manually to go to that floor. But even though it was different, it was still an elevator button. No wonder there were no buttons in the elevator earlier. This is waiting for me. Turning a standard feature into a reward, this plan is really clever. With some annoyance, Xia Wanning fiddled with the elevator button, aligning it where it should go. The button automatically detached from her hand and installed itself. Xia Wanning marveled at the magical scene. Returning to the main screen, there were still personal details, tasks, and the communication center to check. First, she opened the personal center, curious about her data. Player, Xia Wanning, a completely ordinary name. Age, 23, the age of flowers. Nickname, none, too lazy to even pick a nickname. Health, 85, far from death. Stamina, 95, the power of just waking up. Strength, 31, you do exercise, right? Agility, 28, not bad, more agile than a snail. Xia Wanning. Is this system for real? Why does it even come with sarcasm? Shaking her head, Xia Wanning set her nickname to Orange Evening Breeze and received the evaluation, no culture. Then, she clicked into the communication center. The group was suddenly hit with a change, and it seemed like everyone had the urge to vent, as the messages in the communication center were popping up rapidly. Wind-chasing boy, my starting item is a pair of chopsticks. Who's got a bowl? We could have a meal together. Milk Peach, I have bread, but I already had breakfast. Wild Wind, hey, give me the bread upstairs. I haven't gotten up yet and I'm starving. Princess's magic wand, I have a stick, and it's all dirty. It's so annoying. Heavy Rain, are we lucky citizens? Would you even want this luck? Green Grape Bubbles, you guys are fine. My item is a mouse. Yes, just the mouse, no computer, only the mouse. Violet Lemon Beatdown, family. I found you. I'm a keyboard. Sticky Rice Dumplings, how are you all adapting so well? I've been crying the whole time, it's so scary. Listening to springs among pines, looks like my start is good. I have a golf club. Image. After glancing at the screen, Xia Wanning tentatively tapped on it and discovered that clicking on conversations could trigger private chats and trades, while clicking on speak aloud typing and sending images. But she didn't plan on doing anything. She was a typical I person, socially anxious, and sending messages on the public screen was out of the question. Watching the screen was more her style. Although her starting item was rather disappointing, seeing that others didn't fare much better put Xia Wanning at ease. It seemed the first door wouldn't be too hard to open, otherwise, with such trash items, they wouldn't survive long, let alone a few of them remaining. Plus, she still had the kitchen knife she brought from home, a real weapon. As the time passed, accompanied by the screen chat, the hours flew by. 7:59. The screen refreshed faster, as everyone took advantage of the last moments to send their messages. Candy Hunter, the door is about to open, everyone, let's go. Milk foam ice, be careful. Safety is the most important. Awake in the world, from my gaming experience, the first dungeon is usually not too difficult. Just be cautious, and everything will be fine. Let's go. We all need to make it back alive. Stars hidden in the mist, go. Surrounded by cheers of go, Xia Wanning closed the game panel and took a deep breath. Go. 8 o'clock. Ding. The time had come, but the elevator doors didn't open immediately. The button panel lit up, and a 10-second countdown appeared on the screen. It seemed like she needed to make a choice within 10 seconds. Unfortunately, Xia Wanning had no idea what to select, so following her 66 good luck thinking, she entered 666. Ding! A red light flashed, and the number disappeared, but the door still didn't open. Only 5 seconds remained on the countdown. Maybe the number was too big, and there weren't that many floors, or maybe it hadn't been activated yet. Xia Wanning didn't dare try again, so she entered 6 and pressed confirm. The numbers scrolled, then changed to 0. A blue light flashed, and a large 0 appeared on the elevator doors. The next moment, the door opened. You just had to make me choose. Xia Wanning rolled her eyes, placed the tomato in the corner of the elevator, and tightly gripped the kitchen knife, cautiously stepping out of the elevator. Outside was a long hallway, with walls on both sides. Above, dim yellow lights hung every few meters, casting faint and blurry halos of light. Xia Wanning took a small step forward, glancing back. The elevator doors remained motionless. She took 2 more steps, and the elevator doors were still wide open. It seemed that unless she returned, the door wouldn't close. This discovery made Xia Wanning feel much more at ease. She no longer paid attention to the elevator behind her and instead focused on the long, dim, and endless corridor ahead. Chapter 2, The Scary Corridor. Ding! The task has been refreshed. Please check the game panel for details. Oh mamamo. In the silent, dimly lit, and deep corridor, this sudden sound was truly terrifying. Dog system, be a person. You scared me to death. Xia Wanning clutched her chest and crouched down, calming her emotions. Then she opened the game panel to check the task. 1. Basic task, find an item and successfully return to the elevator. Task reward, mall points times 5. Current progress, 0/1. Advanced task, find 2 props and successfully return to the elevator. Task reward, mall points times 10. Current progress 0/1. Ultimate task, defeat the ultimate boss and successfully return to the elevator. Task reward, mall points times 20. Current progress 0/1. Mall points? What is that? Xia Wanning flipped through the game panel again but couldn't see anything about a mall. Maybe the mall wasn't unlocked yet because she hadn't earned any points. She took a deep breath, stood up, holding the kitchen knife in front of her, and took slow steps forward. The corridor wasn't complicated, with walls on both sides, and a straight path ahead. Xia Wanning knocked on both walls, they were solid, and there were no hidden doors, so she continued walking forward. Soon, she saw a bottle of mineral water in the center of the corridor. Lonely, standing under a halo, was known times mountain spring. Xia Wanning felt a little out of place, this scene didn't quite match the survival game vibe. Still holding the kitchen knife in front of her, she used her left hand to take off the hair tie from her head, then threw it toward the water bottle to test it. The hair tie hit the water bottle, but the bottle didn't even wobble, nothing happened. Xia Wanning carefully walked over, staying alert, and stretched her arm to touch the water bottle. Then she grabbed it and lifted it up. Holding the bottle of water, Xia Wanning carefully took 2 steps back. Everything around her was still quiet, no danger in sight. Is this a prop? Xia Wanning wasn't sure. She opened the task center, and the progress on the basic task had changed to January 1st, meaning this was the prop required for the task. But the task hadn't been marked complete yet because she hadn't returned to the elevator successfully. Just this? It wasn't surprising that Xia Wanning was a little crazy. Seriously? This counts as a task? All she did was walk over and pick up a bottle of water. She stored the water in her backpack, and it automatically displayed a description. It really was just a bottle of water. The kind that's sold everywhere in supermarkets. Xia Wanning was confused, but after thinking for a while, she figured it was probably a reward from the system for the first task. Well then, don't blame me for being rude. If possible, I'll complete all 3 tasks, and this corridor. I'll even peel a layer of wallpaper off. Determined, Xia Wanning continued walking forward. The style of this corridor felt a bit like the 80s and 90s old, dull, the wallpaper peeling off, the lights dim and unstable, flickering from time to time. This atmosphere made Xia Wanning feel a bit nervous. Her right hand holding the knife was already drenched in sweat. She switched the knife to her left hand and wiped the sweat from her hand on the hem of her clothes. At that moment, the light flickered and went out, plunging the entire corridor into darkness where she couldn't even see her hand in front of her. Ha! Xia Wanning sucked in a cold breath, suppressing the scream that almost escaped her mouth. She quickly stepped aside, leaning against the wall, biting her lip to keep from making any noise, while she swung the kitchen knife in front of her twice. There seemed to be nothing in front of her, but from a distance, faint rustling noises could be heard. At this moment, countless terrifying images flashed in Xia Wanning's mind like a movie. The wall behind her didn't feel safe enough. She felt like something would crawl down from it. Xia Wanning felt her hair almost standing on end, a cold layer of sweat sticking to her back, and the sound of wind seemed to brush past her ears, giving her goosebumps. Was that really wind? Or was it? Her legs felt weak, and she uncontrollably wanted to slide down to the floor, but she forced herself to stay up. I can't fall. If something really appears, falling down means dying faster. Xia Wanning thought to herself. Just when she was trying to make out the shadows in the dark and was hesitating whether to dash toward the elevator, the light above her flickered a few times and then came back on. The warm yellow light seemed to bring life as it illuminated Xia Wanning. She quickly widened her eyes and scanned the surroundings and the ceiling above her. Nothing at all, just like before, nothing at all. Ugh. Xia Wanning couldn't control her dry heaving. She trembled, her eyes reddening. The immense fear slowly faded from her body. She dry heaved, holding onto the wall as she knelt down, a single tear sliding down her chin and falling to the ground. Xia Wanning casually wiped it away, erasing the tear mark from her face. This wasn't the time to cry, I have to keep moving forward. Sniffling, she propped herself up against the wall, adjusting her breathing as she stood up, continuing her journey. This time, the light above her head steadily illuminated the path ahead. Xia Wanning's wildly beating heart slowly calmed down, and her mindset gradually adjusted back to normal. Before long, a table appeared ahead, with a bag of sliced bread on it. It was the kind commonly found in supermarkets, fragrant, soft, with a faint hint of milk scent. On the floor in front of the table, there was an open mousetrap. Oh no! A trap! Xia Wanning raised an eyebrow. How simple and straightforward. She carefully bypassed the mousetrap and placed the bread into her backpack. The bread is quite tasty, and eating it can fill you up. Alright, the next task is done, now for the big boss. Before facing the big boss, it's necessary to give myself a bit of extra weaponry. Xia Wanning thought, directing her gaze toward the mousetrap on the ground. Although the big boss may not be a creature that can be physically defeated, better safe than sorry. Knife, my dear, I'm really poor, so you'll have to make the sacrifice. Xia Wanning gently stroked the back of the knife, speaking with affection, then decisively tossed the kitchen knife onto the mousetrap. The mousetrap felt the weight and snapped shut with a clack, sending the kitchen knife flying to the side. Xia Wanning quickly glanced around to make sure the sound hadn't caused any changes, then hurriedly picked up the kitchen knife and put the mousetrap into her backpack. Her backpack only had 3 slots, and now it was full. She touched the table with reluctance. I'll come back for you on the way back. Soon, the corridor ended. There were no paths forward or to the left, but she could turn right. On the right, the sound of rustling never ceased. This sound, it was the same sound that had been there when the lights went out earlier. Xia Wanning grew alert. The yellowish light above her head flickered again, alternating between light and dark every second. A faint white shadow flashed on the right side, so fast that Xia Wanning couldn't help but wonder if it was real, or just a hallucination caused by her nervousness. She swallowed hard, her breathing becoming a bit rushed. The beating of her heart was especially noticeable now, and Xia Wanning felt as if her ribs weren't tough enough, her heart would almost burst out of her chest. Should I go check it out? Or should I go back? I've already completed 2 tasks. Going back is also an option, right? But I'm not quite ready to give up. Chapter 3 Super Boss. The system said that the first 3 days are the beginner phase, with half the danger. If I can't even finish the tasks during the beginner phase, then I have no hope for the later ones. I can't quit, I absolutely can't quit. After giving herself a pep talk, Xia Wanning strengthened her resolve. She nervously wiped the sweat off her right palm, first opening the mousetrap and placing it on the ground. Then, she cautiously leaned against the wall, slowly extending the knife's tip to test the waters. Safe. Only then did she slowly poke her head out, cautiously peeking around the wall. In the dim light, at the corner of the hallway, a big shiny black rat was digging frantically at the corner of the wall, its back turned to her. Looking back at the mousetrap on the ground, alright, it wasn't a waste. The loop is closed. So all that noise that had been scaring me all this time was just a rat digging at the wall? Xia Wanning let out a sigh of relief, rolling her eyes slightly. She turned around, took out the bread from her backpack, tore off a small piece, and placed it on the mousetrap. Given that this hallway was completely visible with no place to hide, she could only pray that the rat was blind. She couldn't see her anymore. After setting the trap, Xia Wanning pressed herself against the wall and whistled. The mouse, deeply focused on digging at the wall, quickly turned around at the sound. Its small, beady eyes opened wide as it raised its tiny hand to look around. It sniffed the air, seemingly catching a scent, then lowered its hand and rushed over. At the corner, it paused again, standing up to look around. Xia Wanning pressed herself tightly against the wall, praying that the mouse wouldn't notice her. The mouse didn't pay attention to her at all. Upon spotting the bread, it squeaked twice and dashed toward it. Snap! The mousetrap snapped shut without mercy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse, caught, cried out in pain and struggled violently. Xia Wanning let out a sigh of relief, leaning weakly against the wall. Along the way, she had scared herself half to death, so much that even the mice, which she usually feared, seemed a little cute now. Now, the task was finally complete, maybe. She opened the taskbar and was surprised to see that the ultimate task still showed 0/1. What does this mean? I caught it, doesn't that count? Defeat the ultimate boss, defeat, so... Xia Wanning stared at the big black rat trapped in the mousetrap, her head buzzing. Kill. You have to kill it. Stop with the useless stuff. This is a survival game. Who knows how many days you'll last? If you can't even kill a rat, you might as well give up on yourself. Xia Wanning talked herself into it. Looking at the kitchen knife in her hand, Xia Wanning felt a moment of reluctance. Knife, I'm going to sacrifice you again. You won't be chopping vegetables for me anymore. Instead, you'll become a deadly weapon. She walked over to the mousetrap, picked up the small piece of bread she had used as bait, and placed it on the back of the knife to feed the poor boss. Eat it, and enjoy your last meal. Die full. Xia Wanning said to the mouse. After the mouse finished eating the bread, Xia Wanning raised the kitchen knife in her hand. Under the gaze of the mouse's dark, bean-like eyes, she gritted her teeth and swung it down. Thud. The big rat's head and body were separated. I did it. Xia Wanning collapsed onto the ground, tears in her eyes. Mom, Dad, I did it. It was so scary. Xia Wanning sobbed with a shaky voice. Luckily, you two are over 50. You don't have to suffer here. Wiping her tears, Xia Wanning used the kitchen knife to push the rat's body to the side, pinched the corner of the mousetrap that wasn't covered in blood, shook it, and then put it in her backpack. She stood up, glanced at the mouse's body on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then decided to give up. I shouldn't be so desperate that I have to eat a rat. Never mind, growth has to come step by step. Eating a rat all at once is too much to ask. She glanced at the task list. All 3 tasks were complete, and she could return to the elevator. But Xia Wanning felt like something was missing. Defeat the ultimate boss, and no reward? Something's not right. She looked around, but indeed saw nothing. Xia Wanning turned and walked to the corner, tilting her head as she stared at the hole the mouse had dug. So, what was it digging for? Taking 2 steps to the end, Xia Wanning crouched down and looked at the hole. She took out her freshly used rat-slicing knife and began digging into the mouse hole. A few strokes later, the tip of the knife hit something metallic. Xia Wanning pulled back the knife, then took out a bottle of mineral water, touched the metal object, and placed it in her backpack. Ultimate chest, white, obtained by defeating the ultimate boss. Aha! Xia Wanning smiled with joy, her eyes narrowing happily. She then leaned over the large hole where the chest had been, confirming that it was empty. Only then did she stand up and head toward the elevator. Passing the decapitated big rat, Xia Wanning silently mourned for 0.1 seconds. As she passed the table where she had placed the bread, Xia Wanning climbed up, trying to take the light bulb down from the ceiling. After getting a shock, she had to regretfully give up. Climbing down from the table, Xia Wanning took the bread and put the table in her backpack. The way was clear, and she successfully returned to the elevator. 3 seconds after entering the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have safely returned to the elevator. Tasks 1, 2, and 3 have been completed. 35 points have been credited to your task reward points. The game store is now open. We wish you a pleasant survival experience. Phew! Finally, she let out a deep breath. Xia Wanning leaned against the elevator, calming her tense nerves. She opened the freshly launched store, which was divided into 2 sections, system sales and free trading. It seemed that in the future, players could also list items they no longer needed and exchange them with others. In the system sales, Xia Wanning saw many items that caught her eye. Rice cooker, 200 points, water purifier, 300 points. Machete, 300 points, pistol, 3000 points. Bicycle, detox potion, basic healing medicine, peachwood sword, talisman for exorcism. The store had all kinds of items, ranging from daily necessities to cultivation tools. Looking at it, Xia Wanning was stunned, feeling like if her points were enough, she could ascend to immortality right now. Okay, now let's get to the point, if the points were enough. Looking at her balance of 35, Xia Wanning pouted in frustration. Having a treasure mountain but being unable to buy anything was really upsetting. Ding! The sudden sound startled Xia Wanning, who was immersed in browsing the store. All players who have successfully survived have returned to the elevator. An announcement has been made, the beginner's guide has ended. Elevator number 0 is permanently closed, and the random door opening mechanism has been activated. Good luck! Our goal is simple, survive. Beginner's guide? Xia Wanning suddenly realized. No wonder she couldn't choose a floor earlier. It was the beginner's guide. Everyone had gone through it. It seemed that next time the door opened, it wouldn't be like this. We're all random, but Xia Wanning looked at the button on the elevator and couldn't help but smile. My item seems more powerful than I thought. Chapter 4, Public Screen Communication. Xia Wanning lovingly touched the elevator button she had previously disliked, then took the table out of her backpack and placed it in the corner of the elevator. This one table took up about a quarter of the elevator's space. She then placed the bread, water, and tomatoes on the table, leaving the kitchen knife and mouse traps in her backpack for later use. Xia Wanning opened the communication center. Rainbow, what are you guys talking about, treasure chests? I didn't see any treasure chest. Starry Walk, didn't you dig a mouse hole? After you killed a mouse, you have to dig up the hole. There's a treasure chest inside. Story Vendor, don't say I didn't think of you guys, I wanted to remind everyone to come speak, but the chat box was grayed out and locked. I couldn't talk until I got back to the elevator. Wind Whispers, that's normal. If communication was allowed in the level, wouldn't that be cheating? Blue Sky, have you all gotten your treasure chests? Please tell me it's not just me, oh, and Rainbow, the 2 unlucky ones, right? Sun Zai, and me. Rabbit G, I didn't even make it to the treasure chest. When I saw the mouse, I just turned around and left. Lon Lon, you're doing better than me. When the lights went out, I screamed and ran back. Sticky Rice Dumpling, what happened outside? I didn't dare to go out and have been crying. Fog Grass, cry somewhere else, it's annoying. Big White, does anyone have healing medicine? I got bitten by a mouse. Green Grass Field, wash it with water. Even if others have it, they won't share it. I got bitten too, washed it with water, and it's fine now. White Cloud, the store sells it for 50 points. If you do the tasks well next time the door opens, you'll be able to afford it. Sun's Eye, so, what's in the treasure chest? Can someone spill the beans? I'm really curious. Pine Listen to Spring, a bottle of cola, a shirt, 2 egg tarts, pictures. Giant Wave, wow, lucky guy upstairs. Pine Listen to Spring, I'm not satisfied. Cola would be better as coffee, and the egg tarts are too sweet. I never eat them. Fog Grass, so fake. Green Grape Bubbles, I got coffee. I can't drink it. It's too bitter. Let's switch. Does everyone get different things from the treasure chest? Xia Wanning closed the chat box and took out her own treasure chest, opening it. The chest disappeared, and 2 boxes of milk appeared on the table. 3 bags of compressed biscuits, 1 white long dress, and 1 brick. What is all this about? Xia Wanning picked up the long dress and looked at it. With this length, if I don't trip and fall to my death, I'll consider myself lucky. Then she looked at the brick. It's really a brick, the kind used to build houses on construction sites. What's it for? To be thrown as a weapon? She placed the items on the table and opened the communication center again. Long Bao, I've opened a box of water. There's nothing else to eat except standard bread. Anyone have food? Let's trade. Lan Lan, who said bread is standard. Fong Pao Pao, who said bread is standard. True Pig Milk Tea, who said bread is standard. Peach Bag, looks like a lot of people were scared away by the darkness. Wind and rain in the world, I have a box of self-heating rice, but I won't trade it with you. Long Bao, I hate. Starry Night Walk, everyone, don't rush. After what just happened, we're not lacking food or drink for now. We still don't know what this game is about, so let's keep our items. Later, we'll probably be trading actively. Happy loading, does anyone have weapons? I have instant noodles, can trade. Wilderness searching for wind, stop being naive upstairs. The game keeps stressing survival. It's definitely going to get harder. Who would trade weapons for instant noodles? Happy loading, that's not necessarily true. Starving to death is also death. Thirsty to death is also death. Food and drink are important. Starry Night Walk, don't rush, everyone. The difficulty of the game increases bit by bit. We still have time to develop. My suggestion is that each time we open the door, we go out to search for supplies. Staying in the elevator is safe, but without food and water, it's useless. As the person above said, starving to death or dying of thirst is still death. Glutinous rice dumpling, but I'm scared, it's too scary outside. My eyes are all swollen from crying. Miss T, is this glutinous rice dumpling ever done crying? Every time they speak, it's just crying. We're not your mom, we don't have time to comfort you. If you're too scared to go out, then fine, die and we'll be free from you. Green Grape Bubbles, sis, you're awesome. Violet Lemon Beating, sis, you're awesome. Green Grape Bubbles, we're on the same wavelength, bro. Violet Lemon Beating, that's the chemistry. Seeing the conversation turn into meaningless chit-chat, Xia Wanning closed the chat box. She leaned back against the elevator wall, recalling the numbers she had seen earlier. Current number of survivors, 99,988 people. The beginner's guide says the most terrifying thing is the darkness and your own imagination. The big boss is just a mouse, but 12 people have already died. No one knows how they died, but this game really can kill people. Xia Wanning felt a little heavy-hearted and worried about the future. In this game, she didn't have any advantage. She was just a senior student majoring in Chinese language and literature, a useless major. Before she entered, she had been worried about her internship. She wasn't physically fit, didn't know much about survival, and the martial arts she had learned were just for sports meet performances, Tai Chi. She was also timid, afraid of mice, snakes, bugs, the dark, ghosts, and most of all, afraid of dying. So, in order not to die and to reunite with her parents, Xia Wanning decided to pull herself together and work hard. Phew. She encouraged herself, then took out 2 pieces of bread. She hadn't had breakfast yet, and if she didn't eat now, she might get hypoglycemic. Time quickly passed, and it was 12:58. There were just 2 minutes left before the door would open. Xia Wanning gripped the kitchen knife and stood in front of the elevator door, opening the communication center again. Long Bao, so nervous. Which floor will I open to? Pink Phoenix, even if we knew, it wouldn't matter, right? We've only been to floor 0, and it's closed. Green Grape Bubbles, I hope I get to floor 6. Long Bao, why? Violet Lemon Beating, because it's smooth. 66, everything goes smoothly. Green Grape Bubbles, you get me. I declare you my brother from another mother. Violet Lemon Beating, brother. Starry Night Walk, everyone, don't be careless. Last round, 12 people died. This time, it'll only be harder. Be sure to stay safe and don't be greedy. We need to make it back alive. Heavy rain, make it back alive. Mist clears, make it back alive. Green Grape Bubbles, let's go, everyone. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. It was 1300 hours. Xia Wanning's elevator button lit up on time. The 10-second countdown begins. 10. Long Bao, I'm on the 4th floor, I hate it. Let's go. 8. Du, I'm on the 12th floor, there seems to be a living thing inside, can't see what it is, I'm going to check it out. 6. Xia Wanning stared at the chat box, tightly gripping the handle of her knife. Nwumi Tuanzi, I'm too scared to go out, woo woo woo, what should I do? 4. Qingti Qipao, I'm on the 8th floor, the inside looks like a little convenience store? I'll go have a look. 3. 8th floor. Convenience store. Xia Wanning no longer hesitated and immediately typed the number 8. 2. Click confirm. 1. A flash of blue light appeared, and the large 8 appeared on the elevator door, then the big door slowly opened, starting the 10-second countdown to close. Xia Wanning no longer hesitated, stepping forward. Chapter 5, The Horror of the Grocery Store. Ding. The current task has been refreshed, please check the game panel. 1. Basic task, find any item and successfully return to the elevator. Task reward, 5 mall points. Current progress 0/1. 2. Advanced task, find the item Pop Rocks and successfully return to the elevator. Task reward, 10 mall points. Current progress 0/1. 3. Ultimate task, retrieve the item Bloodstained Headband and successfully return to the elevator. Task reward, 20 mall points. Current progress 0/1. After checking the tasks, Xia Wanning's heart pounded hard. Bloodstained Headband, it sounds so scary. Taking a deep breath, I'm not scared. Keep moving forward, don't look back. With the usual encouragement complete, Xia Wanning looked ahead. The corridor was still dark, but what was different was that at the end of the corridor, there was a small shop. Above the shop was a crooked sign, simply and bluntly saying, grocery store. Xia Wanning carefully observed her surroundings, walking cautiously towards it. Up until the door of the shop, she hadn't encountered any danger. It seemed the danger should be inside the shop. Xia Wanning took out what the system had evaluated as bloodstained mouse trap, a barely usable small trap, and placed it at the door. In case there was something inside, this could at least help her block something if she had to run back to the elevator. After preparing, Xia Wanning stepped over the mousetrap and entered the grocery store. This was an old-fashioned grocery store, unlike the later self-service supermarkets with many shelves. As soon as you entered, 2 steps in, there was a counter about waist-high. You asked the clerk for what you wanted, and she would get it for you, then check you out. But now, there was no clerk, and there was nothing useful on the shelves. It seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The counters were covered in dust, the glass was shattered, the food was basically expired, and the items were also extremely old. Xia Wanning picked up a toothbrush. The bristles seemed to have been gnawed by something, with some long, short, and prickly hair sticking out. Who cares, I'll just take it. I'll make sure to complete the first task, and if I find something better later, I'll replace it. Xia Wanning thought, and put the toothbrush in her backpack. Task 1 was successfully marked as 1/1. Lightening her steps, Xia Wanning peeked over the counter. There was only a 3-legged wooden stool, tilted on the ground, clearly telling Xia Wanning, I'm broken, don't think about me. She withdrew her gaze and started rummaging through the counter. Pop Rocks? Pop Rocks? Candy section, here, what kind of candy is this? I've never seen it before, I'll pick it up and check. Expired sticky candy, eat it if you're not afraid of a stomachache. I'm scared now. Xia Wanning threw away the sticky candy and continued searching. Nope, as expected, the advanced task is tough. After turning over the candy section, she saw all kinds of expired candies, lipstick candy, whistle candy, ring candy, but no Pop Rocks. The light above her head flickered, with the only light source in the room shining directly in Xia Wanning's eyes, flickering on and off. Outside the counter, everything was visible. It seemed that the inside of the counter had to be searched. Xia Wanning walked to the side and opened a small wooden panel. She carefully looked inside the counter. Aside from some goods that had fallen to the ground and dust, there was nothing. Stepping carefully inside, Xia Wanning used the tip of her foot to nudge the items on the ground. A newspaper was flipped open, revealing a corner of a packet of Pop Rocks candy under the counter. Under the counter, huh? There's a bloodstained headband and other stuff in the task. If I bend down now, will I see something I shouldn't? Summer Wanning whispered to herself. Then, let's not bend down. Summer Wanning said, using her toes to press on the packet, rubbing it outward, and the Pop Rocks candy tumbled out. She tried to step on the candy and shove it directly into her backpack, but it failed. It seemed she had to handle it with her hands directly. Alright, sooner or later, I'll have to face it. Come on. Show yourself, little baby. Summer Wanning muttered, then suddenly squatted down, looking down and unexpectedly glancing under the counter. A red-eyed rabbit doll, crying blood from its eyes, wore a bloodstained headband, lying quietly on the ground, staring back at Summer Wanning. Ugh! Summer Wanning was so scared she pressed her left hand firmly over her mouth, forcing back a scream that tried to burst out from her belly. She pointed the knife at the rabbit, eyes wide, watching as the rabbit doll slowly climbed back up. Her hand holding the knife started to tremble. The rabbit crawled out from under the counter, revealing its 10 claws curved like crescent moons. With a shing sound, the 10 claws reflected a cold light under the lamp, and the rabbit doll grinned, showing a bloody smile to Summer Wanning. Ah! Summer Wanning could no longer hold it in, finally screaming out loud. She almost shot upwards, jumping onto the broken counter in one leap, stomping the already wobbling glass into smithereens. The rabbit doll turned around, facing Summer Wanning, its blood-red eyes locking onto her as it crouched, then leaped. It didn't jump up. The air seemed to freeze, the rabbit's evil grin froze, and Summer Wanning's fear also froze. The rabbit bared its teeth and leaped again, leaped again, leaped again. Summer Wanning crouched on the counter, from initial tension to later boredom. What is this? The rabbit didn't know how many times it jumped, finally sitting on the ground exhausted. Summer Wanning grabbed a bag of candy from the counter and threw it at the rabbit's head. The rabbit, enraged, launched another attack. After several attempts, seeing that the rabbit really had no more strength, Summer Wanning waited for the right moment and jumped down from the counter, raising her kitchen knife at the rabbit. The rabbit raised its paw to defend, and the kitchen knife struck its claws, shattering the blade. Summer Wanning was shocked. What are these claws made of? So sharp. Not daring to attack head-on, Summer Wanning dodged and hacked at the rabbit's body. Fortunately, the rabbit had already expended a lot of energy, and its reactions were much slower now. Even so, Summer Wanning's clothes and pants were still torn with several cuts, and blood began to ooze from her legs. Summer Wanning fought while retreating, leading the rabbit doll toward the door. She stretched her long legs over and went out. The rabbit doll jumped to chase her, and just as it was about to leap over the mousetrap, Summer Wanning, in a panic, pushed it with a knife, sending the rabbit straight onto the mousetrap. As a cost, Summer Wanning's hand was cut by the rabbit's sharp claws, a deep wound down to the bone. The wound appeared just as the pain hadn't reached her brain yet, and without hesitation, Summer Wanning swung her knife and started hacking. After a wild, aimless hacking spree, the rabbit doll was soon hacked into pieces, pure white cotton flying everywhere. Seeing it was beyond repair, Summer Wanning stopped her violent hand. She took a step back, falling to the ground, breathing heavily as she looked at the wreckage. The wound on her hand started to slowly assert its presence, and the pain spread, becoming excruciating. Hiss! It hurts so much. Summer Wanning cradled her hand, using the broken kitchen knife to cut off a piece of her clothing, wrapping it around the wound on her hand. One of the rabbit doll's eyes was missing, and the other hung pitifully outside the socket. Its head and belly were both split open, cotton scattered everywhere. I can't believe this, it's so terrifying. Xia Wanning's eyes were filled with tears, her heart racing as she pressed her hand against her chest. This should be safe now. By the way, this cotton is so white, looks pretty good. Xia Wanning, enduring the pain, tried to calm her breath while thinking, trembling as she reached out to touch some cotton and put it in her backpack. The cotton, originally clean, could speed up healing when applied to wounds. Originally. Now it's dirty, useless, just like you. What have I done? Ah. Looking at the evaluation from her backpack, Xia Wanning's tears finally fell, feeling like she had wasted something precious. The cotton on the ground was covered in dust, so there was nothing to be done. Xia Wanning had no choice but to dig out the few remaining bits of cotton from the rabbit's belly and head. Thankfully, their evaluation was still. Clean cotton, when applied to wounds, can speed up healing. Xia Wanning picked up a clump of cotton, removed the simple bandage, and applied it to her wound. The white cotton adhered to her injury, gradually fading and becoming more transparent until it disappeared, along with the wound. Wow! So amazing! This is just unscientific. Well, I guess this whole elevator survival game is even more unscientific. Xia Wanning complained. These eyes look pretty nice, I wonder what the evaluation will be. Xia Wanning curiously took the rabbit's eyes. Intermediate healing medicine can quickly restore 30 health points. What have I done? Ah! Xia Wanning, frustrated, hit her head while searching for the other eye on the ground. At the same time, the rabbit's hand, lying on the ground, moved slightly. Ah! It's here! Xia Wanning stepped forward, stepping on the rabbit's hand to reach the other eye, which had rolled to the side. After putting it in her backpack, she was delighted to discover that items of the same type could be stacked, and 2 eyes could occupy 1 slot. The toothbrush was discarded ruthlessly, and Task 1 still showed 1/1. Xia Wanning stuffed the pop rocks into her pants pocket, and Task 2 also became 1-to-1. She slung the bloodstained headband over her arm, and Task 3 also showed 1/1. So I just need to keep them, that's convenient. Xia Wanning thought happily, from now on, small items can go in my pockets, and if they're hard to carry, I'll just put them in my backpack. I'm awesome! This rabbit is full of treasures, is there anything else useful? Thinking this, Xia Wanning touched the rabbit's body. Cannot collect. Huh, why can't I collect it? Xia Wanning moved her foot and observed the rabbit skin in front of her, now hollowed out. The broken toothbrush that was useless earlier could be collected, so it shows the system doesn't care about its value, whether it's useful or not, it only cares about my intention. Now I can't collect it, because it's the big boss? Should I give it the basic respect? But its cotton and eyes can be collected. Could it be that I can only dismantle it? Xia Wanning tilted her head, examining the rabbit skin in front of her, looking for any further uses. These rabbit claws are pretty long and sharp, I'll collect them, they might be useful. Xia Wanning said, raising her broken knife. Rabbit Slayer knife. Drawl. After another round of wild chopping, the rabbit's claws were scattered everywhere, with the knife completely wrecked. Ah, knife. Xia Wanning mournfully picked up her battle-worn knife, a tune playing in her head at the wrong moment. You're a Dao, sharp, you're a free bird. No freedom, not even a little. The blade broke, but I still have to keep it. Xia Wanning reluctantly set the knife aside, angrily stepping on the crescent-shaped claws scattered on the ground. This step made the last claw still connected to the rabbit skin fall off. The deflated rabbit skin and the scattered claws disappeared, and a blue treasure chest suddenly appeared. Ultimate treasure chest, blue, awarded for defeating the ultimate boss. Wow! This is amazing. The boss is a fingernail? What a unique taste. Xia Wanning marveled. Moonblade Rabbit, I hate you. Without hesitation, Xia Wanning began her shopping spree. First, she put the rabbit fur and eyes into her pants pockets, while the treasure chest temporarily occupied one of her backpack slots. She tried to put the entire cabinet into her backpack and succeeded, but only the cabinet fit. Everything inside the cabinet fell to the ground. Xia Wanning squatted on the ground and rummaged for a while, finding expired instant noodles 8, expired snack tang sang meat 5, expired waha 3, glass marbles 12, expired snowflake cream 2, rubber bands 15, as well as a small mirror, hair accessories, homework notebooks, pencil sharpeners, erasers, and several others. She couldn't carry it all in her hands, but luckily, Xia Wanning found a backpack and stuffed all the spoils into it. She rummaged through the entire grocery store again, packing the backpack to the brim, and even stuffed her pockets full. The system backpack contained a vertical storage cabinet. My grandma thinks it's too shabby, a broken counter with no glass. You must be terribly poor. Expired soda. If you really want to drink it, it's not impossible. 3 boxes. In her right hand, she held a broken kitchen knife, her left arm hugging a blue treasure chest, and in her hand, she carried a mousetrap. Xia Wanning turned and walked out of the grocery store, heading back to the elevator. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have safely returned to the elevator. Tasks 1, 2, and 3 have been completed. Task rewards, 35 mall points have been credited to your account. Wish you a pleasant survival experience. As she stepped into the elevator, Xia Wanning suddenly felt a lightness on her back, and a bad premonition surged up. She quickly put everything on the table, took off her backpack, and opened it. Oh no! The sky had fallen. The backpack was empty. My instant noodles. My tang sang meat. My wa-aha. Even though it's expired, but, why is this happening? Xia Wanning howled. While mourning the loss of all her supplies, Xia Wanning quickly checked all her pockets for the lost items. Good news, everything in her pockets was still there. Bad news, besides the props, everything else was just junk. Now, her entire supply included. She just wanted to cry. What exactly did I stuff into my pockets? Fuming, Xia Wanning angrily opened the chat window, and sure enough, she wasn't the only one facing this situation. Chapter 7, Information Sharing. Echo, damn. Where's my fruit? I entered the elevator and a few things disappeared. It's corruption. Pink Phoenix, a part of my supplies is also gone. Where's the expert who can analyze this? Hurry up, we need you. Bitter Lemon, how can this be? Everything I have is still here. Strolling in the stars, everyone, don't panic. I'm also experiencing this. I suspect that only the items in the system backpack and the ones we're holding can be brought back. Anything dragged or pulled can't. Story vendor, I agree. Let me add, I brought back the things I put in my clothes pockets, but anything wrapped in clothes disappeared. Strolling in the stars, looks like it's like this. From now on, we need to filter when searching for supplies, we can't just bring everything back. Green grape bubbles, so Lemon, is it because you had fewer items that they stayed? Bitter Lemon, the clown turned out to be me. So that's how it was. While eating the bread, Xia Wanning made a note of this point. It seemed that she'd need to find clothes with more pockets in the future, or perhaps upgrade and expand her system backpack. Heavy rain, why isn't there a treasure chest this time? I clearly killed the big boss. Wild wind, there's a treasure chest. My boss was a wolf. After cutting off its head, no chest dropped, but when I chopped it into pieces, it dropped when I chopped off the tail. Misty fog, what a loss. Mine was a snake. I chopped off its 7 inches and didn't bother with it anymore. Strolling in the stars, mine was a small willow tree. I only got the treasure chest after breaking the willow branch I used to attack it. Looks like some bosses require us to destroy their attack parts. This is something we need to pay attention to in the future. Story vendor, right, it seems that as long as you defeat the boss, you get a treasure chest. Dragon treasure, weakly raising my hand, does anyone need water? My bread is finished, but I've got plenty of water. Please, save the kids. I'm hungry. Wild wind, I got 3 steamed buns from my chest, 1 bun for 3 bottles of water. Dragon treasure, I'm not hungry anymore, thank you. Foggy sky, why don't you go grab it? Dragon treasure, I've got raw potatoes, do you want them? 1 potato for 1 bottle of water. Dragon treasure, Okay, give me a bigger one. Foggy sky, some items in the mall are limited. I just bought a basic healing potion. After I bought it, it turned gray. It says the next time I can buy it will be after the next door opens. Just so you all know. Starry Walk, got it, this information is crucial. If you have enough points, you can stock up on healing potions. I think points are important, but you also need to have your life to spend them. Story vendor machine, Foggy Sky, how effective is the basic healing potion? Foggy Sky, it's average. It can heal superficial wounds, but not deep ones. I got slashed by a wooden puppet, the wound was so deep I could see bone. Now it's halfway healed and the bleeding stopped. Health shows I've recovered 15 points. Xia Wanning looked at the chat box, feeling a bit anxious. Why isn't anyone mentioning which floors they went to? This is so important for me. Should I ask? My grandma often slapped Xiaozilong, Xing Ti Qipao. I saw you said you went to the 8th floor when you left. I'm also on the 8th floor but didn't see you. Ah. Thanks, Xiaozilong. Xia Wanning immediately straightened up. It's really like thinking about something and it happens. Key information came in. Xia Wanning put the bread down, took out a pencil and a brick, and prepared to take notes. Xing Ti Qipao, yeah, I'm on the 8th floor, it's a grocery store. The boss is a newspaper. Can you believe it? A newspaper. It suddenly flew up and slapped me in the face, almost suffocated me. My grandma often slaps Xiaozilong, mine is also a grocery store, the old-fashioned type. But my boss is a giant centipede, about the length of my forearm. It was really scary. I completed 2 tasks, but I gave up on the 3rd one. Starry Walk, another key piece of information. We will enter the same floor but won't meet each other, like parallel spaces. Even in the same scene, the bosses are different. We can't just copy each other's work. Let's keep that in mind. Story vendor machine, I think we shouldn't reveal our bosses. A newspaper could be a boss, so anything is possible. If we reveal too much, we'll focus only on what we know and miss other things around us. That's more dangerous. Starry Walk, I agree, but we can talk about the general environment of our floor, so we have an idea of what's behind the door when it opens next time. Blues, you guys are such idealists. Who would say it? If we say it, we'd be exposing what resources we have. Dragon treasure, I will say it. What's the big deal if I reveal it? We won't meet anyway. Even if we do meet later, how would you know which dragon treasure I am? I can say, I'm on the 4th floor. Inside, there's a deserted yard, with a well, and the water in the well is drinkable. Foggy sky, no wonder you have so much water. But you still need food. The heavens really play tricks on people. Dragon treasure, I hate this. Heavy rain, I can also say, I'm on the 12th floor. It's a cage for animals. It's like stepping into a cage. I killed the boss and got some raw meat. I thought that was the reward, so I didn't look for the treasure chest. Starry Walk, I'm on the 23rd floor, by a little stream. Story vendor machine, I'm on the 45th floor, a maze. Violently beat lemon, damn. The maze is a trap. Don't go near the maze. I can't even get out of it, my 22nd floor is better, a big mine. Pink Phoenix, mine is the best, 17th floor, student dormitory. Echo, I'm on the 29th floor, in a forest. After Echo spoke, the chat room fell into a brief silence, and no one else came out to share. Starry Walk, I understand everyone's concerns, it's scary to expose your wealth, but we're all using online names, they don't match our real identities, so it's relatively safe. We're sharing just to have a rough idea of what's behind the door before it opens, to improve our survival chances. If you don't want to share, that's fine, but later on, feel free to share anytime. Only by working together can we have a better chance of surviving. Closing the chat window, Xia Wanning rubbed her forehead. There was a lot of information to process in this short time. Following the advice from the chat just now, she opened them all and checked her balance of 70 points. Then she looked at the price of a basic healing potion, which cost 50 points. After thinking for a moment, she still clicked close. She had just gotten cotton to speed up healing and a medium-level healing potion to restore health at the general store. For now, she wasn't lacking healing supplies. Others probably had some extra items too, but no one mentioned it in the chat, so everyone was still being cautious. Which floor should she open the door to next? Summer Waning hesitated between the known floors. 4th floor? No, I don't have a container for water. 12th floor is not an option either, I'm not sure I can defeat those animals. 45th floor is no good either, I'm not good with mazes. So, it's either the 17th floor with student dorms, the 23rd floor by the creek, or the 29th floor with the forest. The creek is probably for water, but again, I don't have a container. The forest might have fruit, but I have tomatoes. No need to rush. Maybe I'll go to the dorm first. There should be clothes, blankets, and cups in the dorm. With a decision made, she planned to go to the 17th floor, the student dorm. Having solved the big problem, Summer Wanning took out the blue treasure chest she had just acquired. Blue. What could be inside? She rubbed her hands together and opened the chest. A flash of blue light passed, the chest disappeared, and the items appeared on the table. 2 self-heating rice meals, 3 cans of cola, 1 pair of high-top combat boots, 5 milk-flavored steamed buns, 1 lighter, and 10 blue-quality hidden weapons, curved crescent blades. What? What? Summer Wanning's eyes widened. Wasn't this the rabbit's claw? Curved crescent blades? Hidden weapons? Blue-quality ones? Eagerly, she packed them into her backpack, and she saw its description. Curved crescent blade, blue quality hidden weapon, invincible, fire and waterproof, its only weakness, afraid of being lost. I have the quality, do you have the aim? If you're bad, just practice more. Even though she was really happy, the system had to throw a few barbs at her. Summer Wanning rolled her eyes a little and carefully took out the curved crescent blade. She gently stroked the hilt and her eyes were already aimed at the elevator. Not a good idea. She abandoned the risky thought. If she broke the elevator, she might end up dead. Better use this. If it breaks, I won't feel bad, she thought. She stood by the table and pulled out the old-fashioned cabinet. It barely fit between the elevator and the table, taking up half of the space inside the elevator. She drew a circle on the cabinet and aimed. She practiced throwing the hidden weapons a few times. This elevator is too small. Is there anything that can expand the space? Summer Wanning was squeezed between the table and elevator. It was hard to turn around. If she wanted to lie down, she would have to crawl under the table, where there were 3 boxes of expired soda. It took up so much space. I should just sell it. Who would drink expired soda when I have better stuff? She listed the soda anonymously in the mall's free trade zone. Summer Wanning noticed that many people had already put up items for sale. The prices were all over the place, very chaotic. This soda is expired, so don't price it too high. If it doesn't sell, it will just take up space. So, she priced the soda, 2 bottles or any food over 50 grams could be exchanged for 1 bottle, or 1 unopened bottle of water could be exchanged for 2 bottles. Let's see if it sells. If not, I'll adjust the price. Summer Wanning thought. Then, she listed the broken counter from her backpack. Price, to be negotiated. She honestly didn't know how to price it, so she figured she would see who needed it and negotiate. Ding! System update, service area has been unlocked, and tickets for the service area are now available in the mall. The service area offers restrooms, a cafeteria, and lodging. Specific prices can be checked inside the service area. Entering the service area provides a free mosaic service that will completely hide your shape and appearance. Conflicts are strictly prohibited within the service area. Private transactions are forbidden. Violators will be eradicated. Service area? Summer Wanning opened the mall again and saw the words service area ticket at the very top. 2 points per ticket. Compared to everything else here, it's really not that expensive. I guess they want to rip us off at the service area. But still. Purchase successful. But I still have to buy it. People have their urgent needs. Taking the ticket from the backpack and standing in front of the elevator, the 3 faint blue characters service area appeared above the elevator, then the ticket disappeared, and the elevator doors opened. What appeared wasn't a corridor, but a vast open space. Summer Wanning looked around after stepping out of the elevator. To her left and right, it was boundless, with elevator doors glowing blue, one after another, doors opening and people stepping out mosaics. The system is not lying to me, really. Mosaics. Seeing mosaics walking around the entire plaza was pretty strange. Summer Wanning followed the crowd of mosaics and soon saw a few buildings. Public restroom, canteen, accommodation. Without hesitation, Summer Wanning headed straight for the restroom. In front of the women's restroom, the price was clearly written. Entering the public restroom will automatically deduct 1 point. 1 point. The ticket costs 2 points, and using the restroom costs 3 points? Ugh, that hurts. Summer Wanning grimaced, helplessly following the crowd inside. The restroom was actually quite nice, clean, with a faint floral scent. There were both squat toilets and regular ones, and they were all automatic flushing. But it's not worth 3 points. Summer Wanning said angrily as she walked out of the restroom. Exactly, in the future, just find a place in the dungeon to solve things. This place is such a ripoff, said a mosaic beside her. It sounded like this girl, was about the same age as Summer Wanning. Her voice was crisp and clear, and she spoke bluntly. Good point. Are you going back? Or checking out the canteen and dorm area? Summer Wanling asked. Let's check them all out. We can't waste the ticket money. The girl gritted her teeth and said, let's go together, at least we'll have company. All right, Summer Wanling agreed cheerfully. The two of them walked side by side to the canteen. There were no fee notices at the entrance, and there were no prompts inside either. It seemed like the canteen had big plans and wasn't bothered by entry fees. Sure enough. A task that had us scared or even fighting for our lives only gives 35 points, but in the canteen, we can't even afford a meal with meat. It's ridiculous. Summer Wanling smiled bitterly. Let's go check out the accommodation area. Passing through the army of mosaics, the two girls came to the accommodation area. Discount single room, 88 points for one night. Standard room, 188. Forget it, my elevator bed is comfortable enough. The girl was so defeated by the prices that she had no energy left, speaking weakly. You know, the pricing is so high, and we're so poor, it's impossible for us to afford it. But that's not how business works. They set prices like this, but if no one buys, what's the point? Maybe in the future, we'll find a way to earn points? Summer Wanling analyzed. Hey! That's a thought, and it's very possible. The girl turned around, probably looking at Summer Wanling. My nickname is Old Pickled Cabbage. I think you're pretty smart. I've enjoyed chatting with you along the way. Let's add each other as friends. If you think I'm not good, you can delete me later. The girl said directly. Sure, of course. With a nickname like yours, I can tell you're a good person, Summer Wanling teased. I'm Orange Evening Breeze. So, how do we add each other? Open the communication center, here, I'll search for you. Is this you? Okay, click here. Done. Old Pickled Cabbage skillfully added her as a friend. Well, that's it for today. There's nothing much else to see, I'm going back. Summer Wanling said. Yeah, I'm heading back too. Drink less water tonight, and tomorrow, let's go use the restroom in the dungeon. We can't let that dog system make money off of us anymore. Old Pickled Cabbage said. Bye. The two of them parted ways, walking in different directions. The way back was easy to find because, in Summer Wanling's eyes, there was only one blue door quietly standing in the direction of the return journey. Maybe it was the prices at the service area that triggered her, but Summer Wanling felt that the elevator door that had completely changed her life. A slight sense of familiarity even appeared. Chapter 9, A New Challenge. Back in the elevator, the clock showed just after 3, but the doors wouldn't open today. This meant the remaining time could be spent freely, but ironically, they were not free at all. Opening them all, only 3 bottles of expired drinks had been sold, in exchange for 2 small potatoes and 1 plum. It seems for now, everyone really isn't lacking food or drink, but this situation won't last long. Not every floor can offer enough food and drink, and once the newbie benefits are over, survival will definitely be a huge challenge, aside from the danger after the door opens. After thinking for a moment, Xia Wanning still didn't change the price. Let it stay like this. Closing them all, Xia Wanning took out the crescent blade and began practicing on the circle on the cabinet. Throwing it over and over again, the joy of hitting the bullseye was rare, and mostly there was frustration in size from missing by a long shot. Before long, the area near the circle on the cabinet was pierced through, so Xia Wanning drew a new circle and continued practicing. Time passed second by second, and the cabinet was almost completely pierced, while Xia Wanning's stomach also began to growl. Stopping her sore arms, Xia Wanning rotated her neck a bit and looked up. 1827. It was already evening. The elevator was still as bright as daylight, completely unaffected by time. Will it stay this bright all night? If it stays bright, it'll be a bit disruptive to sleep, but if it goes dark, it'll be a little scary. Xia Wanning, tired, massaged her right arm while letting her mind wander for a while. Feeling her arm easing up, Xia Wanning took 2 small sips of water, then took out the remaining bread and opened the communication center to engage in some casual chatter to go with her meal. Green Meadow, I've eaten a bellyful of hawthorn, and now I feel even hungrier. Longbow, you're better off than me, I've just got a raw potato, and I'm too scared to eat it. Southern Mist, I'm a doctor, I don't recommend eating it raw. Big White, Doctor. Doctor, help. I've been bitten by a rat, what should I do? Southern Mist, you should first wash it under running water for 15 minutes, then disinfect with iodine or alcohol, and go to the hospital immediately. But in this situation, just rinse it with water, then lie down in a comfortable position. Big White, huh? Am I just waiting to die? Southern Mist, no, I mean get some rest, sleep well. Big White, you scared me to death. Story vending machine, Big White, haven't you saved up enough points? Just buy some medicine for the wound. Big White, I'm a bit reluctant. Long Bao, dude, you're choosing money over your life. Starry Walk, you still need to buy it. A basic healing medicine will do for now. If you delay, it might cost more points, plus tomorrow brings more danger. Big White, you're right, Epsilon Sadface Omicron asterisk, sigh. Starry Walk, everyone, get some rest tonight. Don't stress too much. The first 3 days won't be too dangerous. Rest well so you can be in good shape tomorrow. Xia Wanning finished the bread, closed the chat box, and put the wrapper aside as a trash bag. She then got up and practiced throwing hidden weapons for a while. The time quickly reached 8 o'clock, and suddenly, the light went out. The elevator went pitch black, and even the clock disappeared. Oh my god. Xia Wanning jumped in surprise. Why is there even a lights out time? That's so scary. Calling up the system, with the faint blue light from the system, Xia Wanning packed up the now torn up cabinet into her backpack, then used her school bag as a pillow on the floor, covered with her white dress, and lay down uncomfortably. She opened the communication center, and the once lively page had turned gray, not allowing any chats anymore. The system acted like a strict dorm supervisor, forcing everyone to sleep early and wake up early. Alright, my biggest strength is being obedient. Good night, Maka Baka. Xia Wanning muttered to herself, then closed the system page, closed her eyes, and drifted into sleep. The next morning at 6, the elevator lit up on time. It was like daylight. Xia Wanning opened her tired eyes and turned her stiff body over. It's so uncomfortable. This night was terrible. The floor is too hard. My waist, my shoulders, my head, my hip bones, my spine, it's all hurting. Xia Wanning cried out. It took her quite a while before she could force herself to sit up. The bread from yesterday was already finished, so she took out 3 small, milk-flavored steamed buns and a box of milk for breakfast. The people at the communication center were still chatting about random things, a box of expired drinks was gone, and in exchange, a bunch of sand apples appeared. I bet one person took it all. Can someone really drink that much expired beverage and be fine? Xia Wanning thought, feeling a bit worried, as she grabbed a sand apple, wiped it quickly, and took a bite. Oh my god. It's so sour. Drink it if you want. Let's just hurt each other. Xia Wanning barely swallowed the fruit's flesh, thinking bitterly. Time quickly reached 7:58. Xia Wanning stacked the cabinets on the side of the elevator, placed the crescent blade and the mousetrap into her backpack, and then grabbed the broken knife, standing by the door. She opened the communication center and, under the Keep Going banner, added, Keep Going. Then, at exactly 8 o'clock, she pressed the number 17 on the elevator button. The blue light flashed, and the large number 17 appeared on the elevator door. The door then opened, revealing the familiar hallway in front of her. Xia Wanning stepped out of the door and walked towards the room at the end of the hallway. This task has been refreshed. Please check the game panel for details. 1. Basic task, find Xiaoyu's diary. Task reward, mall points times 10. Current progress, 0/1. The task is different, much harder than yesterday, but the points are also higher. Is this floor just difficult, or does it get harder as time goes by? Xia Wanning thought. I tend to think it's getting harder day by day. These 3 days are probably the adaptation period, gradually raising the difficulty, and eventually connecting to the real levels. Looks like this elevator survival game is slowly revealing its true nature. While thinking, Xia Wanning reached the door of the room. The door was closed, with the number 719 written on it. This was probably the dorm room number. Following her routine, she placed the mousetrap in the center of the door and pushed open the slightly ajar door with the kitchen knife. With a creaking sound, a somewhat messy dorm room appeared before her. It was a 4-person dorm with an upper-lower bunk arrangement. The window across was closed, and the curtain was halfway drawn. She could see the mist swirling outside, giving a feeling of imminent danger if the window were opened. Xia Wanning took a deep breath, stepped over the mousetrap, and walked into the dorm room. Chapter 10, The Dormitory Horror. On the left side of the door was another slightly ajar door. Xia Wanning gently pushed it open. It was the bathroom. Which university is this? The conditions are so good, it even has a separate bathroom, Xia Wanning sighed, enviously. The bathroom wasn't big, everything was visible at a glance. After confirming there was nothing strange here, Xia Wanning didn't rush to use the toilet but instead opened all the cabinets to make sure there was nothing horrifying hidden inside. After confirming, she went into the bathroom to take advantage of the system's benefits. So scary. I keep feeling like some hands are going to come up and grab me. Xia Wanning quickly stood up, nervously looking around, then hurriedly flushed the toilet and returned to the room to complete her task. Xiaoyu's diary, once found, should be placed under her pillow. Retrieve all of Xiaoyu's belongings. TSK, so Xiaoyu must have been bullied. Someone stole her diary, someone took her things without returning them. Maybe the other 3 people in this dorm are the bullies. TSK, I hope Xiaoyu didn't do anything drastic. This place could get really fierce. Summer Wanning started searching from the bed on the left side as she spoke, analyzing while she looked. Xiaoyu, are you there? I'm here to help you, don't scare me, okay? I'm pretty scared of things. Summer Wanning said to the air. The surroundings were quiet, with no response. Great, no response is a good thing. Summer Wanning felt a little relieved. Behind her, a girl in a pink dress appeared in the air, staring at Summer Wanning's back without expression, standing still. Weird, this bed has so few things. Only one pen, these professional books are torn, no skincare, no snacks, and no cup? Ah. There is one, but it's broken and in the trash bin. The clothes are so cute though, all pink and pretty, really nice. But there's so little, not enough to change, this is not normal. So, with this location next to the bathroom, this must be Xiaoyu's bed. Summer Wanning mumbled to herself. The girl in the pink dress, Xiaoyu, slowly raised her hand. The pale back of her hand showed bulging veins, twisting and curling. There wasn't much left to check around the desk, so Summer Wanning climbed up the ladder. Xiaoyu tried to touch her shoulder, but her hand missed. She stiffly lifted her head, staring at Summer Wanning's legs. Unaware, Summer Wanning flipped through the bed. The bed was covered with standard blue and white checkered sheets, a white duvet and pillow. The pillow was empty, and the bed was quite neat and clean, showing that the owner of the bed must be a girl who loved cleanliness. Alright, the first bed is checked. Summer Wanning climbed down the ladder and moved to the second bed next to her. As Summer Wanning climbed down, Xiaoyu glanced at the bed that had been restored and even tidied up, pulled back her hand, and faded away. The second bed was much more stocked, with magazines, an electric cooker, a hairdryer, a curling iron, a kettle. Oh my god, this is a meeting of banned items. This girl really isn't afraid of getting the dormitory reported. Summer Wanning exclaimed as she gathered everything together, planning to take it all later. What's this? A pink hairpin? The owner of this bed clearly has a dark fashion style, everything here is either black or gray, but this pink hairpin is obviously not hers, huh? So, you secretly took Xiaoyu's stuff, huh? He, I caught you. Summer Wanning laughed, putting the pink hairpin aside. She had already come up with a rough idea on how to complete the task. The system was still considerate, the difficulty had increased but was still within an acceptable range. After checking the desk, Summer Wanning opened the cabinet under the table. Oh ho! Jackpot! Inside the cabinet, there were all kinds of food, instant noodles, biscuits, juice, coffee, chips, apples, oranges. Summer Wanning's eyes lit up. So much. What if I can't carry it all back later? Summer Wanning thought anxiously, but then, it didn't seem to matter. She could always come back this afternoon. He. Excitedly, Summer Wanning gathered the supplies, then found a pink and blue dress in the wardrobe. She placed it with the pink hairpin and found a set of comfortable clothes to move in, changing out of her already tattered outfit. After changing, she climbed up the ladder again. What's on the bed? Aha! A nightlight. Nice. Summer Wanning found a yellow star-shaped nightlight with a sleeping cap by the pillow. She turned it on and tested it, it worked fine, and it seemed to have plenty of battery. She took the nightlight down and placed it with the other items. With these two beds checked, Summer Wanning noticed 2 jars of pickled vegetables on the windowsill. She wasn't sure if they were still good, so she decided to leave them alone for now. She definitely wouldn't be taking them this time. Maybe later. The opposite 2 beds were similar to this girl with the dark fashion style. Most of the items are dark-colored, but there are also many small snacks and cute little things, giving off a feeling of a child pretending to be an adult. Perhaps it's because of the different style that Xiaoyu gets bullied. But do these 3 really like their current style? If they do, why do they take Xiaoyu's things? Or, deep down, are they envious of Xiaoyu's courage to be herself? Xia Wanning thought, but her hands never stopped moving. Instant spicy sour noodles, hot pot skewers, rice noodles, self-heating rice, cola, soda, juice, crispy rice, candy, a set of sportswear, a wool coat, 2 down jackets, 3 pairs of jeans, 2 pairs of sports shoes, 5 unopened packs of sanitary pads, 3 delivery boxes. Unopened deliveries? 3? Who is this master? How can they resist not opening the deliveries? I am impressed, I can't hold back, I have to open them. Xia Wanning took a kitchen knife, made a cut, sliced through the transparent tape, and opened the first package. Disposable underwear. Ah. You really are my sister. This is so great. Xia Wanning cheered. As she shouted this, the air behind her twisted slightly for a moment, but unfortunately, she was lost in her happiness and didn't notice. The second package contained a pile of face masks, very expensive brand name face masks. Xia Wanning gently touched them for a while, then set them aside. She would use them later, but for now, survival had to come first. The third package contained a box of wet wipes. After deciding to prioritize survival, Xia Wanning happily put them into her system backpack. Having gone through the supplies, the happy Xia Wanning suddenly realized something. Where is Xiaoyu's diary? This shouldn't be. The first task should be the easiest to complete, right? I've found several of Xiaoyu's things, why can't I find the diary? Unwilling, Xia Wanning rummaged through the 4 beds again, but still didn't find it. Could it be in the bathroom? The bathroom always gives me the creeps, I really don't want to go in. Xia Wanning stood at the bathroom door, switched the kitchen knife to her left hand, held the crescent blade in her right hand, took a deep breath, and stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 11, Working with Ghosts. There was nothing to search for in the shower area, there was simply no place to hide anything. Above the sink was a mirror, and below it, a cabinet. Xia Wanning squatted down and opened the cabinet. The cabinet was messy, filled with many things: shampoo, body wash, lotion, cleaner, toilet unblocker, and so on. This is pretty comprehensive, looks like someone is living here. Xia Wanning commented. She took everything out, emptied the cabinet, but still no sign of the diary. Being a tidy person, Xia Wanning put everything back and even organized it a little. As she squatted down and looked at the cabinet, Xiaoyu's figure once again appeared in the mirror above the sink. She coldly watched Xia Wanning busy herself, then turned her gaze to the toilet tank. 2 lines of blood tears slowly flowed down her face. After organizing the cabinet, Xia Wanning stood up, blocking the sight of Xiaoyu's tearful figure behind her. Stretching her aching waist, Xia Wanning reached out and tugged at the mirror. Since there was no mirror cabinet behind it, there was no place to hide anything here either. This is strange. Where else could the diary be? It can't be in the toilet, right? Xia Wanning turned and looked at the toilet. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Xia Wanning murmured as she walked toward the toilet, opened the toilet tank lid, and a pink notebook was quietly soaking in the water. The moment she saw the notebook, a gray mist began to swirl around Xiaoyu. Her pupils turned blood red, her nails grew longer, and in an instant, she was right behind Xia Wanning. She raised her hand, and 5 sharp nails lunged toward Xia Wanning's back. This is too much. This is it's driving me crazy. Xia Wanning slammed the lid down, pulled out the soggy notebook, and said angrily. Xiaoyu's hand stopped just 1 centimeter away from the back of Xia Wanning, her face frozen in terror and confusion. How many memories does a diary hold? How many things to say? How much time would it take to write such a book? It's already wrong to take someone else's diary and soaking it in the toilet tank like this. This is just too much. Xia Wanning said indignantly. And the system, you're too much. This diary is soaked like this, and you still want me to put it under someone's pillow? Wouldn't the pillow be wet? Wouldn't the sheets be wet? What are you thinking all day? As Xia Wanning kept grumbling, Xiaoyu's blood-red pupils and her dark purple, elongated nails slowly returned to normal. She tilted her head, and the blood tears along with her figure slowly faded and disappeared. Xia Wanning turned around, took a gray towel from the cabinet, and wiped the cover of the diary. This style is clearly not Xiaoyu's towel, but I'll use yours to wipe it, just to annoy you. Xia Wanning said childishly. Ha! A faint laugh drifted through the air, and Xia Wanning suddenly got goosebumps all over. She shrank her neck and glanced around. Is anyone there? Hello, I mean no harm, don't scare me, I'm really timid. Xia Wanning hugged the diary to her chest, holding a crescent-shaped blade between her nails, warily looking around. After a while, nothing happened. Did I hear wrong? I was too nervous after all. It's fine, I'm so sensitive, if something were here, I would feel it first, okay, don't scare yourself. She patted her chest for reassurance and continued wiping the diary. Behind her, Xiaoyu appeared again, but this time her face was free of blood tears, and instead, there was a playful smile. She quietly watched Xia Wanning busying herself, her eyes gentle. After wiping the cover, Xia Wanning returned to the dorm, took out a lot of tissue paper, and placed them between every page of the diary. She then used some books to press it down, and finally, turned on the hairdryer and used cool air to blow it dry. There's actually water and electricity running through here? Xia Wanning muttered in amazement as she worked. After half an hour, Xia Wanning replaced the tissue paper on every page and continued blowing. She worked for a long time, and finally, the diary was completely dry. Phew! I'm exhausted. I've never put this much effort into my own things. Xia Wanning said as she moved her stiff arms. Thank you. A soft voice of gratitude suddenly appeared, echoing 360 degrees around Xia Wanning. Who? Xia Wanning suddenly became alert, the crescent blade appearing at her fingertips. She cautiously looked around. Xiaoyu? Is that you? Xia Wanning asked. You've been here all along, right? Why don't you come out? The unknown is always the most terrifying. I'm scared like this. Xia Wanning said, trembling, her voice cracking. By the window, a pink figure slowly materialized. Xia Wanning's heart raced. She turned sideways, ready to flee at any moment. Are you a ghost? Xia Wanning asked in a trembling voice. I am. As if afraid of scaring Xia Wanning, Xiaoyu whispered. Ah, then, you see, I'm here to help you find something. You shouldn't want to kill me now, right? Xia Wanning asked, shaking her hands, legs, and even her broken voice. You're different from the others. Thank you for helping me find the diary, thank you for being careful and not putting it directly on my bed, and thank you for drying it for me. I won't hurt you. Xiaoyu said gently. Xia Wanning swallowed, hesitated for a moment, thought of what the system had said, that the danger would be halved in the first 3 days, so it should be fine. She gathered her courage and pulled her foot back from the door. Well, since the diary is dry, I'll put it under your pillow. Xia Wanning said. Okay, thank you. Xiaoyu smiled. Xia Wanning pulled out the tissues from the diary, glancing at Xiaoyu from the corner of her eye, climbed onto Xiaoyu's bed, and placed the diary in its place. At the same time, both Task 1 and Task 2 displayed completed, leaving only Task 3. Task 3 is actually a bit difficult. Although the other 3 seem very different from Xiaoyu, in fact, each of them has some cute little items hidden in the corners of their places. They are more like people who, afraid of standing out, deliberately disguise themselves and create a dark, fashionable persona. But in reality, deep down, they are all girls who like pink and cute things. Therefore, they envy Xiaoyu, who doesn't try to please others but boldly does her own thing. Envy twisted into jealousy, jealousy led to unwillingness, unwillingness turned into action, and bullying was born. Xia Wanning sighed, poor Xiaoyu. However, that being said, Task 3 was originally difficult. That wasn't originally true, right? Now the main person is right here, so isn't it, the bolder your heart, the bigger the outcome? Xia Wanning put the diary down, climbed down, smiled brightly at Xiaoyu, and said, what did they take from you? Tell me, I'll help you get it back. Xiaoyu seemed to see through Xia Wanning's little plan, but she didn't mind. She smiled slightly and pointed to a small pile that Xia Wanning had taken earlier. Yay! Looks like I got it all right before, I'm awesome. Xia Wanning gave herself a thumbs up and neatly placed these items on Xiaoyu's desk. Is there anything else? Xia Wanning asked. Xiaoyu pointed to a few more items one by one. Some of them were things Xia Wanning hadn't thought of, and it's easy to imagine that if she hadn't asked the main person, she really might have failed this Task 3. Chapter 12, Collecting Supplies. With the last item in place, Task 3 was successfully completed. Xia Wanning rubbed her hands awkwardly and asked tentatively, are they 3 here? Can I take their stuff? I won't touch your stuff, but I'm really poor, I want to take some of theirs. They're not here, just help yourself. Also, thank you for helping me. This is for you, Xiaoyu smiled as she handed a red pouch-like item to Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning took the pouch, and just as Xiaoyu's figure began to fade, she quickly shouted the most important question, can I come again? I can't take everything at once. You're always welcome, these 4 words faded along with Xiaoyu's figure. Xia Wanning breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she could come again. Otherwise, all these supplies would have been wasted. After Xiaoyu disappeared, a light blue treasure chest appeared at the spot where she had been standing. Xia Wanning happily ran over and put it in her backpack. So you don't necessarily have to defeat the big boss. Persuasion works too, huh? The task was complete, the key rewards were obtained, and next was Xia Wanning's favorite part, collecting loot. First, the pouch went in her pocket, the woolen coat and down jacket could be worn, adding extra pockets for carrying things. There were 8 packets of braised beef noodles, which were hard to carry, so they went into the system backpack. She still couldn't bring herself to part with the 12 packs of wet wipes, so they stayed in the backpack. There should be no danger here, so she took out the crescent blade and put it in her pocket. There was still 1 slot left, so she added 5 packs of sanitary pads. Though they weren't heavy, they were still hard to carry. The blue treasure chest was tucked under her left arm, her left hand holding a pack of disposable underwear, her pocket stuffed with candy, crispy rice, and chips, and her right arm holding 5 bottles of juice. In her hands, she barely managed to carry a kitchen knife and an electric kettle. Xia Wanning struggled to walk out the door, feeling the pain of leaving the mousetrap on the ground behind her. She couldn't carry anymore, so she'd have to come back later. Xiaoyu, I'm leaving. If nothing goes wrong, I'll come back in the afternoon. There's a mousetrap by the door, be careful when you go out, don't step on it. After shouting into the air, Xia Wanning awkwardly made her way toward the elevator. Behind her, Xiaoyu stood by the door, watching her with a warm smile. Congratulations, player, you have safely returned to the elevator. Tasks 1, 2, and 3 have been completed. The task reward of 90 points has been credited to your store account. wishing you a pleasant survival experience. As soon as she entered the elevator, Xia Wanning wanted to collapse from exhaustion, but she couldn't. There was no place for her to fall. The elevator was packed, barely enough space to put a foot down. She placed the things in her hands onto the table, and also took out everything from her backpack. If there was no more space on the table, she piled it all under the table. The broken counter was restocked, pricing 3 bottles of unopened water. No, I don't want it, whether it's a loss or not, I don't want it anymore. There's no space, I'm going to be squished to death. After 5 minutes with no one buying, she lowered the price, 2 bottles of water. Sold. She put the broken old-style display cabinet, pierced by the crescent blade, back into her backpack. Finally, Xia Wanning could collapse onto the floor. In her position lying on the floor, Xia Wanning slowly took off her down jacket and woolen coat, then put the crescent blade back into her backpack. This was the most important thing, it couldn't be lost. Then she piled the other scattered items onto the table. Xia Wanning took out the pouch Xiao Yu gave her. Opening the pouch, inside was a small, yellowish metal fragment. It was so small that its original form couldn't be seen. Xiao Yu gave me this from a boss. It should be something good. I'll keep it, maybe it can be put together later. She stuffed the fragment back into the pouch and put it away, then opened the chest she had just earned. The chest vanished, and several items appeared on the ground. 2 backpack expansion tickets, 1 power socket, 12 bottles of drinking water. Wow! The system is so generous. Everything I want just appears. Xia Wanning was so happy she almost wanted to dance, but due to space and personal ability restrictions, she sat on the floor, waved her hand, and kicked her legs instead. She used the backpack expansion ticket, changing her backpack from 3 slots to 5. She lifted the power socket, and it flew out automatically, attaching itself to the wall next to the elevator buttons on the opposite table. She pushed the drinking water under the table. Now, food and drinks were enough. In the afternoon, she would go get some bedding, otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to sleep at night. She stacked everything on and under the table. Xia Wanning made a soft little nest for herself using her down jacket and woolen coat, snuggling comfortably into the nest, and sighed in relief. She opened the communication center and started peeking at the screens. Miss T, you have time to cry, but you'd better go find a way to survive. Is being an internet beggar something to be proud of? I barely came back from the edge of death, covered in wounds, and I have to listen to you, someone who hasn't even left the door, complain about how miserable you are? Who's really miserable here? Story vendor, if you're careful in the first 3 days, it won't be so easy to trigger a deadlock. If you don't dare to go out now, you won't be able to go out after 3 days. Bunny, actually, I'm also scared every time I open the door, but once you take the first step, it gets a little better. What's going on? Who are they trying to persuade? After all these times, there are still people who have never left the door? Glutinous rice ball, but I'm really scared. I'm not as brave as you guys. I can't adapt as well. I just can't, wah wah wah. Miss T, you even have to type wah wah wah, what a person. Glutinous rice ball, why do you have to force me? If I go out and something happens, will you take responsibility? Story vendor? Do as you please. Bunny, I'm so unnecessary. Miss T, you were the one crying on the public screen first, saying how scared you are, how you don't dare to go out, and how you haven't eaten or drunk. You wanted everyone to pity you. Everyone kindly advised you to fend for yourself, but you turned around and tried to moralize. I see now, you just don't want to take any risks and want to get things for free, right? I'll tell you today, we're living a hard life too, and no one can afford to support you or wants to support you. This door, whether you go out or not, it's your choice. If you starve to death, it's your own fault. Glutinous rice ball, wah wah wah. You're too much, why curse at people? I was just saying, if anyone has extra supplies, could you share some with me? I will remember your kindness, but I don't have to have it. My grandma often slaps Xiao Zilong, speaking of which, is your task hard this time? Why do I feel like it's so difficult? My task this time is on the 25th floor, a vast desert. Task 1 asked me to find 3 cacti, Task 2 asked me to fetch water. I almost couldn't find the cacti, and I didn't know how to fetch water. My hands were covered in thorns, and I almost died of thirst. Don't even mention Task 3, it was impossible to finish. In the end, I nearly crawled back to the elevator. The key point came, and Xia Wanning immediately took out a brick and a pencil to start recording, thinking to herself that she should bring back some notebooks and pens in the afternoon. The brick would run out of space to write soon. Chapter 13, the elevator couldn't fit anymore. Green great bubbles, bro, you're really unlucky, but I'm not much better. This time, I'm on the first floor, in the underground parking lot. The environment is really scary. They asked me to find a license plate number, isn't that just looking for a needle in a haystack? I searched hard and finally found it, and then the car started moving. No one was driving it. It moved on its own. It chased me. I felt like I ran a marathon, and it chased me all the way back to the elevator, and I only completed one task. Exploding lemon, bro, you two are hopeless, but I'm the one who's great. I'm on the 41st floor, task 1 was fine. They asked me to find a few sheets of paper, I found them. Task 2 was to memorize it, and I turned around and left. By the way, those few sheets of paper were the full text of Li Saw. It's totally ridiculous. My grandma often slaps Xiaozilong, you win. Green grape bubbles, you win. Starry Night Stroll, today's tasks are obviously harder than yesterday's, but I looked at the number of survivors, and excluding those who haven't returned yet, there are still 89,632 people. As more people finish their tasks and come back, the number is still gradually increasing. This shows that today's boss hasn't been too ruthless yet. Tomorrow will probably be more dangerous, but I boldly predict that they still won't actively take lives, so we must cherish tomorrow, the last day, and gather as many resources as possible. The day after tomorrow, once the newbie period is over, the boss might not be so easy to deal with. Milk Peach, what resources should we get? This time, I'm on the 26th floor, a vast sea. I stood by the corridor for a long time. I can't swim. I couldn't get out, so I returned empty-handed. Dragon treasure, why doesn't the mall sell food? I'm going to starve to death. I spent all my points on healing medicine, and I can't afford the canteen food. Starry Night Stroll, I also noticed that the mall doesn't sell food, only water, clothes, etc. These things probably have to be found in the dungeon or bought in the service area. Princess's magic wand, this is too much. I know I have princess syndrome, but is this system designed to treat my princess syndrome? Why did it send me into a swamp? My clothes are all dirty. Ah. Princess syndrome? Clothes dirty? Xia Wanning put down her pen and immediately listed her white long dress that she wouldn't wear in the free trade area, priced at 5 mall points. At the same time, she scanned the public screen for any messages and looked for floor information. She also took stock of her current supplies. She wasn't short of anything, only points. However, many people who were randomly assigned to floors didn't have much supply, so they most likely had points but no supplies. This was a business opportunity. Perfect timing, she could also clear up some space in the elevator, it was really too crowded. Right now, her total supplies are mall points, 157. System backpack, a vertical storage cabinet used for dartboards, 10 blue quality hidden crescent blades. Food, 2 boxes of expired soda -3, 1 tomato, 3 bags of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 2 milk-flavored steamed buns, 2 small potatoes, 1 plum, several sour sand fruits, 8 bags of braised beef noodles, 2 bags of candy, 2 bags of rice crust, 3 bags of potato chips. Water, 14.5 bottles of water, 1 box of milk, 3 bottles of cola, 5 bottles of juice. Supplies, 1 backpack, 1 lighter, 12 packs of wet wipes, 5 packs of sanitary napkins, 1 electric kettle. Clothes, 1 white long dress, listed, 1 pair of high-top combat boots, worn, 1 woolen coat, 1 down jacket, 10 pairs of disposable underwear. Weapons, a battle-damaged kitchen knife with a broken blade, a mousetrap, in front of the dorm door. This afternoon, she took back a brick. Medical supplies, 5 chunks of healing cotton, 2 intermediate healing pills. Props, 1 piece of earth-colored fragment. Other items, 8 marbles, 5 rubber bands, 2 pencil tips. After completing the inventory, Xia Wanning started crazily putting things up for sale, without forgetting the anonymity. This time she only accepted points. Many people were out of water today, and she saw that in the free trade area, water was priced at 1 point per bottle, and drinks were priced at 2 points per bottle. People desperate to survive would buy water directly, while those seeking enjoyment would not mind the points and naturally buy better drinks. So, her expired drinks were in an awkward position, rich people wouldn't consider them, and poor people wouldn't consider them for safe hydration. It seemed she could only attract them with price. She put up 2 bottles for 1 point each. The sour sand fruit, Xia Wanning really couldn't bring herself to eat, but it was still a good thirst quencher. She put up 5 for 1 point each. As for the fried potato chips, she decided not to indulge herself. Instead, she swapped them for points, setting the price higher at first to see if they could be sold. She put up 1 bag for 2 points. She kept 1 bag of candy for herself to prevent hypoglycemia, selling the rest. She put up 3 pieces for 1 point each. The rest, Xia Wanning couldn't bear to part with, so she decided to keep them for now. While busy putting things up for sale, Xia Wanning didn't forget the most important task. Through spying on the screens, she learned that the 15th floor was a classroom, the 10th floor was a clothing store, the 7th floor was a restaurant, the 21st floor was a cave, and the 27th floor was a large grassland. After recording everything, Xia Wanning organized the information she had gathered. The known floors were: 1st floor, underground parking lot. 4th floor, abandoned yard. 7th floor, restaurant. 8th floor, old food and grocery store. 10th floor, clothing store. 12th floor, animal cages. 15th floor, classroom. 17th floor, student dormitory. 21st floor, cave. 22nd floor, mine. 23rd floor, streamside. 24th floor, swamp. 25th floor, desert. 26th floor, ocean. 27th floor, grassland. 29th floor, forest. 41st floor, back to Lisa. 45th floor, maze. This afternoon, she needed to go to the dormitory to bring back the electric cooking pot, some small bowls, basins, bedding, and such. What about tomorrow? Xia Wanning started picking a place to go tomorrow from the known floors. It was clear that tomorrow would be a bit more dangerous than today, so she needed to choose a place that was relatively safer, where she could gather some supplies, especially weapons. After some consideration, the restaurant seemed to fit the requirements best. It was very likely to have food, and if she couldn't finish it, she could sell it for points. Plus, the restaurant's kitchen should have kitchen knives and such, and her current knife had already been worn out, so it was time for a replacement. Once she finished with this, it was already noon. Many of the things she put up for sale had been sold, but Xia Wanning couldn't care about that now. She was busy making self-heating rice. She didn't lack water anymore. Even if it ran out, she could go get more with the bottle she had. Finally, she didn't have to worry about running out. Xia Wanning happily enjoyed a fragrant self-heating meal, and afterward, she ate her slightly old tomatoes. Ah! This is life. Xia Wanning said happily, holding her belly. Ding! A strange message prompt sounded, and after searching for a while, Xia Wanning realized it was a private message prompt. It was sent from the shopping mall. Xia Wanning clicked to open the anonymous chat box, and a message came through. Anonymous, hello, I want to buy your skirt. Can you make it cheaper? Here it was, most likely the princess's magic wand was trying to buy the skirt. Anonymous, actually Xia Wanning herself, sorry, this skirt is the only one I have. I worked hard to get it, and if it weren't for the lack of points, I wouldn't sell it. It's inconvenient to lower the price. Anonymous, you know how rare points are. Clothes are not a necessity, especially this skirt, which is also inconvenient to wear. If you lower the price a bit, I'll take it. Anonymous, our mission is dangerous, and supplies are scarce. If clothes tear, we can't just go around naked, right? I think it's necessary. To be honest, I'm not the only one trying to bargain now, but I don't plan on selling it cheaply. Let's see who has a better fate with it. Chapter 14, Shopping. Shopping. In order to drive the price up, Xia Wanning started talking nonsense. Of course, the effect was immediate, and the other party stopped talking. The skirt was sold at the price of 5 points. Xia Wanning cheered happily and then checked her other items. Surprisingly, everything sold out in the span of just one morning. Her mall points had smoothly increased to 187 points. What surprised Xia Wanning was that even the potato chips and crispy rice, which she had thought were high-priced and completely unnecessary, were bought as well. It seemed some people were already getting rich. But since she could choose her floor, she wasn't too poor herself. How did others get rich? Was it just luck? It seemed she needed to pay more attention to this issue in the future. With such good items in hand, there was no reason for her not to advance like others. Time quickly passed, and soon it was afternoon again, the opening time had arrived. Unlike others who were nervous, Xia Wanning was ready for a shopping spree. She only put the crescent blade in her pocket just in case, and her backpack's 5 slots were empty, ready to store supplies. She entered the number 17, and the elevator opened smoothly. Stepping into the corridor, there was no prompt sound for a task. Xia Wanning walked a few steps forward, and still, no sound came when she entered the dorm. It seemed that re-entering the same corridor task wouldn't trigger a new task. She didn't know if it was because she chose to re-enter the same one without a new task or if the system just didn't provide new tasks after any repeated entry. From what she could see, the floors weren't many, so it seemed that everyone would eventually repeat them. She'd have to pay more attention to this later. But no matter the reason, she knew she couldn't return to this dorm unless necessary. The supplies hadn't respawned, and no tasks were given, so there were no points to be earned. Coming back would only be a loss. Shaking her head and brushing off these brain-draining thoughts, Xia Wanning started her shopping. She collected 3 identical quilts into her system backpack, 3 identical mattresses, 3 identical pillows, 3 identical water heaters, and a huge stack of the same face masks into her system backpack. The sheets, coats, small shirts, long pants, skirts, and towels were all thrown together, ready to be carried. She placed the electric cooker and hairdryer at the door. She put on the last remaining down jacket, and stuffed a small nightlight, spicy sticks, biscuits, chocolate, a notebook, a pen, and a mousetrap into her pockets. After finishing her shopping, Xia Wanning stood at the door and looked back at the dorm. She whispered, Xiaoyu, I don't know if you're here, but thank you for letting me take all these things. I feel kind of bad, emptying your dorm like this. I probably won't come back again. I don't know what you've been through, but I can feel that you are kind and warm. Bad people don't deserve forgiveness, but good people shouldn't be stuck in the past forever. If you can take revenge, please don't let them go. If not, or if you've already taken your revenge, I hope you can forgive yourself. There's nothing worth holding on to here. Go to the place that makes you happy. I wish you happiness. Goodbye. After saying what she wanted to say to Xiaoyu, Xia Wanning hung 2 pairs of sneakers around her neck, bent over to pick up the bed sheets and clothes, holding the electric cooker, hairdryer, and 3 plastic basins in her hands. She had originally planned to fill the basins with water to take back, but sadly, her strength didn't allow it. Xia Wanning once again struggled toward the elevator, and from behind, she heard a faint thank you, I will. Xia Wanning really wanted to be cool and stylish, waving her hand backward like in a TV show, but she couldn't manage it. In the end, she could only wiggle her hips to indicate that she had heard. In a barely suppressed fit of laughter, Xia Wanning entered the elevator, turned around, and as the elevator doors were about to close, she saw Xiaoyu, standing at the dorm door, smiling happily. She threw the things in her hands aside and waved vigorously, shouting, Be happy every day from now on, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, and waved at Xia Wanning. The elevator closed. Xia Wanning felt a pang in her heart, as though she had just made a good friend and was now saying goodbye forever. But, on the bright side, when she wasn't so poor anymore, she could still visit Xiaoyu. She gathered her emotions, opened the communication center, and sure enough, the people who had gone out hadn't come back yet. Well, who could be faster than her, right? However, there were still a few people chatting on the public screen, all those who dared not go outside, hiding in the elevator, talking about how miserable they were. Xia Wanning couldn't be bothered to watch them complain, so she closed the public screen and started organizing her supplies. The water basin and the hot water kettle could both store water, and water was always useful, no matter when, so these 2 items couldn't be sold. Clothes and pants were consumables and also couldn't be sold. There were a lot of blankets though, so she decided to sell a set. The blanket went up for 10 points, the mattress also for 10 points, the pillow for 8 points, the bedsheet for 5 points, and the size 38 sneakers were kept, but the size 35 ones couldn't fit and were sold for 10 points. She had just brought back 5 bags of spicy strips, 3 bags of biscuits, and 2 blocks of chocolate. The biscuits and chocolate had to be kept, as they could be useful if she had to go to the grassland or desert floors. As for the spicy strips, she would sell 3 bags, leaving 2 bags to satisfy her cravings. 1 bag of spicy strips was priced at 2 points. Let's see which little glutton would be willing to pay. Ding. Ha? Business already? Did someone come back? Xia Wanning wondered as she clicked on the system page, and once again, it was a private message from the mall. Glutinous rice dumpling, hello, sister, those things you listed just now, were they all from you? You're really amazing. I'm not as capable as you. Can you give me some food? A kind brother gave me a bottle of water just now, you must be even kinder, right? Please give me some food. If not, even a blanket would do. The floor is so hard, I can't sleep. Xia Wanning? Isn't this the famous glutinous rice dumpling? The one who's always crying on the public screen, her tea-sipping skills are top-notch. But am I the kind of person who can be morally blackmailed? Ha, I have no morals. Anonymous, yes, I listed them. I have so much food and drink I can't store it all, blankets piled up like a mountain, the elevator is overcrowded. But what can I do? I'm not giving it away. This is a survival game, not a game of spoiling people. Here's some advice. Today, someone might give you charity, but starting the day after tomorrow, everyone will be too busy to care for themselves. You'd better rely on yourself. And who are you calling sister? I'm still young. After replying to glutinous rice dumpling, Xia Wanning blocked her, too lazy to waste words with someone so clueless. She quickly organized her supplies, then brought out the already damaged cabinet and continued practicing darts. The intense training over the past few days had shown some results, her accuracy had improved a lot, which gave Xia Wanning more confidence in surviving this survival game. She practiced until evening, then rubbed her sore shoulders and made a bowl of instant noodles using an electric pot. The smell of the noodles made her feel like she could forgive the whole world. Slurping up a mouthful of noodles, life felt so perfect. Chapter 15, Robbing the Otter. She opened them all to check, there were a few private messages about bargaining, but there was no need to reply since everything had already been sold. It was great, her point balance had finally surpassed the 200-point mark. Milk Peach, I'm going to the cafeteria, I have to eat even if it's expensive, if I don't, I'll starve to death. Wind Chasing Boy, comrades. I've made an important discovery, if you want to hear, press 1. Dragon Treasure, 111. Green Grape Bubbles, 111. Beat the Lemon, 111. My grandma always slaps Xiaozilong, you all really go along with him? 111. Wind chasing boy, thanks to everyone for supporting me, I found out. In places where supplies are scarce, there are more points and items. Today, I went to the 28th floor, the Great Ice Mountain, almost froze to death, but I got a pretty good item. The key is that if all 3 tasks in the iceberg scene are completed, they can total almost 200 points. Although I only completed one, I still got 50 points. Dragon treasure, is that it? I found out a long time ago. Green lemon, is that it? I found out a long time ago. Violet lemon, is that it? After hearing you say that, I just realized too. Wind chasing boy, lemon brother, you're going too far. Starry walk, thanks to wine chasing boy's share, now we know that no matter which floor, each has its own advantage. Story vending machine, these past 2 days, I went to 2 material floors, only got 1 item, but today I went to the points floor and got 2 items. As long as I can maintain survival, I prefer the points floor. Wilderness seeker, it sounds like you like something useful. Yang Zai, make a wish, tomorrow I'm going to the points floor. Heavy rain, the floor above obviously has plenty of supplies, I'll make a wish too, tomorrow I'm going to the material floor. Rabbit, the floor above sounds like a mess, I'm different. I'll make a wish, tomorrow I'm going to a floor that's not scary. Foggy, make a wish. Summer late lemon. Summer late lemon took out the brick and the notebook, copied the information from the brick to the notebook. While copying, she thought about where to go tomorrow. After finishing the instant noodles, Summer late lemon wiped the pot with a wet wipe, practiced with throwing weapons for a while, then comfortably lay down in her little nest with a thick mattress. The next morning, Summer late lemon wiped her face with a wet wipe, rinsed her mouth with water, and vowed to figure out a way to get a toothbrush and toothpaste. Then she ate the last 2 milk-flavored buns and some milk. This task has been refreshed, please check the game panel. Summer late lemon, what did the otter do wrong? I'm going to steal its treasure and catch the fish it likes to eat. The creek water was clear. Several small silver fish swam past the cracks in the stones, and an otter, with its wet, dark brown fur, poked its head out. It stood up on its hind legs, blinked its round, shiny black eyes, and aimed at a swift little fish, diving quickly into the water. Its 2 front paws, like little pincers, gripped the fish, while its sharp teeth bit down on the fish's gills. When the fish stopped struggling, it leisurely carried the fish to the shore, holding it in its paws, contentedly enjoying its meal. Ah! So cute! I want to pet it. Xia Wanning made a heart shape with her hands, her starry eyes fixed on the otter eating, completely delighted. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Xia Wanning. Don't be fooled by its appearance. You're here to complete a task and earn points, not to pet cute animals. She rubbed her face, forcing herself to wake up, and quietly stepped out of the corridor. The morning breeze was cool, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Xia Wanning couldn't help but take a deep breath of the crisp air. After staying indoors for so long, stepping outside felt like entering another world. She quietly exited the elevator, took a wide detour to avoid the eating otter, and walked along the stream, searching. Otter's treasure? What treasure could an otter have? Fish? A bunch of fish? And it keeps them all for itself. Why am I so bad? As she walked, Xia Wanning grumbled to herself. Come to think of it, otters are amphibious, right? So their den must have to accommodate both water and land. That means their treasure is probably near the stream, and I can't just stay on the outskirts, I need to get closer. Based on task 2, getting the treasure will probably trigger a chase, so I need to think about an escape route. Ugh, this is so frustrating. How can I go hard on such a cute animal? Xia Wanning thought, frustrated, as she took out a mousetrap, planning to set it up along the escape route just in case. The morning stream was peaceful and serene, and the air itself seemed to carry a light, carefree feeling. The cute little otters had no idea that the evil humans were looking for their beloved treasure. Chapter 16, Chased by Otters. If I were an otter, where would I hide my den? There. That spot. Perfect. Xia Wanning spotted the massive root system of an old willow tree, and near the roots, digging a hole would be the perfect den. If that's the otter's den, I need to make sure no one's in there, no otters. With this thought, Xia Wanning looked at the large tree beside her. This tree was tall and had orange-red fruits hanging from its branches, resembling little lanterns. She didn't know what kind of fruit it was, but it didn't matter since she wasn't planning to eat them. Xia Wanning went around the back of the tree, stretched her arms and legs a bit, took 2 steps back, and got ready to sprint. She jumped, hugged the tree, and tried to climb. As expected, Xia Wanning slid down the trunk, and unwilling to give up, she tried twice more. She had to admit, climbing trees wasn't her talent. Standing under the tree, Xia Wanning adjusted her clothes and took out the crescent blade. Train soldiers for 1,000 days, and use them for just one moment. It's time to show off my real skills. Xia Wanning held the crescent blade between her right index and middle fingers, aimed at a fruit, and threw the blade. It soared with a graceful arc, cutting through the fruit, grazing the branch, and falling to the other side of the tree. Ah! I really need more practice, Xia Wanning said, aware of her own skills. She didn't expect to succeed on the first try, so she ran over, picked up the fallen blade, and went back behind the tree to try again. This time, she successfully knocked down a fruit. Yay! Xia Wanning whispered, cheering for herself, then peeked around. The otter had finished eating and returned to the water. The stream was calm and peaceful again. She pulled her gaze back and continued throwing the blade. Ah! I missed. The crescent blade grazed the fruit she had aimed at, and Xia Wanning sighed in frustration. Before she could be too upset, though, even though she missed the fruit she had targeted. But by a twist of fate, the crescent blade brought another fruit down. Hee, luck is also part of strength, I'm just too authoritative. Since no one was around, Xia Wanning praised herself smugly. Why does this fruit look a bit different from the one earlier? Xia Wanning raised both fruits and noticed that one was like the others on the tree, wrinkled, orange-red, while the one she just knocked down was bright red, with a smooth surface, clearly not the same species. Without too much hesitation, Xia Wanning put both of them into her backpack, which then gave an item description. The item description of the orange-red fruit: an ordinary fruit, sour and slightly astringent. If you want to eat it, go ahead, I won't. The item description of the red fruit: power fruit, consuming it increases a little strength. Did you just get lucky? Xia Wanning was overjoyed. Such good luck? Power fruit. No time like the present, the sooner I eat it, the stronger I'll get. Xia Wanning quickly wiped the fruit's skin with her clothes and swallowed it in one bite. It didn't taste special, just cool and refreshing, melting instantly as it passed down her throat, spreading through her limbs and bones. Xia Wanning clenched her fist, then picked up a stick and broke it. Well, it seemed a bit stronger, but not a huge difference. Clearly, she wouldn't become a strongman with one bite. She'd have to pay more attention in the future. Looks like this thing works better if you eat more of it. Throwing away the stick, Xia Wanning looked up and continued searching, but unfortunately, her eyes were so strained that she couldn't find a second fruit. It seemed like these things weren't so common. Not wanting to search too hard, Xia Wanning knocked down a few more orange-red fruits and quietly headed towards the creek with the pile of fruits in hand. Squatting behind a big tree, Xia Wanning first set up a mousetrap, then threw the fruit into the river. The fruit flew in a parabolic arc and plopped as it fell into the river. At the root of the old willow tree, a small head popped up. It supported itself with tiny hands, blinking its little eyes, looking left and right, then quickly darted out. At the same time, several otters popped out from different spots along the shore. Turns out it wasn't my aim. There are so many burrows along this shore, I could find one by just looking around. But now, where's the otter treasure? Xia Wanning's vision darkened, and the two words despair crashed down on her head. Forget it, there's no turning back once the bow is drawn. Let's check this burrow. To be safe, Xia Wanning threw a few more fruits farther away, and the otters, like little cannonballs, scrambled to chase after them. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning grabbed some stones from the ground and charged forward. Reaching the root of the old tree, Xia Wanning quickly glanced around and confirmed there were no otters in the hole, then immediately reached in to feel. Hey, bird feathers and pebbles. No treasure. Wrong burrow. Not this one. Realizing she had picked the wrong burrow, Xia Wanning didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately dashed toward another. But at the same time, the otters realized there was a pesky human stealing from their homes. They screamed and growled as they charged towards Xia Wanning. Their sharp teeth and claws reflected in Xia Wanning's pupils, and her adrenaline surged rapidly. She didn't have time to check what was in the nest. She just reached out, grabbed whatever she could, and shoved it into her backpack, then turned and ran. The first batch of otters had already caught up. One of them howled as it extended its claws to grab Xia Wanning's pant leg. Xia Wanning stumbled and fell to one knee. A stone appeared at her fingertips. Without hesitation, Xia Wanning hurled it at the otter. Because of the close distance and her recent hard training, the shot hit the otter right between the eyes. The otter let out a cry, covered its forehead with both small hands, and fell aside. As the first otter fell, several more otters followed closely behind and charged toward her. Reluctant to use the crescent blade, after all, once this thing is thrown, it might not be retrievable. Xia Wanning threw a few more stones, hitting 3 otters. 2 dodged, and the other rushed in, scratching her thigh with one paw. Ah! Xia Wanning screamed in pain. With no more stones left, she immediately grabbed the necks of the 2 otters and threw them away. Seeing the first batch fall, and the second batch arriving, Xia Wanning stopped lingering and quickly ran off. Most otters stopped chasing after a few steps once they were on land. They stood on their hind legs, little paws raised in front of their chests, looking around. Only one, particularly angry, kept chasing. Luckily, Xia Wanning had made plans in advance, and the mousetrap caught this otter's foot with a sharp snap. It fell to the ground with a thud, crying pitifully. Xia Wanning didn't stop, running far away. Once she confirmed no otters were chasing her, she collapsed to the ground. Her shoes, socks, pants, and sleeves were all soaked by the creek. Her thighs and waist had deep scratches, with blood flowing down her clothes. The pain shot through her, in waves. Thankfully, she had brought healing cotton with her. Xia Wanning pulled out 2 lumps of cotton and pressed them to the wounds, healing them. This was a big mess. It would be hard to explore the nest next time. What should she do now? Chapter 17, Easing Relations. Xia Wanning furrowed her brow, troubled. But fortunately, the second task, avoid otter attacks and escape from the otter's encirclement, seemed to have been completed. She opened the task center to check the task completion status. To her surprise, both Task 1 and Task 2 were marked as completed. What? 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 Xia Wanning rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Both completed? When did I get the otter's treasure? I have no memory of that. Closing the task center, Xia Wanning opened her backpack. Inside, she found 10 crescent blades, a lump of healing cotton, a bundle of hay, 3 pebbles, and 2 small branches. Where's the treasure? Xia Wanning looked at the system's description with confusion. This? Is this really worth risking so much? Can't I just pick some up from the shore myself? Xia Wanning collapsed in frustration. But thinking about Task 2, the chase was inevitable. Well, it wasn't too bad after all. But still, her conscience was troubled. What did the little otter do wrong? She stole from its home and injured it. Isn't that clearly villainous? My conscience. It hurts. Maybe. Xia Wanning looked at the healing cotton in her backpack. No, that's too valuable. My conscience isn't worth that price. What if there are some healing herbs around here? As a student from the Chinese department, reading was a common hobby for them. Xia Wanning had a wide range of interests, and traditional Chinese medicine had been one of her favorites for a while. So identifying herbs wasn't hard. Too hard. The theory looks so easy in books, but these plants don't match the pictures. Xia Wanning squatted down, rummaging through the ground. Dandelions. I remember reading in a book somewhere that dandelions prevent infection, help with stopping bleeding. Let me check my backpack. A plain dandelion, do you want to blow it? Unreliable backpack. Never mind, at least I'm reliable. I'll heal the otter I injured. As long as it doesn't scratch me. Xia Wanning put the dandelion in her bag and picked some fresh grass. She also took out the pebbles and small branches from her backpack. To prevent the system from causing any trouble, she left the hay she had taken from the otter's nest, ensuring Task 1's completion. Carefully, she made her way toward the riverbank. Soon, she saw the otter that had been hurt by the mousetrap. It had already broken free from the trap, dragging its injured foot toward the creek. Xia Wanning took 2 quick steps forward, and the otter, very sharp, turned around. Seeing it was Xia Wanning, it growled in warning. I'm here to return something to you. Hey, what am I even saying to an otter? Here, this is for you. Xia Wanning placed the item on the ground, then raised the dandelion for the otter to see, and hit the dandelion a few times with a stone, pointing at her leg and then at the otter's injured leg before stepping back several paces, watching it quietly. The cautious otter stood up, blinking its small eyes, staring at Xia Wanning, who stood straight with a smile on her face. The little otter moved a step forward, and Xia Wanning stepped back a step, giving the otter a sense of safety. The little otter reached out its small hand, took the dandelion, sniffed it with its tiny nose, then cautiously glanced at Xia Wanning, who was standing still with a face that was almost frozen in a smile. Seeing that this strange human truly had no intention of harming it, the otter relaxed a little, picked up its precious stone, smashed the dandelion, and smeared it on its leg. After finishing all this, the little otter glanced at Xia Wanning with a hint of curiosity in its dark, bee-like eyes, then grabbed its treasure and turned to run. Seeing the little otter disappear back into its den, Xia Wanning rubbed her stiff face and glanced at the long creek. Mission 3, catch fish from the creek without being discovered by the otters. They're so sharp, it's hard not to be spotted. Maybe if I walk further, there won't be so many otters ahead? Xia Wanning thought, taking steps forward, though she didn't hold much hope, feeling that Mission 3 couldn't possibly be that simple. Sure enough, after walking a distance, Xia Wanning was stopped by white mist, thick and swirling, clearly not formed naturally, but more like reaching the edge of the map, where she was not allowed to proceed further. And this distance hadn't yet left the otter's alert range. This path is blocked, how am I supposed to catch fish without being seen? Xia Wanning thought with a frown. Forget it, I'll make a tool for catching fish first. I believe there's always a way when you get to the mountain. And if there's no way, well, catching 2 fish to sell isn't too bad. With that, Xia Wanning quickly tore a few reeds, using branches and reeds to make an extremely simple fishing net. To make it easier to handle, she tied a straight branch as a handle. Now with the tool, but getting close to the creek was still a huge problem. I'm so stubborn. I should have finished mission 3 first. Now that I've offended the natives, how can I go catch fish? Xia Wanning thought, feeling frustrated. But, as the old saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face, and too much courtesy isn't a bad thing. If I bring more of their favorite things, maybe, I can still make up for it. Xia Wanning returned to the fruit tree, picking more fruits, then collected grass and dandelions, and even picked up some straight little sticks. She clinked around, gathering a large pile of what humans considered junk, and headed back to the creek. The otters heard the noise and cautiously poked their heads out. Seeing the human who had just stolen from them, they all bared their teeth and growled in warning. Hey! Don't misunderstand, I'm here to apologize. The last time was because of the mission, not what I wanted. Here, this is for you as compensation. Not caring whether the otters understood her words, Xia Wanning chattered as she threw the treasures near the otters. The otters glanced at each other, seemingly hesitating. Just as the atmosphere was awkward and tense, the injured otter took a step forward, grabbed a dandelion in 2 small branches. It looked at Xia Wanning, gave a soft squeak, and turned to dive back into its den. Seeing this, the other otters quickly ran over, grabbed their favorite things, and ran off just as fast. The shore soon became lively. The hustle and bustle quickly ended, returning to tranquility once again. So, is that thing over? Xia Wanning cautiously took a step forward. A single otter emerged from its den, but it only looked at Xia Wanning quietly, not coming out to chase her away. Well then, I'm going to catch some fish. We'll share later, don't scratch me. Xia Wanning shouted. She had realized that with so many otters around, it would be impossible to catch fish without being noticed. So, she decided to try a different approach. Chapter 18, The Real Treasure. She successfully reached the streamside, and the otters watching Xia Wanning had gone from just 1 to 7 or 8. They were all near their dens, sometimes staring curiously at her, other times looking around, eyeing each other, seeming full of spirit. Is this what they mean by the otters' habits change during the mission stage? They're becoming more human-like? Xia Wanning asked curiously. Of course, the otters wouldn't answer her. And if they did, she'd probably forget about the fish and just run back to the elevator. Squatting by the stream, Xia Wanning took out a simple fishing net and grinned. As the saying goes, the fishing net is basic, but the bait is anything but, she said, pulling out the compressed biscuit she had prepared in case she got hungry later. Pure, natural little fish, no additives. Bet you've never tasted anything like it. Let me open your appetites today. Xia Wanning, stingy as ever, pinched off a bit of the compressed biscuit, wet it slightly, and spread it inside the fishing net before gently placing it in the stream. The little fish here had always been wary of their natural enemy, the otters. They'd never encountered the cunning of a human. Before long, schools of fish rushed into the net. Whoa! They're so eager. The net's not strong enough. Too many. Xia Wanning quickly pulled the net, which shook as it was dragged to the shore, filled with a load of fish. The otters stared with wide eyes, standing straight, watching intently. Xia Wanning shook the net and dumped the fish out. The little fish flopped on the shore, and the otters hurriedly shook their bodies, as if wanting to snatch some of the fish, but hesitated, fearing Xia Wanning's strength. Come on. You can have some. Xia Wanning generously picked up a fish and stretched it toward the nearest otter. The otter stared at her in disbelief, then slowly inched forward, but after a while, the injured otter that Xia Wanning had hurt earlier dashed up, grabbed the fish, and ran off. Xia Wanning? Wow, you healed quickly. The otter that had stolen the fish bared its teeth in anger, clearly ready to fight, but Xia Wanning quickly grabbed another fish and offered it again, saying, don't be mad, there's enough for everyone. The angry otter glanced at the wounded thief and then at the fish in front of it, finally deciding to give up on the fight. It quickly grabbed a fish and returned to its den. With these 2 examples, the other otters no longer hesitated, rushing forward to grab their fish. Those that missed out stayed nearby, watching Xia Wanning with eager eyes. Don't worry. Wait for me to catch more. Xia Wanning repeated the process, scooping up another batch. After a few more rounds, all the otters had their fish. Most of them returned to their dens, either savoring their food or hiding it away, with only a few remaining greedy, still peeking over to see if they could get more. Another scoop of fish was hauled up. Xia Wanning, while collecting the net, reached into it, blocked it with her body, and with a thought, half the fish were stored in her backpack. Task 3, completed. This is the last scoop, and I'm not sharing it with you guys. I have use for it. Xia Wanning grinned as she lifted the now shaky net and walked toward the injured otter's den. This is all for you. Wish you a speedy recovery. Xia Wanning gently shook the net in front of its den. The injured otter emerged, took the fish without hesitation, and returned to its den. Finally, Xia Wanning no longer felt so guilty, and she let out a sigh of relief. The sound of an otter's call came from behind her. Xia Wanning turned around and saw the injured otter return. It stretched out its little hand towards her, as if wanting to give her something. "Ha? Is this for me? Is it your treasure?" Xia Wanning smiled and walked over to pick up the object in the otter's little hand. The injured otter chirped proudly twice, picked up a stone from the ground, tossed it up, caught it, and then looked at Xia Wanning expectantly. "Are you teaching me how to play?" "Okay, I'll learn," Xia Wanning said, imitating the little otter and tossing the stone up and catching it. The small yellow unknown object reflected a bright light under the sun, the glare flashing in Xia Wanning's eyes and triggering a thought in her mind. She grabbed the object tightly and observed it carefully. "This seems to be made of the same material as the one Xiao you gave me. So, could it be part of a puzzle?" "Ah. Little otter. You've given me a real treasure," Xia Wanning said excitedly, jumping up and hugging the little otter. The little otter was first startled, then showed a human-like helpless expression. Xia Wanning, overcome with joy, spun herself around a few times and ended up falling into the creek. Fortunately, the water wasn't deep, only reaching just above her knees. She sat down in the water, laughing heartily, while the little otter quickly turned around and wriggled out of her arms. A few other boulder otters also swam over, circling Xia Wanning for a couple of rounds. Xia Wanning, in high spirits, splashed water at the otters, and they all playfully splashed her back. The sun slowly climbed higher. Xia Wanning wiped her face and realized it was time for her to leave. "I'm leaving now. Once I'm rich and don't have to worry about money, I'll come back to see you all again." Xia Wanning waved goodbye, then placed her hand on the creek's bottom to push herself up, but her hand brushed against something familiar. Looking back, she saw the treasure chest, a light blue chest. It had been quietly waiting in the spot where she had been fishing. So, when task 3 was completed, it refreshed, right? That was a close call. Almost missed it. Xia Wanning patted her chest in relief. She had just been regretting, thinking that the treasure chest wouldn't appear unless she defeated all the otters. While angrily cursing the system for being cruel, she also thought she was too kind-hearted. But now, she was immediately proven wrong. It was my narrow-mindedness. "System, you're a good system." Xia Wanning put away the treasure chest and climbed back onto the shore. "This time, it's really goodbye. I won't take more of your fish, I'm going to look around to see if there's anything useful, see you." Xia Wanning waved at the otters, and they waved back in the same manner, bidding each other farewell. Leaving the creek, Xia Wanning collected dandelions as she walked. The system's healing potions were too expensive, but if she collected some herbs, someone would probably be willing to buy them. This is called purslane, right? If it is, it's also a good medicine for stopping bleeding and reducing swelling. Xia Wanning put the plant into her backpack, confirmed it was indeed purslane, and added it to her list of collectible resources. She worked tirelessly until the sun reached its peak, then straightened her aching back. She took one last look at the area, silently saying goodbye, and headed toward the elevator. By the time she got back into the elevator, it was already nearly 12 o'clock. She had been out for quite a long time. Xia Wanning quickly prepared a self-heating meal, placed herbs on the shelf, 2 pieces per herb, and fish on another shelf, 3 pieces per fish. She then washed up, changed out of her wet clothes. Chapter 19, Random Door Opening. She had just finished tidying up when the self-heating rice was ready. Xia Wanning opened the communication center, browsing through it while eating. "Long bow, avoid the lightning. The 30th floor is a lightning zone. I really couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, I used an invisibility item to make my escape, or else I'd still be stuck there. Oh my god. I'm so exhausted. The sound of water in the pines. I went to the 30th floor yesterday, it was farmland, but I taught them how to market, how to sell their crops at a high price, and they're still living quite comfortably. Long bow, is that possible? What does that make my hard work this morning in the fields then? Green grape bubbles, that makes your work hard. Lemon beating, that makes you strong. Long bow, I hate. 1 June, I've been to the 30th floor too, and there's farmland, but my task had nothing to do with it. I had to go to the village primary school and teach the kids to recite Spring Dawn. I'm super strong, village primary school? You might be talking about the one I built. I went to the 30th floor yesterday, and my task was to build a primary school. Wandering life, hey, this is getting interesting. I was also on the 30th floor today, but my task had nothing to do with yours. I went to investigate a case. A whole bunch of chickens at Old Lou's house were poisoned. I was investigating the chickens. Damn, the relationships in this village are so messed up, it's a complete mess. Wind-chasing youth, speaking of porridge, now I really want some. Starry walk, let me sum this up. Right now, most of the floors that are showing up are between the first and 30th floors, so many of us have entered the same floor. We won't run into each other. Our tasks and dangers are different, but today we got a new clue. The time and the scene we're entering might not even be the same. Storyteller, I have something to add. We might enter floors we've already been to. I went to the same floor yesterday and today, but the tasks and the boss were completely different, with different difficulty. Luckily, I've been cautious, or I might have failed. Starry Walk, this news is really important. If you go to a familiar floor, don't be careless just because you've been there before. It could be completely different from your last experience. Be extra cautious. This news is indeed very important. Xia Wanning stopped eating and furrowed her brows. I'm telling you, there's no better day than today. It's the last chance during the newbie period to open a door. Let's do this. Xia Wanning stood up, full of fighting spirit. She grabbed the trash she had collected, all the instant noodle soup, lunchboxes, milk cartons. If she didn't throw them away soon, the elevator would start to stink. Sorry, new scene, I'm going to throw my trash at you. Xia Wanning put the trash by the door, and just as the door was about to open in 1 minute, she suddenly remembered something important. My fragments and treasure chest. She opened the treasure chest again. The chest revealed a turtle shell and 2 speed-run scrolls. What's this? A turtle shell? Is it for fortune-telling? Not spending too much time guessing, Xia Wanning quickly put them into her backpack. Turtle shell, a defensive item, are you in danger? Be a turtle and hide. Speed-run scroll, use it, run with confidence, run with style, but sadly, you can't escape this survival game. Wow. Good stuff. It's a pity she didn't have much time to admire the treasures she just got. Time was up, and the elevator button lit up. Carrying the crescent blade, turtle shell, speed-run scroll, and 2 pieces of healing cotton, Xia Wanning didn't choose a number for the first time. She directly pressed confirm. The light blue numbers on the elevator door started rolling, eventually stopping at 21. The door opened on the 21st floor. Xia Wanning glanced at the open notebook on the table. Behind 21st floor it said, cave. It felt a bit dangerous, and Xia Wanning calmed her nerves, pinched the crescent blade between her fingers, and held the small nightlight in her other hand. She stepped out of the elevator. This task has been refreshed, please check the game panel. 1. Basic task, get the star key. Task reward, 30 mole points. Current progress, 0/1. 2. Advanced task, kill 10 bats. Task reward, 50 mole points. Current progress, 0/10. 3. Ultimate task, increase the fox spirit's affection. Task reward, 80 mole points. Current progress, 0/60%. Friendly reminder, some animals have enhanced intelligence at this stage, please proceed with caution. With her right hand gripping the crescent blade and her left hand holding a trash bag and nightlight, Xia Wanning proceeded cautiously. Soon, she reached the junction between the hallway and the cave. Always feeling that throwing trash around wasn't right, Xia Wanning placed the trash bag on the wall by the corridor, hoping the system would handle it automatically. If not, next time she'd have to lose her manners. Standing at the edge of the corridor, Xia Wanning lifted the nightlight, illuminating the mysterious cave ahead. The faint light from the nightlight seemed to be swallowed by the cave, only lighting up a small patch of air in front of her. Beyond that, it was a thick, unbroken black, as if the air itself had been soaked in ink. From a distance came a faint woo-woo sound, like wind, or like crying. Xia Wanning swallowed, her heartbeat thundering in her chest. Chapter 20, Exploring the Cave. In her mind, 2 versions of Xia Wanning began to argue. One version said, I have food, drink, and weapons. This cave doesn't have to be a must-go. The other version said, if there's one challenge, there will be another. You're already hesitating before anything serious has even happened. Next time, when it gets a little dangerous, you'll surely run away again. Do you think this is just a game? But, here, getting hurt or dying is real. I have the elevator button as an advantage over others, so why not use it? You have to understand, relying too much on items is like slowly committing suicide. Use your items wisely. You can have more advantages than most people. Don't destroy your own future. Ugh, this is so annoying. Xia Wanning shook her head, pushing away both voices. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and said, I can't retreat. Not today, and never again. If I want to live, I have to move forward with courage. I, Xia Wanning, am not a coward. With her resolve strengthened, Xia Wanning felt a surge of confidence. She leaned against the wall, stood up, patted her still trembling legs, and took one step at a time into the cave that seemed like the mouth of an abyss. Touching the rough and cold rock walls, Xia Wanning slowly moved forward, hearing water droplets fall from the gaps, the drip-drop echoing through the empty cave, impossible to tell if it was far or near. Xia Wanning's heart was tight, beating violently in her chest. She was scared to death, yet she used the nightlight to illuminate every direction, searching for any possible resources. I've come this far. It'd be too much to not give me anything after all this scare. Xia Wanning grumbled to herself. The dim yellow glow of the nightlight wavered across the rock wall, and a faint purple hue caught her eye. Xia Wanning lifted the night lamp and noticed a cluster of drooping vines with a dozen small smoky purple flowers. What is this? I don't recognize it. She put it into her backpack, and the system gave a brief description. Stone hanging orchid, a type of purple flower. Are you unfamiliar with flowers, or are you unfamiliar with purple? I just want to know if this flower is useful. Fine, I don't know if the flower is useful, but you're certainly useless. Xia Wanning rolled her eyes at the system but still kept the flower in her backpack. Since she was here, she might as well take it along, who knows, it might be worth something. After finding this type of flower, Xia Wanning focused more on the rock wall. Items of the same type can stack in the backpack, so since she decided to take them, she might as well pick more to avoid wasting them. Soon, another cluster of stone-hanging orchids appeared in the dim light, which Xia Wanning also put into her backpack. In order not to miss anything on the other side of the rock wall, Xia Wanning moved in a zigzag pattern. Just as she was engrossed in picking flowers, a strange sensation under her foot made her break out in a cold sweat. What did I step on? With a thought, the crescent blade was drawn from her backpack and appeared in Xia Wanning's trembling fingers. Her throat tightened in nervousness, her breathing became erratic, and a chill crawled up her back as if something was blowing against her neck. Xia Wanning shrank her neck, countless terrifying images flashing through her mind. What could it be underfoot, soft, not bone? Could it be a corpse? Which part? A hand? A foot? It doesn't feel round, so it's not the head. Should I look at it, or just run away? No. I can't run. The unknown is the scariest. I have the turtle shell, if worst comes to worst, I can hide in it. But if I run now, I might scare myself to death later. Changing the crescent blade into the turtle shell, Xia Wanning silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The night lamp quickly illuminated a bundle of earthy yellow rope, coiled in a circle, quietly lying under Xia Wanning's feet. What is this? Hemp rope? Looking around, there were no other items. Xia Wanning put away the turtle shell and picked up the hemp rope. It really is hemp rope, pure hemp rope. Damn it, I let a bunch of rope scare me half to death. I really can't believe it. Wiping the fine sweat off her forehead, Xia Wanning took out some healing cotton and stuffed it into her clothing pocket, then put the hemp rope into her backpack. After calming herself, Xia Wanning continued on. During her search for stone-hanging orchids, Xia Wanning unexpectedly discovered a type of fruit. It resembled a mini version of a strawberry but had a deep purple-red color. The backpack gave the description, rock berry, tastes good, lucky you. Xia Wanning carefully tried one. It was tart and sweet, very juicy, and indeed delicious. So, she put the speed run rune into her clothing pocket and added the rock berry to her backpack. Next, she gathered many more stone-hanging orchids and rock berries. Soon, it seemed like the road was almost finished because a faint light appeared ahead. She walked slowly toward it. The narrow rock wall corridor was gone, and ahead was a wide cave. In the cave, it was no longer pitch black, but instead, there were tiny twinkling lights. These were mosses emitting faint light. They were weak, but to Xia Wanning, they brought a huge sense of safety. Finally, it's a bit brighter. Xia Wanning sighed in relief, turned off the night lamp to save power, and put it back in her pocket. The first challenge is to get the star key. This big scene clearly has a purpose, so the star key must be here. Xia Wanning thought to herself, then looked up to search. Soon, a little silver jumping light appeared in her view. It was small, high up, flickering like a bright star in the sky. It's so high up. Alright, time to show my true strength. Xia Wanning rubbed her hands together and went to the nearest rock wall, taking out the crescent blade. The sharp crescent blade easily stabbed horizontally into the rock wall without much effort. Xia Wanning inserted the crescent blade into the rock wall in a stair-step pattern, one step at a time. Climbing up the rocky wall, using the protrusions like a rock climber, her 10 crescent blades barely reached the top of the hole. It was still a little far from the star, so Xia Wanning took out a hemp rope and tied it to a firm protrusion at the top of the hole. She gripped the hemp rope tightly, pushed off with her left foot, and swung herself out. At first, the swing wasn't enough, so Xia Wanning used the momentum from swinging back to push off again with more force, getting closer. Once more. This time the distance was enough. It was now or never. Xia Wanning reached out to grab, but unexpectedly, the star, which had been quietly flashing in its original place, suddenly blinked out of sight. Xia Wanning missed, and this unexpected event caused her to lose balance. She couldn't swing back the same way, so she could only slide down the rope. Hiss! My hand! Xia Wanning sat down on the ground, and by the faint light from the moss at her feet, she saw that the palm of her left hand was scraped by the hemp rope. It wasn't terribly torn, but it was definitely too painful to try the same move again. What's going on? Is that thing alive? How could it dodge? Xia Wanning blew on her stinging palm and looked up. Chapter 21, The Chenkuan Bag? The 100 Treasure Bag? The star had moved to a new position, continuing to blink as if it were taunting Xia Wanning, winking at her. This time, Xia Wanning didn't rush to grab it. Instead, she sat down and observed carefully, silently counting in her mind. After about 10 seconds, it blinked 3 times in succession, then whoosh, it darted to a new position and continued blinking. After a few repetitions, it returned to the spot where Xia Wanning had previously tried to grab it. This time, it blinked for nearly 10 minutes before moving again. It seems to follow a pattern. After completing a full circle, it rests for 10 minutes before blinking again. As for the pattern, if you connect the path it's taken, isn't it just an enlarged pentagram? So the star is drawing a star? Xia Wanning had been looking up for too long and her neck started to ache. She lowered her head and massaged her neck. At this moment, a flashing white dot appeared in her vision. What is this? Xia Wanning stood up and walked over. On the ground was a white light spot similar to the star. It wasn't very noticeable, hidden under many glowing plants, and Xia Wanning had never noticed it before. If not for the neck pain making her look down, she probably wouldn't have discovered it. Is it the star? Xia Wanning looked up and noticed that this light spot was positioned exactly opposite the star on the ceiling. Could I grab this one too? Thinking this, Xia Wanning took a step forward and reached for the star. She pulled her hand back and opened her palm, but there was nothing in it. The star was still blinking on the ground. Xia Wanning tried again, but it didn't work. It seemed the star on the ground was more like a reflection of the one in the air, without substance, and could not be caught. So why does it have a shadow flashing here? It must have some purpose. What is it for? Xia Wanning frowned, thinking deeply. Just then, the star began to move again, and Xia Wanning instinctively followed its path. She drew a star along with the star. When she took the final step to complete the drawing with the path of the star, a small rumbling sound suddenly came from beside her. Xia Wanning looked toward the source of the sound and saw a stone pillar slowly rising from the center of the 5-pointed star pattern she had just traced with her footsteps. The sound stopped, and the stone pillar stood firmly in the center. Xia Wanning walked over and found that the stone pillar wasn't tall, it only reached her waist. On the palm-sized stone pillar platform was a pale purple brocade pouch. The pouch was small, even smaller than the palm of Xia Wanning's hand, and it had no complicated patterns. Only a starry sky was embroidered on it, a dreamy purple sky with a few twinkling stars, very realistic. Xia Wanning carefully reached out and touched the brocade pouch. Without any danger, she pinched the corner of the pouch with 2 fingers and lifted it up. After confirming there was no trap, and that it was truly safe, Xia Wanning opened the pouch. Empty? To her surprise, the pouch was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Xia Wanning tried to pour it out, but nothing came out either. All this effort, and you give me an empty pouch? No way. Xia Wanning looked over it in disbelief, flipping it back and forth, but to her disappointment, it was indeed empty. Not willing to give up, Xia Wanning planned to store it in her backpack for further inspection, but what she didn't expect was that it couldn't fit in. I vaguely remember, the last thing my backpack wouldn't accept was the rabbit boss. Thinking this, Xia Wanning's face turned pale. She immediately threw the pouch away, quickly turned around, and drew the nearest crescent blade, holding it horizontally in front of her for defense. After a while, nothing happened. Xia Wanning seemed to hear the caw of crows above her head. You're making this a bit awkward for me. Xia Wanning lowered her defensive stance and cautiously approached the pouch. Using the crescent blade, she poked at it. The pouch flipped back and forth with the force of her hand. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like just an ordinary cloth bag. Xia Wanning let out a soft breath. Looks like I was overthinking. Not bothering the pouch any longer, she used the crescent blade to lift the opening of the pouch, intending to pick it up. However, to her surprise, her crescent blade suddenly vanished, disappearing without a trace. Xia Wanning looked at her hand, then at the pouch lying peacefully on the ground. She was going crazy. What did you do? Did you eat my crescent blade? Spit it out. Xia Wanning grabbed the pouch and shook it frantically. You have to know, the crescent blade was her best and most comfortable weapon right now. She only had 10 of them, and losing one meant one less, with no way to get a replacement. Spit it out. Spit it out. Ding, clang. The crescent blade fell out. It bounced twice on the ground, landing at Xia Wanning's feet. It's giving it back to me? Is it really that easy going? Xia Wanning picked up the crescent blade, inspecting it carefully. Fortunately, there were no changes, so what exactly is going on with this pouch? She brought the pouch closer to her eyes again, and then she noticed something even stranger. This pouch is so small, the crescent blade is much longer than it. How did it fit inside? Feeling puzzled but unwilling to take risks with the crescent blade, Xia Wanning took out a small nightlight from her pocket and gently put it into the pouch's opening. The nightlight slid in smoothly, without any obstruction, and made no sound as it disappeared. Xia Wanning turned the pouch opening down and shook it twice. The nightlight fell out. What's this? A space bag? Curious, Xia Wanning touched the pouch's opening. Suddenly, a small space unfolded before her eyes. She moved her hand away, and the space vanished. She lightly touched the opening again, and the space appeared. Whoa! This is a space treasure that only appears in cultivation novels, right? It's called a qiankuan bag or a treasure bag, isn't it? It really exists? This is too unscientific. Xia Wanning excitedly examined the pouch in her hand, a huge joy flooding her, drowning out all thoughts. She had been troubled by her system backpack always being full, having to shuffle things around every time she wanted to pack something, but now it was perfect, or was it? This space isn't very large after all. With her reason returning, Xia Wanning gently touched the pouch's opening. Looking at the space, she estimated that it was only about 1 square meter, which was indeed not that big. Alright, I'm not picky. It's enough when used together with the system backpack. Hee, this good stuff, I'll give you a name. Let's call you the treasure bag. I hope you can really fill up with treasures in the future. Xia Wanning lovingly stroked the treasure bag, wiping off the dust it had picked up from the ground, and then placed the stone-hanging orchid, rockberry, and nightlight into it. After some testing, Xia Wanning discovered that as long as she touched the mouth of the bag, space would appear. At that moment, whatever she desired would automatically come out of the bag and be held in her hands. It was even simpler to put things inside. She only needed to press the item against the bag's mouth, and it would be automatically stored. If she was clear about what she wanted, she could even skip the space manifestation step and directly take what she needed. It was incredibly convenient. Chapter 22, The Creaking Monster. Xia Wanning was extremely satisfied with this tool. She tightly tied the magic bag to her waist, making several knots, afraid it would fall off. Phew! She calmed herself, not allowing her joy to cloud her mind. Now, let's focus on solving the star key issue. In fact, the method was already clear, just climb the same route again, but this time, pay attention to the time when the stars change position. The only problem now was Xia Wanning's hands. Gritting her teeth, Xia Wanning took out a piece of healing cotton and applied it to her wound. The white cotton touched the wound, and then the color faded, becoming more and more transparent until it completely disappeared, and so did the wound. This thing really works. Xia Wanning clenched her fist and exclaimed. Not wasting any more time, she climbed the same route again. At the right moment, she grabbed the star key and swung back to the rock wall, catching a protruding stone with her hand. She stored the star key and the rope into the magic bag and slowly descended the steps she had made. As she climbed, she also didn't forget to put the crescent blade away. Mission 1 was successfully completed. Xia Wanning checked the cave again to make sure there was no more loot, then continued forward. After passing through the spacious cave, she reached another narrow opening. The entrance was tall, but very narrow on both sides. As soon as she stepped in, the light source vanished, and darkness returned. Xia Wanning took out a small nightlight and carefully felt the wall, moving slowly. The next task is to kill 10 bats. Bats. They look like big rats with wings, a bit scary. Xia Wanning nervously walked down the dark passage, trying to think of something irrelevant to push away the terrifying images uncontrollably appearing in her mind. It's so annoying. The more I'm scared, the more I think of scary things. What's wrong with my brain? What benefit is there to scaring me to death? Why not think of some jokes or comedies? This is not the time to reflect on horror movies. Xia Wanning bargained with her mind. Creak. 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 Suddenly, the cave echoed with creaking sounds, swirling around Xia Wanning in a 360-degree circle, making it impossible to tell the direction or distance. Xia Wanning's hair stood on end again. She tightly gripped the crescent blade, leaned against the rock wall, and held the nightlight in front of her, but she didn't dare to move it to either side. What if there's something beside me? I mean, what if I move the nightlight and see a swollen, pale face pressed against me? Or blood-red eyes? Sharp fangs? Ah! Help! Every horror movie and horror novel I've seen is attacking me. Xia Wanning thought desperately, her mind spiraling further into terrifying thoughts. The cave was filled with a cold wind that occasionally brushed past Xia Wanning's ears and neck. She couldn't bear the pressure any longer, so she closed her eyes and wildly swung the crescent blade around. Afterward, she quickly crouched down and directed the nightlight to both sides. Her strategy was all about surprising her opponent. Seeing the legs was definitely better than seeing the face. On the right side, the way she came, there was nothing in the visible light range, completely empty. On the left side, the path ahead, there was nothing nearby, but a short, dark shadow, a few steps away, was silently watching her, at eye level. Good, very good, extremely good. If I hadn't crouched down, I really wouldn't have seen it. What is this called? A perfect example of self-inflicted misery. Xia Wanning took a sharp breath, leaning against the rock wall to keep herself from falling. Creak. The shadow moved its small, disproportionate head, making a creepy yet strangely familiar sound. This thing is deformed. Xia Wanling's eyes widened, her body uncontrollably trembling. The shadow suddenly expanded on both sides, and it began to move towards Xia Wanling. No more hesitation, no more feeling sorry for the tools. Xia Wanling's body shook violently, but her right hand was as steady as a mountain. She gripped the crescent blade and, like in the hundreds of practice sessions before, threw it out firmly. The first strike hit the center of the shadow, and the shadow let out a painful creak sound. It worked. Physical attacks actually work. This discovery greatly encouraged Xia Wanling. The second crescent blade shot out, followed closely by the third. The shadow swayed a few times, letting out a weak creak, and then plop fell to the ground. Is that it? It seemed not that hard to kill. Xia Wanling's fingers held the fourth crescent blade, but before she could throw it, the shadow had already fallen. She raised her left hand, shaking like a sieve, pointing forward, while her right hand stayed steady in front of her chest, ready to strike again. In that moment, she felt a strange sense of splitting, as if practicing a two-way combat technique. The light couldn't reach the shadow. Xia Wanling crawled forward, and after a few steps, the shadow finally revealed its full form. It was a chicken. It seemed to be a hen. Xia Wanling stared at the hen, pierced by 3 crescent blades, lying pitifully dead, her mind a whirlpool of questions. Why is there a chicken in a cave? Can someone tell me, why is there a chicken in a cave? Xia Wanling silently howled. She leaned back against the rock wall to recover, reached out to retrieve the crescent blades, and then stored the chicken in her magical bag. Since there's a chicken here, an old hen no less, it's only natural to expect eggs. It would actually make sense to find a rooster here too. Xia Wanling supported herself against the wall and began searching for the chicken. It didn't take much effort. Xia Wanling quickly found 12 eggs in a stone hollow in the wall. As always, she grabbed the nest along with the eggs and stored them in her bag. To her surprise, when she took the nest, she found 2 strange stones beneath it. After appraising them in her bag, she found they were flint stones. Hey! Got some good loot. Xia Wanling happily stashed the flint stones. Then, not far from the nest, she found a rooster wandering around. Well, a wandering chicken, with greatly increased nutritional value. Xia Wanling muttered to herself as she used 2 crescent blades to end its chicken life. After taking care of the big boss, Xia Wanling checked her surroundings and realized there were no more plants to harvest nearby, probably all eaten by the chickens. She adjusted her state and continued forward. Not long after, the sound of flowing water reached her ears. A new scene, looks like another challenge. Xia Wanling slowly moved forward, stepping out of the passage. As soon as she stepped out, the first feeling was cold, so cold. The temperature dropped sharply, almost as if she had gone straight from early summer to the depths of winter. Xia Wanling shivered uncontrollably. Before her, the space opened up again, glowing moss reappeared, casting a faint light over the land. It was an underground lake, with many large ice chunks floating in it, a cold underground lake. Chapter 23, Broken Bow and Tattered Cloak. Seeing the lake, Xia Wanling's first thought was to avoid it. Forget about whatever strange, dangerous things might be in the lake, just falling in could freeze her to death. Although she knew this idea was probably not feasible, Xia Wanling still moved to the sides, looking for that 1% chance. She reached the end of the left side, where the water splashed against the rock wall. The rock face was as smooth as a mirror, not a single small stone protruding from it. It seemed to blatantly scream at you, don't even think about it, the only way is across the river. Although this path was blocked, Xia Wanning found a tattered cloak on the ground. The dim light made it hard to tell if it was black or blue, but it was dark in color, and there was no strange smell. The cloak was badly torn, looking like something from a beggar's outfit. However, Xia Wanning, whose lips were already turning purple from the cold, didn't mind at all. In fact, she quickly wrapped it around herself like she had found treasure. Warm. This must be the new player benefit, huh? I can't imagine what kind of days I'll have starting tomorrow. While silently mourning for her future, Xia Wanning walked to the right, not to find a way, but to find more equipment. To her satisfaction, the right side had no heating equipment, but there was a wooden bow, and 10 wooden arrows scattered nearby. How thoughtful. They're worried that if someone arrives without weapons, they won't be able to fight the bats, so they provide weapons before the encounter, right? Picking up the gear, Xia Wanning strung the bow and tested it, aiming at a glowing moss nearby. She drew the string and let it go. The system was thoughtful, but not too much. It completely ignored the fact that the player might have never touched a bow and arrow before and had no idea how to use it. It had that feeling of, I gave you weapons, if you can't use them, that's your problem, not mine. Forget it, I'll just keep it for now. Luckily, I have the crescent blade. I'll practice with the bow and arrow later. With the new gear put away, Xia Wanning returned to the center, looking at the not-so-big underground lake and the varying sizes of ice floes floating on the surface. Alright, it's pretty much telling me the solution right on my face. Just step on the ice and run across, got it. She took off the cloak and stored it in her system bag, leaving herself a backup plan in case she fell into the water. She could still have a dry outfit to keep warm, so she wouldn't freeze to death right here. Stretching her stiff legs, Xia Wanning took a few steps back, sprinted, and jumped onto an ice floe. The ice floe tilted as it bore her weight. Oh my god! Why's it so unstable? Don't wobble! Xia Wanning was dancing on the ice, trying her best to maintain balance. To her surprise, just 3 seconds later, there was a pop, and the ice floe broke without any warning. The moment she felt her feet leave the ground, Xia Wanning turned to leap toward the shore. She gave it her all, but only her upper body made it to land, while her thighs and everything below fell into the cold, bone-chilling lake water. Ugh! It's so cold! Xia Wanning gasped, scrambling and crawling toward the shore. Finally making it to land, she immediately pulled the cloak around her legs. Her teeth were chattering, her whole body shaking like a sieve. Her legs were almost numb, and the cold was drilling into her bones. She hugged her frozen legs, taking a long time to regain some feeling in them. She looked up. The lake's surface was still calm, with ice floes of all sizes drifting back and forth as if the danger just now never existed. The ice floes are unstable, standing can't last more than 3 seconds, their sizes vary and they keep floating around. This level is harder than I thought. Xia Wanning rubbed her stiff legs in thought. After a while, her frozen legs slowly regained sensation. Xia Wanning stood up and put the cloak away. The moment the cloak disappeared, the cold hit her again. Her legs, which had just warmed up, were once again subjected to the freezing cold. She took a deep breath. No turning back now. I must pass this level quickly. The longer I stay, the colder my legs will get. I'm still young, I don't want to develop chronic cold legs. Her gaze wandered a few times, and in her heart, Xia Wanning figured it out. She took a deep breath, stretched her legs, took a few steps back, and then charged again. Her eyes locked onto a piece of ice closest to the shore, and Xia Wanning leaped onto it. The moment her shoes hit the ice, the cold almost engulfed her, her wet pants clinging tightly to her legs, mercilessly absorbing the last of her warmth. The ice beneath her feet wobbled slightly, and she didn't dare stop. Using her momentum, she lunged forward. As soon as her second foot landed on a larger piece of ice, there was a soft puff behind her, the ice she had just stepped on shattered into tiny fragments, melting into the lake. Her heart raced like it was going to smash her ribs. Xia Wanning's gaze stayed fixed on the floating ice, her brain racing to calculate her landing and timing. But the lake's undercurrents kept shifting the ice's position. Her legs grew colder and stiffer. There was no time to hesitate. Xia Wanning took another step, moving left. Don't rush. Thinking of charging straight ahead was unrealistic. It was more important to have a path, even if it was a detour. The more nervous she got, the clearer her mind became. She kept moving left, and in a few steps, she reached the rock wall. She reached out to steady herself against the rock. Just as she was about to continue, the strange feeling under her hand froze her for a moment. The 3-second countdown felt like a death sentence. There was no time to think. She stuffed the thing into her backpack and leapt out again. Each time her foot landed, there was a risk of the ice cracking. Her breathing became more frantic, and her legs were so cold they were almost numb. She could only rely on muscle memory to keep pushing forward. Finally, the light of victory was just ahead, only 3 more ice blocks to go. Xia Wanning's heart jolted. The hope-filled light injected energy into her legs. She gritted her teeth, summoning the last bit of strength, and leapt onto the ice block. The ice beneath her feet groaned under the strain. She didn't dare stop. She leaped again, tapping the second block to gain momentum. In her final jump, her body traced an arc in the air, crashing heavily toward the shore. Xia Wanning collapsed to the ground, immediately pulling her cloak over her legs. Then, she just lay there, not wanting to move a single finger. She gasped for air, her legs frozen and numb. If there had been light, she probably would have seen her legs, now a shade of purple. She didn't know how long it passed, but her wildly beating heart slowly returned to its normal rhythm. Her numbed legs began to sting sharply. With great effort, Summer Wanning propped herself up, leaning against the rock wall, looking at the now calm lake. The ice blocks of all sizes still floated in the swirling currents, as if that life-or-death race against time had never happened. Without lingering, Summer Wanning gritted her teeth against the cold, painful sensation in her legs. She wrapped her cloak tighter and walked toward the tunnel behind her. As she entered the tunnel, warmth enveloped her. She didn't push herself too hard but instead leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. The place was pitch dark, so Summer Wanning took off her wet pants, wrung out as much water as she could, and put them back on. While she rested, she opened her system backpack and looked at the item she had found on the smooth rock wall. Beautiful feather, a favorite of spirit foxes. What do you plan to do with it? Are you a fox too? Hey, this is a good find. I'm not a spirit fox, but I need to raise my affection with them. This should do the trick, right? Thanks, dear system. Summer Wanning said happily. Maybe because the system's sarcasm had been so frequent, she had built up immunity. She didn't feel offended at all. After all, getting something good was the most practical thing. After resting for a while, her pants were still damp, and her legs still ached from the cold, but overall, she had recovered quite a bit. Summer Wanning put her cloak away. Holding the small nightlight, she continued forward. The tunnel was short, and after walking a few steps, she reached the end. Xia Wanning reached out and touched the walls on either side. They were empty, which likely meant it was another spacious cave. However, this cave was completely dark, and instinctively, Xia Wanning turned off the nightlight. In the darkness, although her vision was filled with pure blackness, she had a feeling that countless pairs of eyes were watching her. Combining it with Task 2, this place might be the bat's habitat. Imagining countless bats hanging upside down in the air, silently watching her, Xia Wanning felt a chill run down her spine. Nervously, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Xia Wanning dared not take a single step. Now, the cave was pitch black, which meant it was the bat's world. It was unfriendly to humans, who relied on sight, so the first thing she needed to do was create a light source. The faint light from the nightlight was basically useless for this important task. She rummaged through her treasure pouch and thought perhaps the chicken nest was a good option. But it definitely wouldn't burn for long, so this battle had to be fast and decisive. Crouching down, Xia Wanling carefully entered the cave, leaning against the rock wall. She took out the chicken nest and placed it in front of her. Now I understand what the older generation meant by a broken home is worth a fortune. You really can't throw anything away, everything has its use. Xia Wanling silently sighed in her heart, while also missing the old, worn wardrobe in her elevator. If only she had brought that, she'd be invincible. Unfortunately, thinking about it was pointless. Right now, she can only hope that this chicken nest would burn a little longer and provide some light. After setting up the chicken nest, she took out the fire striker. The two stones quickly rubbed together, sparks flying, and they landed on the dry grass. The chicken nest was easily set on fire. The sudden faint light dispersed the darkness in front of her and startled the bat army that had been lurking at the top of the cave. Before the bats could react, Xia Wanling struck first. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The moment the chicken nest was ignited, Xia Wanling had already drawn her crescent blade. The instant the faint light appeared, she aimed at the first bat in her line of sight and shot the first crescent blade. The crescent blade did not disappoint. It pierced the bat's abdomen and brought its corpse crashing to the ground with a thud. The sudden commotion startled more bats. The previously scattered sound of wings flapping became a roaring wave, and dozens of bats swooped towards Xia Wanling, their dark forms circling at the edge of the firelight. Without any hesitation, Xia Wanling launched several more crescent blades. 2 hit, 1 missed. At that moment, the bats struck back. A bat suddenly darted out from the side, locked onto Xia Wanling's figure, and dove straight for her face. Xia Wanling was startled, and the crescent blade swept across in front of her like a dagger, sending a spray of blood flying out and splattering across her face. It's over, I hope I don't catch some disease. This thought flashed through Xia Wanling's mind, but soon, she had no time to think about what would come next, as more bats were attacking. On the other side, 3 or 4 bats dove at her. Their flight paths intertwined, making it difficult to tell which one to focus on. Xia Wanling rolled on the ground and retreated several steps. The crescent blade created almost an afterimage in front of her, but there were too many bats. She couldn't defend herself completely, and one bat's claws slashed across her shoulder, leaving a shallow wound. Warm blood began to seep out, soaking her clothes, and the sharp pain made her even more alert. Seeing more bats closing in, Xia Wanling no longer cared about her items. She quickly took out a speeding talisman from her bag, slapped it onto her leg, and the talisman automatically adhered to her leg. At the same time, she felt her legs lighten, and with a light step, she shot forward, leaping a great distance. In just an instant, she had escaped the encirclement of the bats. After steadying herself, she launched 3 more crescent blades. There was no time to check if they hit. she immediately moved her steps, whoosh, and dashed out again. Once again, after breaking free from the encircling bats, Xia Wanning threw out 2 crescent blades, and just before the third one left her hand, she suddenly had a hunch and pulled back, distractedly glancing at her system backpack. The backpack was empty, the one in her hand was the last one. In the moment of hesitation, the bat army closed in again, and Xia Wanning had no choice but to flee once more, but this time, she could clearly feel the heaviness in her steps. The speed rune had reached its limit and automatically fell off. Seeing she couldn't escape, and nowhere to hide, Xia Wanning had no choice but to pull out her turtle shell and activate it. The turtle shell quickly grew larger and enveloped her. Xia Wanning was crushed under the turtle shell, kneeling on the ground, just like a turtle retreating into its shell. Thud was the sound of the fastest bat crashing into the turtle shell, followed by thud thud thud. The sound never stopped. Xia Wanning curled up in the small turtle shell, her taut nerves relaxed a little. She opened her backpack to check the status of the turtle shell, only to find that after just a short time, its durability had dropped to 88%, and it was still continuing to fall. What does this mean? Just one hit and the durability drops? This is such a rip-off. Xia Wanning cried out. It seemed that staying inside the turtle shell was unrealistic, so Xia Wanning took out her bow and arrow and readied herself for combat again. Hearing the crashing sound subside, Xia Wanning quickly stored the turtle shell, rolled away from her spot several times, aimed at the target, and shot without caring about accuracy. After all, she had never used a bow before and had no accuracy to speak of. 10 arrows quickly shot into the air, and Xia Wanning stored the wooden bow, took out her tattered cloak, and borrowed a flame from the now smaller chicken nest's fire. The cloak was a little damp, but it still caught fire without issue. Soon, it blazed brightly. The light illuminated most of the cave, and the intense heat hit her face. Chapter 25, Gems and the Big Fox. The sudden strong light and flames startled the bats, their sharp wingbeats suddenly becoming frantic, and the dense black shadows swirled restlessly above the flames. Xia Wanning held one corner of the cloak and slowly moved along the cave passage, driving the bats away. At first, only a few scattered ones fled toward the cave entrance, but soon the entire group was stirred up, like a black cloud, swarming out toward the exit. When the last bat's shadow disappeared at the cave entrance, the ceiling was completely empty, and the flapping sound in her ears grew distant. Xia Wanning finally let out a breath. She gently placed the cloak on the ground to let it continue burning while she immediately ran to finish off the remaining bats. Yes, this was a gamble. She had run out of weapons, and there was no point in continuing to fight, but there should have been a few injured bats, and perhaps some knocked out after crashing into the turtle shell. If she could pick up a few, the task could still be completed. Sure enough, Xia Wanning wasn't disappointed. There were definitely more than 10 bats scattered on the ground. She rushed forward with her crescent blades, finishing off each one. One bat tried to resist when she pounced, but it was ultimately ruthlessly suppressed by Xia Wanning, who was blinded by rage. After dealing with the bats in the cave, Xia Wanning checked task 2 and found that it had been successfully completed. Relieved, but there was no time to rest, as she still had something more important to do: recover the crescent blades. She couldn't afford to lose them. While finishing off the bats earlier, she had already recovered 7 crescent blades from the bat bodies. Adding the one in her hand, she was only short 2 more. Using the faint light in the cave, Xia Wanning quickly searched, and finally found one in the corner. But the last one was strangely missing. Xia Wanning almost dug the ground up, but still couldn't find it. As the firelight grew dimmer, Xia Wanning became more and more anxious. Could it have been taken out? Which bat is so powerful? Can it still fly with a knife stuck in its body? Xia Wanning said anxiously. Or did it stick to the top of the cave? Am I really that strong? Wow! I really am this strong. Xia Wanning said while looking up, and indeed, at the top of the cave, she found the last crescent blade. It was slanted, stuck on top of her head, silently watching her searching frantically on the ground. Xia Wanning jumped a few times but couldn't reach it. She didn't dare to use the crescent blade again. If it fell again, she would truly have no way of crying. However, if she couldn't part with the crescent blade, could she bear to part with the wooden arrows? It was the perfect time to practice. The wooden arrows fell in a concentrated spot. She easily retrieved 10 of them and began shooting at the crescent blade at the top of the cave. Missed, brushed past, missed, eh? What was that? Though these arrows weren't very accurate, they landed in roughly the same area. After a flurry of shots, a piece of the cave ceiling actually fell off, revealing a bit of faint light behind it. What's that? Is it a star? Xia Wanning got excited and shot a few more arrows. The piece of wall finally fell off completely, bringing the crescent blade and the faint light down with it. Xia Wanning quickly stepped aside. This was a joke. The crescent blade could slice through iron like mud. She definitely didn't want to die under her own weapon. After everything hit the ground, she turned back, picked up the crescent blade, and put the last one back into her backpack. Xia Wanning looked at the faint light in her hand. What's this? A gemstone? Unsure of what it was, she packed it away and examined it. One of the 5 colored gemstones, a favorite of the spirit fox. Don't even think about it, with your talent, you'll never become a fox spirit. Alright, now the important part, one of the 5 colored gemstones. That means there are 4 others. Looking down at the chicken nest and cloak, almost burned out, Xia Wanning became even more urgent. This gemstone appeared on the outside of the cave ceiling, and based on the previous puzzles, these 5 might also be arranged in a 5-pointed star formation. The next one could be in this spot. Xia Wanning quickly ran over and shot an arrow at the ceiling. Soon, the second gemstone fell. The firelight grew even dimmer. Xia Wanning picked up her arrows and immediately targeted the third gemstone. Before long, the third gemstone fell from the ceiling with the fading firelight. The cave was plunged back into darkness. Unwilling to give up, Xia Wanning took off her socks and lit them on fire. The sock on her left foot helped her get the 4th gemstone, and the one on her right foot helped her get the 5th gemstone. Luckily, there were only this many gemstones, otherwise, she would be worried about meeting the spirit fox with her clothes torn. With all the items gathered, Xia Wanning quickly left the cave. Soon, she arrived at the last stop of her journey. How was she so sure? Because ahead was as bright as daylight, and a large white fox with an elegant posture lay on the stone platform, resting with its eyes closed. Such a big fox, it's just not scientific. Xia Wanning sighed again. To prevent the big fox from making a move, Xia Wanning quickly took out the feathers and gemstones, holding them carefully with both hands as she walked forward. It seemed to hear the sound, and the big fox lazily opened a slit of its eyes, gazing coldly at the person approaching. Hello, I have something to give you, Xia Wanning said with a smile, submissively offering the items in her hands. The big fox lowered its eyes to glance at Xia Wanning's palms and seemed quite satisfied. Not, if you don't show enough respect, you're probably going to end up as a snack for the big fox. The feather immediately raised the spiritual fox's favorability by 20%, and each of the 5 colored gems raised it by 10%. This time, offering the treasures brought the favorability up to 70%, completing task 3. In front of Xia Wanning, a blue treasure chest appeared. Putting the chest away, Xia Wanning looked at the spiritual fox fiddling with its feather, thought for a moment, and then pulled out a chicken from her magic pouch. Well, I don't know if Lord Spiritual Fox likes chicken? The fox lifted its gaze, looking at the old hen in Xia Wanning's hands. Its calm eyes flickered slightly, and it stopped fiddling with its feather. It glanced at the chicken, then at Xia Wanning, silently urging her. It's my honor to offer you a chicken. Xia Wanning put on a respectful smile, placed the hen on the fox's platform, and after watching the favorability rise by another 10% as the chicken was offered, she quickly presented another one with a dogged grin. The spiritual fox looked contentedly at the 2 chickens. As the favorability rose, its gaze towards Xia Wanning finally warmed, and it even nodded kindly at her. Just 10% more to max it out, what else can I give? I have a feeling that maxing it will give some huge benefits. Xia Wanning, unwilling to give up, started rummaging through her magic pouch. Chapter 26, The Final Fragment. At that moment, a pile of eggs caught Xia Wanning's eye. She liked chickens, so there was no reason not to like eggs, right? She took out an egg and carefully placed it on the platform. The favorability jumped from 90% to 91%. It worked! Xia Wanning placed one egg after another, watching the favorability increase by 1% with each egg. After 10 eggs, the spiritual fox's favorability was successfully maxed out. The pure white giant fox gathered the treasures in its arms and looked fondly at this generous human. It raised its large paw and gently patted Xia Wanning on the head, then pushed a small gift from beneath its body toward her. It was the familiar earthy yellow fragment, the last piece of the key. Xia Wanning was overjoyed. She tried to calm her excitement, reverently held the fragment in both hands, and put it in her backpack. She then bowed deeply to the spiritual fox, respectfully but in a somewhat dramatic manner, saying, "Thank you for your gift, Lord Spiritual Fox." The spiritual fox was very pleased with Xia Wanning's attitude. It dug beneath its body again and pushed a round, blue glass orb toward her, signaling her to take it. Noticing that the fox particularly liked the dramatic style, Xia Wanning quickly played along. "Oh, dear Lord Spiritual Fox, you are the most generous god I have ever seen. Thank you. May you live forever." Xia Wanning exaggerated. The spiritual fox couldn't maintain its aloofness after such flattery. It opened its mouth and gave a silly smile. Seeing this, Xia Wanning hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting the fox to notice that she saw it act silly. If it did, she feared she might be silenced. Knowing when to stop, Xia Wanning didn't try to get anything more from the fox. She carefully held the blue glass orb, continued her dramatic act, and said her goodbyes. Exiting the fox's cave, Xia Wanling, not far from it, heard the fox's chick-chick laughter. With a black line across her face, she quickly stored the glass orb in her backpack. Tears of the spiritual fox, crush it, and the spiritual fox will appear to fight for you. No shameless flattery here, you bootlicker. What a great item. A lifesaver for critical moments. Although that big fox looks a bit silly, just its size alone screams power. This trip was really worth it. Once I combine the key, I'll hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Going back. But how do I go back? Should I retrace my steps? I just offended the bats in that cave, and the icy lake that almost froze me. Help! Xia Wanling, dejected, leaned against the tunnel wall, deeply feeling that this was unfair. I finished the dungeon, why do I still have to go back through it again? Forget it, I'll rest first. Without enough energy, going back would be like delivering myself to be served up. Xia Wanling took out the last piece of healing cotton. She pressed it on her shoulder, healing the wound caused by the bat earlier. As for the other scattered injuries on her body, let them be, they couldn't be healed. Not knowing how long she had rested, Xia Wanning suddenly felt the rock wall shaking. What does this mean? Is there an earthquake? Before she could think much, her vision suddenly blurred, and the world spun. A bright light struck her eyelids, and she tightly shut her eyes in discomfort. Only after adjusting did she slowly open them. Before her was the familiar, crowded elevator. She was back. What's going on? Ding. As of now, the newbie period has ended. All players have been forcibly returned. The official game will start at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. More floors will gradually open. We wish you a pleasant survival experience. Reminder, the task cycle has been extended. Some tasks cannot be completed within one day. Please arrange your time carefully. At 8 a.m. tomorrow, the second batch of beta testers will join, and game progress will synchronize. Please cherish your early advantage. Throwing herself into the corner of the elevator, Xia Wanning created a small nest with blankets. Her spirit and body had been severely tortured, and she didn't want to move at all. Recalling when she first entered the game, the system had called them lucky citizens. At that time, she thought it was sarcasm, but now she realized it was the truth. They had 3 days of newbie time to adapt, transition, and stock up on supplies. The players who would come tomorrow had nothing, and the day after tomorrow, they would have to start the official game together. It was hard to imagine what kind of hellish experience that would be. She didn't understand, what was the system's purpose in doing this? If she couldn't figure it out, maybe she could see what others thought. Lucky boy, damn. I survived. Beat Lemon, sounds tragic, quickly, share your misery with us, make us happy. Lucky boy, after Corridor 0, I was randomly sent to the 45th floor, the big maze, and I'm terrible with directions. Green Great Bubble, the world collapsed from the start. Lucky boy, yes, it was a collapse from the start. Luckily, I had bread and water from 0th floor. For 3 days, I almost threw up in the maze. The only landmark there was my own excrement. You know the despair of walking for so long and seeing a pile of poop, and it's your own poop, right? Beat Lemon, I don't know, and I don't want to know, bro, sympathies. Selling good mood, I understand. The next day I went to the desert, no food, no water, and no way out. If it weren't for the forced return, I'd probably be done for. White clouds far away, this task is so hard, hasn't anyone recovered? Why is no one talking? Misty haze, look at the number of survivors. Seeing this sentence, Xia Wanning subconsciously looked up and glanced at the number of survivors, 68,752 people. More than 30,000 people had silently disappeared in the task. Perhaps some of them had been active on the public screen earlier, but from now on, their messages would never be seen again. White clouds far away, it's heavy, but the game isn't over, it's just begun. Tomorrow, new players will join. We need to analyze the current situation. Xia Manbu, are you still here? Xia Manbu, here. Beat Lemon, oh my god, you scared me. We need you, master. Xia Manbu, I'm healing now, I'm much better. Green Great Bubble, even the master got injured? Xia Manbu, I'm not a master, I'm just a lousy teacher, so I love to preach and analyze, but I have no combat ability. Xia Manbu, since you all look up to me, I'll share my thoughts. This task is still not a guaranteed death, but the task line is long, and the details are many. I think it's hinting at the way to pass the level. We need to be bold and meticulous, pay attention to the corners and edges, and bring everything you need into the task, not just weapons but also food and water. Also, there's more than one way to clear the level, so be flexible with your thinking. Story vendor, I agree, and also, we need to actively push the task forward. Good things are in the treasure chests. Running away from danger is not a long-term solution. Wind chasing boy, ah. Today is so tough. Much harder than the past few days. Dragon treasure, this must be the difficulty of the real game. I feel sorry for the new players coming tomorrow. Chapter 27, the dorm key is here. Pink Phoenix, will there be new players joining our district tomorrow? Will they still be age-locked? My parents are getting old, I can't let them join too, right? Starlight Walk, I predict that our district will make up 10,000 players, and a new district will be opened. Since it's still in beta, age will probably still be locked, but after beta, it will usually be open to everyone in the official launch. Story vending machine, I agree with Starlight's idea. This game will likely gradually bring in everyone, so we are really lucky players. Mist Herb, how ridiculous, we're actually the lucky ones. Milk Peach, don't be too pessimistic, let's do the quests well, save up money, and when our parents can join, we can support them. By then, they won't need to take the elevator, we'll support them. Heavy Rain, what great ambitions. But I can't even afford to support myself right now. Sunboy, I still have 21 points left. My parents will have to rely on themselves. Xia Wanning sighed and looked at her savings. After working hard for 3 days, she only had a little over 600 points. She opened the shop, but the herbs from last time were all sold out. It seems like everyone really suffered heavy losses. The stone hanging plant she got this time, she wasn't sure if it had medicinal value. She kept a bit for herself and listed the rest for sale, still at 2 points per plant. The rockberry was mostly listed for sale too, but she kept a little for herself to eat. Feeling a bit more energized, she changed out of her ragged, damp clothes, quickly wiped herself down with a little water, and put on a set of sportswear she borrowed from Xiaoyu's dorm. Her shoes were completely soaked, so she used a blow dryer for a long time until they were half dry. She couldn't dry them completely, so she set them aside to air dry and put on her sneakers to get back to work. She plugged in the small electric pot, put in some instant noodles, and while waiting for the noodles to cook, Xia Wanning took out the key fragments. 2 pieces, one large and one small, quietly lay in her hand. It's time to witness a miracle. What kind of treasure will this key open? Excited, Xia Wanning tried to combine the 2 fragments. The 2 pieces merged smoothly into an old brass key. She put it in her backpack and saw its description. Dorm key, do you want to unlock it? Dorm? Isn't this supposed to be a treasure? A dorm? Whose dorm? Xia Wanning was completely confused, but driven by curiosity, she still clicked confirm. Dorm is opening. The elevator suddenly began to vibrate slightly. The silver cabin wall opposite the elevator doors also began to twist and change. What's going on? The elevator's not going to drop, is it? How many floors am I on? Am I going to fall and die? The worst thing Xia Wanning feared didn't happen. After the slight vibration, the elevator door's opposite wall turned into a broken wooden door. How broken was it? So broken that it was just a few boards put together, and they weren't even put together properly. There were holes in the middle, the boards looked like they had been left there for a long time and had begun to rot. The edges were filled with irregular splinters, and the door handle had fallen off halfway. Xia Wanning pulled it and well, the other half fell off too. Speechless, Xia Wanning looked at the handle in her hand and put it on the table. Fortunately, the door could be pushed open, and the handle wasn't really necessary. She gently pushed the wooden door open and carefully stepped inside. As soon as she stepped through the door, the time in the room seemed to start flowing again. The dark, all-consuming wave of blackness in front of her faded away, and bright light filled the entire room, a small, completely visible, empty room. Congratulations, you are the first player to own a dorm. You have received a practical dorm package. This dorm is safe but run down. Dogs don't live here, but you have to. Want to live more comfortably? Upgrade your dorm. Renovation requires 12,000 bricks, 100 bags of cement, and 100 pounds of wood. Go ahead, just upgrade. 3 messages flashed across the screen like they were rushing past. Xia Wanning looked at the dormitory in silence. It was just a small wooden house, about 20 square meters in size, a square room without windows. Through the cracks in the wooden planks, she could only see a patch of darkness, thick and endless darkness. She had no idea what was outside the wooden house. Of course, Xia Wanning didn't have such a strong curiosity. She didn't even want to know. If she could survive a day, that's good enough. Curiosity kills the cat. She reached out and clicked on the dormitory package, revealing a single bed, a simple wooden table, a wooden chair, a large water barrel about 1.5 meters high, and a primitive clay stove. Alright, not bad, breaking down the old house and adding an elevator, I must say, your taste, Tonesy, I admire it. Xia Wanning complained, but deep down, she was still quite pleased. This dormitory, although shabby, had the advantage of being spacious. Finally, she could stretch her legs comfortably while sleeping, and she even got a bed right away. The large water barrel was even better. She hadn't washed properly for 3 days, and Xia Wanning had been struggling with insufficient water for a while. Next time, she would take the barrel with her, fill it with water, and things would go smoothly. When there's water, there's prosperity. As for the stove, wasn't it just about starting a fire? The old standing cabinet was already falling apart, so she could chop it for firewood. Next time, she'd bring back a big pot and cook her own food. Isn't that cheaper than eating in the canteen? Too bad there wasn't a toilet. For the 3 urgent needs, she would have to go to the service area. It was hard to bear. Since she wasn't very eager to go to the toilet right now, Xia Wanning decided to tidy up her things first. The table from the elevator was still there, the dormitory wasn't powered, so the electric cooker had to stay in the elevator. Instant noodles and such were also left in the elevator. The bedding was moved in and laid on the bed. Xia Wanning now had a soft bed, the kind where you could sleep soundly until morning. She stuffed wet wipes, sanitary napkins, spare sheets, towels, and such into her backpack, then put the backpack under the bed. There were still 10 bottles of water, 3 bottles of cola, and 5 bottles of juice, all placed under the bed. Biscuits and other snacks, along with a notebook and a pen, were placed on the desk by the bedside. 3 plastic basins were stacked and placed under the bed, while 3 water heaters were lined up against the wall under the table. A pile of clothes and pants had nowhere to go, so they were temporarily placed on the table in the elevator, to be dealt with later when she got a cabinet. She put the dormitory key, turtle shell, sprinting talisman, spirit fox's tears, and 2 intermediate healing potions into her treasure bag to carry with her. Then, she packed the crescent blade, wooden bow, and arrows into her backpack. Opening her backpack, Xia Wanning suddenly realized that she hadn't opened her treasure chest yet. How could she forget something so important? She slapped her forgetful head and took out the chest from her backpack. To her surprise, the originally blue chest had turned purple. What's going on? Why does it change color? Could it be because I maxed out the Spirit Fox's favorability, overachieved the task, so the chest leveled up? Xia Wanning speculated. No matter what, a chest upgrade was a good thing. Xia Wanning happily stroked the purple chest, praying that it would yield good items. Chapter 28, New Weapon, Starfall Bow. She clicked on the chest, and the dazzling purple light almost blinded Xia Wanning. A light purple bow appeared before her eyes, surrounded by a soft, ethereal purple mist, delicate and gentle. Next to it was a piece of paper, looking like one of those coupons for $10 off when you spend $1,000 at a supermarket. She picked up the coupon. On the gaudy red paper, it read, Mall points, 500 points. Tonesy, you're so generous, I'm a bit not used to it. Xia Wanning widened her eyes. She had barely earned 600 points from her hard work of buying and selling, and now, 500 points just appeared out of nowhere? From a bicycle to a motorcycle. Without hesitation, she immediately clicked confirm. Check balance, 1,231 points. 1,231? Isn't 600 plus 500 1,100? Why is there an extra 100? Xia Wanning opened the store and was surprised to find that the stone-hanging orchid and rockberries were already sold out. What kind of good stuff is the stone-hanging orchid? Sold out so quickly? Xia Wanning opened the communication center and scrolled up for a long time before finally finding a clue. Missed in the reign of Jiangnan, someone is selling stone-hanging orchids. If the injury is not severe, you can buy a little. It can be used internally to stop coughing, externally for stopping bleeding and inflammation. The effect is average, but it's better than nothing. Waiter, thank you, doctor. I'll go buy some. Beet lemon, thank you, doctor. I'll go, it's sold out. I see, so this thing really has medicinal value. Did I sell it too cheaply? Forget it, no need to overthink. I did a good deed today, next time I'll raise the price. Xia Wanning didn't dwell on the price too much. The market was chaotic, with prices varying greatly. There was no unified standard, it all depended on what one needed. Besides, it was just something she picked up along the way with no cost, so no matter what, she wouldn't lose money. Since it could stop bleeding and inflammation, Xia Wanning processed the remaining ones and applied them to the scattered wounds on her body. After looking at the clear exchange voucher, Xia Wanning picked up the purple longbow. This bow was much stronger than the crude wooden one. The sleek shape of the bow, the delicate smoky pattern design, and the smooth feel in her hands, it was almost perfect, except it didn't come with arrows. As a bow, why don't you have arrows? Xia Wanning, bewildered, put it in her backpack and checked it. Falling star, purple quality bow, can grow, everything can be an arrow, but you can't. Your arrow is not this one. System, you've gone too far. You've gone from teasing to insulting. I can't take it anymore. Let me tell you, I'm angry, and nothing less than 100 points can soothe me. Xia Wanning said to the air, and, as expected, there was no reply. Fine, you're just jealous of my luck. Humph, she proudly said. Does everything can be an arrow mean what I think it means? Xia Wanning casually grabbed the rubber band she had brought back from the abandoned convenience store and put it on the bow. The rubber band quickly stretched in front of her eyes, turning into a very thin arrow in an instant, so thin that she didn't dare to pull it too hard, fearing it would snap with the slightest touch. Wow! This is amazing! Taking it down, the thin arrow turned back into a rubber band. Next, she tried a wooden arrow. When the wooden arrow was placed on the bow, it turned into a slightly thinner iron arrow. Wow! This is incredible! If I use something of better quality, will the arrow be thicker? Xia Wanning thought as she picked up a battle-damaged kitchen knife. The kitchen knife placed on the bow turned into a normal arrow. So it's indeed related to the quality of the item. What about the crescent blade? Xia Wanning took out the crescent blade, placed it on the starfall bow, and the crescent blade changed shape into a radiant, slender arrow that looked like it could slay gods and demons. Oh my god! This. I'm invincible now! Taking down the crescent blade, Xia Wanning cherished the two weapons. Looks like this means I'm going for a long-range route. I promise, I'm willing. I'll work hard, she said, affectionately stroking the starfall bow and crescent blade, feeling like her life and fortune were tied to them. Taking out the old, hole-ridden cabinet, Xia Wanning decided to increase her archery training. The dormitory was big enough, and the distance was just about right. If she were in the elevator, pulling the bowstring here would mean the arrow tip would already be touching the wall on the other side, making practice impossible. After cleaning up the room and boiling some instant noodles, Xia Wanning brought the noodles into the dormitory and placed them on the table. Finally, she could sit in a chair and enjoy a proper meal. How should she describe this feeling? Finally, it feels like I'm living like a real person. Xia Wanning commented. As usual, she opened the communication center as her dinner drama, and just in time, everyone was passionately discussing things. Some people feel sorry for the newcomers, believing they, as seniors, should support them. Others think the others are being overly idealistic, struggling to survive themselves while trying to save the world. The two sides continue to argue endlessly, exchanging sharp words back and forth. Xia Wanning felt a headache coming on, so she directly shut off the communication center and instead opened the shopping mall to browse. As the meal neared its end, she finally discovered something cheap yet useful. It was called a currency box. It costs only 3 points, but as long as you open it within a dungeon, it will give you the currency suitable for that level. With the money it gives you, you can buy many useful items for the task. As long as you can bring them back, it's actually very practical. Xia Wanning directly bought one and put it in her treasure pouch for future use. After practicing with the newly acquired bow and arrow for a while, she kept going until the lights out at 8 o'clock. Xia Wanning collapsed onto her bed and slept soundly through the night without a single dream. Time quickly passed, and by 8 o'clock in the morning, the communication center was cleared, and the system broadcast began. Ding! Welcome to the Elevator Survival Game Beta version. This time, the range of participants includes lucky citizens aged 20 to 50 from Blue Star. The game is loading, please wait. The familiar voice rang out, making Xia Wanning feel like she was back 4 days ago. The difference was, 4 days ago, she was fearful, anxious, and filled with dread about the future. But just 4 days later, here she was, sitting on the soft bed in her dormitory, her heart calm, watching the large screen before her with no emotion. Game loaded. Congratulations on joining the Huagua number 1 region. Current number of survivors, 100,000. Current active regions, 10. The population had indeed been filled, and from what the system said, the internal test must have originally only had their region, but this time, they opened up 9 more. Who knows how many more people will be pulled into the game next time? Game rules are as follows. 1. Death in the game equals real death. Please cherish your life and strive to survive. 2. Every day at 8 a.m., the elevator will open on time. You can freely choose whether to leave the elevator to search for supplies. If no action is taken for 10 seconds, the elevator door will automatically close, and you will forfeit the opportunity to go out this time. 3. At 1 p.m. today, an additional elevator will open for this batch of beta testers. Please cherish this opportunity. 4. Mentally say game panel to check more information. 5. Starting items have been distributed, please check your backpack. The game is about to begin, wish you a happy survival. Chapter 29, Newcomers Enter. The rules have changed slightly, and in the afternoon, they will be given an opportunity to leave the elevator. This looks promising, at least they can get some food or drink, maybe even find a weapon. There was a brief silence on the public screen as the veterans waited to watch, and the newcomers were probably still figuring things out. Not long after, someone tentatively sent the first message on the public screen. Chen Fei Lu, what is this? Is anyone here? Dry chewing leaves, survival game? It can't be a prank, right? Zhao Hongbin, you can see my typing here, right? Stop your boring games and send me back to my company. If you delay my contract signing, you'll be responsible. You sick sister, oh. A successful person upstairs, but sorry, in the survival game, everyone is equal. No one is going to take orders from you. Sunshine hi, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, you're here too. I'm Xiao Sun from the sales department, I'm here too. Dry chewing leaves, by the way, aren't you changing your nickname? Is it not awkward to have your real name? I'm tired, wait, aren't you all missing the point? We're in a survival game, this thing could cost us our lives. Cheese is power, comrades. I've solved it. So, the tens of thousands of people who disappeared before, they entered this game, right? Soul interesting, looks like it's out of credit, no wonder. Oh my god. No wonder they disappeared overnight, no wonder we couldn't find them no matter how hard we tried. Oh my god. They all died in this game. Meatball, whoa, I want to go home, I don't want to play the survival game. The moon has missed its appointment, so, did those 100,000 people all die? In just 3 days? Is this game really that terrifying? How many days can we survive? 0-degree boundary, I'll ask something inappropriate. What are your tools? Why do I have a sausage? The domineering husband, I have a rolling pin, seems stronger than yours, but not by much. Go to bed on time, this starting tool is strange, mine is a potted pot hose, what use could this have? Heart toward the clear sky, yours can at least be admired, mine is a remote control, not sure what it controls. Warm a pot of moonlight, so, they died because of these weird tools? Dragon baby, ahem. So, how about we go out? We've already died a few times, it's bad luck. The moon has an appointment, what does that mean? Beat the lemon, surprise. We're okay. Didn't die. Watching all the deaths, everyone could no longer hide, they all poked their heads out. Green grape bubbles, newcomers, hello, welcome, I'm not gloating, really welcoming you. Wind chasing boy, hello, hello. Don't worry, once you join District 1, you'll be troubled. Beat the lemon, upstairs, you're being reckless. Saying such a big truth. Warm a pot of moonlight, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Interesting soul, poor appearance, are you the ones who disappeared before? You didn't die? Heavy rain, didn't die, alive, kind of, but can still bear it. Cheese is power, so, can someone explain to me, what's going on here? Green grape bubbles, Starry Walk, someone is calling you. My grandma often slaps Xiaozilom, ha, now you're looking for Starry, you pure big grudge, well, ha. Starry Walk, thank you for thinking highly of me, let me explain to the newcomers. We entered the game 4 days ago. Starry Walk, first, let's talk about your opportunity at 1 p.m. today, you must go out, this time. On the public screen, Starry typed in segments, detailing their experiences over the past 3 days, the lessons learned, the things to pay attention to, reminding the newcomers about every little thing. The veterans also quietly watched, sorting out their thoughts. Half an hour later, Starry's explanation finally came to an end. There was a 3-second silence on the public screen, everyone still digesting this large amount of information. After a while, a newcomer broke the silence. Chewing vegetable leaves, my god, Virgin Mary, Guanyin, Jade Emperor. I'm sleepy, vegetable leaves, what kind of faith are you following? Mr. Bin, high price for food, water, weapons, did bin groups, give me supplies, I'll promote you when you go back. Beat the lemon, newcomers, your team, M. Chewing vegetable leaves, I'm sorry, seniors, we've embarrassed ourselves. I'm sleepy, individual cases. Individual cases. Seniors, look at me, I'm normal. Starry Walk, this is roughly how the game goes. Can any of you tell us about the situation outside these past few days? Warm a pot of moonlight, how about I take the liberty of sharing the information from outside with the big shots? Beat the lemon, bring a small stool. Green grape bubbles, grab a handful of melon seeds. Wind chasing boy, be obedient. Starry Walk, thank you very much, please speak. Beat the lemon, Starry, your style is off. Say it again. Starry Walk, start talking? Story vending machine, Starry, you've fallen. Warm a pot of moonlight, it's like this. 4 days ago, a large-scale disappearance incident occurred worldwide. In each country, a large number of people disappeared overnight without reason, around 100,000 people in total. Years are gentle, yes, I saw someone hanging prayer flags for you, and those who believe in Buddhism and other religions have been praying for you. Big white, so touching, but I still want to remind you. The time has come for us. Years are gentle. I thank you. Strolling under the stars, this time, 10 districts were opened, meaning nearly 1 million people will go missing outside, it's unimaginable how panicked they must be. Shizi, excuse me, Phone Lei, are you there? Reply if you see this. Someone took the lead, and soon, the public screen turned into a large-scale family reunion, with everyone sending information about their family and friends, and some even managed to find each other. Xia Wanning also entered the information of her best friend, but unfortunately, no one replied. She didn't know whether her friend was not selected or hadn't entered District 1. Anyway, life must go on. She hung the public screen behind her, took out her bow and arrows, and began her daily archery practice. To forge iron, one must first be strong. If you have no skills, no amount of information will help. As the old wardrobe grew more and more dilapidated, Xia Wanning's archery skills also improved. Although she couldn't hit every shot perfectly in just a few days, she could at least aim roughly where she wanted to. Chapter 30, The Newcomer's First Door Opening. At noon, Xia Wanning still had instant noodles for lunch. There was no choice. Aside from noodles, she only had crackers, and she wanted to keep them for the mission. After all, they're convenient for eating. When I was a child, I wished I could eat instant noodles every day when I grew up. Now it's finally come true, but I feel like I'm going to puke, Xia Wanning thought in despair. Unfortunately, the door in the afternoon would only open for the lucky players who just arrived. There was nothing for the old players. So at night, she would most likely have to eat instant noodles again. Tomorrow, I'll pick a place with food and drinks, and also bricks and wood, something big will happen. She slurped her noodles while opening her notebook, carefully making selections. 30th floor? Farmland? I remember someone built a primary school on the 30th floor before, so maybe there will be bricks there. Even if there aren't bricks, it's a rural area, so there should be firewood. I'll gather more to start a fire and cook. Yes. And a pot. I'll get some rice, some eggs, and the village must have a well. I can fill my water tank too. Hey! This little life could be good. Xia Wanning happily planned. It was almost 1 p.m., and on the public screen, the newcomers were nervous and anxious, while the older players were comforting and advising. Milk Peach, today is the newbie trial, it won't be too hard, don't scare yourself. Wind Chasing Boy, get as many supplies as you can. It's been 3 days for us, and most people still can't even fill their stomachs. You guys can grab whatever you can. Punching Lemons, remember to get treasure chests. We didn't know about them before, and many people missed out. After you defeat the big boss, make sure to find the treasure chest. Strolling under the stars, our experience may not be completely applicable to your mission. Once inside, adapt and don't blindly follow our stories. Trust your own judgment. Green Grape Bubbles, be bold, careful, and don't let your hands shake. We'll be waiting for you to come back. 0 degree border, phew. I'm not nervous. With so much experience from everyone, we're already luckier than most people in other districts. We're going to be fine. The moon missed the appointment, right? We're already ahead of the game. There's no reason we shouldn't get through. Meatball, I'm scared, can I not go? Mist Herb, glutinous rice dumpling, come out. Pink Phoenix, glutinous rice dumpling, come out. I always fan Zhao Zilong, glutinous rice dumpling, come out. Sleep on Time, who is this glutinous rice dumpling? Why is everyone looking for her? Mist Herb, oh, she's the one who kept crying on the public screen, always too scared to go out. Pink Phoenix, obviously, she can't get out. Meatball, I'm going. Mist Herb, good. Orange Evening Wind, Meatball, don't be nervous. I'm scared too, but we can cry and fight at the same time. Punching Lemons, Evening Wind is right. From now on, I'll get you guys a pink AK so you can cry and shoot at the same time. Park towards Sunny, I want a purple one. Green Grape Bubbles, ha, no problem. From now on, if there are pretty weapons, I'll make sure to give them to the girls first. Let's use the best weapons and fight the fiercest battles. Wind Chasing Boy, come on, come on. We're waiting for your victorious return. Warm a pot of moonlight, come on, come on. We can do it, wait for us to come back safe. Soul interesting but lacking in looks, what if we have more supplies than you? Don't let your mindset break, okay? Dragon Treasure, it's gonna break, of course. When that happens, I'll just cry on the screen. Sleep on Time, for seeing Dragon Treasure cry, everyone charge. Empty out the dungeon. Warm a pot of moonlight, charge. The moon missed the appointment, victory is ours. 1 p.m., the public screen fell silent. Smashing Lemons, hello? Green Grapes with Bubbles, what's up? Smashing Lemons, not looking for you. Newcomers? Green Grapes with Bubbles, is it now the case that only newcomers are smiling? I, the old-timer, am being abandoned, wah wah. Wind Chasing Boy, they've entered, it's just us old folks left in this empty nest. Heavy Rain, why do I feel like a parent worrying about their child going on an adventure? So melancholic. White clouds deep in the sky, me too, it's ridiculous. The public screen fell silent again, and Xia Wanning also felt a strange sensation. Though they'd never met, she couldn't help but worry for them, just like the world had been worrying for them for the past 3 days, despite not having met them. Perhaps that's the gentle nature of Chinese people at its core. The entire vast land of China is one family. Xia Wanning absent-mindedly practiced archery, and half an hour later, the first newcomer returned. Time left in blank. I'm back. Wind-chasing boy, newcomer baby. How was it? How was it? Was it hard? Was there any danger to your life? Time left in blank. It's alright, just a hallway, but the floor's all water, up to my calves. I don't know where the electricity's leaking, the water kept shocking me, couldn't die from it, just torture. Green grassland, the system is getting more twisted. Big white, anything else, anything else? Time left in blank, the lights in that hallway flicker like there's a bad connection, keep going out, and every time they go out something bumps into my leg, then I found out it was a catfish. Heavy rain, so your boss is a catfish? Time left in blank, yep, that thing swims so fast in the water, it was hard to catch, my clothes got all wet, but I finally managed to kill it. Dragon treasure, why is your boss a catfish, and ours is a rat? Time left in blank, nothing else really, besides the treasure chest, just a bottle of water and a piece of compressed biscuit. Dragon treasure, why is your boss a catfish, and ours is a rat? Time left in blank, stay calm, so can anyone tell me if catfish can be eaten raw? Dragon treasure, why is your boss a catfish, and ours is a rat? Mist and rain in the south, I wouldn't recommend eating it raw, it might carry bacteria, raw eating can cause stomach pain and diarrhea. If there's really no fire, just rinse the fish body and guts carefully with water to reduce some risk, but still, not recommended to eat raw. Huge wave, friendly reminder, your water's not much, even drinking might not be enough, so don't give the fish a bath. Dragon treasure, got it, my mindset is stable now. Time left in blank, my mindset has collapsed. The moon missed the appointment, folks, I'm back, got shocked, my legs are numb. Little temper, safe report. My special skill is quite long, I declare, the fish I hate most in this life is the catfish. I want stew, not face, I fell into the water, my face is all shocked and stiff. Dragon treasure, speaking of which, now the ones coming back must have caught the catfish, right? You guys don't have fire, but the seniors do. We wanted to eat fish, so let's make a deal, name your price. Time left in blank, my mindset collapsed. Chapter 31, Military Boxing. With Dragon treasure starting off, the public screen began to liven up with exchanges of spoils. Xia Wanning also traded a pack of instant noodles for a big catfish. This thing truly deserves to be the boss of the beginner level. How to say it, the fish is so big, the small electric cooker can't even fit it. Dinner is sorted now, Xia Wanning is in a great mood. An hour later, a familiar voice rang out. Ding! A notice appears. Our only goal is to survive. Hearing the announcement, Xia Wanning immediately went to check the number of survivors. Current number of survivors, 99,989. 11 people will forever remain in the beginner's guide level. The old ones didn't participate in opening the gate this time, only about 30,000 newcomers joined, and they entered after mastering a lot of information, yet the death rate was almost the same as when they first entered. It seems their trial was even harder than before. Beating lemons, I don't believe it, last time they said it was permanently closed, and now it's open again? Green grape bubbles, probably permanently close to you, see, they didn't let you in this time. Fog wheat, meatball? Are you back yet? On the public screen, Fog wheat asked. Meatball, I'm back, it was so scary. The fish was so fierce, it slapped me. Fog wheat, as long as you're back, it's okay. Once you take this step, things will get better. Meatball, yep, even though I didn't catch the fish, I have biscuits and water, so I won't starve at night. Thanks for the encouragement, I'll work hard. Fog wheat, nice, looks good. Much better than that one. Wind-chasing boy, the dead are the most important, so I won't tease her anymore, but you can tell, that one is about to leave a psychological scar on Fog wheat. Starry Walk, congratulations to everyone for returning safely, take a good rest today, tomorrow will be a tough battle. Number 5, hello comrades, I am a member of the Special Forces team from the Huagua, honored to join you all in Huagua District 1. I'll teach you to use military boxing, hoping it will improve everyone's survival rate in tasks. Rabbit, the soldier brother is here. The country is stepping in. Yang Zai, Suddenly there's a backbone. Is this the sense of security brought by Huagua soldiers? Pink Phoenix, great. We're so happy to see you all. Number 5, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to contact my teammates. I'm alone, and I can't really do anything for everyone. I can only teach you some self-defense skills. I hope you learn carefully and take responsibility for your own safety. Brother Xin, I understand, you guys are happy for nothing. Your soldier brother can't manage you, he can only teach you some random things. If you want to survive, you still have to rely on yourself. Beating lemons, otherwise? What else can you rely on? Rely on shamelessness? Rely on being a troll? Green grape bubbles, rely on moral kidnapping? Rely on others' help? Wind chasing boy, rely on being a keyboard warrior? Rely on sucking blood like a parasite? My grandmother always slaps Zhao Zilong, rely on. Long Bao, are you out of words, or do you just want to curse? My grandmother always slaps Zhao Zilong, guess? 0-degree boundary, that person, I don't want to read your nickname. If you don't want to learn, you can turn off the public screen. If you're not grateful, we will be grateful. Thanks to number 5. Warm a pot of moonlight, right, they owe no one anything. If you want to learn, learn well. If you don't want to, get out of the way. Don't bark on the public screen. Number 5, thank you all for your understanding. Now, let's begin. First, get into the combat stance, stand with feet shoulder width apart, chest out, belly in, chin slightly tucked, eyes straight ahead, left foot. First move bow stance punch, step forward with your left foot into a bow stance, right leg straight, toes pointing forward, at the same time, punch from your waist. Xia Wanning stood in the center of the dormitory, practicing seriously according to the text on the screen. Aside from number 5, no one else was speaking on the public screen. It seemed everyone was focusing on learning. Time quietly passed, and before long, it was evening. Number 5, that's it for today. We've completed the first 16 moves of military boxing. I recommend practicing once a day. Once everyone has mastered it, I'll teach you the second set. Milk Peach, I'm going to die from exhaustion. I've never been this tired even in tasks. Long Bao, right now, it's just exhaustion, but if you don't practice, it could be death. Better practice. Beating lemons, sweat now, bleed less in battle. Green grape bubbles, yo, lemons, have you been a soldier? Beating lemons, I would have liked to. They didn't like me. Chasing wind youth, people from Huagua, who hasn't dreamed of becoming a soldier. 0-degree boundary, alright, we've all practiced military boxing now, that's kind of like making the dream come true. Warm a pot of moonlight, I'm going to eat now, I'm so hungry. Summer Wanning lay on the bed for a while, then, urged by the hunger in her stomach, she had no choice but to get up. She first scrolled to the part of the chat that taught military boxing, copied the entire process into her notebook. She didn't have such a good memory or insight, and learning it just once wouldn't help her remember, so she copied it down for convenience when she wanted to practice later. Next came her most anticipated dinner time. She used a curved moon blade to gut the catfish, washed it lightly with a small amount of water, then cut off the head and tail and put them in an electric cooker. She planned to first make fish soup, and as for the fish body, well, now that she had a stove, she'd make some grilled fish. The old-fashioned wardrobe, already on the verge of falling apart, didn't require much effort from Summer Wanning to easily cut some wooden strips. She used a lighter to ignite the wood chips, which then ignited the large pieces of firewood. Soon, the stove had a large enough flame. She pierced the fish body with a wooden arrow, placed the fish on the stove, and it wasn't long before the aroma began to spread. The grilled fish was ready, the fish soup was finished. To make the meal worth it, Summer Wanning even opened a bag of spicy strips and grabbed a bottle of cola. She placed the spicy strips on the grilled fish, took a bite, the crispy, spicy flavor combined with the fish soup, which was fresh without being greasy. Finally, a sip of cola, with the bubbles crashing in her mouth, Summer Wanning felt like her skull was about to be lifted, so refreshing. Ah! This is life. After finishing the meal, Summer Wanning collapsed in the chair, holding her stomach, entering a food coma moment. After coming to her senses, it was time for improvement again. Military boxing, archery, hidden weapons, there were so many things she had to practice. Every second felt so precious, and each of those seconds of practice would become her trump card in courage to survive. A night passed with no words, and soon, the sky brightened. The official game was about to begin. Chapter 32, New Crisis, Who is my uncle? She had already decided on the floor to go to today, the 30th floor. Next, she had to bring some supplies for the 30th floor. A good pouch is great, but it's still not as reliable as a backpack that's bound to you, so her most important belongings still had to be in the backpack. Currently, the backpack had 5 compartments open. The first one held the starfall bow, the second one held the curved moonblade, the third one held a large water jar, and the fourth and fifth were left empty for bricks and wood. The dormitory key, turtle shell, sprinting talisman, spirit fox's tears, 2 ultimate healing potions, a currency box, a lighter, a spare set of clothes, a pair of sneakers, a wooden bow, 10 wooden arrows, and a war-damaged kitchen knife that could provide arrows for the starfall bow, as well as a rat trap, all went into the pouch. These would be the standard pouch contents for the future. Additionally, she needed to bring some food and drink just in case. 3 bags of compressed biscuits, 2 pieces of chocolate, 3 bottles of water, and a bag of sugar were all packed. Thinking that the 30th floor was an old rural area, Xia Wanning also put the marbles, rubber bands, and pencil tips she had previously bought at the general store into the pouch. If they were useful, great; if not, they could serve as arrowheads. With the supplies ready, plus washing up and having breakfast, by the time she finished, it was already 7:30 a.m. The public screen was lively with everyone communicating. Number 5 had hurriedly given some crash course education, and everyone was learning seriously and urgently. Beating lemons, why do I feel like I'm about to enter the college entrance exam hall? At exactly 8 a.m., after everyone cheered each other on, Xia Wanning pressed the 30 button on the elevator, beginning her first official game. Ding! This mission has refreshed. Please check the game panel. 1. Basic mission: make a lunch that everyone in my uncle's family will be satisfied with. Mission reward: 100 mole points. Current progress: 0/1. 2. Advanced mission: find the silver ring that my aunt lost. Standing in the dimly lit corridor, Xia Wanning felt an invisible pressure. Alright, first question: who is my uncle? Second question: the person who doesn't exist in my uncle's house, how can I kill someone who doesn't exist? Ah! This is so hard. Is this the difficulty level of a real game? Frustrated, Xia Wanning grabbed her hair and, resigned, pinched the crescent blade between her fingers, walking toward the faint light at the end of the corridor. Stepping out of the corridor, the pale blue elevator door, visible only to her, quietly stood in the middle of the field, waiting for her to return after completing the task. Xia Wanning took a few steps forward and looked back. An elevator door beside a farm field. This scene is really strange, she complained with a click of her tongue. Fat girl. You're back. A voice rang out from afar. The feeling of the countryside is really different from the city. The air smells of wheat, so simple and pure. Xia Wanning raised her face, stretched out her arms, and yawned, taking a deep breath, expressing her feelings. Fat girl hasn't woken up yet, still stretching. The voice grew closer. Xia Wanning lowered her head and saw a middle-aged woman wearing a blue headscarf walking toward her with a bright smile. Fat girl equals me? I worked so hard to maintain my figure, and now I'm called fat girl? Xia Wanning, startled, checked her body and found there was no change, which made her feel relieved, and she raised her head. She adjusted her expression into a cheerful smile and responded lightly, I'm back, have you eaten? The woman in the blue headscarf smiled even brighter and warmly said, I ate, just finished. I saw your uncle's house just started smoking. You haven't eaten yet, right? Go eat at Aunt's house, she made big cabbage buns yesterday. Thanks, Aunt, but I can't go. If I don't go back now, my uncle will be worried. Xia Wanning replied brightly. That's true, it's rare for you to come back. Your uncle and aunt must be thinking about you, so hurry back. Aunt said, smiling as she watched Xia Wanning. Okay, I'll go back now. The way Aunt stared at her made Xia Wanning feel uncomfortable. She could only force a smile and say, though inside she was screaming. I want to go back too, but where do I go? How would I know where my uncle's house is? Go back, go back. Aunt kept her smile, her eyes fixed on Xia Wanning, urging her. Xia Wanning felt uneasy under her gaze, struggling to keep up the smile, and took a slightly trembling step forward. Yes, I'm going back now. Don't take the wrong path, go straight home, okay? Aunt's smile didn't change, she hadn't blinked even once, her eyes fixed on Xia Wanning as if she was waiting for her to make a mistake. Okay, Aunt, goodbye. Xia Wanning hurriedly said, looking up at the small village in front of her. Aunt said the smoke from my uncle's house just started, so the house with smoke must be my uncle's house. Damn it, why are there two houses with smoke? And they are in opposite directions, one to the east and one to the west. Go back. Hurry back. The voice of Aunt urged her like a death sentence. Xia Wanning dared not fully turn her back to her, glancing at Aunt's strange smile while also looking at the two houses with smoke. The smoke from the house to the west is thin, it seems like they finished cooking and the smoke is dispersing, but the house to the east has thick smoke, it must be cooking. Since Aunt said my uncle's house just started cooking, it shouldn't be done so quickly, so it must be the house on the east. Xia Wanning analyzed quietly, wiping off the sweat from her palms, pulling her hands back into her sleeves, and gripping the crescent blade tightly. I'm betting on it. She made up her mind and turned toward the east, taking a step forward. Aunt, you're busy, I'm going back. Xia Wanning took 2 steps, turned, and waved at Aunt. Go back, come visit Aunt's house another day. Aunt replied cheerfully. The earlier eerie and cold expression seemed to have completely disappeared. Now, she was completely like a normal, warm-hearted villager, sincerely welcoming Xia Wanning to visit her house. I can't go, you're too scary. Xia Wanning muttered in her heart, but her face was entirely different. Alright then, Auntie, when you're free, come visit my uncle's house for a chat. Xia Wanning smiled with narrowed eyes, speaking enthusiastically. After bidding farewell to the strange aunt, Xia Wanning took slow steps toward her uncle's house. This ant is probably just an appetizer, and if the appetizer is this scary, what kind of dragon's lair or tiger's den must my uncle's house be? Xia Wanning thought, her heart filled with panic, while forcing herself not to stay trapped in fear. She tried to think clearly, analyzing the current situation. From the ant's reaction, I can tell I can't let anyone find out I'm not Pangya. I also have to know what Pangya should know. Once my character collapses, I might be done for. So, based on what I know now, my name is Pangya, female, that house belongs to my uncle, that's it. Oh my gosh, I might really be done for. Xia Wanning thought in despair. Chapter 33, The Strange Uncle's Family. The road to her uncle's house wasn't long, but since the village was small, there were constantly people greeting Xia Wanning along the way. Xia Wanning didn't know them and dared not ignore them, so she could only force a smile and use the universal greeting formula in the Hua country to respond. Ah ha, I'm back, have you eaten? Yes, I just came back this morning, have you eaten? The weather is really nice today, have you eaten? After asking half the village about their meals, Xia Wanning finally arrived at the house on the east side, with smoke rising from the chimney. The wooden gate, which was similar to her dormitory door, was half open, and the surrounding fence was high and low, serving more for symbolic purposes than as a real deterrent against thieves. Leaning against the wooden door were a hoe and sickle, easy for anyone working in the fields to grab. On the left side of the yard was a large pile of neatly stacked firewood. Further ahead, beside the main house, was a small building that seemed to be a storage shed. Hanging from the eaves of the main house directly opposite were strings of corn and dried chili peppers. In the center of the yard was a well, its iron handle polished to a shine, and to the right was another room, newer than the main house, likely an addition. My uncle's house looks pretty poor. Xia Wanning murmured softly, then looked around at the other houses. Well, I guess you could say this whole village is quite poor. Adjusting her facial expression and trying to hide her nervousness and unease, Xia Wanning forced a relaxed smile and walked toward the main house with light steps. Uncle, aunt, I'm back. Ouch. Not far into the yard, two boys suddenly rushed out from the main house, crashing right into Xia Wanning's arms, almost making her fall onto her bottom. Without a word of apology, the two boys began a pursuit around Xia Wanning. Give it back to me. That was Grandma's gift to me. I'm not giving it back. Why should your half be bigger than mine? I'm the older brother, I get the bigger half. No. You're bullying me, I'm telling your mom. Even if you tell my mom, I still get the bigger half. Hurry and give it back. Aunt will be back soon, Grandma says we can't let her see. Then stop chasing me. Go eat yours, this one's mine. The older boy held half of a two-compartment steamed bun, which indeed seemed to be the bigger half, while the younger boy had tears in his eyes, running as fast as his short legs could carry him, but still couldn't catch up, panting heavily. Is it possible that Aunt has already come back? Xia Wanning, being tugged this way and that by the two kids, was wobbling and barely standing, so she grabbed hold of both mischievous boys with one hand each. The two boys stopped running when she held them, looked up at her, and the older boy hid his hand behind his back, pouting and saying nothing. The younger boy, clearly still too innocent, immediately wanted to complain upon seeing an adult, completely forgetting his grandmother's instructions. Auntie. My brother snatched my steamed bun. The big one was given to me by Grandma. He took it. You're talking nonsense. Mom said, I'm older, so I should eat the bigger one. The older child immediately became angry and cursed out loud. Hey! Don't say such nasty words. Xia Wanning quickly stopped them. Let me see, this bun is only a little bigger on one end, just tear it off and it will be fine. Xia Wanning pulled the older child's hand, glanced at the bun, and said. She broke off the extra little piece from the half bun and handed it to the younger boy. Here, with that little extra piece, it's the same size now. Go eat. The two children looked at the bun in their hands, their not-so-sharp minds turned a bit, accepted the result, and quickly ran back into the house to fight over the food. Your share of vegetables is more than mine. If you're so capable, you can grab it yourself. If you don't know how to use chopsticks, it's your fault. Mom! I want a spoon. A new round of fighting started inside the house. Xia Wanning rubbed her temples and then pressed her chest, another day of fear of marriage and children. Uncle, Aunt, I'm back, Xia Wanning said as she stepped into the house, greeting them confidently. Fat girl's back, just in time for dinner. Come sit and eat, a woman in her 50s with rough skin smiled and greeted her. Fat girl sure knows how to time things, coming back just when it's mealtime, a man in his 30s said with a half smile. At this age, he should be a cousin or something similar, not an uncle. What a coincidence, Xia Wanning said with a stiff smile. Saying too much would only lead to mistakes, so it's better to speak less when the information isn't enough. Big brother, you're being stingy. Fat girl is in college now, maybe in the future our family will have to rely on her. Isn't that right, fat girl? Your second brother is hopeless, just make sure you help your little nephew when you become successful. A younger man, walking in lazily from outside, plopped down on the heated brick bed and said, "Second brother is just joking, what success could I possibly have?" Xia Wanning politely responded, pretending to rummage through her pocket, but actually taking 2 candies from her treasure bag. "Big nephew, come here, Aunt brought you some candy." Xia Wanning spread her hands, and the 2 candies immediately caught the attention of everyone at the table. The 2 boys rushed over and grabbed the candy from her hand. Hiss. "Big nephew sure has strong hands, growing up already," Xia Wanning joked as she rubbed her palm. After handing out the 2 pieces of candy, the way everyone at the table looked at her softened slightly. Xia Wanning took the opportunity to observe the family. Her first impression was that they were all thin. They were really skinny, each one looked like a stick. Were they malnourished? So, maybe the reason Fat Girl was called Fat Girl wasn't stating a fact, but a hopeful wish? Eat quickly, it's late. Other families are already out working. Anne placed a bowl of coarse rice porridge in front of Xia Wanning. Looking at the bowl of rice, Xia Wanning understood. With food like this, it's really hard to get fat. Ah, thanks, Aunt. Xia Wanning smiled at her aunt, but unfortunately, her warm face met a cold response. The aunt didn't even look at her, sipping the porridge noisily, then grabbed something resembling a bun from the plate and walked out the door. The middle-aged man with a dark face at the main seat wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, "Since Fat Girl is back, help your aunt with some work." "I'm leaving, going out to work." He called the cousins to grab tools and left the house. "Ah. Got it, uncle," Xia Wanning quickly replied. More than half of the people in the room rushed out, leaving the house empty. The 2 aunts slowly drank their porridge. One young girl silently held her bowl, while the 2 nephews quickly shoved steamed buns into their mouths before rushing out to play. Xia Wanning looked at the 2 aunts and the girl who was probably her niece, then poked at the hard coarse rice in her bowl, hesitating a bit. "Is this brown rice cooked? Will drinking it like this hurt my stomach? Why isn't Fatty drinking? She's been on the bus all night, she must be hungry." The eldest cousin-in-law spoke as if concerned, but her tone was cold. "Fatty, drink up, you're the last one." The second cousin-in-law's voice was soft, but there was an odd undertone in it. "Drink it, it's very good." The niece looked up and spoke for the first time. Xia Wanning raised her head and glanced at the 3 of them. Here they come again. Just like that aunt earlier, the same expression, the same strange smile, and the same sharp gaze fixed directly on me. Looks like I have no choice but to drink. Xia Wanning gritted her teeth, reached out, and picked up the bowl. After a few mouthfuls of porridge, Xia Wanning forced a smile and said, "I'm so hungry, is there any more porridge?" Seeing that Xia Wanning drank the porridge so quickly, the eldest cousin-in-law's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She grumbled and started clearing the table. "That's it, there's no more, wait for lunch." Then, she looked at the girl who was drinking the porridge again. "Day and I, after you finish eating, go back to your room to study. You do well in school, so you should aim for college and make your mom proud." The girl nodded, put down the bowl, left the main room, and turned into the small house Xia Wanning had previously thought was the woodshed. They gave the girl a broken-down house to sleep in, but they still demanded good grades, always using the aunt who went to college as pressure. No wonder the girl was so quiet. If she's not depressed, I'd praise her for being naturally optimistic. Fatty, the second cousin-in-law's soft voice interrupted Xia Wanning's thoughts. She rubbed her stomach and said, "It's my turn to cook for lunch, but I'm pregnant, my body feels heavy, could you help me?" TCH, the eldest cousin-in-law scoffed, slamming the dishes even harder. "Only 3 months along, and you say your body feels heavy. Who hasn't been pregnant before? You're fine, unlike me, after giving birth to heir Zhuang, I've never been able to recover. Didn't my father-in-law just say to let Fatty help with some work? Then why should I help you? Why doesn't anyone help me?" The eldest cousin-in-law's voice grew louder, and the second cousin-in-law's eyes widened. It looked like they were about to fight, and with a pregnant woman involved, Xia Wanning had just arrived, and if they ended up making a scene, it would somehow involve her. Helpless, she had no choice but to step in and mediate. No, I'll help. Eldest cousin-in-law, you rest. I'll wash the dishes. Second cousin-in-law, you rest too. I'll cook lunch." After all, task 1 was to cook lunch, it was just a matter of time. Xia Wanning comforted the 2 cousins-in-law and, holding the dishes, entered the kitchen. The eldest cousin-in-law shot the second cousin-in-law a glance, then turned and went up to the bed. Xia Wanning looked at the old-fashioned kitchen, feeling a bit clueless. There was no faucet, how was she supposed to wash the dishes? Would she have to fetch water first? Why aren't you starting? Regret saying you'd washed the dishes? The eldest cousin-in-law's gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind her. Xia Wanning jumped, goosebumps all over her body, instinctively shrinking her neck and turning pale to look back. "No, I'll do it right away, I'm washing them now." Xia Wanning forced herself to reply. Hadn't she just gone up to rest? Why was she back here? After you're done, go see if your niece has any questions. Teach her, and sleep with her tonight. During the holiday, give her more tutoring. If your niece goes to college, it'll bring you some face. The eldest cousin-in-law instructed. Okay. No problem. Xia Wanning felt uneasy in her heart, but replied cheerfully on the outside. The eldest cousin-in-law didn't find any fault and, looking somewhat unwilling, left. Xia Wanning found a large basin, carried it outside to the yard, placed it by the well, and filled the basin with water. She returned to the kitchen to start washing the dishes. Wow! The water is so cold. Wouldn't using water this cold all the time give you frostbite? Xia Wanning clenched her fists, blowing warm air into her palms. She thought about heating up some water, but then realized she'd have to gather firewood and start a fire. With her aunt looking so tight with money, she'd probably feel bad about using too much firewood, and she didn't want to ruin her image. Forget it, forget it. I can't wash much more, I have to bear with it. Enduring the cold well water, Xia Wanning finished washing the dishes and raised her reddened hands to enter the small warehouse for the next task given by her sister-in-law. Upon entering, she realized that calling it a warehouse didn't even do it justice. Half of the room was filled with various tools and junk, even the heated brick bed, was piled with things, leaving only half of the space for sleeping. Tonight, even that half would have to be shared with Xia Wanning. The two girls really had no status in this family. Danny, do you have any problems with your homework? Aunt can help you take a look. Xia Wanning walked around the scattered mess on the floor and approached to ask. Danny sat with her back to Xia Wanning, a pile of scrap papers in front of her. She slowly shook her head without saying anything. Well then, study on your own, and I'll come back later. Leave the questions you don't understand for Aunt to teach you. Xia Wanning didn't insist, gave a couple of reminders, and turned to leave. Maybe it was because there was so much junk in the room, but it always gave a sense of oppression and stuffiness. She didn't want to stay here for long. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching her at home, Xia Wanning quietly walked out of the yard. She hadn't forgotten why she chose this floor, the village elementary school. Here I come. With 2 marbles and a rubber band, she bought off 3 children she met on the way. The 3 kids were already happy to see her, and even happier when they received the gifts. They jumped 3 feet high in excitement. She didn't need to do much and easily learned the location of the village elementary school. Probably to prevent the children from being distracted during class, the school was built in a rather remote area. The further Xia Wanning walked, the fewer people she encountered. Looking around and seeing no one, she took out a coin box and opened it. Ah! Only 1,000 yuan, is this enough? I should have bought 2 more coin boxes. Xia Wanning took out 1,000 yuan and sighed with a hint of regret. Arriving at the village elementary school, it was very quiet here, and it didn't look like there were any students. The teaching building was quite new, probably built by previous players. She walked around the school once and found some red bricks scattered behind the building, but most of them were broken, and there weren't enough. It seemed impossible to gather supplies here. What are you doing? A gloomy male voice suddenly came from behind. Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly turned around as if nothing had happened. Maybe it was because she'd been frightened so many times that she had developed immunity to it. Ah! You scared me. I didn't do anything, I just heard that our village elementary school was renovated and came to take a look. Oh, it's Fat Girl. I'm your 7th uncle, don't you recognize me? The man's originally gloomy expression suddenly became lively after hearing Xia Wanning's words. He smiled like an elder who truly cared for the younger generation. Used to the villagers' mood swings, Xia Wanning still replied warmly, How could I forget you, 7th uncle? I could forget anyone but you. Haha, Fat Girl, you still know how to talk. Look at our village elementary school, it's built so well now, nothing like when you were little. Back then, it was still a broken wooden building. It leaked wind in the winter and rain in the summer. Your little hands were so cold that they turned red when you wrote. 7th uncle turned around, touched the red brick wall, and sighed. How nice it is now. The hard days are behind us, and today's children are lucky. Xia Wanning echoed his words. You, don't complain? 7th uncle slightly tilted his head, his cold eyes swept over Xia Wanning as he asked in a vague tone. Hearing 7th uncle's words, Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat. What does that mean? Have I broken character? Should I complain? Chapter 35, Buying Bricks. Xia Wanning's heartbeat slowly quickened. She looked at the side of 7th uncle's face and the cold gleam in his eyes, unsure of how to react. A cool breeze brushed across her cheek, and the surrounding area, which had once been filled with sporadic bird calls, had become unusually quiet. Xia Wanning slightly parted her lips but dared not make a sound. Uncle 7 seemed to have lost his patience. He let out a deep his voice low and full of menace, his fingers pressing harder against the brick wall, as if ready to snap off Xia Wanning's neck at any moment. Hey, what are you complaining about? Xia Wanning suddenly smiled. Her light-hearted tone shattered the tense atmosphere, like the sunrise cutting through the darkness before dawn, like a stone breaking the peaceful surface of a deep lake. It was as if something in the air had been torn apart, birds began chirping again, the wind rustled the tree branches, and a faint rustling sound could be heard from time to time. We're all from the same village. These kids, I've watched them grow up. When they enjoy life, I'm happy for them too. Xia Wanning said cheerfully. Uncle Seven turned around, his face softened, and he laughed heartily. Little fatty, you're still so kind-hearted. You've always been a good kid, nothing's changed after all these years, huh? Xia Wanning laughed along with him, but her heart was pounding violently in her chest, thumping once after another, slowly returning to its rightful place from her throat. She had bet right. The kids she had seen on the road earlier were very warm towards her, and their attitude was very familiar, which meant their relationship was probably quite good. Uncle Seven had just said, she's still so good with words, which meant she used to be good at talking. If that's the case, Fatty shouldn't be the type to complain when others are doing well. Indeed, following Uncle Seven's words might be the way to break her character, but why did he have to make it a trap for her? This Uncle Seven was ruthless. Xia Wanning smiled on the surface, but inwardly cursed 1,000 times. Uncle Seven, you're so knowledgeable. Do you happen to know where the bricks for building the school came from? Though she was cursing inside, the task had to be done. Ah, you've asked the right person. Don't think I'm just wandering around the village all the time. Her uncle and aunt were clearly not very welcoming, but the family seemed accustomed to her arrival. No matter what, they fed her and gave her a place to stay, so calling it kindness shouldn't be wrong. As for reinforcing her uncle's house, that was definitely not going to happen. She would just use the materials to get through the process, and before any actual work started, she would slip away with the supplies. Uncle Seven was deeply moved after hearing Xia Wanning's words. He pursed his lips, nodded, and sighed. Fat girl has been kind and filial since she was young, she's a good child. Your aunt is a bit stingy, but in the old days, everyone was poor. She could give you food and let you go to school, so she did right by your old Lu family. Being grateful to her is the right thing, good child. Uncle Seven wiped his moist eyes, and suddenly pulled out an abacus from his back waist, clicking it loudly. Red bricks usually cost 5 cents each. We're close relatives, so I'll charge you 4 cents and 8 mil, in total. Xia Wanling looked confused, unconsciously glancing at Uncle Seven's back waist, wondering where the abacus came from. Weren't you just getting sentimental? I was all in, and now you're calculating with me? The total is 576 yuan. Uncle Seven slapped the abacus and said. Xia Wanling forced herself to snap out of the family drama and switched to her business mode. Uncle Seven, you still say we're close relatives. This price is way too unfair, not acceptable. I'm working hard to earn money and pay for my tuition, do you think it's easy for me to save money? You have such big connections with the factory manager, just give me a discount, or the manager will think you're losing face for him. How about this, I'll settle for 4 cents. Xia Wanling spoke quickly, like the abacus beads that Uncle Seven had been clicking. Oh no, you want to settle it? Impossible. 4 cents won't work. The manager's family won't even get it at that price. It's 4 cents and 7 mil, no less. Uncle Seven said, clicking the beads again. Xia Wanling stepped forward and pressed the abacus. Don't rush to calculate, 4 cents and 7 mil definitely won't work. You were drinking with the manager, weren't you? Don't brag. If you can't do it, I'll just go ask the brick factory. Who? Who's bragging? You little girl are talking nonsense. Listen, I'm the only one in the village who can talk to the factory manager. Today, Uncle Seven is showing you the way. The final price is 4 cents and 5 mil. You don't believe me, go ask the brick factory and see who can give you this price. Uncle Seven's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and if he had a beard, it would have surely been blown away by his rough breath. Xia Wanling knew when to stop, immediately changing her tone. Oh, how could I not believe you, Uncle Seven? You are the most capable person in the village, who doesn't know you around here? Thank you, Uncle Seven, 4 cents and 5 mil, it's settled. As she spoke, Xia Wanling took the abacus, fiddled with it for a moment, and then realized she didn't know how to do such a complicated calculation. With a sheepish smile, she handed it back to Uncle Seven. Uncle Seven, you're a big help, please calculate it again, my skills with the abacus are no match for yours. Humph. Uncle Seven lifted his chin, took the abacus with pride, and started clicking the beads again. 540. You're really getting a huge bargain. Where else can you find this price? Uncle Seven said angrily. Yes. It's all thanks to you, Uncle Seven, I'm so lucky. Other villages don't have someone like you, they'd have to pay so much more. Uncle 7, I need 100 bags of cement, 100 yuan should be enough, right? Xia Wanling pressed her advantage and set an outrageous price for the cement. Get lost. You want your uncle to turn into cement and stick him to your house walls? 100 bags of cement costs 300 yuan on the market. Uncle 7 stopped using the abacus and started waving it like a weapon, pretending to hit Xia Wanling on the head. Seeing that Uncle 7 was just pretending, Xia Wanling dodged with exaggerated movements and kept smiling apologetically. Oh, don't be mad, I didn't know any better. The market price is 300, but I know your price must be lower, so 150? Get out of here. 200. Take it or leave it. Uncle 7 couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, afraid that he might get too angry. He gave her the bottom price directly. Oh, you're really my dear uncle. Thank you, Uncle 7. I'm so lucky to have you. What about the 100 gene of wood? Just throw it in as a gift. Xia Wanling continued shamelessly. Having you is truly my punishment. Why did I ever take on this job? Uncle 7 mumbled, clearly fed up. Uncle Chi stared at the sky in silence. The woods are full of trees, but you still want them brought over manually? At least give me 10 bucks. Done. It's 750 in total. I'll pay once the goods are here. Thanks, Uncle Chi. You've worked hard. I came out for a walk and didn't bring much, but here's a handful of candy for you to sweeten your mouth. Summer Wanning pulled out a handful of candies and shoved them into Uncle Chi's hands. Uncle Chi looked down at the candy, and his face softened a little. All right, this girl is thoughtful. You can leave this to Uncle Chi. The things you want are nothing to the big factory. By this time tomorrow, they'll be delivered. We'll just pile them behind your uncle's house. Uncle Chi put the candy in his pocket and spoke slowly. Great. Thanks for your hard work. I'll head back now, got to cook lunch. Summer Wanning smiled and waved goodbye to Uncle Chi. Walking down the quiet path, Summer Wanning slowly strolled along. From the recent interaction, it was clear that once the villagers accepted her identity, she was basically safe. Even if she joked or acted overly familiar, she would only get friendly responses and never trigger any danger. And the personality of the chubby girl was now clear, kind-hearted, filial, enthusiastic, sweet-tongued, and well-liked by the villagers. The most basic crisis was resolved, so now, what's next? This lunch is going to be tricky. Summer Wanning scratched her chin, which didn't have any stubble, in worry. I need to make everyone happy. The two kids are clearly greedy, they won't be satisfied without something delicious. The two sister-in-laws don't get along well, so if one says it's good, the other might try to sabotage it. And most importantly, my aunt is so stingy, if I use too many ingredients, she'll feel bad about it. This is going to be tough. Summer Wanning slowly walked out of the path, and the village grocery store appeared not far ahead. Ah, the grocery store, I know this place. Summer Wanning raised her eyebrows and walked towards the shop. She pushed the door open. The grocery store wasn't big. Just 2 steps in, there was a waist-high counter, behind which sat a middle-aged woman, cracking sunflower seeds. When she saw Summer Wanning enter, she greeted her enthusiastically. Oh, Fatty's here. Come, see what you want to buy? Auntie, I want to make a good meal for my uncle and the others for lunch. Do you have any eggs? Summer Wanning wasn't sure how to address her, so she just called her auntie. Luckily, the woman didn't think it was strange. Got it. You're lucky, girl. I just collected eggs from all over the village yesterday. I have plenty. How many do you need? The middle-aged woman pulled out a basket from under the counter, full of eggs. Summer Wanning quickly calculated in her head, uncle, aunt, big brother, big sister-in-law, big knee, big zhuang, second brother, second sister-in-law, second zhuang, and herself, that's 10 people. If she's frying eggs, she needs 10 eggs. Plus, she'll need oil. If she uses ant's oil, she might end up getting scolded with the eggs. At the same time, the place was rich in supplies, so Summer Wanning also planned to stock up on her own resources. She glanced around the small shop, mentally noting what she needed. Auntie, I'll take all the eggs, and I also need a 1-pound bottle of soybean oil, a 10-pound bottle of soybean oil, some soy sauce, salt, dried chilies, and 2 bags of rice. I'll take all the noodles, pickled vegetables, dried radish, bean paste, 2 pounds of white sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 1 pound of fruit candy, 1 pound of milk candy, and a pound of rock candy. Also, some cured meat, ham sausages, 10 bars of soap, 2 bottles of dishwashing liquid, and all the toilet paper you have. Give me 10 boxes of matches, 10 candles, 2 flashlights, batteries, just 10 batteries. I'll take them all. 10 pairs of socks. Oh, you have band-aids, I'll take those too. Some anti-inflammatory medicine and iodine. That's it for now. The middle-aged woman, who had been excited to meet a big customer, was now in shock, then bewildered, and finally numb to the point she seemed a little defeated. "Oh my gosh, Auntie, you don't know, things outside are so expensive and the quality is poor. Your stuff is still the best, affordable, and good quality. I'm just stocking up while I'm back in the village, so I won't have to buy anything when I get back to school." Summer Wanning skillfully made up a lie, but the middle-aged woman fully believed it. That's right, that's right. Forget about the big cities, even in the town, those things are ridiculously expensive. You know how to manage, you're so good at making ends meet. We can rest easy when you go to school. Come on, say it again, I'll grab something for you. The aunt, now convinced, didn't mind Summer Wanning buying so much. Instead, she was afraid that she would take too little, unwilling to buy things outside and suffer for it. By the way, I also want to buy some meat. Do you have any, aunt? Summer Wanning took the chance to ask. No meat here, but there's a vendor who comes by every day selling meat. He just entered the village, follow the main road, and you'll find him. In the end, Summer Wanning spent 38 yuan, Aunt gave her a 20-cent discount, and left the grocery store with bags piled up like she was moving houses. Refusing Aunt's kind offer to send her home, she turned back with difficulty and said goodbye to Aunt. Through the store's open door, sunlight poured in, shining on the cabinet at the back. For a moment, Summer Wanning was struck with a strange thought. The cabinet looked exactly like the old cabinet she used to practice darts with. She hadn't noticed it earlier, but once the thought crossed her mind, she realized that the entire grocery store looked just like the shabby one she had visited before. "What's wrong, fat girl? You want to buy something else?" Aunt asked when she noticed Summer Wanning lost in thought. No, no more. It's enough. Thank you, Aunt, see you. Summer Wanning snapped out of it, said goodbye, and struggled to move forward. Once she saw Aunt go back into the house, she immediately turned around and headed toward the deserted path. After confirming no one was around, Summer Wanning stuffed everything into her magic bag, leaving only 10 eggs and 1 kilogram of soybean oil. Holding these two items, Summer Wanning walked along the main road to buy meat. "Meat for sale, fresh meat, come get your meat." Before long, Summer Wanning heard the vendor calling out, and she quickened her pace to catch up. "Meat vendor, wait up." Summer Wanning called out. "Okay." The vendor stopped when he heard her, setting up his cart and waiting. Summer Wanning caught up in a few steps, breathing heavily to calm herself. "Don't rush, girl, I'm not running," the vendor said with a good-natured smile, waiting for Summer Wanning to catch her breath. "I don't want to waste your time. How do you sell your meat?" Summer Wanning asked, looking at the various meats on the cart. Well, it all looked good, though she didn't know which parts were which. "What do you want, girl?" "The fatty pieces are 4.5 yuan per gene, lean ones are 5.5 yuan, ribs are a bit more expensive, 8 yuan. How about pig offal?" "It's cheap. I'm even cheap, I don't need it. I don't know how to handle it, and if I mess it up, I won't be eating meat, I'll be eating crap." Summer Wanning thought to herself, while calculating her balance. "I need to save 750 yuan for bricks, spend 38 yuan in the store, leaving me with 212 yuan. I'll keep 12 yuan just in case, so I can buy around 200 yuan worth of meat. I'll take less fatty meat, and the rest lean. Around 200 yuan's worth. Can you give me a discount? Wow. Big customer, huh? Alright, after the sale, I can head home earlier. I'll give you a 30-cent discount per gene." The vendor smiled widely, happy to offer a discount. "Alright, you choose, I trust you." Summer Wanning didn't argue, feeling the price was reasonable, and confirmed her purchase. In the end, she left with 5 gene of fatty meat and 35 gene of lean meat, saying goodbye to the vendor. Once again avoiding people, she used her curved knife to cut off about 1 gene of lean meat and 1 gene of fatty meat, holding them in her hands, while the rest went into the magic bag. "This magic bag really needs an upgrade, it's getting too full," Summer Wanning complained. Upgrading wasn't something to think about right now. It was more practical to get lunch done and finish the task first. Carrying the meat, eggs, and oil, Summer Wanning returned to her uncle's house. The people who went to work in the fields hadn't returned yet, and her big cousin-in-law had gone to the fields too. Because of her pregnancy, second cousin stayed at home to do the laundry and clean. De Zhuang and Er Zhuang didn't know where they had gone off to play. De and I was still in the room, staring blankly at a pile of study materials. This usually noisy house was surprisingly quiet. Xia Wanning greeted second cousin and then entered the kitchen. To avoid using Aunt's ingredients and causing any dissatisfaction that could lead to a failed task, Xia Wanning decided to use the things she had just bought as much as possible. "Alright then, besides the 10 poached eggs, let's make some braised pork." Using her ginger and garlic, surely she can't complain. Xia Wanning thought to herself as she rolled up her sleeves and got started. She cut the meat into small pieces, lit the stove, and began cooking. Lighting the fire. Lighting, cough, cough, this big stove is way harder to light than my small one. Xia Wanning put in a lot of effort to successfully light the fire, put the meat in cold water to remove the blood foam, and took it out for later. She heated oil, fried ginger and garlic until fragrant, then added the meat and stir-fried until the surface was slightly yellow. She added a little soy sauce to color it, then added a small amount of water to cover the meat, and let it simmer on low heat. After 40 minutes, she raised the heat to reduce the sauce, added salt, and served the dish. Just as the meat was finished, the people working outside rushed into the yard. The timing was perfect. Xia Wanning secretly gave herself a thumbs up. When the dishes were brought to the table, the usual noisy house fell silent in an instant. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed one after another. Xia Wanning glanced around and saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, along with the suspicious drool at the corners of their mouths. Before Aunt could speak up, Xia Wanning took the lead and said, "Uncle, Aunt, cousin, cousin-in-law, these meats and eggs, including the oil I used to stir-fry, were all bought by me just now. I left the rest of the oil in the kitchen. I used the money I earned from my part-time job. When I'm back home, I use what's in the house, but I also wanted to show my gratitude to everyone, so I made this lunch. Come, try it." Xia Wanning smiled and invited them. Aunt, who had been staring at the table full of meat and eggs, was about to scold, but when she heard Xia Wanning say that all the ingredients were bought with her own money, and she even added oil to the house, the small flames of anger in her heart instantly went out. The sky cleared, the grass turned greener, and her mood became exceptionally pleasant. "Oh, fat girl, you really are thoughtful. You've grown up, Aunt didn't spoil you for nothing. Come, come, try the fat girl's cooking," Aunt said to Xia Wanning, but her eyes were fixed on the meat on the table. As she spoke, she moved ahead and pulled the bowl of braised pork toward her. "Come. Grandma will divide the meat." Aunt picked up chopsticks, tapped them twice on the table to align the meat, and started dividing the braised pork one by one. De Zhuang and Er Zhuang could hardly wait. They sat on their chairs, shouting anxiously. "Grandma, give me first. I want a big piece. I'm the older brother. I want a big piece. Grandma, give me first. Oh, you both have one of the same size. Here, 2 pieces for each of you, eat up." Aunt divided 2 pieces for De Zhuang and Er Zhuang, then gave 1 big piece to the older and younger cousins, and finally gave 1 small piece to the elder and younger cousins-in-law and Xia Wanning. The elder cousin-in-law was quick and, in the gap when Aunt was dividing the meat, she snatched a piece and put it into Denise' bowl. Aunt gave the elder cousin-in-law an unhappy glare, glanced at Xia Wanning, but ultimately didn't say anything. After the meat was divided, De Zhuang and Er Zhuang fought over the eggs. It became a chaotic mess, but fortunately, the table was full of good dishes. Although the scene was a bit disorderly, everyone ate with their heads down and eyes closed, their mouths dripping with oil, reaching peak satisfaction. After the meal, the elder cousin-in-law wanted Xia Wanning to wash the dishes for her. Perhaps because of the delicious meat, Aunt unusually stepped in to help Xia Wanning, pushing the elder cousin-in-law into the kitchen. The others rubbed their bellies, picked their teeth, and sluggishly went back to the fields. The elder cousin-in-law didn't want to go, so she slowly washed the dishes. The second cousin-in-law sat in the yard, slowly washing clothes. The 2 of them were slowly dragging their work, like a race. Xia Wanning, taking advantage of everyone's absence, began rummaging around the big room. Ring. Ring. This thing is so small, where can I hide it? Hongmei. Hongmei. Summer Waning was deeply immersed in her treasure hunt when a loud shout, as thunderous as a clap of thunder, pierced through the door and entered her ears. She quickly closed the drawer, turned around, leaned against it, and stared at the door in panic. "Hey!" The eldest cousin-in-law responded loudly, wiping her hands on her clothes as she walked out of the kitchen to greet the person. "You scared me to death. I thought I had been discovered." Summer Waning pressed her rapidly beating heart, quietly moved to the window, and peeked at the 3 people in the yard. "Hongmei. What did you have for lunch? I could smell it from a long way off." The visitor looked about the same age as the eldest cousin-in-law, wearing a deep blue floral top, gray straight-leg cotton pants, with neat, ear-length short hair. In her hand, she held a handful of sunflower seeds, happily cracking them. "Oh. My chubby girl just came back. She's being filial to her uncle and aunt, bought some meat, and that little bit of meat fragrance brought you here. Your dog nose is really sharp." The eldest cousin-in-law grabbed a few sunflower seeds from the visitor's hand without ceremony, cracking them as she teased her. "Oh, you dog nose. Your family's meat scent made my little brat make a fuss all afternoon, demanding to eat. Do you have any left? Share a piece with me, and next time when I cook meat, I'll give your family Da Zhuang." The visitor playfully bumped the eldest cousin-in-law's shoulder, grumbling as she spoke with her eyes. "Yes. All the leftovers were locked in the cupboard by my mother-in-law, you can go pry open the lock." The eldest cousin-in-law rolled her eyes and pointed her chin towards the big house. Oh my! Your mother-in-law is really something, she's guarding against thieves. The visitor rolled her eyes and shook her head as she spoke. Who says she's not? What's there to guard against? We can't even steal food. The two of them were complaining about chubby girl's aunt, while the second cousin-in-law was quietly washing clothes nearby, not once lifting her head. The two didn't seem to notice her at all, not even casting a glance her way. Why was that? A chill ran down Summer Waning's spine. Could it be that the second cousin-in-law is the one who doesn't exist? Only the family doesn't know, but outsiders can't see her? With this thought in mind, Summer Wanning paid extra attention to the second cousin-in-law. She soon realized that the second cousin-in-law's movements were very stiff, unnatural with each scrub, and her head remained lowered, holding a posture that would be very uncomfortable for a normal person. Normal people, uncomfortable. What if she's not a person? Hiss. Summer Wanning sucked in a cold breath. The second cousin-in-law seemed to sense something, slowly lifting her head and looking toward the window of the big house. Summer Wanning quickly pressed herself against the wall, not daring to move further. So, should I find a way to kill the second cousin-in-law? But what about the child she's carrying? Wait, can ghosts get pregnant? Could it be a ghost fetus? In most ghost stories, a ghost fetus is usually much more dangerous than the ghost mother. Oh my god, I'll be facing two ghosts alone? What if I can't fight them off? I'll have to join them. Summer Wanning tugged at her hair, feeling that her future looked grim. Forget it. I'll find the ring first. If that doesn't work, I still have this silly fox. Let it block them. It should be able to give me a chance to run to the elevator, right? After thinking of a backup plan, Summer Wanning quietly left the window and continued searching. But even after the eldest cousin-in-law finished chatting with the neighbor and sent them off, Summer Wanning had turned the whole big house upside down. She even found her uncle's secret stash of money but still couldn't find her aunt's ring. It's proven that the valuable things at home should be kept by women. Look how tightly Aunt hid it. But Uncle couldn't even hide 2 cents. Speaking of which, was it even necessary to hide 2 cents? After searching through her uncle and aunt's room, Summer Wanning was about to head to the next room to check her eldest cousin's room, but the eldest cousin-in-law had finished sending the guest and turned back into the house. Beautiful. Summer Wanning muttered as she spun around the yard twice, but unexpectedly found a talisman in the firewood pile. Props. Wow. I hit the jackpot. Summer Wanning squatted beside the firewood pile, caressing the talisman lovingly, feeling that her life was now much safer. What are you doing? A cold, eerie voice came from above her head. Summer Wanning sighed. Here it came again. Why did everyone in this dungeon like to scare people like that? She tucked the talisman into her bag and looked up helplessly. Second cousin-in-law rubbed her belly, tilted her head, and stared at her intently. Ah. Second cousin-in-law. Summer Wanning shivered in her heart. This might not even be a human. Well, I was worried that there might not be enough firewood for tonight, so I was thinking of chopping some more. Summer Wanning quickly found an excuse. That's fine, thanks for the hard work, fatty. Second cousin-in-law straightened her head and rubbed her belly before heading back to the house. Phew, that was creepy. Summer Wanning wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and looked at the mountain-sized pile of firewood. Her heart, which was thumping like a drum, suddenly stopped. Seriously, can't I come up with any other excuse? Do I have a grudge against myself? Fine. I'll just get to work. Summer Wanning helplessly lifted the axe. Chop the firewood. Chop it in half. You take 1/2. I'll take the other. As Summer Wanning chopped, she sneakily stuffed firewood into her bag, always keeping in mind that it's okay to lose a little, but you can't miss the chance to take advantage. Her little stove was still crying out for food. Dinner was cooked by second cousin-in-law, and it was brown rice soup with pickled vegetables. Yes, not even porridge, just a bowl of watery brown rice soup, so thin that even during ancient times, you'd be sentenced to death for pocketing the grain during famine relief. Summer Wanning watched everyone slurp it down quickly, but she couldn't bring herself to eat. It wasn't that she was picky, it's just, could you really eat something made by a ghost? In the end, Summer Wanning only dipped the edge of her bowl and, using the excuse of helping clean up, poured the soup back into the pot. Perfect. This soup now blended perfectly into the water for washing the pot. It looked completely indistinguishable. Auntie mysteriously called Big Zhuang and Second Zhuang into the big room, and even deliberately closed the door. Summer Wanning knew what was going on, she was giving them a special treat, there were still a few pieces of braised pork left from lunch. Not long after, the two kids came out, pushing and shoving, their mouths covered in oil. You ate more than me. No way. Your piece was bigger than mine. Yours was fatter than mine. Grandma gave you more. You. Let's just say, you really didn't need to close that door. Summer Wanning rolled her eyes and went back to the small room where she would sleep tonight. Big N.I., do you have any problems with your homework? Auntie can help you, Summer Wanning asked gently, sitting on the bed edge. Big N.I. shook her head, packed up the pile of papers in front of her, and silently left. Summer Wanning guessed from the direction she walked that Big N.I. must have gone to get some special treatment from her big cousin-in-law. Although Big N.I. was a girl, she was still growing, and there's no way such a watery soup could fill her up. Even though Auntie favored boys over girls, thankfully, big cousin-in-law still genuinely cared for this quiet daughter of hers. Sighing at the unfairness girls faced in the feudal old society, Summer Wanning took out some biscuits, chocolate, and water to treat herself. Full and content, she quickly finished her snack. Just as Summer Wanning was done, Big N.I. came back in through the door. Sure enough, she looked a little better, as if she had finally eaten her fill from her mother's care. Big N.I. still didn't say anything and just crawled into the thin, dry, and hard quilt, closing her eyes. Summer Wanning picked up her own quilt with 2 fingers, regretting it. If she had known, she should have brought her own bedding. She thought, well, if not, I'll just buy a tent and sleeping bag when I go back. The system is too poor to rely on. Resigned, Summer Wanning crawled into bed, but didn't close her eyes. She stared at the ceiling, planning to tough it out for the night. After all, there were non-existent people in this house. Who would dare sleep? However, many things don't work just because you wish them to. Summer Wanning's gaze at the ceiling gradually became vacant. Every time she blinked, it felt like 1,000 pounds. Soon, she closed her eyes, and her breath gradually became steady. At that moment, N.I. slowly turned her head, her previously tightly shut eyes suddenly wide open, staring intensely at the little ant who was sound asleep. Chapter 39, The One Who Doesn't Exist Is Her. The dawn light began to break, and somewhere, a hard-working rooster crowed, challenging the sun. Xia Wanning turned over, her mind was awake, but her eyes couldn't open. After struggling for a while, she managed to force her eyelids apart, only to feel that this sleep had left her unusually exhausted. She sat up and looked up, unprepared, and met Denise' cold, hollow eyes at close range. Whoa! N.I., good morning. Xia Wanning instinctively stepped back, her dazed mind torn open by a shock, and rationality slowly squeezed out from the gap, spreading gently. How did I fall asleep? Xia Wanning felt a surge of panic. N.I. stared at Xia Wanning. After a while, she stood up, took out her stack of documents, and started spacing out. Xia Wanning slowly regained her strength, and as her mind restarted, she carefully slid down the wall and was about to leave the room when the sound of an argument came from the yard. It seemed like her 2 cousins were at it again. Don't think I don't know. You're after that ring. You're always sneaking around, your eyes darting everywhere, and just now you went rummaging through the drawer. Aren't you just looking for the ring? The sharp voice of the eldest cousin replaced the rooster's crow and woke up the small village. It also blocked Xia Wanning's path to escape the room. I was looking for a needle and thread. If you're thinking about the ring, it's your own fault, came the soft voice of the second cousin. Her tone was gentle but sharp. Do I need to think about it? Mom already said that the ring will go to N.I. It's always been ours, the eldest cousin shouted in anger. That's not certain. Now that I'm pregnant again, if it's a girl, that ring will be mine, the second cousin wouldn't give an inch. Pa! What a big face. So what if you have a daughter? N.I. is the eldest, and the ring should be hers. The eldest cousin spat, raising her voice. Really interesting. In other families, they give in to their younger siblings, but you're always fighting and grabbing with Di Zhuang. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The second cousin said mockingly. Who dares laugh? I'll tear them apart. Shut up. Is it not embarrassing enough? If you want to take my ring, wait until I'm dead. Get out, all of you. Aunt's angry voice intervened, forcefully ending this morning's drama. The 2 cousins glared at each other but didn't dare to continue arguing under Aunt's anger. They both returned to their rooms, sulking. Aunt angrily began to make breakfast, throwing pots and smashing bowls. Xia Wanning stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in or retreat. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't dare to run, fearing that she might anger Aunt. She stubbornly ate her breakfast, then made up an excuse to leave Uncle's house, with a full stomach of hot water, and before leaving, she conveniently took a bucket of water from Uncle's house. Just like her small stove, her large water tank was also eagerly awaiting. Leaving the main road, bypassing the farmland, and walking through the small woods, she reached the riverside. Xia Wanning looked around. At this hour, everyone was in the fields, and she was the only one with the time to wander. She released the large water tank and started pouring water into it, 1 bucket at a time. The first 3 buckets were done with great enthusiasm. The next 3 were a bit more tiring. By the last 3, she gritted her teeth, looking ahead. Pretty good. It was full. The bottom of the water tank was full. Oh. Xia Wanning hopelessly collapsed to the ground. This was not a task that one person could accomplish. After much struggle, she spent the entire morning by the river and somehow managed to fill the large water tank, at the cost of her arms nearly feeling like they weren't hers anymore. With her 2 limp arms hanging down, she staggered back towards Uncle's house. Fatty! Are you pretending to be a gorilla? A crisp voice sounded. Xia Wanning weakly turned her head and saw 3 kids, around 8 or 9 years old, watching her not far away. Yeah, I'm pretending to be a gorilla zombie. Xia Wanning shook her sore arms, trying to scare the kids. Ha ha ha. Fat girl, you're so funny. The kids not only weren't scared, but they laughed loudly and ran over. They grabbed Xia Wanning's arms, swinging them left and right. Xia Wanning couldn't be bothered to resist, so she just sat on the ground, letting them play with her. Fat girl, this morning, your 2 cousins were fighting again. They woke me up with their yelling. The little girl with braids complained. They? You can hear. I mean, did you hear my second cousin's voice? Xia Wanning asked in surprise. If they knew about the second cousin, her guess from yesterday would be completely wrong. I heard a little. Your second cousin's voice is quiet, but your oldest cousin is famous for her loud voice. Even the deaf person at the west side of the village was woken up by her yelling, ha ha ha. The 3 kids said, laughing together. Xia Wanning was confused. Not the second cousin? Then what happened yesterday? Hey, yesterday, someone in a floral shirt came to my house and chatted with my oldest cousin. At that time, my second cousin was washing clothes in the yard. Why didn't they even say hello? If there's something to ask, ask. Never underestimate these little scouts. They run all over the village every day, and no family secret can escape them. Oh, you mean Sister Wang from the Wang family, right? She became good friends with your oldest cousin because she had fought with your second cousin several times. The snotty little boy sniffed, wiping his nose with his hand, saying gleefully. Well, the enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. So yesterday, the second cousin acted so strangely just because she was embarrassed, awkward. Fat girl, how can your 2 cousins fight so much? Yesterday they fought because Zhuang ate 1 more egg. What are they fighting about today? The short-haired girl leaned against Xia Wanning and asked. Because of the ring. They both think my aunt's ring should go to their family, so they started fighting. Xia Wanning hugged a cute little girl and wiped a piece of tissue on the little boy's face as she answered. TCH, the boy forcefully blew his nose and casually threw the tissue aside. Your family's ring? They fight about it 800 times a day. We're sick of hearing about it. The little boy grimaced. Who's the ring supposed to go to, anyway? Now they're all saying it's lost? Xia Wanning asked, following up. It used to be said it was for Danny. After Danny died, nobody knows. Maybe it's for Dazhuang? The boy speculated. No, the ring is for a girl. Dazhuang is a boy. The short-haired girl disagreed. Dazhuang will marry a wife, and a wife is a girl, so... The kids argued back and forth, none of them willing to give up. Their voices swirled in Xia Wanning's ears, rising, spinning, drifting, until they turned into a buzzing noise. Danny died? Xia Wanning's mind buzzed, a layer of cold sweat crawled up her back, and her warm hands and feet quickly lost their heat, turning damp and cold. If Danny died, then who was the person who slept on the same Kong as me last night? Who was the one who was almost right up against my face this morning, staring at me? Chapter 40, Has she been found? Hua Country District 2, 30th floor. So the mission is to kill this second cousin, right? Easy. A middle-aged man rushed into the second cousin's room and stabbed a knife through her heart. The second cousin's blood splattered all over him, but he remained unfazed as he opened the task center. 0/1? Not completed? How could this be? Wasn't it her? The man turned around in confusion. Behind him, his uncle's family stared at him with cold, ominous eyes. They stretched out their hands, step by step, closing in on him. No. Hua Country District 2, Survival Count -1. Hua Country District 5, 30th floor. I don't care who they are. I'll kill this whole uncle's family, complete mission 3, then I'll slowly look for the ring. A young man with yellow hair dropped his blood-choking item into a water tank. After a lunch, the house of my uncle was filled with corpses. The man stepped over the bodies, rummaging through the cabinets looking for a ring. He didn't find it, and all the villagers were walking toward my uncle's small yard with wide, vacant eyes. In District 5 of Huagua, the number of survivors is -1. Fat girl? Fat girl? What's wrong with you? Ha? Xia Wanning snapped out of her daze and saw three children looking at her with concern.
Ah, I'm fine. I just got a little sad when I mentioned DNI. Xia Wanning forced a smile and said.
Sigh, yeah, after all, you two are relatives. Even though you used to complain about DNI not talking to you, always gloomy, you probably aren't feeling good now that she committed suicide. The little boy sighed like he really understood. Alright, fat girl, it's been a year already, let's not be sad anymore. If you miss her, you can go to the cemetery on the west side and see her. Anyway, children are not allowed in the ancestral grave, and the outside isn't as scary. The girl with the pigtails patted her back to comfort her.
Yeah, not sad anymore. It's almost noon, let's go home.
Xia Wanning stood up and patted the dust off her bottom. Then we'll go now, don't cry on your own, the short-haired girl warned.
I know.
You're so talkative at such a young age, be careful you won't grow tall.
Xia Wanning joked, then ran away under the chase of the three children.
When Xia Wanning returned to her uncle's house, it was just in time for the meal. After getting the answer, she observed and realized many things that were clearly obvious before.
For example, in this house, besides the eldest cousin, no one talks to DNI.
The eldest cousin would place Denise's bowl beside hers, but the aunt never served DNI food. It was always the eldest cousin who snatched it when she had the chance. Every time the eldest cousin snatched food and placed it into Denise's bowl, the aunt would give her a complicated look. The storage room was just a room for storing things before Xia Wanning came back, and the half bed was left empty for her.
The second cousin only attacked the eldest cousin with matters about De Zhuang, never mentioning DNI. So, in this house, DNI was the one who didn't exist.
She was the obsession of the eldest cousin, a ghost that shouldn't exist. She didn't leave last night to make a secret meal with the eldest cousin, but to ask the whole family for an extra meal, sucking young energy. Xia Wanning would uncontrollably fall asleep, probably because of Denise's influence, which is why she felt groggy and particularly tired in the morning. Xia Wanning, timid as a mouse, actually slept in the same room with a ghost an entire night. Xia Wanning ate the coarse rice with no taste, her mind exploding like fireworks, all scrambled inside. After the meal, the eldest cousin once again said to Xia Wanning, "Fat girl, after a while, teach DNI some lessons."
Huh? Okay.
Xia Wanning agreed and turned, bringing Zhuang to the corner of the yard with a piece of candy.
Zhuang, why does the eldest cousin always ask me to teach DNI? Xia Wanning asked cautiously.
Because. Zhuang hurriedly peeled the candy wrapper, glancing around while saying, "Because the old lady has hysterics, don't mind her." Zhuang said this, quickly stuffing the candy into his mouth and running off. Xia Wanning grabbed him back and threatened, "Don't run, I haven't finished asking yet, so, there is no DNI in this house, right?" "Of course. DNI has been dead for a long time, forced to death by the old lady, she killed herself, and the old lady went crazy, talking to the air every day, even feeding the air, we've gotten used to it, don't mind her." Zhuang spoke rapidly, obviously someone often spoke freely to him, so he learned it. After speaking, Zhuang broke free from Xia Wanning's grip and covered his mouth, running out of the yard. Xia Wanning didn't chase him. She looked up at the storage room, her mood complex. She confirmed, the target was DNI, but the problem was, how to kill her. She was a ghost, and if she really made a move, it was hard to say who would kill who. "Fat girl, where is Zhuang?" Xia Wanning turned her head. It was the second cousin.
"He just ran out. She's gone off to play again."
Knowing that second cousin's wife is no longer a ghost, Xia Wanning is no longer afraid of her. She replied. "This kid just told me to come measure him and hem his pants, but now he's disappeared without a trace."
Second cousin's wife frowned and said.
She rubbed her belly and raised her foot to go out to catch the child. Looking at second cousin's wife's back, Xia Wanning thought for a moment. The matter of killing the ghosts could be discussed later, but should she look for the ring first? Both eldest cousin's wife and second cousin's wife are thinking about auntie's ring, both of them are suspicious. Now that second cousin's wife is gone, it's a rare opportunity. With this in mind, Xia Wanning didn't hesitate any longer. She immediately sneaked into second cousin's wife's room and began to search carefully. There was nothing in the drawer. Nothing in the bedside table either. Friends who often steal things know that it's really a tense thing to search through someone's belongings behind their back. Xia Wanning was feeling nervous now, with a sense that someone might block her in the room at any moment. Tap, tap, tap. After just a few searches, footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. "It's over. What I feared has come true."
"So soon?
Second Zhuang, you're useless." Xia Wanning cried out in her heart, her feet were frantic, spinning around. The window was sealed shut, she couldn't open it, and by the sound of the footsteps, the person was already at the door. She couldn't leave either. With no way out, Xia Wanning had no choice but to open the big wardrobe and quickly hid inside. Just as she closed the wardrobe door, the room door was opened by someone.
tap, tap, tap. The person walked in leisurely, but it seemed like they stopped at the door. What's going on? Why aren't they walking anymore? Did I leave a drawer open and get noticed? Xia Wanning frantically recalled. Tap. 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 The footsteps began again, but this time much slower. Schwa. That was the sound of a drawer being opened. Schwa, schwa, la la. The sound of things being rummaged through. The person was looking for something. Tap. Tap. They were coming closer. Su su. The sound of them rummaging through the table next to the wardrobe. Xia Wanning's palms were sweating with nervousness, and without realizing it, she grabbed the clothes hanging next to her. This clothes? It feels like leather? Do leather clothes exist in this era? Xia Wanning twisted the fabric in her hand and suddenly her heart skipped a beat. Leather? What leather? A cold sweat slid down. Tap. Tap. The footsteps arrived at the wardrobe. Xia Wanning's eyes widened, as if she was staring face to face with the person through the door. Schwa. The wardrobe door was pulled open. Chapter 41, I don't want to rob tombs. Eldest cousin's wife stared at the empty wardrobe, tilting her head in confusion. The sound of second cousin's wife scolding second Zhuan could be heard outside the courtyard gate. Eldest cousin's wife closed the wardrobe door and quickly walked out. Inside the wardrobe, Xia Wanning stared wide-eyed, holding her breath. Fear poured into her heart from the top of her head, gripping her heart tightly. She pressed her hand to her chest and slowly slid out of the wardrobe. Leaning on the wardrobe to barely stand, she closed the wardrobe door and, with her legs feeling soft, staggered to the door. Second cousin's wife dragged second Zhuang by the ear into the room, but it was as if they didn't see Xia Wanning at all. They walked past her without a care. I've told you so many times, stop fighting with people. You're so small, who can you beat? Then when you get hurt, you come back crying. Second cousin's wife scolded as she twisted second Zhuang's ear. I'm sorry, I won't fight anymore. I won't. Second Zhuang tiptoed, spinning in circles around his mother, trying to ease the pain in his ear. Xia Wanning, sticking to the wall, slid past the door gap and left the room. She quickly walked out of the courtyard and all the way to a deserted path before finally taking off the leather jacket. As she took off the leather jacket, Xia Wanning's figure appeared on the empty road. She collapsed weakly on the roadside, casually packing the leather jacket into her backpack. The backpack displayed. Her strength slowly returned, and her pale face regained color. Xia Wanning suppressed the nausea that rose due to fear. In this house, is there really only one non-existent person? Why does it feel so abnormal? Could the whole family be ghosts? I have to finish the task quickly, I don't want to stay here any longer, this is so terrifying. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise at the village entrance, bustling with excitement, probably because Uncle Chi returned with bricks and cement. Wiping her face, Xia Wanning got up, it was time to get down to business. She first went to the grocery store, restocked, and specially bought more brown sugar and white sugar, planning to give them to Uncle Chi as a token of gratitude later. After she packed her supplies, holding 2 bags of sugar, Xia Wanning returned to her uncle's house. At the back of the house, Uncle Chi was directing the workers unloading goods, while exaggerating to the crowd around about how filial Fat Girl was. A group of villagers were telling her uncle and aunt all kinds of congratulatory and envious compliments, and her uncle and aunt were grinning from ear to ear. Amid all the attention, Xia Wanning walked over. Fat Girl, you are great, so filial. Zhu, did you see that? Learn from your sister Fat Girl. She's good at studying and so filial. Ah, I'm really envious of your uncle, Fat Girl will get rich one day, and fix up our house too. Please don't do this, it's going to be hard for me to handle. Xia Wanning forced a smile as she walked over, handing the 2 large bags of brown and white sugar to Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi, you've worked hard, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to buy so many bricks. Our village's capable person is definitely Uncle Chi, look at how beautifully Uncle Chi is doing this job. Xia Wanning said loudly, trying to redirect everyone's attention to Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi took the sugar, his smile grew even more sincere. Hey! Our little fat girl knows how to do things, she knows her Uncle Chi loves sweets, okay, I'll accept this, if you need anything, just say it, anything Uncle Chi can do, I'll do it without hesitation. Uncle Chi patted his chest and said. The villagers looked at Uncle Chi, and the topic shifted. It really is. It has to be Li Lao Chi, he can even talk to the factory manager in town. Exactly, Lao Chi is capable. Uncle Chi, I want to fix up my house too, how much did you sell Fat Girl those bricks for? Can you give me a cheaper price? In the midst of everyone's flattery, Uncle Chi got even more lost in it. He waved his hand and said. No, it's all thanks to my brothers giving me face, who else needs bricks? Come, let's go to my house and talk. Everyone was afraid of missing out on a cheap price, even those who didn't want to buy bricks were eager to join the fun, so they quickly followed Uncle Chi. Fat girl. Aunt didn't spoil you for nothing. You're really a good child. Aunt pulled Xia Wanning's hand and said warmly. Xia Wanning heard Aunt's gentle voice and shuddered. Since she came here, this was the first time Aunt had shown her a good face. No, it's the least I could do. Aunt, are we leaving these bricks here? Won't they get stolen? Xia Wanning quickly changed the topic, trying to avoid more of Aunt's nauseating praise. They won't get stolen. There's so many, who could carry them away? Come. Aunt will cook something delicious for you tonight. We fat girls have gotten so thin, we need to replenish. Aunt said as she pulled Xia Wanning inside while organizing tasks on the way. You guys should go to the fields, no more work? Big family, go to old lady Lee's house and exchange 5 eggs. Second family, go to Zhao grandpa's house and pick 2 small cabbages, make 2 extra dishes tonight. So, you're telling me the food you're making for me is all from other people's houses? Xia Wanning was speechless. After big sister-in-law and big girl left, Aunt pulled Xia Wanning back into the house and immediately went back to the fields. It was rare for the house to be empty, so Xia Wanning quickly rummaged through big sister-in-law's room and big girl's small storeroom, but apart from an iron pot exchange card, she found nothing. This is really strange. This house is so poor, there's nowhere to hide things. Where could the ring be? Xia Wanning sat in the yard, lost in thought. Fat girl, which house are you planning to fix with those bricks first? Big sister-in-law returned, holding a few eggs with both hands, smiling as she asked while putting the eggs down. Danny followed her big cousin-in-law step by step, entering the courtyard and walking straight into the warehouse, continuing to stare blankly at the pile of straw paper. I'm listening to Aunt, since I don't usually live here. By the way, big cousin-in-law, this morning I heard second cousin-in-law argue with you about the ring. Didn't it already say that the ring was for Danny? What does second cousin-in-law mean? Summer Wanning asked, subtly. Unexpectedly, big cousin-in-law became suddenly agitated. The forced warmth she had shown twisted in an instant, as she gritted her teeth and said, that bitch. She's eyeing Danny's ring. Danny's doing fine. She even cursed Danny over the ring. She won't be well, she will get her comeuppance. She? Big cousin-in-law. Calm down. Calm down. So, what does Aunt mean? Summer Wanning interrupted big cousin-in-law's extreme words and emotions, continuing to ask. I don't care. Who dares to snatch Danny's ring? It's Danny's. Danny looks great wearing it. So beautiful. I want Danny to wear it, on her hand, so beautiful. Big cousin-in-law suddenly stood up, walking toward the warehouse step by step as if in a trance, muttering to herself, so beautiful, so beautiful. Summer Wanning sat where she was, overwhelmed by despair. Danny? Wear it on her hand. Beautiful? This village has an ancestral grave, so it's a proper burial, right? What does beautiful on her hand even mean? Which hand? Whose hand? What's going on? I love reading Tomb Raider notes, but that doesn't mean I want to do field research. Summer Wanning felt like crying but had no tears. Chapter 42, Confronting Danny. Time is the fairest thing, it doesn't speed up or slow down for anyone. Summer Wanning bit her finger, watching the sun gradually set, watching the evening glow rise, watching the smoke rise from the village kitchens, watching the night spread across the land, watching light after light go out, watching her tragic fate step by step close in. After realizing that Danny was no longer alive, Summer Wanning was too scared to go back into the warehouse. She sat in the courtyard, waiting until the village dogs had fallen asleep. It seemed like she had made up her mind, as she suddenly stood up, grabbed a shovel from the tool corner, and stormed out of the yard. From behind, she looked like a soldier marching to war, a valiant general. From the front, she trembled, her lips shaking, tears brimming in her eyes, her hands quivering, her legs unsteady, as if she were an 80-year-old woman walking to her death. Danny's grave was easy to find, after all, there weren't many tombstones around here. Summer Wanning stood in front of the tombstone, her heart pounding like a drum. I can do this. I'm the best. I'm invincible. Shouting a slogan to herself, feeling confident enough to handle the task, Summer Wanning immediately knelt down. Well, the dead are to be respected, Danny, look, I'm being polite, I mean no harm, I just want to take the ring back. Your grandma worked hard to find it, you wouldn't want her to be upset, right? Taking other people's things is wrong, Aunt will help you fix it. Summer Wanning mumbled to herself, sincerely clasping her hands in prayer and bowing. Then she stood up, gripped the shovel tightly, and assumed a digging position. Phew! A gust of cold wind blew, the moonlight grew dim, and the sound of insects seemed out of tune, like a mournful funeral song. Summer Wanning inexplicably felt a chill down her back. It was only then that she realized something. Why was she speaking to the tombstone? Danny's ghost wasn't in the warehouse at her uncle's house? That meant, even if she appeared, it wouldn't be in the tomb in front of her, but rather behind her. Ah! Summer Wanning screamed in fear, swinging the shovel around and turning back. The shovel flew and struck Danny, who was standing ominously behind her, intending to choke Summer Wanning once their eyes met. Danny twisted her neck stiffly and stood up in a distorted manner. Taking advantage of the distance, Summer Wanning pulled out her starfall bow and wooden arrow. The wooden arrow, once placed on the string, transformed into a slightly thinner iron arrow, which Summer Wanning swiftly shot. Perhaps due to nerves, or maybe just because of her lack of skill, the first arrow missed. Danny had already stood up. Xia Wanning had no time to be frustrated. The second arrow followed closely. The arrow brushed past Danny's arm and fell to the ground. The third arrow, the fourth arrow. Danny ignored Xia Wanning's attacks, stepping forward one by one. The fifth arrow, perhaps because it was closer, hit Danny squarely in the chest. Danny was knocked back 2 steps by the force of the arrow. She looked down at the arrow sticking in her chest, a bit puzzled, then carelessly pulled it out and tossed it on the ground. She lifted her head, her pale face appearing especially terrifying under the misty moonlight, and gave Xia Wanning a cruel smile. Xia Wanning gasped, speeding up her shots. Several arrows hit consecutively, and Danny was knocked back step by the force of the arrows. She seemed a bit angry now, her smile gradually twisting. Her once normal hands turned from white to green, and her nails turned black. Xia Wanning fired her last wooden arrow, and then began grabbing random broken things, glass beads, pencil stubs, rubber bands, things turned into arrows, tiny, with almost zero power. Seeing Danny getting closer and closer, Xia Wanning knew that if she didn't act fast, she'd lose her life. Reluctantly, she pulled out the crescent blade. She knocked the bow, aimed, and released. The arrow grazed Danny's neck, taking a piece of skin with it. Danny raised her stiff hand, pressed on her neck, and then twisted it left and right with a crack, her pupils gradually turning blood red. This is it. Xia Wanning was overjoyed. The crescent blade seemed to have injured her, and now this boss was enraged. She went into a berserk state. Wah-ah! Danny suddenly sped up, and in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Xia Wanning. She opened her mouth and made meaningless sounds, heh. Xia Wanning held her bow between them, no, between the human and the ghost, and kicked with her foot. Ha, can ghosts not brush their teeth? Ha! Xia Wanning held her stomach, uncontrollably gagging twice, then pulled the bow and fired another arrow. This shot was hurried, shot while gagging, and as soon as it was released, it lost all power. The arrow skewed and stuck into the ground by Danny's foot. The blue light flashed, and the arrow turned back into its original form. Danny came at her again, raising her hand to grab Xia Wanning's heart. Xia Wanning barely dodged, but Danny reacted incredibly quickly and swiped back, grabbing the hem of Xia Wanning's clothes. Without hesitation, Xia Wanning cut the corner of her clothes with the crescent blade, and at the same time, slashed back. Danny stepped back a step to dodge. Xia Wanning changed weapons, raised her bow, and aimed, but Danny had disappeared. What's more terrifying than fighting with a ghost? It's when the ghost vanishes during the fight. In the wild mountains, no one around, her back wide open, the only thing Xia Wanning could rely on was the ghost's tombstone. Xia Wanning was on high alert, eyes scanning every direction. Every insect sound, every shadow in the darkness, was painted with a terrifying hue. A breeze passed by, and Xia Wanning suddenly turned around. A crow's caw echoed, and Xia Wanning sidestepped in defense. A faint, ethereal laugh echoed. Xia Wanning turned again, but there was no Danny behind her, only the swaying tree shadows. Why did you want to go to university? If you didn't, Mom wouldn't force me. The sorrowful voice surrounded Xia Wanning, sounding like a mournful complaint. Then I'll kill you. If you're gone, Mom won't force me anymore. The ethereal voice carried resentment, but also a joy that came from the belief that she could be freed. The cold wind rose, blowing fallen leaves into Xia Wanning's face. She was dazzled, uncontrollably closing her eyes. In the moment she closed her eyes, Xia Wanning knew something was wrong. She reached out with the crescent blade. She stabbed Danny, but Danny grabbed her by the throat. Die. I'm excellent. Perfect. The one to be learned from by everyone. Little ant. Danny's twisted face showed a look of pleasure as she laughed crazily, tightening her grip. Ugh, Xia Wanning couldn't breathe. She grabbed Danny's cold fingers with one hand. One hand replaced the curved crescent blade that had already pierced into Danny with a binding talisman, slapping it onto Danny's body. Danny's smile abruptly stopped, and she stood still in front of Xia Wanning, motionless. However, Xia Wanning's crisis was far from over. Danny's hand was still tightly gripping her neck, blocking her breath, and no matter how much strength she used, she couldn't break free from the ironclad fingers. I'm sorry, Danny. In order to survive, Xia Wanning silently apologized in her heart, taking out the crescent blade and cutting off Danny's hand. Isn't it said that ghosts are unscientific? Even though the hand was cut off, the fingers still stubbornly clung to Xia Wanning's neck. There was no other choice. Already suffocating and weak, Xia Wanning squatted on the ground, one by one cutting off Denise's fingers. Who? Finally freed from the restraint, the cold air rushed eagerly into her deflated lungs, bringing with it life. Xia Wanning knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, still holding Denise's finger in her hand. After regaining her breath, Xia Wanning belatedly glanced at her hand, then, as if shocked, immediately threw the finger away. She then stood up and looked at the now frozen Dni. Dni, although you are also quite pitiful, your family who is absorbing your yang energy is also quite pitiful, especially your second cousin who is pregnant. Of course, the most pitiful one is me, a complete unwarranted disaster. Alright, I won't say more. The TV shows tell us that the villain, no, the righteous side dies from talking too much. Rest in peace. Xia Wanning stepped forward, the sharp crescent blade slicing through Denise's neck, and as her head left her body, Dni, no. The entire ghost dissipated like dust. Mission 3, complete. Picking up the purple treasure chest on the ground, Xia Wanning, holding a shovel, slowly walked to Denise's grave. The way I'm living, it feels more and more like a villain. Stretching her shoulders, Xia Wanning started digging the grave. I mean, isn't what I'm doing right now grave robbing? Then why do I only have this broken shovel? Where's the Luoyang shovel? Shouldn't I at least light a candle and put it somewhere? As she shoveled the dirt, Xia Wanning muttered to herself, easing her unease. Why is it that the ghost in this grave has already been killed by me, yet I still feel uneasy? And why can a ghost be physically destroyed? So strange. As she muttered, the shovel clinked against the coffin. Shoving the dirt aside from the coffin, Xia Wanning took a deep breath and pushed hard on the coffin lid. She thought she would see a skeleton or a half-rotted body, but in fact, the coffin only contained a lonely ring. Where did the body go? Was what I fought earlier not a ghost? But a zombie? Forget it, it's done, whatever. Not thinking too much, Xia Wanning jumped into the coffin, grabbed the ring, then hurriedly jumped back out, fearing the lid might suddenly close and trap her inside. After putting the ring away, she restored the coffin lid, refilled the dirt, put away the crescent blade and wooden arrows, and, carrying the shovel, dragged her tired body back to her uncle's house. As she placed the ring on the dining table in the main room, Mission 2 also showed as completed. There were still 3 yuan and 22 cents left in her pocket, but there was no use bringing them back. Xia Wanning placed them next to the ring, as if it were the firewood money she had taken earlier. Although she did indeed lack pots, bowls, and utensils, after hesitating, she didn't take them. This place was different from the previous scene. In the past, at least the owner wasn't around, and would never return. The items were essentially unowned, and no one wanted them, so if she took them, it wouldn't matter. This time, however, if she took something, it felt like she was stealing. Forget it, there has to be some moral line. Bidding farewell to her family on her own, Xia Wanning went to the backyard, collected the bricks, cement, and wood from the ground, and walked toward the elevator. Ding! Congratulations to the player for safely returning to the elevator. Tasks 1, 2, and 3 have been completed. 600 points have been credited to your task reward mall. We wish you a pleasant survival experience. As per the player's strong request, the bathroom in the service area has been opened. Welcome to visit. Back in the elevator, hearing the announcement in her ears, Xia Wanning took 2 steps into the dormitory and collapsed directly on the floor. Ah! I'm so tired. She groaned. Detection shows that the dormitory now meets the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Xia Wanning weakly responded. The dormitory is about to upgrade. Please temporarily leave. Xia Wanning cursed inwardly, dragging her body, which no longer wanted to move, and turned around to crawl back into the elevator. Curled up in the elevator, the memory of the days when she couldn't stretch her arms or move her legs resurfaced. Xia Wanning was incredibly grateful that she had received this dormitory. The elevator began to shake slightly again. The old wooden door in front of her twisted like in an animated show, reshaping into a beautiful, sturdy redwood door. Even the broken handle that had fallen off before was now newly reattached to its original position. Dormitory upgrade complete. Soon, the system's prompt sounded like a shot of adrenaline. Xia Wanning, sitting up in shock from her deathbed, supported herself against the elevator wall and pushed open the dormitory door. Stepping into the dormitory, the light above her head turned on, illuminating the now double-sized, clean, and bright dormitory. No longer a shabby wooden room full of drafts, the new dormitory was made of smooth brick walls. The bricks were tightly cemented together, with no place for wind to leak through. Though still a large studio, it had expanded from the original 20 square meters to 40 or 50. On the left side as you entered was Xia Wanning's soft double bed, with a wooden desk beside it. The supplies were still in their original place.
On the right, the small stove had been replaced with two large stoves side by side. Above the stoves was a smoke vent, though she had no idea where it led. Is this to prevent me from carbon monoxide poisoning? System, you're so thoughtful, it almost makes me cry. Xia Wanning said, clutching her heart, deeply touched. Ding! The next upgrade requires 30,000 bricks, 300 bags of cement, 3 tons of steel. Will you proceed? I think I might not be able to afford that. While still touched, Xia Wanning felt a bit speechless. Congratulations on becoming the first owner of a level 2 dormitory. You have received a dormitory gift pack. Before she could start worrying, another major gift came crashing down. Delighted, she threw the idea of further upgrades out of her mind and couldn't stop smiling foolishly. He, good system. All my hard work doing tasks wasn't in vain. Xia Wanning rubbed her hands together and clicked to open the gift pack. 2 large iron pots, 1 solid wood wardrobe, 2 solid wood bedside tables, 1 large kitchen storage rack. Wow! It's like the system is reading my mind. You're my savior, system. Xia Wanning blew a kiss to the air, spun around happily 3 times, and finally calmed down her excited heart. At this moment, Xia Wanning's waist no longer hurt, her legs no longer ached, and she had energy to walk. With a heart full of excitement, she first opened the treasure chest and received 3 health fruits and 3 stamina fruits, which increased her health and stamina limits. Then she started rearranging her little home. She placed 1 bedside table beside the bed, and the other one against the wall at the foot of the bed, without changing the bed's proximity to the wall, as this arrangement made her feel safer. The desk was placed beside the bed, and the wardrobe was placed at the foot of the bed. The 2 large stoves were positioned in the right corner near the door, and the large water tank was placed next to the stove. The storage rack was placed next to the water tank. Finally, she organized the supplies she originally had, along with the supplies she brought back from the 30th floor, and arranged them in their respective places according to their use. After finishing, Xia Wanning clapped the dust off her hands and looked at the dormitory, which was gradually being filled. A sense of accomplishment swelled in her heart. It's only been a few days, and look, my little life is already coming together. I'm really awesome. She stood with her hands on her hips, proudly gazing at her work, with a dirty face and ragged clothes. Holding the basin and walking to the water tank, Xia Wanning wanted to scoop some water to wash her hands, but unexpectedly, she saw her dirty face reflected in the water tank. Thinking back, ever since entering this game, her personal hygiene had relied entirely on a few packs of wet wipes, and it had been a long time since she had a bath. Suddenly, she felt as if thousands of ants were crawling all over her body, just feeling that she was dirty everywhere. Alright. System, you really know how to make money. Looking at the dormitory that still lacked a toilet and bathroom even after leveling up, Xia Wanning couldn't help but marvel at the system's ability to generate wealth. Taking her toiletries, she bought a service area ticket and once again entered the service area. Here, mosaics still ruled the place, with various mosaics flowing endlessly, but perhaps due to different task schedules dividing up the number of players, there seemed to be fewer people this time than last time. Xia Wanning stood at the door, observed for a while, then raised her foot and walked toward the direction of the bathroom. Sure enough, on the left side of the bathroom, there was an extra building with the words bathroom prominently hanging on the door. Entering the door required a fee, and it was charged 8 points each time. What to say? It's expensive, but still bearable. Another day under the system's control. Some mosaics walked in without hesitation, while others hesitated at the door, unsure. In just a few days, the gap between the rich and the poor was already apparent. Passing by those hesitating people, Xia Wanning spent a few more points at the vending machine by the door to buy shampoo, bath towels, and other toiletries, and walked into the bathroom marked women. The bathroom was divided into public and private areas, with private rooms requiring an additional 20 points. Xia Wanning glanced at the mosaics around her, and without hesitation, walked into the public area. Come on, with this appearance, who would recognize anyone? After a refreshing hot bath, Xia Wanning walked out feeling clean, only to find that there was a crowd blocking the door, noisy and not knowing what was going on. Is this a line? Is there no space inside? Xia Wanning asked while drying her hair. No. Someone just tried to rob, didn't you see? They even pulled out a knife. A woman's voice replied nearby. Huh? Isn't the service area not allowing conflicts? Can there still be robberies? Xia Wanning asked in surprise. Yeah, so when he pulled out the knife, the whole mosaic disappeared. We're all guessing whether the system erased him. The woman replied. Why was there no announcement? A childish voice behind them asked. Who knows? We guess this isn't the first robbery, nor the first disappearance. Just because there was no announcement, we all have no idea. The woman replied. Tisk, tsk, such big guts. The childish voice sighed. Well, probably just been provoked.
Watching others get better while having nothing yourself, especially those who were higher up before entering the game, can't handle such a gap. The woman continued.
That's true, my mindset almost broke today.
Everyone has independent bathrooms, and I still have to spend points to go to the public bath. The childish voice said, puffing out in frustration.
What independent bathroom?
Xia Wanning heard the keyword and immediately asked as if triggered by an automatic response.
Haven't you checked the communication center?
There's a child of fortune who opened up to the desert.
Their third task is get the independent bathroom exchange card.
Although it's a life or death mission, they succeeded.
And you think independent bathrooms are just about free baths and toilets?
No. It's additional space. We're all still cramped in tiny elevators, barely hanging on, while they at least have space to stretch their legs.
So jealous.
The woman said excitedly, her envy unmistakable.
Such good luck? Does everyone who opens up to the desert have this task? Xia Wanning immediately asked.
Not before the official game started, but this morning, 2 people returned from the desert, both saying they had this task. One succeeded, the other failed, but both paid a heavy price.
The one who failed only said one sentence.
Then there was silence, and no one knew what happened, the baby voice replied.
Xia Wanling immediately became alert, wishing she could rush back to the elevator right away. Independent bathroom. With it, her little home would be fully complete. It's a shame, no matter how much we envy it, it's useless. My last place was an abandoned hospital.
Not only was there no supplies, but it was also creepy. After I came back from there, I dove straight into the service area. There were so many people, and the energy was high. I was scared to even stay in the elevator alone, the woman said, her voice trembling.
My last place was on a small boat, just a fishing rod. Whatever I caught, I ate. The key was I couldn't row the boat.
I wanted to return to the elevator but ended up drifting farther and farther away, almost couldn't get back, the baby voice also shared with lingering fear. After listening to their stories for a while, Xia Wanling took note of the information and returned to the elevator. She wrote the new information down in her notebook and found the floor for the desert, the 25th floor.
Although she was eager, Xia Wanling knew she couldn't rush.
She had just completed a task and was physically and mentally exhausted. In her current state, going to the desert would be like offering herself up as a dried corpse specimen. So, she first made herself a big bowl of rice and braised pork, enjoyed it to the fullest, then crawled into bed and slept soundly. Feeling much better, after completing her daily routine training, Xia Wanling began preparing for her desert journey. First, she browsed the communication center. Although the dangers they would face were different, there were always points of reference. For example, food and water had to be brought, and the temperature difference between day and night was extreme, so warmth was necessary. It was best to have a tent and sleeping bag, and also, with snakes and poisonous insects, medicines had to be prepared. Based on the Child of Luck's sharing, Xia Wanling opened the mall and bought detoxifying agents, healing potions, a tent, and a warm sleeping bag. In addition, she bought a sun hat and sun-blocking gloves. Although she didn't know what the general currency in the desert was, it wasn't expensive anyway. She still bought a currency box to take along, thinking if she didn't use it this time, she could use it next time. All these items added up to over 400 points, with just one detoxifying agent costing 300 points, which made Xia Wanling feel heartache. There was also something called the cool bead in the mall, claiming that wearing it could withstand 80-degree heat, making you fearless in the scorching sun. Xia Wanling was very tempted and clicked on it, but after seeing the 1,000-point price, she closed it with a heart as cold as dead ash. With just over 1,200 points left, she decided to save up. Heat, after all, could be endured. After browsing the mall, she took the ingredients she had put in the cabinet yesterday and put them back into her magical pouch. Her backpack only contained the starfall bow and the crescent blade. Thinking about the water shortage in the desert, she decided to bring the large water tank along. In addition to the essentials, she also packed all her water, biscuits, 20 boiled eggs, and 5 sausages. She even used a small electric cooker as a container, filling it with a pot of rice and topping it with pickled radish. Matches, candles, firewood, and flashlights were of course essential for someone afraid of the dark, along with iodine and anti-inflammatory medicine, hoping she wouldn't need to use them but prepared just in case. Ready, the time had come to 8 o'clock.
Xia Wanling stood in front of the elevator and entered 25. Chapter 45, Journey to the Desert.
This task has refreshed, please check the game panel. 1. Basic task, survive for 3 days.
Task reward, 200 mole points. Current progress, 0/3. 2. Advanced task, rescue a poor desert traveler. Task reward, 300 mole points. Progress, 0/1. 3. Ultimate task, obtain independent bathroom exchange voucher. Task reward, 500 mole points. Current progress, 0/1. Yes.
In the dimly lit corridor, Xia Wanling clenched her fists and cheered, "It's real. There really is this task." Xia Wanling happily ran toward the desert. As soon as she left the corridor, she was slapped in the face by the scorching sunlight. "Oh my! The sun is a murderer," she complained while quickly pulling out her sun hat and gloves, wrapping herself tightly to avoid sunburn. After dressing up, Xia Wanling looked up in the direction of the sun. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun was directly in front of her, so the front was east, the door behind her was in the west, and after finishing the task, she could walk westward all the way home. Determining her direction, Xia Wanning began her desert journey. "Oh my god! It's so hot, this must be over 40 degrees, I'm going to get heatstroke." After walking only about 100 meters, Xia Wanning already felt like a sweet potato in an oven. Her moisture was quickly disappearing, but her body temperature kept rising, dry and hot. She took out a bottle of water and took a sip, feeling even more anxious about the road ahead. Turning back to glance at the elevator doors, a sense of despair grew inside her. "I've only walked a few steps, and I'm already this hot. If I live for 3 days in the desert, wouldn't that feel like years?" Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh. With a sigh, she turned around and kept moving forward. In Xia Wanning's dictionary, there was no such thing as give up. "What's that?" Squinting her eyes due to the heat, Xia Wanning saw something that looked like the corner of a wooden box, protruding from the sand mound. A drop of sweat slid from her eyelid, and she wiped it away with her hand, quickly heading toward the box. When she reached the box, she pushed the sand away, revealing most of the box and used her crescent blade to pry it open. Inside the box, a bottle of water lay quietly at the bottom. "Is this it?" Xia Wanning picked up the bottle of water with some disappointment and casually placed it in her magic bag. She also broke open the wooden box and put it in her magic bag. "If there's one, there will be two. Maybe there are better boxes ahead." Xia Wanning got up and continued walking. The extreme heat of the desert was something ordinary people could not endure. Even the air, which normally went unnoticed, now had a presence, sticking to her body with a burning sensation, taking away the moisture from her skin. The sand beneath her feet surged with heat waves. Even through her shoes, she could still feel the increasingly clear burning sensation. The longer she walked, the more the air in front of her twisted, like a plastic bag curled up from the heat. Though she tried to control herself, the dry pain in her throat was screaming, "Water! Water! Water!" "Fine, you win." Xia Wanning patted her throat, resigned, and took out the water bottle to take a small sip. The cool water flowed down her throat, like sweet rain moistening the parched land, extinguishing the flames that were about to rise. Xia Wanning felt a bit revived and continued to look ahead. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have complained about that bottle of water. Now it seems, no amount of water is ever enough. Treasure chest, come to me. Please, shower me with water." Too weak to speak, Xia Wanning could only shout silently in her heart, praying for the appearance of the treasure chest. Perhaps hearing her voice, a treasure chest appeared to the left ahead of her. "Treasure chest! Treasure chest!" Xia Wanning stumbled forward, excitedly running toward it. She opened the chest, and inside was a scarf and a box of cooling patches. Xia Wanning took them out and counted, there were 10 in total. Good stuff. The desert is tough, but at least it's considerate. Everything it gives is practical. She wrapped the scarf around her face and stuck a cooling patch on her forehead. Xia Wanning sighed in relief, "Phew, this feels so good." To prevent the cooling patch from turning into a heating patch, she packed it carefully into her backpack. After observing for a few days, she noticed that whatever she put into her backpack stayed exactly the same when she took it out. But the magic bag was different, it was like a compressed space, with no preservation function. After organizing her things, Xia Wanning continued her journey. Soon, another treasure chest appeared. This one seemed to be almost begging people to see it, with most of the box sticking out of the sand, shining brightly and attracting attention. "Hey! Am I this lucky? This feels like restocking." Xia Wanning happily moved forward, but suddenly noticed that the box seemed to move slightly. "What's that? Is it alive?" She cautiously stopped, took a few steps back, and drew her starfall bow and crescent blade. Aiming the bow, Xia Wanning fired an arrow that pierced through the wooden treasure chest. The chest shook from the impact, and a portion of it was pulled out from the sand mound. The shaking of the box stirred what was inside, causing it to move even more violently. Xia Wanning drew the bow again, and another arrow pierced through. The crescent moon blade, in the form of an arrow, pierced the treasure chest, and after falling to the ground, it returned to its original form, but it was stained with bright red blood. As expected, there's something inside. Ignoring the increasingly violent shaking of the chest, Xia Wanning shot several more arrows until the chest stopped moving. She waited at the spot for a minute, but the chest remained quiet. Cautiously, she approached, pried open the lid with the crescent moonblade, then stepped back a bit,
using a wooden arrow to push open the lid. The moment the lid hit the ground, a fat yellow snake suddenly sprang out, baring its sharp teeth and biting down on the wooden arrow. Taking this opportunity, Xia Wanning quickly stepped forward, slashing off the snake's head with one strike, then quickly let go, watching as the wooden arrow and snake's head fell to the ground. Not letting her guard down, she took out another wooden arrow and flicked the snake's head away to a distance before letting out a sigh of relief. Humph. Trying to ambush me. I'm no longer the old Xia Wanning. Now, I am Xia Hulu Wanning. Having completed what she considered to be a beautiful battle, Xia Wanning took a moment to feel pleased with her progress. This treasure chest, hiding dangers, did not disappoint her either. Inside, there was a full set of military uniforms, the beautiful army green shimmering under the scorching sun, making Xia Wanning reluctant to let go. This is it. This color. This material. These shoes. They're all my size, Commander, you truly love me. Xia Wanning hugged the clothes and shoes to her chest, shaking her shoulders happily. After being excited for a minute, Xia Wanning carefully put them into her treasure pouch, then crouched down to start processing the snake meat. She gently cut open the snake's body, throwing away the internal organs and intestines, then washed the cavity with clean sand until she thought it was clean enough before tossing it into her backpack. I'll keep it for now, but I won't eat it unless absolutely necessary. Xia Wanning brushed off the remaining sand from her hands, retrieved her usable weapons, and continued forward. She had a feeling that even better treasures awaited her ahead. Chapter 46, Desert Giant Lizard. Sometimes, a person's hunches are not so accurate. Xia Wanning walked until the sun was at its peak, and yet she hadn't even seen the shadow of a treasure chest. The air was boiling, and the temperature was even more outrageous than it had been in the morning. She felt like she was about to catch fire. The third bottle of water ran dry, and the third cooling patch turned into a heating patch shortly after it was applied. Xia Wanning felt so hot that she was dizzy, her steps unsteady, her body swaying. I can't go on, I need to find a place to rest. Xia Wanning deviated from her route, stumbling to the back of a large rock, and plunged into its shadow. She took out the fourth bottle of water and drank half of it in a few gulps, finally feeling the fire burning in her body begin to subside. She removed her hat and gloves, took off her thin jacket, and used her empty bottle to scoop water from the large water tank to pour over herself. The cool water quickly took away the heat from her body's surface, and Xia Wanning felt so refreshed that she almost lost her senses. For a bathroom, I really feel worse than if I ate poop right now. She murmured blankly, her eyes distant. After a long pause, she took an egg from her backpack and put it in her mouth, forcing herself to eat to stave off hunger. This damn heat made her lose all appetite, but if she didn't eat, she feared she might collapse face-first into the sand, so she had no choice but to force it down. Luckily, she had already packed food into her backpack and placed weapons that weren't afraid of the heat in her treasure pouch, otherwise, she probably wouldn't even have anything to eat. Sitting behind the large rock for 2 hours, she survived the hottest part of the day. Xia Wanning put on her gear again and set out on her journey. After enduring the scorching heat at noon, the yellow sand underfoot seemed even hotter, and the wind lifted sand particles that slapped against her face. Xia Wanning squinted her eyes and wrapped her head and face completely with a scarf. From beneath the scarf, she reached into her water bottle. Took a sip of water. This is the 5th bottle, right? Drinking so much water, I don't even want to go to the bathroom. I'm working hard in the place where I need it the least just to find a toilet. Xia Wanning self-deprecatingly laughed about her own misery. She dragged her heavy footsteps, and suddenly, a small section of the sand layer collapsed beneath her feet, accompanied by the rustling sound of scales rubbing against each other. A brownish-yellow figure sprang out from the sand pile, sending grains of sand flying all over Xia Wanning. She instinctively took a step back, although she still didn't know what was happening. The starfall bow had already appeared in her hands. With her empty left hand, she tore off the gauze from her face, and finally, she could see clearly. Before her was a giant reptile, over a meter long, clad in scales, with spikes along its back, and a thick tail that whipped like a whip. A pair of amber vertical pupils stared fixedly at Xia Wanning, a low growl rumbling in its throat. It was a desert giant lizard. The moment she ripped off the gauze and saw what was before her, Xia Wanning had already shot an arrow, embodying her life principle of striking first. An arrow made from the crescent blade pierced it but only caused a tiny wound. This was partly because the giant lizard's scales were too hard, and partly because Xia Wanning lacked power and accuracy. But this tiny wound was enough to enrage the creature in front of her. It kicked off the ground with all 4 limbs and charged towards Xia Wanning at an unimaginable speed. Xia Wanning hurriedly dodged, but the giant lizard skillfully changed direction, its tail whipping towards her knee with a fierce gust. Xia Wanning was hit and cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, as the lizard's tail came swinging towards her face again. Reacting quickly, Xia Wanning lay back to avoid it, the lizard's tail whizzing past her face with a fishy and foul odor. At the same time, the giant lizard opened its large mouth to bite at Xia Wanning's neck.
In an instant, the starfall bow in her hand transformed into the crescent blade, which she thrust fiercely into the lizard's eye. The lizard let out a sharp shriek and suddenly recoiled. It waved its claws in agony, frantically scratching at its eye, its massive body twisting in the sand, sending up clouds of dust. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Wanning struggled to get up, hobbled, and knocked another arrow. This time well prepared, Xia Wanning used all her strength. Unfortunately, the lizard was thrashing too violently, and her first arrow missed. Feeling not much disappointment, Xia Wanning pulled back her second arrow, which plunged deeply into the lizard's side. The lizard's screams became even more heart-wrenching, and its struggles intensified. It fixed its remaining eye on Xia Wanning and launched another tail attack. Enduring the pain in her leg, Xia Wanning staggered to avoid it and quickly shot her third and fourth arrows. Finally, another arrow struck the lizard in the neck, and its movements began to slow down. Seizing the moment, Xia Wanning fired 2 more arrows, completely ending its life. The giant lizard lay still, and Xia Wanning didn't want to move either. She slumped down not far away, her knee aching terribly. Rolling up her pant leg, Xia Wanning found no visible wounds on her knee, but it was swollen, and there seemed to be bruising beneath the skin. Her leg was immobile, and whether she tried to straighten or bend it, it was accompanied by sharp pain. It's over. Either a fracture or a crack. Gently touching her swollen knee, Xia Wanning thought in despair. She had 3 more days to survive, and yet it was only the first day of losing her ability to move. Wasn't that just ridiculous? Opening her personal information that she rarely checked, Xia Wanning confronted her dismal condition. Xia Wanning. Age, 23 years old, the age of blooming beauty. Nickname, Orange Evening Breeze, illiterate. Health, 55, does it need rescue? Stamina, 22, are you trying to kill yourself? Seriously. Strength, 35 plus 1, you seem to have exercised, somehow. Agility, 35, not bad, you've already left the snail behind, go chase after the turtle. Compared to when she first entered the game, she had made some progress. But both her health and stamina were already in critical condition. She took out a medium-level healing potion, hesitating for a moment. Could this thing heal a bone fracture? If it couldn't, what a waste it would be. Forget it, I'll take a gamble. After all, I don't have any other choice. She swallowed the rabbit boss's eye, which she had taken from the deserted grocery store, and this peculiar healing potion turned into a stream of clear energy flowing into her limbs and bones. The swollen, painful knee was surrounded by a cool sensation, the bruising faded, and the pain disappeared. Her health value rose from 55 to 85. Xia Wanling slowly got up, moved her injured leg, and found that her knee still had a slight, tingling pain, but it felt more like a muscle strain. The unbearable pain that had rendered her immobile earlier was now gone. Oh my! This is really amazing. Xia Wanling jumped up on the spot doing a little disco, then squatted down, holding her nearly heatstroke-stricken head, and rested for a while. Since there were monsters here, there should be rewards too. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Xia Wanling walked around the giant lizard, then struggled to push its corpse aside. Finally, she found a wooden treasure chest under the sand pile beneath it. She opened the chest, took out 3 bottles of water, 2 compressed biscuits, and a card. After reading the text on the card, Xia Wanling frowned and showed a complex expression of liking, disgust, and confusion. Chapter 47, Extreme Cold Winds. It was a transformation card, to be specific, it was called the Giant Lizard Transformation Card. After use, you can transform into a giant lizard, effective for 3 minutes. You know, you really do look alike. Xia Wanling silently looked at the tragic state of the dead giant lizard, then glanced at the transformation card in her hand. She wordlessly shoved it into her pouch. I mean, do I really have to turn into this thing? It's an eyesore. Xia Wanling muttered to herself. Recently, she had been talking to herself more and more, and she suspected that if this continued, she would split into another personality to keep herself company. Su Jiatong, when are you coming in? I need you. Xia Wanling wailed to the sky. The lonely dungeon life made her miss her friend deeply. Peh. She spat out the sand that had sneaked into her mouth during her wail, then tightened her scarf and continued on her way. After finding 2 more treasure chests and obtaining 3 bottles of water, 2 sweet potatoes, and a thin blanket, the enthusiastic sun finally said its reluctant goodbye. As it slowly sank below the horizon, the irritating heat gradually faded away. Phew! Finally alive again. She took off her hat and gloves, removed her light jacket, and let the cool breeze caress her body, taking away her exhaustion. Evening was definitely the best time for traveling. Xia Wanling quickened her pace. Although she didn't know where she was heading, based on the treasure chests along the way, she was sure she was heading in the right direction. This stretch of evening was unbelievably smooth. She traveled quickly, encountering no dangers and instead finding treasure chest after treasure chest. Matches? Rotten wood? What are these doing in the treasure chest? Xia Wanling picked up the rotten wood, frowning in confusion. Is this for starting a fire later? Xia Wanling suddenly understood. She had chosen this level, knowing she would enter the desert, so she had prepared matches, flint, firewood, and even packed up the wooden chests along the way. But others, who were randomly chosen with no preparation, might only realize they were in a desert the moment they opened the door. Even if they knew, there would be no time to prepare in just 10 seconds. So the calmness and the crazy supplies during this time might be the system's final kindness. So, how cold is it going to get later? Xia Wanling felt uneasy. She knew the system too well. This system was no soft touch. She packed everything away and stopped rushing. Instead, she began looking for a camping site. Just as she had guessed. As the light faded, the temperature also began to drop at an abnormal speed. In no time, Xia Wanning had to put her coat back on. After walking for a while, she took out her down jacket. Tonzi. You're torturing us now, ignoring science. It's already below -10 degrees, you're in the desert, not the Arctic. Tonzi didn't respond to Xia Wanning's accusation, and the temperature continued to drop. There was no time for careful selection. Xia Wanning saw a sand dune ahead and, with the faint light, found the side sheltered from the wind. She quickly hurried over. At the base of the dune, she chose a relatively firm patch of sand and took out her tent. After setting up the tent and placing the sleeping bag, she spread the thin fleece blanket she had gotten earlier inside the sleeping bag. A soft, warm little nest was made. But that was still far from enough. In front of the tent, Xia Wanning took out a lighter and some broken wood, lighting it, then added more firewood from her treasure chest to start a bonfire. The fire brought a warm glow, and Xia Wanning sighed, sitting by the fire to warm herself. She took out a small electric cooker filled with rice, and that was her only real meal of the day. Though it was just pickled vegetables with rice, after the high temperatures, walking, the wind and sand, the dangers, the injuries, and now the extreme cold, Xia Wanning's strength had almost reached its limit. She hadn't felt hungry during the day, but now her stomach was growling, and she could have devoured a whole cow. She didn't dare to eat all the rice, only finishing half a pot and then adding a piece of compressed biscuit. Finally, she felt like her life was extended. After eating, the temperature seemed to have dropped even lower. Xia Wanning added more firewood, making the fire burn brighter. After hesitating for a moment, she finally crawled into her sleeping bag. Sleeping in such an environment was not particularly safe, but at least she needed to survive in the desert for 3 days. Not sleeping for 3 days was obviously unrealistic. If she had companions, they could take turns keeping watch, but now it was just her. Well, better stay alert. But staying alert didn't work. While she was thinking not to sleep too soundly, as soon as her head touched the pillow, Xia Wanning fell into a deep sleep. When it comes to sleep, Xia Jia is still too much of an authority. The originally calm desert was suddenly swept by a cold wind, shaking the tent and bending the flames. The flame was blown far away by the wind, and after the wind stopped, it flickered and shakily returned, shivering and shrinking in size, but stubbornly continuing to burn. Xia Wanning moved uneasily, unconsciously pulling the sleeping bag tighter. The wind grew stronger. The tent was blown all over the place, the flames spiraled and flew up into the sky, the firewood on the ground was blown apart, the sparks on the wood flickered and finally went out in the cold wind. Xia Wanning was awakened by the cold. She stretched out her hand to touch her eyebrows, and there was actually ice on them. 2 of the 4 corners of the tent that were fixed to the ground had been blown away, and the remaining 2 were also about to fall apart. Outside the tent was pitch black. Xia Wanning's chaotic brain forcibly started working. She scrambled up, put on all the clothes and pants she brought, used the scarf as a mask to cover her mouth and nose, tightened the down jacket hood, and tied the thin fleece blanket around her neck like a cape. She wrapped herself in the blanket, and before the tent could completely fly away with her, she gathered all the supplies into her treasure bag. The moment the tent disappeared, the fierce wind directly slapped Xia Wanning hard. It spun her around and she fell onto the ground. Damn it! What's this grudge? Xia Wanning shouted angrily into the scarf at the wind. The response was a stronger wind and even colder weather. The wind had shifted, and she needed to find a new sheltered spot. Without a source of fire in this cold, she wouldn't survive. Xia Wanning tugged the blanket and tightly wrapped herself, struggling to walk around the sand dune. After a difficult journey, a strong gust of wind came straight at her, and Xia Wanning's frail body was powerless to resist. Blown back to her original spot, rolling and crawling. The thin blanket was blown open, betraying its owner in the wild dance with the wind, eloping with the gusts. Xia Wanning collapsed to the ground, squinting her eyes at the blanket drifting away, feeling that her body was cold, and her heart was cold too. Forget it, the child has grown up, can't control it anymore. Muttering in her heart, she climbed up again, lowered her center of gravity, and decided to crawl forward. After struggling to crawl out of the sand dune, Xia Wanling curled up in a depression where the wind was slightly weaker, trying to recover her lost strength and frozen hands and feet. And in the direction she couldn't see, a light brown figure crouched about 10 meters away, quietly watching her. Chapter 48, Sand Fox. Seeing that Xia Wanling hadn't moved for a while, the figure gently raised its paw and silently watched closer. Under the moonlight, its figure gradually became clearer. It was a sand fox. Its light footsteps landed on the soft sand, silent and unnoticed. But perhaps due to having faced many crises, her sixth sense had grown stronger. Xia Wanling suddenly felt a chill down her spine, almost instinctively turning her head. She met amber eyes. What the heck? Coming out in this cold. Do you have some KPI to complete? Xia Wanling grumbled, while already gripping the crescent blade in her hand. In this weather, she herself was about to be blown away, let alone worry about a bow and arrows, no way. Seeing Xia Wanling turn around, the sand fox arched its back, revealing sharp claws, and lunged at her. Xia Wanling rolled on the ground to avoid the first wave of attack, then took the initiative to move forward, slashing at the fox's neck. The sand fox nimbly dodged, its hind legs pushing off the ground, leaping at her like a cannonball. Xia Wanling had too many layers of clothing, which severely hindered her agility. She could only throw herself sideways, letting herself fall to avoid the fox's attack. When her body hit the ground, Xia Wanling rolled away from her original spot. Just as she rolled, the fox's claws stabbed into the ground. Struggling to get up, Xia Wanling pulled out her last sprinting rune and slapped it onto her leg. Countless forces poured into her body, and she immediately felt light, as if she could fly. With one strong push, she shot forward in a blur. The sand fox's round eyes widened even further, its small brain seemingly tangled in confusion, unable to understand how the clumsy human just moments ago had suddenly become so fast. Not daring to waste any more time with the sprinting rune, Xia Wanling rushed forward again, darting past the sand fox like a ghost, slashing its chest with her blade. The sand fox yelped in pain, spinning angrily and swiping at Xia Wanling with its paw. With the sprinting rune's boost, Xia Wanling was too fast for the small sand fox to touch. After landing her first strike, she was already far out of its reach, not giving the fox a chance to counterattack. The sand fox bared its teeth, and a figure flashed by it. Another wound appeared on its body. As the sprinting rune's effect began to wear off, the sand fox continued its angry screeching. Xia Wanling knew she couldn't wait any longer. Using the last second of the rune's power, she was sent right beside the fox and delivered a horizontal strike, burying the blade deep into its neck. The energy of the sprinting rune exhausted, blown away by the fierce wind, Xia Wanling had no plans to run anymore. She pinned down one of the sand fox's front paws and drove the crescent blade deeper. The sand fox finally caught hold of this infuriating human, its three paws thrashing, sharp claws tearing through Xia Wanling's down jacket. The feathers scattered like the fox's funeral paper money, dissipating with its last warmth into the sky. The crescent blade was so sharp that the fox's head was almost severed, leaving only a layer of skin connecting it, drooping weakly at the edge of its body. After collecting the fox's body, feeling the wind blowing from all directions in a tangled, chaotic manner, Xia Wanling sighed helplessly. You're clearly telling me that there's no windbreak left, right? Fine, I get it, you're ruthless. Wiping her face, Xia Wanning staggered back to the indentation she had been in earlier, took out her sleeping bag, crawled inside, and curled up in it. Shivering, half awake and half asleep, she survived through the night, and when the first ray of morning sunlight hit her eyelids, the howling wind finally stopped. The sunlight slowly pushed back the cold, and the temperature began to rise. Xia Wanning crawled out of her sleeping bag, glanced at her bloodstained and torn-down jacket, and couldn't bring herself to throw it away, so she packed it up. A broken home is worth a fortune, a broken home is worth a fortune. Ah, it's all because of being poor. Her face was sticky, probably with the sand fox's blood. Xia Wanning drank a bottle of water from the big water tank and quickly washed her face. This large tank of water, as long as she didn't plan on planting trees, was enough for her, so she figured she shouldn't make it harder on herself. After a simple cleanup and eating some compressed biscuits, she checked her direction and continued on her way. The temperature gradually rose according to yesterday's pattern. Xia Wanning, familiar with the path, drank water, walked, and searched for the treasure chest, appearing much more composed today compared to yesterday's turmoil. Little treasure chest. Here I come. She opened the treasure chest, and a scorpion raised its tail high, aiming to sting her hand. Oh no! Xia Wanning quickly pulled back her hand, and the scorpion's tail pricked into the wooden box. She then pulled out her crescent blade and chopped off its tail with one stroke, then chopped off its head with another. I told you, I'm Xia Wanning, sisters prepared for you. Xia Wanning easily finished off the little scorpion and took out the hot pot base from the treasure chest. This thing, well, alright, everyone needs a dream. My next goal, eat hot pot. Xia Wanning packed up the hot pot base, clapped her hands, and continued forward. In the course of the morning, she gathered 5 bottles of water, a box of self-heating rice, a hard baguette, a dead snake, and an ugly fish. Heaven knows how there was a fish in the desert. It was almost noon, so Xia Wanning decided to find a shady spot to hide from the heat and continue her journey in the afternoon. Soon, she spotted several trees scattered not far away, their branches and leaves lush, with the shade underneath looking very cool. She quickly walked over, only to find someone already resting in the shade. Xia Wanning slowed her pace and carefully observed. The person wore khaki pants and a black shirt, both ragged and torn. His face was pale, lips cracked and purple, his eye sockets sunken, and his eyes tightly shut. Only his slightly flaring nostrils showed that he was still alive. Gripping her weapon, Xia Wanning slowed her steps and quietly crouched down beside him, gently tapping him. "Hello? Are you still alive?" The man's eyelids fluttered, and after a while, he barely opened them a crack. "Water, water." The man struggled to rasp out the word through his dry throat, but Xia Wanning still understood. She took out the water she had gotten from the big water tank and held it to his mouth. As the first drop of water entered his mouth, the man eagerly followed the bottle, desperately swallowing more water. He grabbed the bottle, gulping it down, uncaring about being choked. Xia Wanning let go of the bottle, stepped back a bit, tensed, ready to either run or attack at any moment. The man finished the water, reluctantly tapping the bottle, trying to extract the last drop. When he finally drank it all, he set the bottle down and weakly leaned against the large tree behind him. "Why are you here?" Xia Wanning asked. "Me?" The man weakly lifted his eyelids, looked at Xia Wanning, and leaned back against the tree. "I'm a desert traveler. I was heading to the ancient desert city, but the wild wind a few nights ago separated me from my companions. Thank you for your help, otherwise, I probably wouldn't have survived." "A desert traveler? The desert traveler from Task 2? Xia Wanning quietly opened her task to check. Chapter 49, The Final Battle with the Wolf Pack. Rescue the poor desert traveler. What does this mean? Just saving him with some spit and water won't work, I have to take him all the way to the west, right? Xia Wanning thought to herself. Why are you going to that desert ancient city? Xia Wanning asked. There are rumors that treasure is hidden there, we are all going to search for it, the desert traveler replied wearily. Treasure hunting? I get it now, this NPC is here to provide clues. If I escort him to the desert ancient city, my independent bathroom should be there too. Looks like this desert ancient city is the destination of this journey. With that decided, Xia Wanning no longer hesitated. She sat down under the shade of a tree and said to the desert traveler, Perfect, I also need to go to the desert ancient city, let's travel together. It will be safer. That's great, I've been hoping for this, the desert traveler said, his eyes lighting up, genuinely happy. Though, I feel bad asking, do you have any food? I'm really hungry. Xia Wanning hesitated. She was wearing thin clothes and had no place to hide anything. But if they were going to travel together, she couldn't avoid pulling out some supplies. Without a tent, sleeping bag, or firewood, they wouldn't survive the night. Sooner or later, her backpack would be exposed. I have some, do you eat snake meat? Xia Wanning took out some snake meat as naturally as she could and handed it to the traveler. Ah! Great, did you kill it? You're quite skilled, the desert traveler praised. Ha! He didn't react at all. Have these natives already accepted the strange things players do? Xia Wanning suppressed her doubts and started a fire at a distance from them. She placed the snake meat on it to roast, while keeping her distance, only occasionally turning the meat over. The snake meat was done, Xia Wanning extinguished the fire, handed the snake meat to the traveler, and also gave him 1/5 of a bottle of water. The traveler thanked her repeatedly and began devouring the food hungrily. Oh whoa! What was that sound? Xia Wanning instantly became alert. She stood up and looked around. Not far away, grayish-yellow figures were leaping out one after another. The leader was a strong male wolf, its cold eyes staring intently at the snake meat in the traveler's hand. Behind it, four slightly weaker adult wolves followed, surrounding them. There are wolves. What should we do? The traveler panicked, while hastily shoving the snake meat into his chest. You. Xia Wanning wanted to tell him to throw the meat away, but seeing his actions, it was obvious he didn't want to. There was no time to reason with him, so she had to change her strategy. Climb the tree, quickly. Xia Wanning gave a short, forceful command and turned to climb the tree. The traveler, seeing this, scrambled up, his earlier weakness gone. He rushed over, grabbing Xia Wanning's shoulder and climbing higher. Xia Wanning was forced down by his strength, landing on one knee. But the traveler took advantage of this, stepping on her thin shoulder to climb up. You! Xia Wanning's anger surged. Seeing her scraped palm, she wanted to yank him down. But there was no time. The wolves were already beneath the tree. Ignoring the pain in her hand, Xia Wanning jumped up from the ground, grabbed a branch high up, and used her feet to push against the trunk to ascend. At that moment, the wolves reached the base of the tree. The lead wolf jumped up, opening its bloody maw to bite at Xia Wanning's leg. Just as Xia Wanning's foot barely touched the branch, she immediately leaped towards a stronger branch to the upper left. Her foot nearly brushed past the lead wolf's mouth. The wolf snapped its jaws viciously, its sharp teeth grazing Xia Wanning's shoe. The sound of its teeth closing was crisp and forceful, leaving no doubt that it could easily crush a human's bone. Grabbing the branch above, Xia Wanning was now hanging from the tree. The lead wolf, frustrated by its failed attack, circled the tree, then leaped up again towards Xia Wanning. Looking at the traveler trembling by a smaller branch on the right side, Xia Wanning knew she could only rely on herself now. She thought for a moment, and another snake fell from her backpack. The lead wolf changed its route, leaping up with its mouth wide open, chasing after the snake meat. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Wanning endured the pain in her hands and swung her body forcefully, hooking her foot behind a branch, and climbed up the tree. The lead wolf devoured eagerly, while the other wolves anxiously circled around, occasionally looking up at Xia Wanning and the traveler, drooling with longing. Knowing that one snake wouldn't be enough to satisfy the pack, Xia Wanning took out the starfall bow, strung the crescent blade, and, while the lead wolf was busy eating, shot an arrow into its neck. The sharp crescent blade turned into a brilliant arrow, piercing through the lead wolf's neck, and a splash of blood bloomed on the sandy ground. The lead wolf suddenly let out a short, hoarse scream, its limbs kicked violently against the ground, its body convulsed twice, and it collapsed onto the sand, the sound of wind leaking from its throat, before it went silent. The other 4 wolves, seeing their leader fall, were clearly panicked. They circled around the fallen wolf anxiously, occasionally looking up at Xia Wanning, seeming as if they wanted to flee but couldn't part with the food in front of them. Xia Wanning didn't have such complicated thoughts. She had killed too many recently, and her mental resilience had greatly increased. She was no longer the little girl who would cry at the sight of killing a mouse. With one strike successful, she immediately took out a second crescent blade, aimed at the wolf closest to her, and shot an arrow directly into its abdomen. The wolf howled in pain and fell to the ground. The other 3 wolves, finally waking from their stupor, realized that the figure in the tree was not food but a god of death here to harvest their lives. So, they no longer hesitated, tucking their tails and running away. Xia Wanning, wanting to practice her archery, drew her bow again, aiming at the fleeing wolf. On the other side, the desert traveler trembled, clutching the branch, his eyes fixed on the bow and arrow in Xia Wanning's hand, revealing a greedy look. The third arrow claimed another wolf's life. It was getting too far, and Xia Wanning sighed inwardly, realizing her archery still needed practice. Ignoring the desert traveler, Xia Wanning climbed down the tree, put away the crescent blade, and adjusted her supplies, storing the 3 wolves' corpses in her backpack. Under the scorching sun, she walked to another tree, took out the corpse of a sand cat and the crescent blade, and awkwardly began to skin it. Her thin blanket had been blown away last night, and her down jacket was almost devoid of down. Now, she urgently needed something to keep warm, and the pelts were the best materials for a coat. As her hands worked, her mind wasn't idle. She had some hesitation about the desert traveler. What surprised her was that, perhaps due to the many lives she had taken, she had become somewhat indifferent to life. She didn't consider the desert traveler's safety at all. What she was considering was whether she should keep those 300 points. On the other side, seeing that Xia Wanning completely ignored him and was busy with her own work, the desert traveler narrowed his eyes. Clumsily, he slid down from the tree, putting on a fawning smile, and walked over. "Little girl, I'm really sorry about earlier. I got too anxious. I almost died just now, and my mind's still not quite clear. Please don't hold it against me," the desert traveler said in a flattering tone. Xia Wanning didn't even look up, just giving a cold sneer. "Look at you, so capable. My dragging around just adds to the trouble. It's better if I hide first, then you can focus on dealing with the enemy." The desert traveler rambled on in her ear, while Xia Wanning focused on skinning the animal, her mind racing with thoughts. She had come to the desert to take the bathhouse, and after enduring so much hardship, she absolutely couldn't give up. But she didn't know where the desert ancient city was, and she needed the desert traveler to lead the way. And even if she insisted on not traveling together anymore, would this person not follow her? Looking at how shameless he is now, it's probably certain that he will keep following her. Rather than tear their relationship apart and always be on guard, it's better to maintain a surface-level peace. Take a rest. Summer Wanning interrupted the traveler's long speech and coldly said, "In an hour, we leave. You better not have any crooked thoughts. I can kill wolves, and I can kill you." Summer Wanning looked up, her sharp gaze piercing toward the traveler. The man's words got stuck in his throat, he choked for a moment, then hurriedly nodded and went back to rest under the tree, looking defeated. Fine, she didn't suppress her temper, the surface peace was not maintained, but this way works too. For people like him, perhaps a threat is more effective. She peeled the sand cat's skin off, as usual, cleaning it with sand and putting it out in the sun to dry. She started peeling the wolf's skin. As she got more skilled, her speed increased. By around 2 in the afternoon, she had already finished processing the skins of 2 wolves. Let's go. After packing her things, Xia Wanning stood up and called to the desert traveler. Hey, we're going this way. The traveler quickly stood up, afraid of being left behind, and took the lead, the direction the same as the one Xia Wanning had taken before. Looking at the route in front of her, Xia Wanning's thoughts stirred. Not long after, a box, like a landmark, appeared in sight. Hey, there's a box over there. The traveler said excitedly. Xia Wanning responded coldly, walking over and skillfully opening the box. She stabbed the sand rat inside with a knife, took out 2 bottles of water and a box of sushi. Only then did Xia Wanning realize that she hadn't had lunch yet. So, in the traveler's envious gaze, she ate the sushi bite by bite. Beautiful lady, do you have any more water? I'm really dying of thirst. The traveler came over shamelessly, his voice hoarse. The title made Xia Wanning feel oddly uncomfortable. She looked at the traveler in surprise, then took a bottle of water from the large water jug and handed it to him. Not much, drink it sparingly. All right. The traveler laughed, quickly accepting it and taking a sip. Not long after, they found another box. After killing 3 scorpions, Xia Wanning took the only item from the box, a cracked blue bead. Looking around, she found nothing special, but ever since she held the bead, Xia Wanning felt a long-lost coolness. She put the bead in her backpack, and the brief info displayed. Xia Wanning's eyes lit up. This is a great item. Although the time limit is short, it can still be really helpful if used well. The desert traveler watched Xia Wanning put the small bead away. Though he didn't know what it was, he could guess it must be something valuable. He lowered his eyes, hiding the jealousy he couldn't control. The two traveled together, and soon, the sun, with its scorching heat, bid them farewell. A cool breeze brushed their faces. The brief, most comfortable time of the day arrived. Xia Wanning quickened her pace, trying to hurry on while also looking for a campsite for the night. Finally, just as the sky began to darken, they found a huge rock. Taking advantage of the cold that had just arrived, Xia Wanning quickly set up the tent and lit the fire. She gave the traveler a piece of the sand fox's chest meat, while Xia Wanning took out a small electric pot and finished the remaining half pot of rice. The traveler lowered his eyes, roasting the sand fox meat, not knowing what he was thinking. After Xia Wanning finished eating, she left him firewood and a shabby down jacket, then turned and crawled into the tent. The desert traveler wrapped himself in the down jacket, leaning against the large rock, roasting his meat while staring at the tent, his gaze dark and unclear. Though tonight was cold, it was much better than the strong winds and storms of last night. The only breeze occasionally swept by, carrying with it cold air that drilled into the bones, making one's teeth chatter from the chill. The traveler, frozen and needing to relieve himself frequently, rose again to answer nature's call. After a while, he returned to the fire, staring fixedly at the tent, squinting as if he had made up his mind about something. He gently removed his bulky down jacket and placed it beside the fire. A quick flash in his palm revealed a sharp stone now gripped tightly in his hand. He raised the stone and, step by step, silently approached the tent. Slowly, he unzipped the tent. Peeking inside, illuminated by the firelight, he saw the sleeping bag swollen and unmoving, clearly indicating the person inside had fallen deeply asleep. He crawled in quietly, the tent flaps falling down, blocking the light. He raised the sharp stone high, aiming it at the head of the sleeping bag, and slammed it down with force. The scene of blood splattering and brain matter exploding didn't happen as he expected. The stone seemed to have hit the ground directly. Did I miss? The traveler wondered, preparing to strike again, but then, the world suddenly brightened before his eyes. The tent had vanished. In the firelight, he realized the sleeping bag was empty, only stuffed with wolf pelts. A flash of a blade startled, the traveler barely dodged the fatal strike, though a cut still grazed his shoulder. When did you get out? The traveler gritted his teeth, pressing on his bleeding shoulder, glaring at Xia Wanning. Wrapped in wolf pelts, Xia Wanning held a bloodied crescent blade in her hand, breathing slightly heavy. You really can't let go of your thieving heart. Xia Wanning, uninterested in answering, raised her blade and stepped forward. The traveler fell back to the ground and quickly retreated. He tripped her by extending his leg, causing Xia Wanning to stagger. Seizing the chance, he rolled to his feet and grabbed her blade hand, pushing her against a large rock. He forced her fingers apart, attempting to take the knife. The disparity in strength between a man and a woman became especially evident at that moment. Xia Wanning felt utterly powerless, her fingers being pried one by one, while the traveler's face twisted with a mixture of satisfaction and cruelty. Chapter 51, Another Desert Traveler? A thought crossed Xia Wanning's mind, and just as the crescent blade was about to be taken, it disappeared, reappearing in her backpack. At the same time, another crescent blade appeared in her left hand. Without hesitation, she thrust it into the traveler's abdomen. Ah! The traveler cried out in pain, stumbling back. He looked incredulously at his bleeding abdomen, his face a mix of hatred and fear. Not giving him a chance to resist, Xia Wanning switched the crescent blade to her right hand and moved forward to finish the job. You can't kill me. I'm not a desert traveler. The man staggered back, finally losing his balance and falling to the ground. He stared at Xia Wanning in terror and blurted out. You're not a desert traveler? Then who are you? Xia Wanning maintained some distance, wary of being ambushed, and asked coldly. I'm just like you, a player. We're both from Huagua, we're fellow countrymen. The man clutched his bleeding wound tightly, gasping from the pain, his face twitching in agony. Impossible. Teens haven't been unlocked yet. How could two players appear in the same dungeon? Xia Wanning asked. I have a special case. The man gritted his teeth, realizing Xia Wanning wouldn't believe him unless he told the truth, so he spilled everything. I violated the rules in the service area and was sent here by the system. If I can get out, it means my punishment is over. So, you can't kill me. Xia Wanning twirled the knife in her hand, her expression twisted in amusement. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Weren't you just about to kill me? Such double standards. Heh. The man grinned. That's different. You women care about your reputation. If others find out you killed your fellow countrymen, what will they think of you? What will they say behind your back? Who will dare to team up with you in the future? Think about it carefully. Ah. You make a good point. Summer Wanning said with a look of sudden realization, taking 2 steps forward and squatting in front of the man, but... With a whoosh, the crescent blade plunged straight into the man's heart. In the man's incredulous gaze, Summer Wanning calmly said, but who would know? I won't tell anyone, and you won't have the chance to speak anymore. You. The man curled in pain, breathing heavily, reaching out to grab Summer Wanning. Summer Wanning dodged quickly, pulling out the sharp knife. With the blade no longer blocking, a massive spurt of blood shot out from the man's chest. He collapsed to the ground in agony, his unbelieving eyes staring at Summer Wanning, then his gaze blurred as he looked at the starry sky above, and finally, his eyes turned dull. His head tilted, and he silently fell into his own pool of blood. Summer Wanning belatedly realized she had killed someone. Not a snake, not a sandcat, not a wolf, but a human, just like her. Nervousness and fear swirled around her as the cold wind brushed against her, sticking tightly to her skin. Summer Wanning shivered, looking at the body on the ground, her mind racing. He won't come back from the dead, will he? He won't turn into a ghost, will he? No. I've killed ghosts before. Jumbled thoughts ran wildly through her mind as Summer Wanning took a deep breath, pulling herself out of extreme fear and unease. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Even in a society ruled by law, this was self-defense. I am a law-abiding citizen, and he deserved to die. Reassuring herself, Summer Wanning packed away her belongings, wrapped herself in wolf skin for warmth, and began walking toward the distance. She never had such a strong heart, staying next to a corpse, especially one she had killed herself. After walking a little while, Summer Wanning looked back anxiously, only calming down when she saw the man's body still lying peacefully on the ground. Then she turned and continued her journey. She walked for a long time, until the man was completely out of sight, before she sighed with slight relief. She opened her flashlight to illuminate the path ahead and walked on for a while, until she saw a neat wooden box just ahead, sitting right in the middle of the road. Heh, if this box doesn't have a trap, I'll take your surname. Summer Wanning sneered, taking out the starfall bow and wooden arrows, shooting one at the box. The box was knocked out of place, and no animals jumped out, but it slowly sank into the sand, eventually stopping when it was about a third buried. It was quicksand. Summer Wanning took out a wooden arrow and tested the ground, taking 3 more steps forward before reaching the quicksand's range, but at this distance, she couldn't reach the treasure chest. Summer Wanning stroked her chin, her mind working, then she took out the down jacket she had lent to the man, now just the fabric left, and used the crescent blade to cut it into long strips. She tied them tightly together, making a rope. She securely tied the rope to the tail of the wooden arrow, then used all her strength to pull back the bowstring. With a whoosh, she shot the arrow. The arrow didn't disappoint her, fiercely stabbing into the wooden box. The arrowhead's triangular shape firmly wedged into the box's inner wall. The treasure chest shook and sank further into the quicksand. Summer Wanning slowly, little by little, pulled it out. The box moved slowly, inch by inch. After a long time, the box was finally pulled to the edge, and Summer Wanning gently pulled it over, then collapsed exhausted onto the ground. I'm dead tired. If this box doesn't have 10 or 8 bottles of water, it's definitely not worth it. After resting for a while, Summer Wanning got up, pried open the box. Inside the box was a flat, brown block, shaped like a wooden brick. What is this thing? She took out the block and casually put it into her backpack for identification. 1 square meter of planting land, do you want to place it? Are you changing to be a farmer? Ah. Summer Wanning shouted excitedly. I can plant now. I can be self-sufficient. This is amazing. She took out the wooden brick and happily kissed it. She cherished it and carefully put it away. The exhaustion from not sleeping for 2 nights was completely wiped away, and Summer Wanning skipped happily around the drifting sand, continuing forward. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, Summer Wanning crawled out of her tent. In the second half of last night, she finally found a big tree. The sand under it was flat and hard, perfect for setting up a tent, so she had a good sleep. After eating and drinking, today marked the 3rd day into the desert. Tonight, the first task would be completed, but tasks 2 and 3 were still a mystery. Summer Wanning tidied her mood and continued on her way. 8 bottles of water, 3 French baguettes, and a box of melted chocolate, another fruitful morning. At noon, Summer Wanning still planned to find a place to hide from the intense heat. Beneath a large tree, she saw a weak man. He said, I am a desert traveler, I am heading to the ancient desert city. A few nights ago, a strong wind separated me from my companions. Can you give me a drink of water? Summer Wanning, wait a minute? This plot seems so familiar. Have I entered a loop? Chapter 52, Messenger of God. You say you're a desert traveler, what proof do you have? Summer Wanning, wary from being bitten by a snake before, asked cautiously. This plaque is the uniform symbol of our merchant caravan. You can take a look. The man croaked, handing over a metal plaque. It was a copper-colored rectangular plaque, with 2 crossed steel forks and some characters Summer Wanning didn't recognize. Seeing this, Summer Wanning believed about 50% of it. She handed over half a bottle of water, and after the traveler drank it, she asked again. What were you going to the ancient desert city for? To trade. The goods of our caravans are different, so we set a time to trade. I see. This reason was far more reliable than the treasure hunt nonsense the previous person spoke about. Summer Wanning believed about 70 to 80% of him, so she gave some compressed biscuits to the true desert traveler. After he finished eating, she took out the last wolf carcass and began skinning it. Sorry to ask, but where did you get all these things? The traveler stared at the large wolf carcass beside Summer Wanning, asking with curiosity. Done for. Summer Wanning froze. She had been tricked by the previous person. That person was a player, so he knew that they all had system backpacks and wouldn't find it strange. But the true locals wouldn't know this. She had been misled by the similar experience before and completely forgot about this detail. This. Summer Wanning stammered, not knowing how to explain. Also, why are you here? The traveler asked again. Well, Summer Wanning looked up at the sky. Could it be? The traveler stared at Summer Wanning. Could it be that you are the sun god sent to help me? The traveler suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. Huh? Summer Wanning was shocked and turned around. It must be. Early yesterday morning, an annoying man took my food and water and hit me on the head. As soon as the sun god appeared, he must have seen this scene and became angry, so he sent you to help me. Thank you, sun god. You are the most merciful god. The man suddenly faced the sun, knelt down, and muttered prayers, looking very devout. Summer Wanning. Fine, whatever you say. I guess you know the desert traveler's lines, so you must have met up with him first. Messenger, let me handle this rough work. After the traveler finished praying to his god, he respectfully took the wolf carcass from Summer Wanning's hands, took out his own small knife, and began to skin it skillfully. Summer Wanning didn't compete with him. After he finished skinning, she handed him another bottle of water. The traveler took the water and again bowed toward the sun, looking very grateful. Summer Wanning. Fine, as long as you're happy. The afternoon crisis held no surprises for Summer Wanning. It was just snakes, scorpions, and rats. Summer Wanning dealt with them casually and skillfully, packing up the supplies. And in the eyes of the traveler, all of this was bathed in divine light. He looked at Xia Wanning with even more passionate and respectful eyes. In the evening, they finally arrived at the ancient desert city. This ruined ancient city, full of broken walls and ruins, not a single house with a roof to be found. The moment they entered the ancient city, task 2 showed as completed. It was only then that Xia Wanning truly believed that the mysterious man beside her was indeed a real desert traveler. Batu. Khalid. Kanana. I'm back. As soon as they entered the ancient city, the traveler immediately ran to the left, with Xia Wanning closely following. At his call, a group of people appeared from behind the stone walls, and they were just as excited to see him. Amir. You're alive. That's great. Hey. Old buddy. I knew you wouldn't die. They hugged each other excitedly, patting each other's backs hard. The traveler, Amir, excitedly shared his experiences, occasionally looking back at Xia Wanning. She didn't know what he said, but soon his companions came respectfully to her, politely inviting her to rest at their camp. Not wanting to explain the system backpack that wouldn't make sense without the role of the divine messenger, Xia Wanning helplessly raised her stance as a divine messenger, giving a cool nod, and went to their camp. At night, half asleep and half awake, Xia Wanning heard Amir mention the words divine messenger. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Xia Wanning suddenly woke up.
Wait, what does this mean? Even the divine messenger is going to be harmed?
Almost suffering from paranoia, Xia Wanning pricked up her ears to listen.
The Golden Sands caravan broke the rules first, we don't need to hold back.
The sun god sent a messenger, obviously standing on our side.
They are the ones abandoned by the gods.
Yes. With the divine messenger's help, they should be the ones afraid.
Xia Wanning hugged her small self. No. I should be the one afraid.
It sounded like the Golden Sands caravan was about to do something illegal, and both sides were about to fight, while she was seen by these people as an almighty divine messenger who could turn the tide of battle.
Oh my goodness, I'm just a beginner at archery who often misses the target.
Xia Wanning groped in the dark, quietly crawled up, and peeked outside the tent. They were all on the other side of the stone wall, and no one was here. What a perfect opportunity.
Who cares about your chaotic battle? Anyway, we're already in the ancient city. I'll just look around slowly. I'm bound to find my precious toilet.
While packing up all her things, Xia Wanning observed which wall was the lowest, the easiest to climb over and escape.
Not good. They're coming.
A nervous voice from Bata suddenly came from beside her.
Then came Amir's low shout. I'm going to find the divine messenger. No. Don't find me.
Xia Wanning hurriedly ran to the wall.
The divine messenger is already up. She has foreseen the enemy's moves. She is already helping us.
Amir's figure appeared by the wall, and when he saw Xia Wanning, he excitedly shouted.
I'm not. Don't make it sound so dramatic.
Xia Wanning screamed in her heart, but unfortunately, Amir couldn't hear her thoughts.
Thanks to the divine messenger's help. With you here, we will definitely win.
Amir bowed and then rushed out with great enthusiasm.
The gods will bless you.
Xia Wanning shouted at his back. But I won't, she softly added, then turned and climbed onto the wall. Below the wall, the two groups were already fighting fiercely. A big bearded man swung a machete and hit Bata's shoulder, while Khalid rushed forward and kicked the big bearded man away, only to be wounded on the arm by another man with yellow hair. Bata gritted his teeth in pain and stabbed the yellow-haired man, but the big bearded man took this opportunity to strike again. Amir raised his knife to block, but clearly, the big bearded man was too strong, and Amir was being forced back, eventually knocked over by a blow. Bata once again stood in front of his brother. His injured shoulder kept bleeding, and his strength was rapidly draining along with the blood.
He is no longer a match for the big bearded man. Everyone! Hold on! The sun god is on our side. The divine messenger will help us.
Amir shouted as he fell to the ground.
Humph! Don't be naive. Your god has long abandoned you. Die!
The big bearded man snarled and swung his large sword down.
Chapter 53, Great Harvest.
A faint purple arrow flew from the horizon, cutting through the air, and pierced straight into the big bearded man's chest.
God will not abandon his believers. Xia Wanning stood on the wall and said loudly. The divine messenger.
Amir's eyes filled with tears, and he shouted excitedly.
God will help us. God is everywhere.
Bata shouted, his body suddenly filled with strength from an unknown source.
He thrust his knife into the big bearded man's already wounded abdomen. The big bearded man's mouth and nose gushed with blood.
In disbelief, he collapsed onto the ground, staring at Xia Wanning, who stood high on the wall, bathed in moonlight, like a deity.
Is there really a God?
The big bearded man murmured as he closed his eyes. The leader of the Golden Sand merchant group was killed, and a fake divine messenger misrepresented the sacred decree. The morale plummeted, and soon the group was in chaos, quickly defeated one by Amir and the others. While the others were busy tying up prisoners, Xia Wanning awkwardly climbed down from the wall.
Ah, this wall is so narrow, I almost fell down.
The war was over, the crisis was resolved, and there was no longer a need for Xia Wanning to leave.
She circled around the stone wall and ran out to watch the commotion. Divine messenger.
Xia Wanning nodded with a smile, her gaze naturally sweeping over the boxes and piles of supplies.
Wow, so many things. Can't I get a little for myself? Divine messenger.
Batu, holding his freshly bandaged wound, walked over, bowed seriously and respectfully. Thank you, divine messenger, for your help.
If it weren't for your earth-shattering arrow, we would have. No need to thank me.
It was your sincerity that moved the sun god. Xia Wanning said lightly. Tomorrow when the sun rises, we will surely thank the god for his grace. Bata bowed deeply towards the horizon, where the sun was about to rise. But now, please, divine messenger, accept the spoils of war. Bata pointed to the Golden Sand Merchant Group's goods with his uninjured hand. The others, who were organizing the supplies, stopped and respectfully waited for Xia Wanning to take everything. Xia Wanning glanced at the wealth on the ground, then at her already full system backpack and half-full magic bag, regretting her stinginess. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so stingy with the points. I should have expanded my backpack. Xia Wanning thought with an internally weeping face. Divine messenger. Please, don't be polite. You saved our lives. These things, and all of our supplies, we willingly offer to you. Bata said sincerely. I'm not being polite. I just don't have anywhere to store them. Upon hearing that Bata was willing to give her all their goods, Xia Wanning felt a wave of regret wash over her. Ahem. God loves his people, and also teaches us not to be greedy, so I'll just take a few things. Xia Wanning stepped forward and selected only the things she needed most. Batu and the others were deeply moved as they watched her. Then, under Amir's lead, they all respectfully bowed towards the eastern horizon, where the sun was about to rise. Xia Wanning didn't have time to play along with them. She quickly organized her backpack and magic bag, trying to maximize the space available. First, 3 full boxes of salt. She couldn't eat it, but it could definitely be sold for a good price. Taken. Shovels, hoes, sickles, axes, hammers, nails. Just perfect since she now had land. Even 1 square meter of land is land. Took them all. Knives, swords, spears, arrows, definitely needed, the more the better. Leather boxes. 5 large leather boxes, perfect for storage at home, took them all. I put the suitcase back into the magic bag, and I felt like a storage expert. Wheat, corn, millet, raisins, almonds, and dates, nothing too big, just enough to fill the gaps perfectly. After the first round of packing, both the backpack and the magic bag were stuffed to the brim, not even a single hair could fit in anymore. Looking at the many things still lying on the ground, Xia Wanning reluctantly had to stop. This is enough, you can leave the rest for yourselves. Xia Wanning said generously, but inside, she couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. Thank you, generous divine envoy. Bata looked at the remaining supplies and said gratefully. Divine envoy. Amir, leading a camel, walked over. Divine envoy, the desert is hard to traverse. Please accept this camel, it's the most gentle in nature. You can trust it. Ah. That's wonderful. Then I will gladly accept it. Xia Wanning happily accepted the camel. Now the journey home would be much easier. If it weren't for Amir, she wouldn't have thought of using a camel for transport. She reached out to take the camel's reins, and the third task refreshed, completed. This camel is a toilet? That doesn't sound quite right. Xia Wanning stared blankly at the camel, who was chewing cud. The camel tilted its mouth, chewing seriously, long eyelashes hanging down, and looked at Xia Wanning in confusion. Xia Wanning was speechless, looking at the camel. Divine envoy, I've attached all the accessories to the camel. Although you have divine power and may not need them, I've placed the saddlebags and holders on both sides of the saddle for you. It will be convenient for you to fetch things. Amir introduced with a slight blush, seeming to feel that his actions were unnecessary but still eager to do something for the divine envoy. Ah. I need it. Thank you, Amir. Xia Wanning quickly responded, thanking Amir, and then, with a smile in his eyes, led the camel to the stone wall where they had rested earlier. She reached into the bag on the camel's side, pulled out a card with ease. Independent bathroom exchange voucher, you can wash up now, you smell terrible. Dog system. You're the one who smells. Xia Wanning happily kissed the voucher, then blew a kiss to the camel, laughing at her own thoughts. The camel received the kiss, rolled its eyes, turned its head away, but suspiciously slowed its chewing. The next morning, Batu and the others said their goodbyes to Xia Wanning, full of joy as they began their journey home. Xia Wanning took a step back and searched the entire ancient city. She found a purple treasure chest, a packet of acceleration fertilizer, and 2 purple fruits. After eating the purple fruits, her agility increased by 2 points. Xia Wanning stretched her arms and legs, feeling that this desert trip was worth it. Really worth it. She mounted the camel and, using 2 days and 1 night, returned leisurely and gently to the elevator door. Alright, I'm home, thanks for your company all the way, you're free now. Xia Wanning dismounted from the camel, patted its face, and loosened the reins. As she walked into the corridor, the unbearable heat instantly faded. Xia Wanning sighed in comfort and walked briskly back to her dorm. Riding the camel wasn't tiring at all. Xia Wanning, full of energy, spun in circles in her dorm, wondering where she should place the bathroom. Just as she was opening the bathroom door on the wall next to the wardrobe at the bed's end, Xia Wanning heard a strange sound.
Woo! What's that? Didn't they say the dormitory is absolutely safe? But no one said the bathroom was safe. Chapter 54, The Amazing Camel's Second Grandpa. Ready for battle, she pulled open the bathroom door. A space of about 5 square meters appeared before her. White porcelain tiles, a clean floor, a spacious shower area, a white toilet, a mirror that could reflect light, and a wash basin. A very beautiful and modern bathroom, completely different from her dormitory, which looked like a house from the last century. There's nothing here. Did I hear wrong? She walked into the bathroom and took a quick turn.
Xia Wanning was puzzled.
Woo-hoo.
The sound came again, and it seemed even more urgent this time. It sounded like it was coming from the elevator.
Something followed me back. Xia Wanning took out her bow and arrow, got ready for shooting, and moved to the door.
She quickly stepped out and aimed at what was in front of her.
A camel?
The elevator door had already started to close, but it was too narrow, and the camel was too large to fit, getting stuck in the door.
Xia Wanning. Oh my god.
How did you get here?
You're too big to fit.
Even so, I can't just leave it stuck.
Xia Wanning first piled up everything from her magic pouch into the dorm and then put away everything from the elevator.
After that, she grabbed the reins and helped the camel squeeze into the narrow elevator door. But getting in was just the first step. The elevator could not accommodate the camel's size, so Xia Wanning used an axe to chop off the doorframe and then squeezed it into the dorm. As soon as the camel entered the dorm, it thudded and lay down on the floor, panting heavily. Xia Wanning stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the suddenly cramped dorm, feeling a headache.
What? Ha! So tired. What do you mean? Why are you following me?
Xia Wanning squatted in front of the camel and asked. The big camel seemed to know it was in the wrong, turning its head away and not looking at Xia Wanning. It lowered its eyes and made a soft sound, as if feeling wronged.
Humph humph. What do you mean? You feel wronged?
Look at my dorm, the door's broken, the room's smaller, and I'm the one who feels wronged.
Xia Wanning poked its nose, complaining.
The big camel pulled in its front legs, folded them on its belly, lying with its stomach on the ground, looking at Xia Wanning with pitiful, black, grape-like eyes with long eyelashes.
It silently expressed one thing.
I don't care, I'm staying here.
No.
Big brother.
The problem is, I can't afford to keep you.
Xia Wanning shouted in frustration. The camel looked at Xia Wanning, chewed its cud, and the meaning was very clear, I don't need you to keep me. No, and also, my place is small.
You come, and there's no space for me to move.
Xia Wanning protested. The camel tilted its head, seemingly thinking for a moment. It blinked its eyes, and a wooden treasure chest appeared on the ground.
Xia Wanning? What's this? Where did it come from?
The camel blinked its eyes again, and another treasure chest appeared.
Did you give this to me?
Where did you hide it? Xia Wanning circled around the camel but couldn't see where it could hide anything.
The camel shook its hump and proudly snorted. You have space?
Xia Wanning exclaimed in surprise. The big camel stretched out its front legs and nudged the treasure chest towards Xia Wanning, then nodded in a gesture to suggest, take it.
Xia Wanning, still confused, opened the chest.
Inside, there was a set of cotton linen clothes and pants lying quietly.
In another chest, dried sausages were spread out at the bottom of the box.
Why does your treasure chest have better stuff than mine? Xia Wanning said with a sigh.
The big camel looked away sheepishly. Tell me. Did you take all the good stuff while I wasn't around?
Xia Wanning grabbed the camel's big head and demanded.
Who? The camel snorted, unwilling to look at Xia Wanning. Is there more? Hand it over.
Xia Wanning stood with her hands on her hips.
The camel lowered its eyes and remained silent. All right then, you have space and can find treasure. If you're willing to help me store things and find supplies, then I'll keep you. How about it? Xia Wanning softened her tone and said, you were probably attracted by the cool air in the corridor, right? It's tough for you in the hot desert every day, huh?
Here, I don't have much food, but the water pipes are fine, and the temperature is comfortable.
You can't use the treasure chest anyway, so leaving it here is just taking up space, right? Let's cooperate.
Xia Wanning, like the big bad wolf tricking Little Red Riding Hood, dug trap after trap, coaxing the poor camel. The camel shook its head, and 3 more treasure chests fell to the ground. It nudged Xia Wanning's shoulder with its big head, signaling, that's all, there's nothing more.
Hee hee, nice, nice. In the future, whenever there's a task, you can come with me. And you need to help me find more treasure chests, okay? Xia Wanning grinned. Busy opening treasure chests.
The big camel comfortably lay on the ground, its eyes gleaming with cunning light.
One chest opened to reveal a large storage cabinet, another one revealed a square meter of planting soil, and the last wooden chest revealed a full box of apples.
Xia Wanning excitedly hugged the treasure-seeking camel and gave it a kiss. Without wasting time, Xia Wanning opened the purple treasure chest, revealing
a dungeon card to leech, a purple item upgrade card, and a piece of safety house fragment.
Dungeon Leech card allows entry into other people's dungeons. What's wrong, haven't you completed your own dungeon yet? Item upgrade card upgrades purple items.
Safety house fragment, a portable safety house in dungeons.
It's not big, but it's absolutely safe. Only usable at night. A good item, too bad you only have a fragment. Wow. The items in this treasure chest are pretty good.
Xia Wanning happily looked at the treasures in her hand, then at the supplies scattered on the ground, and finally at the big camel, which was quite space-consuming but useful.
This desert trip felt really worth it. What should I upgrade?
Holding the item upgrade card, Xia Wanning looked at her two purple items and was a bit troubled. The starfall bow is my lifeline, it should be upgraded. The magic pouch is too small now, it also urgently needs an upgrade. Xia Wanning hesitated for a moment, and her gaze involuntarily shifted toward the big camel.
Camel, my name is Xia Wanning. Let me give you a name too. If you like it, just nod. Tua Tua? The big camel turned its head, disliking it. Do Bao? The big camel snorted, disliking it. Lord of the Desert? Mo-ing? Camel Xianzi? Sand Flyer? Oh my dear camel, what name do you want? The big camel turned its head back, eyes sparkling, and nodded enthusiastically. What? Lord Camel? Xia Wanning stared wide-eyed. The big camel nodded again. Hey! You sure know how to take advantage. No way, calling you Lord feels either like a brothel or like calling an elder, that's not right. The camel shook its head, refusing to change the name. How about this, let's both compromise, Tua Eryi, how about that? The camel thought for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Alright, look, I've gone with your preference for the name. Now, can you tell me how much stuff you can fit in your hump? Xia Wanning asked, gently stroking the camel's fur.
The camel looked around the room, and in the blink of an eye, the room was empty.
Xia Wanning. This is amazing. No need to worry about the magic pouch anymore. With Tua Eryi around, I can bring back mountains of gold and silver. Now, let's see what the upgraded Starfall Bow looks like. Chapter 55, Upgrading to a Millionaire.
Click to use, the item upgrade coupon disappeared, and a purple mist rose from the Starfall Bow, gradually turning into orange, revealing a more exquisite Starfall Bow. It turned orange. How ugly! Xia Wanning frowned, not liking this overly flashy color. The Starfall Bow paused its transformation, the orange color slowly faded, and returned to a light misty purple, looking more dreamy and mysterious.
What does this mean? Not upgrading anymore? Xia Wanning was startled and quickly put the Starfall Bow back into her backpack to check.
You're really troublesome, orange-grade weapon Starfall Bow, everything can be an arrow, including stars, seas, air, water vapor, flames, and lightning.
It depends on what's around you, but not if you're sick.
I mean, you used to only mock me at the end of the introduction, but now you're mocking me from the start.
Isn't that a bit much? Well, whatever, I won't argue with you.
Xia Wanning took out the upgraded Starfall Bow, tried drawing it without an arrow, and a ball of water vapor spun and condensed from the air, forming a long arrow that hovered on the bowstring. Xia Wanning smoothly pulled the tail of the arrow and aimed it at an old-fashioned wardrobe. Whoosh, the water arrow shot through the air and pierced the old wardrobe, then the arrow transformed into water vapor and disappeared. Through the large hole in the wardrobe, Xia Wanning saw a chunk of her small brick wall was cracked by the water arrow. Her heart also cracked along with it.
My wall! Summer Wanning screamed.
Before the sound faded, the old wardrobe couldn't bear the weight and crashed to the ground in a heap of shattered pieces.
My wardrobe!
Losing two major pieces of her life at once, Summer Wanning felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if she could hardly breathe. Suddenly, a game panel popped up, with a few large lines of text appearing in front of her.
Damage detected in the dormitory, would you like to spend 10 points to repair it?
Summer Wanning's knees went weak, and she collapsed to the floor, hands clasped together in a desperate prayer towards the damaged brick wall.
Repair, she said weakly.
Repair complete, 10 points deducted, an additional 3 points for electricity, water charges deducted based on usage, current usage, 0, the pipes are fine, you'd better be willing to spend.
Summer Wanning. Master Camel, you know, saving water is everyone's responsibility.
Summer Wanning turned her head, flattering the large camel.
Master Camel turned his head, not listening, you said there's plenty of it.
Although she had already lost a lot of points in the beginning, the upgraded Starfall bow still made Summer Waning feel it was worth it. No need to worry about arrows anymore, the power of water arrows is so strong. As long as her accuracy improved, she would become the national server, who knows who. The god archer, Summer Waning. He. Summer Waning laughed, hugging her bow with no regard for her image. After admiring her precious bow and arrows, she had Master Camel take out all the supplies and tidied up the dormitory, then put all the things she didn't need onto the trading center. 3 boxes of salt, Summer Waning kept 1 box, while pricing the other 2 based on what other sellers on the trading center were offering, 100 points for 200 grams. The box of salt she brought back weighed about 40 pounds, and if it sold out, 1 box could earn 10,000 points, 2 boxes would be 20,000, she was going to get rich. Summer Waning happily watched the salt quickly being bought, with points coming in whoosh, 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 and felt like the repair fees, electricity, and water costs she just paid were all no big deal. Sleep on time, someone has listed a large amount of salt on the trading center, hurry and buy. Heavy rain, bought it. If I don't eat salt now, I really won't have any strength left. Dragon Bow, who is this genius making a fortune anonymously, where did they get all this salt? Cold Star, is there a smaller portion? I'm a second batch newbie, poor, I only have 13 points. Green Grass Field, don't eat salt yet, fill your stomach first. The moon was late, this batch entry system is really a scam. We were all poor, so it was easy to feel secure. But now you all, the first batch, are getting rich. Ah! My mentality collapsed. Starry Night Walks, I think the next batch will be here soon, everyone, hold on. Beat Lemon hard, hold on for what? Hold on until we're worse off and can serve as comparison? Starry, you've learned bad things. Starry Night Walks, I didn't mean it like that. Everyone was chatting, but they were quick with their hands. Before long, the salt had sold out. Those who were still in dungeons and hadn't come out regretted missing the salt rush. In addition to the other odds and ends, this time, she earned 22,356 points from the listings. Adding the 2,687 points she originally had, Summer Waning instantly became a rich person. With money, what was the first thing to do? Of course, it was to buy. Although Master Camel also had space, and it seemed to be quite big, Master Camel's temper was also big. Summer Waning still preferred to rely on herself, so with her points more than enough, she immediately upgraded her system backpack. She spent 1,000 points to upgrade 10 slots. This should be enough now. 2 bags of rice, with a rice cooker, she could make fragrant rice. 2 talismans for warding off evil spirits. Big and I had always left Summer Waning with an indelible psychological shadow, so this kind of item for dealing with supernatural dungeons was a must. Rice seed, cabbage seeds, beans, onions, hot peppers, all kinds of seeds were bought, to make good use of the 2 square meter planting space. After shopping around, she still had 21,328 points left, which was still plenty. Summer Waning hummed a tune as she went to cook the rice. She placed the planting area opposite the kitchen and planted onions and beans. She didn't have time to plant a crop for several months, so she sprinkled on the acceleration fertilizer, which would make the crops mature instantly. Onions and beans sprouted quickly under the watchful eyes of Xia Wanning in the summer evening, blooming, bearing fruit, and ripening. In just a few seconds, Xia Wanning harvested 12 pounds of onions and 7 pounds of beans. So, a fragrant meal of rice, stir-fried beans with meat, and stir-fried onions with eggs made Xia Wanning feel a long-lost sense of happiness. The second camel was still lying in the center of the room, lazily chewing. After eating and drinking her fill, Xia Wanning looked at the second camel, and a little guilt surged in her heart. She went to the shopping mall to buy some grass seeds and planted them in the garden. A pack of fertilizer could be used 3 times, and she used the last one for this grass. The grass grew up, and without Xia Wanning urging it, the second camel slowly walked over by itself. It gently nudged Xia Wanning with its big head to show gratitude and bent down to start eating. Looking at the thoughtful second camel, Xia Wanning suddenly wondered if there was a pet contract coupon in the mall or something like that. Verbal agreements felt too hasty, it would be great if they could sign a contract. While the second camel was engrossed in eating grass, Xia Wanning quickly searched through the mall and soon found it. Pet contract coupon, after signing, both parties support each other, never betray, help each other, and can sense each other's general location. When close, the owner can understand the pet's simple thoughts. So, who is the pet between you two? The contract coupon cost 1,000 points, but Xia Wanning, the newly rich, bought it without hesitation. She held the contract coupon and squatted beside the second camel, saying, "Second camel? Can we discuss something?" Chapter 56, Treasure Hunt in the Maze. The second camel chewed while casting a sideways glance at her. Xia Wanning raised the pet contract coupon and said, "Would you like to sign a contract with me? We can support each other, never betray each other, help each other, and walk hand in hand." The second camel saw Xia Wanning rambling more and more off track and directly lifted its front leg, pressing it onto the contract, while at the same time, a thought entered Xia Wanning's mind. Shut up. I'll sign. Ha? Are you talking to me? So this is successful? I can hear you talk now. This is amazing. I've been alone for so long, finally someone, a camel, is talking to me. The second camel remained silent, just chewing and chewing. Second camel, say something. Why aren't you speaking? Is this grass tasty? Is it tasty, tasty, tasty? Xia Wanning circled around the second camel. The second camel looked dazed. It turned back to look at the already closed elevator doors, and for the first time, questioned itself, wondering why it had craved the coolness and boarded this pirate ship. Night fell, and both person and camel slept soundly through the night. The next morning, Xia Wanning, with no special needs, randomly selected a door, the blue numbers rolled, and finally stopped at 45. Xia Wanning looked back and saw clearly written on the notebook, maze. Xia Wanning's vision went dark, and for the first time, she seriously thought about giving up on this task. The second camel stood behind Xia Wanning, wondering why she wasn't moving. Time was tight, and with its large size, it was difficult to go out, so why waste time dithering here? So, the second camel nudged her with its big head, pushing Xia Wanning out of the way, who had just planned to return to her dorm. This task has been refreshed. Please check the game panel. Only task, escape the maze. Task reward, 1000 mole points. The challenger left, and before she returned, the elevator doors would not close. Only then did the second camel slowly step out. Xia Wanning, shocked, turned back. Second camel. Why are you pushing me? This is a maze. I'm not good with directions. If I go in, will I even make it back alive? Let's go home. Xia Wanning lifted her foot to turn back, but the second camel raised its front leg, blocking her way. You're bad with directions, but I'm not. Otherwise, how do you think you came back before? Xia Wanning was surprised for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh right, in the desert, Xia Wanning had never given directions to the second camel. In fact, except for a rough direction, she had no idea where the road was. When they went, there was a treasure chest to mark the way, but there was nothing on the way back. But Master Camel didn't take any detours, and smoothly led her back. Ah! Master Camel. You truly are my dear master. That maze, I can totally rely on you. Summer Waning patted Master Camel's big head. With a confidence gifted by the camel, she walked into the maze, head held high and chest out. On both sides of the maze were walls like obsidian, reflecting their shadowy figures. The passage wasn't narrow, and Master Camel walked very comfortably. The ceiling was high, and the walls on both sides went straight to the top. It was impossible to climb over the walls to take a shortcut. After a few steps, they arrived at the first fork in the road. Summer Waning sensibly stepped back and let Master Camel decide. However, Master Camel first bent its front legs, then bent back and crouched down, lying on the ground. It spoke to Summer Waning. Climb on. Hey! Such a good thing. Summer Waning happily climbed onto Master Camel's back, and with Master Camel leading, they went left. Soon, the first treasure chest appeared in the center of the road. Master Camel blinked, and the treasure chest vanished. It didn't stop walking, turning right with Summer Waning. At first, Summer Waning was still alert, watching her surroundings, but soon, she realized that the difficulty of the maze was the maze itself, and there were no other dangers. And to Summer Waning, the maze itself was the biggest danger. She couldn't help, and there was no need for her to personally pick up the treasure chest. If they won this level, it would just be pure luck. So, she really did lie down, resting on Master Camel's hump, drowsily catching up on sleep. Hearing Summer Waning's breathing gradually even out, Master Camel slightly slowed its pace, walking more steadily. After an unknown amount of time, Summer Waning rubbed her eyes, looking at the walls around her, the same as before, with the same unchanged road, a sense of panic rising in her heart. How could she trust a camel like this? What if they couldn't get out? Awake? Master Camel's voice echoed in her mind. Summer Waning quickly hid the doubts in her heart. If Master Camel knew she doubted its abilities, it might just throw her off its back. I'm awake. How long have we been walking? I don't know. Probably almost noon. Master Camel chewed while speaking. Oh. So you're hungry, that's why it's noon. Summer Waning touched her own stomach, which felt completely empty, expressing some doubt at this conclusion. After walking for a long time, Summer Waning started feeling a bit irritable. Here, there was no sense of time, and everything looked the same, without change. It was easy to feel like she was just going in circles, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Yet Master Camel continued at the same slow, steady pace. Looking at the rare, straight corridor ahead, which didn't have any turns, Summer Waning couldn't help but ask.
How much longer until we can get out? I don't know. Master Camel said casually. Phew.
Summer Waning, feeling the pressure but not wanting to add any more to Master Camel, tried to adjust her breathing.
Annoyed? Want to open a treasure chest? Master Camel suggested. Summer Waning's eyes lit up. This was good. Yes, yes. Hurry. Use a treasure chest to cheer me up. Master Camel slowly bent down, and after Summer Waning safely landed, its big eyes blinked. 5 treasure chests appeared in front of her. Wow. So many. Master Camel, you're amazing.
Summer Waning happily rubbed her hands together, opening the first chest with Master Camel's proud gaze.
1 bag of pet food, you can eat it, really.
She took out a big bag of pet food and turned to look at Master Camel, whose head tilted slightly, but whose eyes had already followed.
Come on, admit it. Did you arrange this for yourself? The other 4 won't be pet food, right?
Master Camel remained silent, only looking up at the sky. Summer Waning sighed, sticking the pet food to Master Camel's hump.
In an instant, the pet food disappeared.
Heh, so eager to take it, but still pretending not to care. Summer Waning wrinkled her nose, giving Master Camel a small look of disdain. She placed the wooden treasure chest against the wall and moved it aside.
Xia Wanning opened the second treasure chest. Backpack expansion voucher 2.
If I did not buy those 10 slots I would be very happy. Now, my mood is very strange.
Fine, this thing is also the more the better.
She used the expansion voucher. Xia Wanning's system backpack already had 17 slots, but now most of them were empty, urgently waiting to be filled.
She stacked the second wooden chest on top of the first, then pulled over the third treasure chest. Shop points 500. How to say it?
Why do these treasure chests today all feel a bit like after the fact?
Xia Wanning casually used the points voucher, stacked the chests together, a bit impatiently and casually opened the last 2 treasure chests. Chapter 57 Lost Crisis. Service area buffet 1 time, can only eat, not allowed to take away. Designated elevator floor open door 1 time, hey. Useless to you.
Just really useless. Fine, the buffet I will treat as improving my life, after all what they make must be tastier than what I make. The designated floor, when I go back I will sell it.
Xia Wanning very open-mindedly put away the things, patted Camel Second Master's neck. Let's go.
Sitting on the camel for too long, her waist was sore and her back hurt. Xia Wanning strolled ahead of Second Master, sometimes moving her neck, sometimes doing chest stretches, like an elementary student's spring outing.
Second Master, speaking of.
Xia Wanning spoke while turning back. Camel Second Master raised its head and looked at Xia Wanning. At this moment, between one person and one camel, a wall suddenly rose up, and before the 2 people could react in time, they were instantly separated.
Camel Second Master.
Xia Wanning rushed forward, but only touched the cold stone wall.
Why is there even a mechanism here? Camel Second Master. Can you hear me?
Xia Wanning shouted in panic.
Don't move, I will come find you.
Camel Second Master's calm words sounded in Xia Wanning's mind. She slightly steadied her heart. Okay, I will wait for you right here. There was no response from the other side. Maybe Second Master had already gone far away and could not communicate anymore. Now it runs quite fast. Xia Wanning muttered to herself. She leaned against the stone wall and sat down, hugged her legs, and tried hard to calm the unease in her heart.
It's fine, trust Second Master, it will find me.
And the 3rd round of internal testing is probably about to start. The system will likely be like last time and take the people left in the instance out, so I won't be trapped to death here.
It's fine.
After thinking through the retreat, Xia Wanning calmed down a lot. She leaned her head against the wall and spaced out. No one knew how long passed, then the sound of duh came to her ears.
Second Master?
She suddenly sat up straight and softly called out tentatively.
No response.
At this distance, we should already be able to communicate. It does not reply to me. There is only one possibility, it is not Second Master. Xia Wanning became alert. The starfall bow entered her hand, her attention focused on the corner ahead.
Duh.
The sound came closer and closer. Xia Wanning strangely turned her head back. This movement, why does it seem to be coming from behind?
But behind is a wall. Shwa!
The wall behind her, under Xia Wanning's gaze, suddenly sank into the ground, and behind the wall, a person wearing armor raised a chopping blade at Xia Wanning. The distance was too close. This was not the advantage field of a ranged archer. Xia Wanning shouted, "Oh my mother," and turned around and ran. The armored person's blade struck empty, then mechanically raised the chopping blade again, unhurriedly chasing after her. There were many winding small paths in the maze, but not many straight corridors. Wanting to widen the distance was very hard. This was not terrain favorable to her.
Although the armored person's steps were calm, the speed was very fast. Xia Wanning did not want to fight head-on, only wanted to shake him off. After several turns, the da-da-da sound was still following like a shadow.
It's second uncle. Can't shake it off.
Xia Wanning angrily stopped, the bow swapped for the crescent blade, deciding to fight once. When the armored person walked past the corner and appeared in Xia Wanning's field of vision, she slightly spread her legs, stood firm, sank her waist and sent her elbow, aimed. With a clang sound, the crescent blade was nailed onto the armored person's metal armor.
A hole was created.
The armored man seemed unaware, his crescent blade still in place, his steps steady as ever.
Okay, I get it, I can't win. Summer Wanning, knowing when to quit, turned and fled.
She didn't know how many turns she took, but when she dashed out onto another road, her heart sank. In front of her were 5 wooden treasure chests stacked up against a wall. These were the same chests she and the second master had opened earlier.
She had come back.
She had been running straight ahead the whole time, never retracing her steps, yet she still found herself back here, meaning she had become lost in the maze. But the good news was, this was one of the rare straight corridors in the maze, without any turns, a perfect place for the archer to show her skills. Summer Wanning knocked over the treasure chests, causing trouble for the armored man. She ran forward again, increasing the distance between her and the armored man. Soon, the sound of clack-clack grew closer.
The moment the armored figure appeared, Summer Wanning pulled back her bowstring.
Come, see my true strength. An arrow flew out, grazing the armored man's head, missing.
Yeah, that's right, this is my real strength.
Summer Wanning sighed in acceptance. But it was fine, since the Starfall bow, after upgrading, provided an endless supply of arrows, so Summer Wanning fired one after another. As the saying goes, a random punch can defeat a master, and as long as my arrows are numerous enough, dense enough, one will eventually hit.
Besides, my skills aren't that bad.
Soon, one arrow pierced through the armored man's chest, another severed his neck, and yet another pierced his knee. The armored man collapsed with a clang. Summer Wanning lowered her slightly aching arm and walked over slowly. On the ground lay a pile of armor, nothing but armor.
Can this thing still move by itself?
Summer Wanning pulled out her crescent blade, clicking her tongue in wonder. She picked up a piece of armor and stowed it in her backpack, and the backpack gave its evaluation. A useless scrap of iron, no use at all. No use, but I'll still take it, maybe it can be sold for money. Summer Wanning reached down and picked up all the junk from the ground. She grabbed the armored man's big cleaver and put it in her backpack.
Blue quality weapon, cutting you, what day do I need to choose? Cleaver. Mocking you, do I need to pick a day for that too?
The name of this weapon, really hard to rate. Summer Wanning disdainfully stowed the cleaver in her backpack.
Well, it's a close-range weapon, I'll keep it for now.
One crisis was resolved, but another, even bigger one appeared.
She couldn't go back.
This is bad, where was the place I agreed to meet Old Camel? Summer Wanning looked around, completely unsure of where to go. Her mother had always told her, if you get lost, stay put and wait for the grown-ups to find you. Now the situation was a bit different, but the principle remained the same. So, Summer Wanning sat by the wall, not moving, waiting for the camel to find her. Clack clack clack, the camel didn't come, but more, denser sounds of clack clack appeared, and Summer Wanning stood up, alert. The sounds were coming from both sides, it seemed like she was surrounded. Soon, armored figures appeared on both sides of the corridor, pressing in on Summer Wanning one after another. Summer Wanning continuously drew her bow and shot arrows.
For every one that fell, another took its place. It was endless, truly endless.
A cold sweat slid down her forehead. The armored figures were getting closer and closer, and Summer Wanning felt despair.
Was she going to die here?
Second Master, you said you'd find me, and here you are, proving all men are liars, even the camel.
Chapter 58, Successful Completion.
The armored figures had come close, and as they raised their weapons, countless blades flashed, reflecting Summer Wanning's smiling lips.
The giant lizard transformation card was activated.
The beautiful human disappeared in an instant, and the ugly giant lizard lay low on the ground. The armored man's large sword swung down, clanging against the giant lizard's own blade. The giant lizard, Summer Wanning, twisted her body, squeezing between the armored men's legs. The armored men, unsteady, all fell down. They were too tightly packed together. Xia Wanning now had a big body, but she was short, with tough skin and thick flesh. She squeezed into the middle of the armored people, causing them to not only be unable to swing their swords but also be affected by their companions falling, and when one fell, they all fell. Xia Wanning struggled to crawl, quickly escaping the encirclement of the armored people. Before leaving, she snatched a big sword from one of them using the giant lizard's mouth for identification.
Just an ordinary iron sword. Can you be a person? Don't say, you're really not human now.
Put. Not even a steel sword, so poor. Xia Wanning spat, but still didn't throw the iron sword away. Come on, it's something that could be sold for money, okay? She flailed her limbs, crawling with all her might, and over there, a familiar voice sounded. Xia Wanning. Where did you run off to? At the end of the corridor, a large camel galloped in, its hooves flying in all directions. I'm here. Second Master. You really found me, you're amazing. Xia Wanning shouted excitedly. Where? Damn. Giant lizard. Wait for me to stomp this thing to death, then I'll find you. Second Master walked towards Xia Wanning aggressively. Good man, spare me. I'm an ally. Don't stomp. I'm Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning had just escaped the encirclement of the armored people and looked up to see Second Master's big hooves. She was so scared that she wanted to stand up to prove her identity. But she forgot that she was now a desert giant lizard. In a panic, she fell over awkwardly. Xia Wanning? Desert giant lizards aren't usually this dumb. Second Master looked at Xia Wanning, who was struggling on the ground, with disgust, and raised a foreleg to help her turn over. Did you reveal your true form? Second Master asked. No, hey, squat down, hurry, take me away, the armored people are coming. Xia Wanning hurriedly pulled at Second Master's hooves. Second Master misaligned his upper and lower lips, snorted through his nose, and helplessly lowered his body. Xia Wanning scrambled, finally managing to lie sideways on Second Master's back. Second Master got up, glanced at the armored people who had just adjusted their formation, and turned to leave. The 3-minute limit was up, and Xia Wanning returned to her human form. She was lying across Second Master's back, jostled so much that she almost felt like throwing up. Holding onto Second Master's hump, she adjusted to a sitting position and listened to the tap-tap-tap sounds fading away, finally relaxing. What's going on with you? Second Master asked. Xia Wanning briefly explained what had happened after they parted ways, emphasizing that the giant lizard form was the result of a transformation card, unrelated to her. Second Master also told Xia Wanning that he had returned to his original position, but upon finding that she wasn't there, he was glad they had signed a contract. He sensed her along the way and finally located her near this road. We can't stay in one place too long. The 2 times the armored people appeared were because I was staying in one spot without moving. They're probably urging me to get moving, Xia Wanning analyzed. Alright, don't get down now, just stay obedient. Second Master said. They turned around the maze for a long time. Bored, Xia Wanning began practicing archery on Second Master's back. Not sure how long she practiced, a light blue elevator door appeared before them. We're out. Great. Xia Wanning cheered, raising her bow. In front of the door, a purple treasure chest was placed in the middle of the road. Second Master passed by and conveniently took it. Xia Wanning got off the ground and walked into the elevator with Second Master. They squeezed into the dormitory, and Xia Wanning rushed straight into the bathroom. I'm going to die from holding it. She came out with a look of relief. By the way, don't you need to go to the bathroom? Xia Wanning asked Second Master, puzzled. Second Master turned his face away and said fiercely, adult matters, don't pry. Oh that mazo. Xia Wanning pretended to be disgusted. Open your treasure chest. Second Master blinked, and 6 treasure chests lined up in a row. Wow. We hit the jackpot. Xia Wanning's eyes brightened, and she pounced on them. She first opened the wooden treasure chest and received 5 sets of underwear and bras. 1,000 bricks. A large snack gift pack. 1/3 of a refrigerator exchange card. 3 bottles of cola. Not bad, though it's a pity the refrigerator exchange card isn't complete. If it was, we could have cold cola today. Xia Wanning regretfully packed up her things, rubbed her hands, and, under the surprised gaze of Second Master, raised her camel hooves and opened the purple treasure chest. Thatched cottage exchange card, low-end dormitory, just deal with it, having one is already good. Dimensional box, contains 10 square meters of space, can only be placed in the dormitory. Give your brick a home, come on, call me daddy. Xia Wanning. Under Xia Wanning's speechless gaze, the purple treasure chest flickered and grew a size larger, transforming into a dimensional box. Well, recycling at its finest, too lazy to even give another box. Master Tong, you're truly a good master, it's a shame you have a mouth. Xia Wanning sighed sincerely. After packing up the supplies, with this dimensional box, her dormitory became cleaner and more organized, and she was in a great mood as she started a fire to cook. Ding! The 3rd internal test will begin at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Players who haven't returned to the elevator, please return quickly, or you'll miss important news. If you cannot return to the elevator on time, just continue with your tasks, the internal test will not affect you. Xia Wanning turned around, looked at Second Master, and suddenly ran over to hug his neck. This time they aren't forcing us to return, second master. If it weren't for you, I really would have stayed in the maze. Xia Wanning, still afraid, hugged second master tightly, and second master raised his front limbs to pat Xia Wanning's back. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even gone in. Don't worry, you're very cautious with your life. Xia Wanning's feeling of gratitude abruptly stopped. It seemed like that's true. You're right, never mind then. She let go, nodding in agreement. Leaning against second master's soft fur, Xia Wanning sat down on the ground and opened the communication center. Heavy rain, the rules changed again. The system is really a fickle system. Green grape bubbles, the main feature is to catch people off guard. Now I'm really curious, what news will we miss if we don't return? Long bow, comrades. Stop worrying about the news, I'm lucky. Super lucky. Wind chasing boy, what happened? Did you find something that can take you home? Long bow, not exactly, but I got a thatched cottage exchange card, and the key point is its description. Miss T, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Long bow, thatched cottage exchange card, low-end dormitory, just deal with it, having one is already good. Comrades. Low-end dormitory. What does that mean? It means there's a dormitory. Chapter 59, Little Sister Goes Online. Wind chasing boy, dormitory. What a great thing. I finally don't have to stay in the elevator anymore? Long bow, no. You use it. I won't need it anymore. Wahahaha. Wind chasing boy, I hate you. So how did you get your thatched cottage? Long bow, I went to the sea and fished it up. Long bow, I just used the exchange card, and a door opened behind the elevator. When I walked in, it was my thatched cottage. It's not big, only about 5 or 6 square meters, but I have a house now. I don't even have a house in the real world, but now I have one here. Pink Phoenix, I don't care how you got your thatched cottage, I just want to know what a non-low-end dormitory is like and how to get one. Xia Wanning looked at the thatched cottage exchange card in her hand. I don't care what a non-low-end dormitory is like, I want to know if I can still use this thatched cottage. She clicked to use it, and her dormitory flickered, feeling like it straightened its back. The thatched cottage exchange card shook as if it had done something wrong. What's going on? Did these two houses have a fight? Soon, another broken door appeared on the wall opposite the dormitory door, and behind it, the 5 or 6 square meters of thatched cottage gave off a feeling of being somewhat wronged, standing there. This is really one broken house after another, just fixed one broken house, and another one appears. But, if others see my broken house, they would definitely be shocked. Second master listened to Xia Wanning's tongue twister and walked to the door of the thatched cottage, nodding in satisfaction. His huge body squeezed through the shabby door of the thatched cottage and lay down inside. Okay then. Originally intended as a storage room, the thatched cottage became second master's bedroom. Xia Wanning thought for a moment, it's fine, a private space, everyone needs it, maybe camels do too. She bought a few bags of accelerating fertilizer at the mall, and harvested some vegetables and fruits from the planting area. Growing grains still wasn't realistic, the planting area was too small. It seemed she had to collect more, but if she had more planting space, the house wouldn't be big enough, so she had to upgrade the house. Ah! So many things. Xia Wanning wailed. The next day, everyone arrived early at the communication center, waiting for the third batch of beta testers. At 7:55 a.m., the system suddenly sounded. Ding! The final beta test is about to begin. This beta test will involve all citizens aged 20 to 50 globally. If you need it, you can go to the mall to buy a summoning ticket to bring your friends and family to Area 1. The quota is limited. Summoning ticket? What is that? Xia Wanning immediately opened the mall, and sure enough, there was a new item at the top of the mall. Summoning ticket, priced at 500 points. Can summon one person to this area. Currently, there was no communication between areas, and the only way to reunite with her friends and family was through this. Xia Wanning immediately clicked to buy. Her parents were both over 50, so they were not included in this beta test. The only person she was worried about was her childhood friend, Su Jiatong. With the summoning ticket in hand, Xia Wanning clicked to use it. Please enter the player's name, gender, age, and ID number, optional, if not filled in, there may be an error in summoning, and the system takes no responsibility, but quite meticulous. Luckily, the two of them often helped each other by plane tickets, high-speed train tickets, and they both remembered the ID numbers. Otherwise, if the wrong person was summoned, it would really be a disaster. As she prepared to enter the information, Xia Wanning glanced at the number of people in Area 1. It had already reached 90,000. Everyone's quick. Name, Su Jiatong. Gender, female. Age, 23. ID number. After entering the details, she double-checked, wait a minute. How did the number reach 95,000 already? Area 1's quota was small to begin with, and now everyone was summoning, it was about to be full. She hurriedly checked and clicked submit. It was 96,000 now. Summoning. 97,000. Summoning successful, welcome player Su Jiadong to join Huagua Area 1. Oh my god. That scared me to death.
Xia Wanning covered her chest, feeling more nervous than when she was completing tasks herself.
Ding. Huagua Area 1 is full, summoning stopped. Those who couldn't join will be randomly assigned to other major areas. Ding.
All series of dungeons are open, area rankings have started, and the area rankings will be announced before the public beta.
Ding. All beta testers from all major areas have entered the unified dungeon zombie siege. We look forward to their successful return. Ding. It's 8 o'clock, the elevator doors are now open.
The remaining players may begin their new survival missions. The system beeped again, but Xia Wanning only heard the words zombie siege.
My Jiatong. It's going to be bad.
Xia Wanning hurriedly took out the borrow your dungeon card, typed Su Jiadong's name, and gathered all the supplies she had nearby.
The card glowed blue and vanished along with Xia Wanning.
Camel's second master stopped chewing, crawled out of the thatched house, and saw only an empty dormitory.
Puff Camel's second master made an unhappy sound. On the other side, Xia Wanning felt the world spin, as if she had been thrown into a washing machine.
She didn't know how long it had been when the washing machine spat her out.
Ugh. So dizzy, so nauseous, I really want to throw up.
Xia Wanning hugged her stomach in pain.
Xia Wanning.
A familiar voice came from behind. Xia Wanning turned around and saw a cute girl who was 2 centimeters taller than her, with a bit of chubbiness, staring at her in surprise.
Jiadong. Ugh. I finally ugh. Oh my god. What happened to you? Hurry, let's go, it's dangerous here. Su Jiadong ran over, grabbed Xia Wanning, and started running back. My neck. You're choking me.
Xia Wanning struggled helplessly. Su Jiadong didn't have time to care, quickly dragging Xia Wanning into a nearby store. He finally loosened his grip and turned around to close the door.
Hey!
If you open that door again, don't blame me for being rude, a rough male voice complained. Xia Wanning rubbed her eyes and clearly saw the small store in front of her. It was a cold drink shop, filled with many freezers, with 4 or 5 people scattered in different corners, 3 men, besides herself and Su Jiadong, and 1 woman huddled in the corner. Ignoring the man, Su Jiadong grabbed Xia Wanning's hand and hid behind a freezer.
What a coincidence, sister. What a coincidence. How did we run into each other like this? Su Jiadong exclaimed, squeezing Xia Wanning's hand with excitement. It's not a coincidence, it's fate. I know. I understand your heart. Wait until we're out of here. I'll cover you. 300 a month, generous, right? Su Jiadong winked at Xia Wanning, acting all sentimental. 300? Are you begging for change? At least 3,000.
No, forget 3,000.
Big sister, do you even understand what's going on right now? Stop joking around.
Xia Wanning said anxiously.
I know. Before you came, we analyzed everything. It's a survival game, right? Now that we've teamed up, nothing to fear. Don't worry.
Su Jiadong patted her chest. Xia Wanning held her forehead in silence. What do you even know, sister?
Chapter 60, Zombies surround the city. In the past few days, nearly 1 million people have gone missing, and I couldn't get in touch with you. Where did you go? Su Jiadong asked, glancing towards the door. Is it possible that I'm one of those missing people?
Xia Wanning said helplessly.
Oh. We just didn't want to believe it.
I searched everywhere near your school for places you might have gone. I kept calling your parents, saying you were busy with studies, busy with your internship. After saying it so many times, I almost believed it myself. Su Jiadong wiped her eyes, pursed her lips, then suddenly burst into laughter.
No matter what, it's good you're fine. Game or no game, no matter how tough the challenges, we'll face them together. Zombies.
The woman at the door whispered in shock. The two immediately went silent and peeked out to look outside. Outside the shop, several staggering zombies were groaning softly, dragging their feet as they passed.
Damn it! What survival game? This is just bad luck.
As the zombies passed, the yellow-haired man kicked the freezer and cursed impatiently.
Shoo! Keep it down. Don't draw them back. It's a matter of life and death. A skinny man holding a briefcase anxiously stopped him. What the hell are you afraid of? My weapon's a steel pipe. If they piss me off, I'll crack their skulls open. Ha, I forgot, your weapon's a briefcase. What's that going to do, pack the monsters inside it? Ha ha ha, the yellow-haired man laughed wildly. The man with the briefcase frowned and lowered his head, seemingly embarrassed. Tong Tong, what's your weapon? Xia Wanning whispered. Ah, don't even get me started. I've got a walkie-talkie. I have two, so I'll give you one, Su Jiatong pouted, casually handing Xia Wanning a small black walkie-talkie. Xia Wanning put the walkie-talkie away, then took a large blue machete from her backpack and quietly handed it to Su Jiatong. You've got a backpack, right? This is chop you right now, no need to pick a day. Put it away quickly, don't let anyone see it. Xia Wanning whispered. Wow. Your weapon is so good. Even though the name is really cheesy. Su Jiatong's eyes lit up, but she didn't take the machete. Instead, she asked, what about yours? You keep it for self-defense? Xia Wanning pushed the machete into Su Jiatong's hand and said, take it. I have something else, and I don't really know how to use a knife. Really? Su Jiatong asked, suspicious, but when she received an impatient look from Xia Wanning, she immediately put the machete into her backpack. Don't worry, this time I'm invincible. Stick with me, and I'll protect you. Su Jiatong patted Xia Wanning's hand reassuringly. Well, actually. Yuck. This popsicle tastes awful. That briefcase. Do you have any food? The yellow-haired man threw away the ice pop in his hand, swaggering over to the frail man holding a briefcase. He looked down at him from above and asked. No, I don't have it. The frail man glanced up at the yellow-haired man for a moment, then immediately lowered his head, speaking timidly. No? Then why are you holding that damn bag so tightly? Give it to me. The yellow-haired man bent over and forcefully snatched the briefcase from the frail man's hands. He opened it and searched through it, but found nothing. TCH. An empty bag, holding it tighter than your own life, you poor bastard. The yellow-haired man spat. You. What do you have? Show me. He threw the briefcase onto the frail man's head and, holding his steel pipe, walked toward the woman by the door, hugging her legs. I don't have anything. I swear I don't. The woman said in a panic. Your props. Show me what you have. The yellow-haired man kicked the door and raised his eyebrows, signaling her. The woman bit her lip reluctantly, then pulled out a bitter melon. The yellow-haired man snatched it away, looked around, and took a big bite. Ugh. Bitter as hell, what a piece of junk. He spat out the bitter melon and, raising his hand to throw the rest away, hesitated for a moment, then stuffed it into his backpack. Nice stuff, I'll take it. The yellow-haired man grinned with pride. The woman bit her lip, unwilling but too scared to resist, her eyes slowly filling with tears. You too. Hand over your props. The yellow-haired man swaggered over to Xia Wanning and Su Jiatong, swinging the steel pipe. No. Su Jiatong stood up, protecting Xia Wanning behind her, glaring directly at the yellow-haired man. Oh ho! The little girl's got some guts, she hasn't been beaten yet. A gleam of interest flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes as he rolled his wrist. Su Jiatong pushed Xia Wanning back a little, then cracked her neck. Yeah, haven't been beaten, just beat people up. Before she could finish, the Kutyu machete appeared. Su Jiatong swung it, hitting the yellow-haired man squarely in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Caught off guard, the yellow-haired man was hit directly by Su Jiatong's strike. A bruise formed instantly on his face, but years of street fighting had sharpened his reflexes. He flipped over to dodge her next attack, swinging the steel pipe toward her. Su Jiatong dodged to the side. Gritting her teeth, she turned the blade in her hand, shifting it from the back of the blade to the sharp edge, and sliced open the yellow-haired man's arm. Damn! The little woman's ruthless. The yellow-haired man cursed, clutching his bleeding arm. He lifted his leg and kicked. Su Jiatong's lips trembled. With a swift motion, she slashed down, leaving a bloody trail across his leg. Ah! The yellow-haired man screamed, collapsing to the ground. The steel pipe rolled away, clattering on the floor. The frail man, quick as lightning, grabbed the steel pipe. He crawled to his feet and swung the pipe at the yellow-haired man's head. It seemed like the frail man put all his strength into it. The yellow-haired man let out a sharp crack as blood poured from his head. He swayed and collapsed onto the floor. Su Jiatong was startled by the sudden scene, instinctively stepping back 2 steps. Xia Wanning stepped forward to support her back. The crescent-shaped blade on her fingertip retracted. She watched the frail man warily. I just wanted to protect everyone. He's not a good person. You saw it, right? If we don't kill him, we'll all die. The frail man stammered in panic, his other hand shaking nervously, as though trying to convince someone. The woman who had her bitter melon stolen hugged herself in despair, tears streaming down her face. The other young man, who had remained silent, coldly watched the entire scene. Seeing the yellow-haired man's blood pour out, his breath becoming weaker, he suddenly stood up, glanced at the door, then pushed it open and quickly left.
Tong Tong, we need to leave. His blood will attract the zombies. We can't stay here. Xia Wanning said, supporting Su Jiatong. Okay. Su Jiatong seemed to snap out of it. She tightened her grip on the machete and, with the other hand, wrapped it around Xia Wanning's arm. She looked warily at the frail man as they left the shop. In the distance, a few zombies, attracted by the scent of blood, staggered toward them. Meanwhile, on Su Jiatong's machete, blood was dripping drop by drop onto the ground. Chapter 61, Kill. Tong Tong, put the knife away for now.
The blood will attract zombies, Xia Wanning said, patting Su Jiatong's hand holding the knife, while glancing around.
No, the knife is covered in blood. What if it stains my backpack?
Worried that Ning Ning might get anxious, Su Jiatong hid her hand behind her back, pretending to be unwilling as she put the big knife away. Xia Wanning stopped, helplessly turned her head, and gave Su Jiatong a look from below. Su Jiatong made an innocent face and met Xia Wanning's gaze. After 2 seconds, having had enough of Ning Ning's helpless expression, she spread her hands and said, I put it away.
I'm listening to you.
Xia Wanning rolled her eyes and laughed helplessly. The shops on the street are too unsafe, and there are too many people inside. Let's go check the neighborhood and see if there's an empty house without people. Xia Wanning grabbed Su Jiatong's hand and squeezed through the bent gap in the neighborhood's fence. The neighborhood was not peaceful either. Zombies were wandering around, though fewer than outside. It was unclear whether they had all gone out or were trapped inside their homes. The two of them found a relatively quiet building and peeked inside. It seemed there was no immediate danger.
Xia Wanning entered first, waving her hand, signaling Su Jiatong to follow.
Su Jiatong grabbed the collar of Xia Wanning's shirt and pulled her behind, holding her right hand in a slashing motion, signaling, I have a weapon, I'll strike first. Xia Wanning covered her neck, feeling that if the survival game didn't kill her, Su Jiatong might. The two of them moved up the stairs. The doors on either side were tightly shut, indicating that someone was inside. When they reached the third floor, a hee-hee
sound came from above.
Su Jiatong raised her left hand and clenched her fist. Xia Wanning was confused for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh. In TV shows, special forces often make this gesture, probably meaning to stop. So Xia Wanning obediently stopped. Above, a male zombie in leopard print pajamas stumbled out, searching for the smell of humans. The moment the zombie appeared, Su Jiatong quickly pushed Xia Wanning back and charged forward with the knife. Xia Wanning was forced to hit the pause button, feeling suddenly out of place as she was always used to relying on herself. Soon, the sound of fighting came from upstairs, accompanied by Su Jiatong's trembling ha sound.
Xia Wanning couldn't help but laugh.
She was just as terrified, but she still tried to act tough. Xia Wanning dashed upstairs and saw that Su Jiatong had stabbed the zombie in the stomach with her big knife. The zombie, oblivious, let the knife sink deeper, still slowly approaching. Su Jiatong's hand was shaking uncontrollably. Upon seeing Xia Wanning, she shouted with red eyes, Ning Ning, run.
This zombie is too strong. We can't fight it. You have to run.
Xia Wanning gave Su Jiatong a reassuring look, took out the big iron knife she had grabbed when she turned into a giant lizard, and, gathering her strength, swung it down, cutting off the zombie's head.
Friends who often kill know that this kind of thing gets easier with practice. After killing one, once you get over that mental hurdle, it becomes much smoother.
The zombie might have just turned recently, still fresh.
Why do I say that?
Just look at Su Jiatong's face, covered in blood. Xia Wanning sheepishly put the big knife away, obediently placed her fists to her lips, and said in an admiring tone, Tong Tong, you're amazing, I'm counting on you to protect me.
Xia Wanning.
Su Jiatong gritted her teeth and whispered. These 3 words were squeezed out from between her teeth, with her lips barely apart, her teeth clenched tightly. The reason was simple, if she opened her mouth, zombie blood would likely spill into it.
Xia Wanning knew she was done for.
She quickly turned and slipped into a nearby open room, casually closing the door behind her. Su Jiatong charged in and almost had the heavy iron door slam into her face. The air was still for 3 seconds. The heavy iron door was carefully pulled open just a crack. Through the crack in the door, there was a sweet smile from Xia Wanning trying to please. She reached out and tugged at Su Jiatong's sleeve, then used her finger to point at her chest, slowly moving down, hooking her pants waistband and pulling Su Jiatong into the door. Xia Wanning pulled out a tissue from her magic bag, first wiping the blood from the corner of Tong Tong's mouth, then wiping her eyes and face.
Su Jiatong raised her hand and squeezed Xia Wanning's fragile neck, speaking ominously, Beauty, do you remember how Huafei ended? Her fate was not so great.
Your Majesty. Xia Wanning threw a flirtatious glance, saying sweetly, why do I hear the sound of zombies again? Xia Wanning stopped playing around, furrowing her brows and listening carefully.
Su Jiadong retracted her hand from Xia Wanning's neck, turned around, and protected Xia Wanning behind her, looking seriously at the bedroom door, which was being knocked on. There's another one inside, we need to kill it. Su Jiadong said seriously. Knowing that Tong Tong had always been used to protecting and taking care of her, Xia Wanning didn't show off but left the more difficult task to Tong Tong. I'll open the door, you ambush by the door and cut the neck. Okay. Su Jiadong took a deep breath, holding the knife with both hands, standing by the door. Xia Wanning's hand gently placed on the doorknob, the two exchanged a confirming look. Xia Wanning turned the doorknob, and Su Jiadong raised her big knife. Click, the door opened, and the zombie's screams clearly came out. Xia Wanning pulled her hand back, and Su Jiadong's eyes were determined, swearing to kill with one blow. Click. The door, just opened, was closed again by a zombie trying to squeeze out. Embarrassment spread. I had already taken the pose, and you're showing me this? Su Jiadong said helplessly. This door is pushed inward, so, it was an accident, an accident. Xia Wanning made a gesture of apology, one more time, one more time. Alright. Su Jiadong stretched her arms and readjusted her posture. Xia Wanning twisted the doorknob, then used her long leg to kick hard, directly kicking the door open. The zombie was knocked down by the door, falling to the ground and waving its stiff limbs. Su Jiadong maintained her cool posture, watching the zombie on the ground, which looked like a turtle flipped on its back, and let out a heavy sigh. She grabbed the chop-yu knife and walked over, aiming at the zombie's neck. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Your Majesty. Is there no part you like? Xia Wanning leaned against the dressing table, speechless. No, I'm just feeling for the right touch. Su Jiadong swallowed, wiping the sweat from her palms on her pants. If you can't do it, then I'll do it. Xia Wanning shrugged. Su Jiadong's eyes lit up when she heard that. Who can't do it? A real man can't fail. But you. Put. Not a man. Alright, girl, you're stronger than a lot of men now. Xia Wanning clapped for Su Jiadong, who finally made a move. Su Jiadong, with a dirty face, flicked her bangs, shaking her hands and legs while proudly saying, I'm a real man. After handling the zombie inside the room, the two searched the small two-bedroom apartment and found some useful things. This family doesn't seem to store vegetables much, seems like the pandemic didn't educate them well. Su Jiadong looked at the 3 potatoes and 2 tomatoes on the ground, pointing them out. There's only this much rice left, but there's a lot of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Xia Wanning looked at the almost new condiments, feeling very satisfied, since this was exactly what they were missing. My backpack only has 3 slots, let's take the rice. I can't fit anything else. Su Jiadong said, putting the rice away. No problem, I'll take care of it, I have space. She reached out and touched, and the vegetables, condiments, and several bags of bread and snacks on the ground were all stored into the magic bag. Walking to the refrigerator, she reached out again, and the double-door fridge disappeared. She wandered around the room, the queen-size mattress, the fabric sofa, the dining table and chairs, the clothes-drying rack, the bed sheets and duvet, and the full wardrobe with clothes, all vanished without a trace. Wow! Su Jiadong stared wide-eyed, your backpack. The sound of the door opening echoed. The two of them immediately stopped talking. Just when they were about to use Tong Tong's question to make a big impression by revealing their identity, they were interrupted again. Su Jiadong pushed Xia Wanning into the kitchen and walked to the door. She saw a young girl standing by the door, holding a key. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The girl shouted angrily. Your door wasn't closed, so Su Jiadong glanced at the now empty house, feeling guilty, and stammered. Just because the door wasn't closed, you think you can just barge into someone's house? The bank door is open, why don't you go rob that? The girl widened her eyes and yelled loudly. No, there was a zombie wandering outside your door, so we thought your house. Well, we're sorry, we'll leave now, Su Jiadong said, turning to wave at Xia Wanning, her embarrassment so intense she almost wished she could disappear into the floor. Xia Wanning stepped out of the kitchen and looked at the girl with curiosity. My things. And the door is broken too, the girl yelled again as she looked at the empty living room and the broken bedroom door. Ah. That door was broken because there was a zombie inside. We tried to help you. Mom. Mom, what happened to you, Mom? Ah. You killed my mom. You're murderers. The girl saw the zombie's body, rushed over, knelt by it, and began crying loudly. Ha? Su Jiadong's brain short-circuited. How did this turn into a murder accusation? So, what do you want to do? Xia Wanning stepped forward calmly and asked. I want you to pay for my mother's life, the girl wiped her eyes and said fiercely. No, when we got here, your mom had already turned into a zombie, that's why Su Jiadong hurriedly explained. Pa! You're murderers!
You must pay for her life, the girl insisted, refusing to back down. Pay for her life? Xia Wanning sneered, that's impossible. The girl didn't seem surprised by the refusal. She quickly moved to her plan B. Since you won't pay for her life, leave your supplies and weapons as compensation, she demanded firmly. TCH. Xia Wanning scoffed, I was going to overlook the fact that you've lost both parents, but now I see you can't even shed a tear, and you're only pretending to be sad. Seems like you didn't care much for your parents after all. Xia Wanning lazily leaned against the kitchen door, speaking lightly. Stop talking nonsense. Whether I'm sad or not is none of your business. Leave the supplies and get out of my house. The girl seemed furious, turning away to speak urgently. Where were you hiding earlier? Xia Wanning suddenly asked. What? The girl was stunned. When we entered, you came to open the door. I was in the kitchen the whole time, never coming out, but you immediately said you guys. How did you know someone else was inside? Xia Wanning stood up straight and stepped forward. So you've been hiding somewhere, quietly. Xia Wanning suddenly covered her mouth, pointing at the zombie's fallen body, and screamed, ah! The zombie's moving. The girl's heart tightened. She quickly turned around, and a knife suddenly appeared in her hand. Oh no! A player! Xia Wanning threw her hands up and said helplessly, you're too easy to scare, exposing yourself so quickly. Seeing her lie exposed, the girl stopped pretending. She stood up, holding the knife and pointing it at Xia Wanning. Leave the supplies, and I'll let you go. Ha! I have a short temper. Realizing she had been tricked, Su Jiadong angrily pulled out a large knife, slinging it over her shoulder. Come on. Let's see whose knife is bigger. The girl holding the knife. Well, it was certainly bigger than hers. Xia Wanning also pulled out her large knife, resting it on her shoulder, and revealing the smile of a villain. Leave your supplies and weapons, and we'll let you go. This girl's really poor, huh? Just a knife, and she dares to come rob us? After letting the girl go, Su Jiadong played with the freshly acquired knife inside. She turned around and saw Xia Wanning staring at a key, deep in thought. She waved her hand in front of Xia Wanning's face. What are you doing? What's so special about the key? Xia Wanning held the key up in front of Su Jiadong's eyes. This key has been identified by the backpack, it's called the master key, so even though she isn't a member of this family, she can still open the door. Ah! No wonder, no wonder. Su Jiatong, who wasn't confused, acted like she just realized it. Looking at Su Jiatong, who hadn't reacted yet, Xia Wanling continued explaining, this is a really good item. Is her luck really that good? She gets such an item right at the start? Ah! Lucky player. Su Jiatong, who still didn't understand the game's item distribution system, said enviously. Xia Wanling rubbed her temple, that's not what I meant. Forget it doesn't matter anymore since it's already gone. Just put it away. Xia Wanling handed the key to Su Jiatong. Su Jiatong waved her hand, my backpack only has 3 slots. The slash-u knife, the walkie-talkie, and rice are already all filled. She said, sticking the dagger in her waist. Wait a minute. Xia Wanling quickly pulled out the dagger. Are you filming a period drama? If you insert it like that, you'll kill yourself before the zombies do. Give me the rice, and put the dagger in the backpack. Su Jiadong chuckled and adjusted her items as instructed. By the way, what's your mission? Xia Wanling asked. Mission? Survive until the final circle. Su Jiadong said. That's it? Just that? Xia Wanling was surprised. Ah, just that. Oh, and a reward of 100 points, but I don't know what the points are for. Su Jiadong said in confusion. Survive until the final circle, final circle. Xia Wanling stroked her chin, thinking. Could this final circle be like in the game, where there's a relatively safe area, but this area keeps shrinking, pushing us toward the safe zone? Xia Wanling said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. We can't let the circle shrink and kill us with poison. Su Jiadong shouted anxiously, ready to rush out, but was pulled back by Xia Wanling. Why the hurry? This dungeon is definitely not like the game where you instantly die. Rushing won't help. We need to figure out which direction to go first. Xia Wanling said patiently. I didn't instantly die, I'm awesome. Su Jiadong proudly said. Is that really the point? Xia Wanling said, speechless. Yeah, it is. Su Jiadong said firmly. Xia Wanling couldn't help but roll her eyes. Alright, you're awesome. Anyway, there's nothing to miss here, let's talk while we walk. As soon as they walked out of the building, Xia Wanling noticed a gaze fixed on them. She hasn't left, she's still following us. Su Jiadong said quietly, looking suspicious. It's fine, just keep walking. Xia Wanling tugged Su Jiadong, turned a corner, and slipped into another building. After solving the zombie at the door with one strike, the two of them quietly peered out of a small window on the first floor. They saw the girl rushing over, only to realize she had lost them again. She stomped her foot in frustration, unwilling to give up, and searched around for a while. But the noise startled a passing zombie, which chased her off. What's her deal? Why does she have to follow us? Su Jiadong asked, confused. Probably unwilling to accept it, wants to get back at us. Xia Wanling said. Seeing the girl run off, the two didn't linger and began looking for supplies to replenish. Soon, a medium-sized supermarket appeared in their view. People were coming and going at the entrance, some rushing inside, others hauling goods out, some calling for friends, and others fighting. It was chaotic. Su Jiadong protected Xia Wanling, squeezing into the supermarket. Inside the supermarket was even more chaotic than outside. Many shelves were empty, and people grabbed whatever they could without thinking. Xia Wanling even saw someone trying to take apart a shelf and carry it away. The food section is no good, let's go, we'll collect something else. Xia Wanling decisively pulled Su Jiadong away from the center of the conflict. They hadn't run far when they heard the sounds of fighting, crying, shouting, and chaos from the food section. Su Jiadong glanced back, silently speeding up. The two passed by the empty vegetables section. In the dairy section, where milk and dairy products were scattered across the floor, only the beverage shelves remained. They arrived at the section of toiletries, which was being swarmed by shoppers. Xia Wanning pulled Su Jiadong and rushed into it. Shampoo, conditioner, toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, skincare products, face masks, hand cream, wet wipes, tissues, sanitary pads. Xia Wanning waved her hand, even collecting several packs of baby diapers. She paused for a moment but didn't throw them away. What if they were useful? The storage room is open. Quick! Someone not far away called to their companion. Whether the companion heard or not was unknown, but everyone else did. So everyone rushed toward the storage room in a frenzy. Xia Wanning and Su Jiadong, with perfect coordination, grabbed each other's hands and dashed towards the storage room. Though both of them were not fast and their physiques were not an advantage, they were small and agile. They squeezed through the gaps between other people's armpits and quickly made their way into the storage room. Oh my god! Who has body odor? It's suffocating. Finally straightening her back, Su Jiadong breathed deeply of the fresh air. Well, actually, the air in the storage room wasn't exactly fresh, alright, it was murky. This bag is for you. I just grabbed it. Your backpack has fewer compartments, so put things here. Xia Wanning pulled out a large hiking bag and handed it to Su Jiadong. If we get separated, use the walkie-talkie to contact me. Focus on food. Prioritize things we can store. If we can't get something, then never mind. Just take what you can, don't leave empty-handed. Move fast. Xia Wanning quickly gave her instructions, and the two of them rushed to the storage area. Most of the people there were players, all carrying backpacks. As a result, you'd see a group of people passing by, seemingly doing nothing, yet somehow the stock was mysteriously disappearing. Fortunately, they were all newcomers to this beta test, with smaller backpacks and not many compartments, so they couldn't take much. This gave Xia Wanning a chance to sneak in. Though Xia Wanning couldn't grab too much of the same food, her backpack had many compartments, so she could collect more types of items. Boxes of noodles, instant noodles, snail noodles, spicy hot pot skewers, biscuits, chocolate, soy milk powder, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, hot pot base, canned goods, jerky. Wherever Xia Wanning went, it was like a storm sweeping everything in its path. Damn! Who's this? How much can they carry? Finally, someone noticed something was off and cursed loudly. Xia Wanning finished her job and retreated, quietly blending into the crowd. This is definitely a group operation. One person couldn't carry this much. Catch them! The crowd angrily shouted, speeding up their movements. ZZZ. Xiening, come to the entrance. I just heard someone say the cold storage door is open. The voice of Tong Tong came from the walkie-talkie in her pocket. Xia Wanning quickly turned around and ran toward the door. The two girls reunited and ran toward the cold storage along with a scattered crowd. Perhaps the news hadn't spread yet, as the cold storage wasn't as crowded as the large storage room, but it was still packed and chaotic. Xia Wanning took Su Jiadong's backpack, stuffed it into a magic bag, then handed the backpack back to Su Jiadong. Charge! Su Jiadong grabbed the empty bag and dove into the crowd. Frozen dumplings, tang yuan, sweet dumplings, buns, shumai, steamed dumplings, hot pot meatballs, beef rolls, lamb rolls, chicken chunks, frozen mantou, steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean paste buns. It was full. Xia Wanning watched the cold storage still stocked with other items, feeling puzzled. No matter how many compartments her backpack had, it was never enough. ZZZ. Tong Tong, I've got everything. Meet at the door. Xia Wanning, holding 2 boxes of frozen wontons, skillfully weaved through the crowd and stood in the shadow by the door, waiting for Su Jiating. Hey, you dropped a bag of dumplings. Ah. Thank you. Wow. There's still such friendly conversation at this time? Xia Wanning secretly peeked out, looking toward the direction of the voice. She saw a man in his 30s with a formal smile handing a bag of frozen dumplings to a young man who looked like a student. Are you a player too? The man asked. Yes, this damn game, the young man complained. Sai, since we're here, let's make the best of it. By the way, which server are you from? The man asked again. I'm from District 123, what about you, brother? The boy replied. Oh, what a coincidence, I'm from District 123 too. Let's go, let's team up since we're from the same district. The man patted the boy's shoulder intimately. The boy was surprised and delighted, following the man with an undeniable happiness on his face. There were many people in this beta test, at least 5,000 people in different districts, how could this be so coincidental? But if he were lying, what would be the point of that? Xia Wanning furrowed her brows, puzzled as she thought about it. Chapter 64, Who is Second Master? Z. Ning Ning, where are you? The voice of Tong Tong came through the walkie-talkie. Xia Wanning turned her head and quickly spotted Su Jiatong, who was holding a bag like a thief. Z. I see you, go toward the door. Ning Ning. Quick, take it, it's so heavy. Su Jiatong handed the backpack to Xia Wanning. I can't take it anymore, I'm already holding this. Xia Wanning smiled wryly. Wow. Your backpack is really full now, I always feel like you're a bottomless pit, you can pack anything. As the two of them jogged side by side, Su Jiatong marveled. I'll explain later. My storage space isn't that big. Our second master is the real bottomless pit. My second master. Oh no. Xia Wanning's eyes widened, realizing the source of her unease since arriving here. Second master. She was so concerned about her best friend that she had forgotten about her bad-tempered pet. Your second master came in too? That can't be, isn't it safe for people over 50? Su Jiatong asked in confusion. It's not my second master, ugh, it's complicated. Let's find a place to settle down first. Xia Wanning shook her head, her face filled with distress. Hand over the stuff. Are you going to give it or not? I'll kill you. Drop the stuff and leave. From a distance, voices of opportunistic robbers could be heard now and then, but since everyone had come from peaceful times, there was still some legal awareness, so it was just robbery without killing. However, this kind of peace probably wouldn't last long. The two girls exchanged a glance and crouched down, sneaking past the fallen shelves. When they reached the entrance, they realized that running away was impossible. A few burly men had formed an alliance and were standing at the entrance, holding what seemed like steel pipes taken from the shelves. Anyone trying to leave had to hand over everything they had and take a beating, then give up the items in their backpack. Just handing everything over wouldn't do, they didn't believe you weren't hiding anything, and you had to endure the beating before they would trust you. Xia Wanning even suspected they just liked beating people. There were many people at the entrance, waiting in line to be beaten. Ning Ning, what should we do? I don't want to be beaten. Tong Tong said with a bitter face. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Not everyone will just accept this passively. As long as one person resists, everyone will respond. The two of them hid under the cashier counter, observing the situation ahead. You two, stop hiding and hand over your stuff. A voice suddenly came from above. The two looked up to see a man with a wicked grin, lightly tapping the palm of his left hand with a steel pipe. Tong Tong looked back at Xia Wanning, who placed the box she was holding on the ground and gave a determined look. The two girls threw down the supplies in their hands. A large knife appeared and they immediately swung it. The man's pupils shook, completely not expecting these two seemingly weak girls to be so fierce. He hurriedly swung the steel pipe to block Tong Tong's opening knife, but couldn't stop Xia Wanning's bone-picking knife, and a large cut appeared in his ribs, blood pouring out. Ah! The man's scream caught the attention of the crowd at the entrance. Su Jiatong seized the opportunity and shouted, You guys are so many, what are you afraid of? Go after him. Right. We're so many, charge. Someone in the crowd immediately responded, and everyone grabbed the weapons nearby, rushing forward in a disorganized manner. Take down the black evil forces. Long live the people. Stop shouting, a bunch of zero-cost buyers, we're not good people either. The entrance quickly descended into chaos. All kinds of sounds never stopped. Xia Wanning and Su Jiatong quickly beat back the man, hugged their own things, and ran out in the chaos. As soon as Su Jiatong took out the big knife, she did not put it back again. She put away the 2 boxes of frozen wontons from Xia Wanning's hands, and as for the backpack, the things inside were too mixed and could not be put away, so she had to carry it on her back. Xia Wanning's hand touched the treasure bag, trying to clear out an empty space to put the backpack away, but sadly she had stocked things too crazily just now and it really could not fit. With no choice, she took out tissues, and the 2 of them wiped the blood off the knife. Choosing a small road with few people, the 2 moved fast all the way.
Where are the 2 of us going? Su Jiatong asked.
Don't know.
Xia Wanning answered firmly.
Su Jiatong jogged while giving Xia Wanning a speechless look. Anyway, first stay far away from the supermarket, it's too messy here. People who come later and can't find things in the supermarket will very likely start robbing, and anyone near there is a living target.
Xia Wanning said while looking back.
Ning ning.
Su Jiatong's voice suddenly changed tone, full of fear.
Xia Wanning turned her head, and saw in the middle of the small road ahead, a boy who looked like a student lying in a pool of blood. It was the boy from the storage room just now, the one who said he was from Area 123.
Is it him? The doubt and unease in Xia Wanning's heart began to grow. Who? You know him? Su Jiatong asked.
Xia Wanning shook her head and briefly told what she had just seen and heard.
Su Jiatong frowned. Yeah, it really is a bit coincidental, a bit strange. Let's leave here first, I hear footsteps, go.
Xia Wanning grabbed Tong Tong's arm, the 2 avoided the body and ran far away. After many turns, they slipped into an old residential area and hid inside a building entrance. Too lazy to look for any empty room, they directly sat down on the steps.
What do we do next?
Su Jiatong said, calming the heavy breathing from the long run.
Sigh, despair. Xia Wanning sighed. What's wrong? Entered this game and your mindset collapsed? Su Jiatong patted Xia Wanning's back to comfort her.
No, it's that in the combination of the 2 of us, someone with my level of intelligence actually has to become the brainpower. The road ahead is worrying. Xia Wanning sighed exaggeratedly.
Ah, don't be sad, you are very smart, really. Su Jiatong comforted her with a sincere face.
Xia Wanning, the road ahead is really worrying.
Do you want to first explain to me? We are both players, so why can your backpack hold so much? Su Jiatong asked in confusion. Ah. That's a long story. Xia Wanning pretended to be deep.
Then make the long story short.
Su Jiatong said simply. Oh.
I passed several tasks already, my equipment was upgraded long ago. Xia Wanning said briefly.
Su Jiatong looked completely confused. What do you mean, why don't you still long story it?
So, the story starts from that morning when I wanted to make tomato fried eggs. The wind moved the plastic bag at the door, the bag rolled with dust, spinning, rustling as it flew up into the sky. The sun slowly moved, quietly watching everything that happened on this land. Crying, shouting, madness, ferocity and despair.
And then, I appeared right here. Chapter 65, Chopping Zombies, Exploding Treasure Chests. So?
Su Jiatong covered her mouth, her eyes turning red. You came specially for me. She hugged Xia Wanning hard, buried her face in her neck and sobbed. Why are you so good?
You actually came specially to find me, this place is so dangerous. Woo, I'm so moved. It's okay, it's okay. Xia Wanning patted Su Jiatong's back to comfort her.
The 2 girls did not delay too much time on deep feelings of children. After sorting out the current situation, they began to plan the next step. Xia Wanning handed Su Jiatong a bottle of water and said, we have 2 things to do later. First is go to a stationery store and see if there is a map of this world. I always feel that running toward the capital should not be wrong. After that we go to a pharmacy to take a look. I guess the pharmacy has already been completely looted, and the 2 of us also have no place to store medicine. But not looking is never reassuring. It's always good to pick up any loose ends if possible.
Alright, I'll follow you.
Su Jiatong gulped down water, wiped her mouth, and said, but before that, let me take care of the zombies upstairs.
I need to level up quickly and can't hold you back.
Su Jiatong grabbed the large knife, raised an eyebrow at Xia Wanning, and elegantly headed upstairs.
After 2 steps, she turned back and said, aren't you coming?
You can help me set up the battlefield. Upstairs, there was a weak zombie, perfect for practice.
Xia Wanning didn't make a move, and Su Jiatong smoothly took it down.
At the moment the zombie fell, a white treasure chest appeared beside it.
Huh? What's this? Did I get an item drop from the monster? Su Jiatong squatted next to the chest and looked up at Xia Wanning, asking, can I open it? A white treasure chest, huh? It's been a long time since I've seen one.
Xia Wanning sighed in admiration.
Oh. My precious. Are you that unlucky? Here, take it, enjoy it.
Su Jiatong said thoughtfully.
Ah, not really. I've been opening blue and purple treasure chests recently.
It's been a long time since I've seen such a low-level one. Xia Wanning showed a smug expression.
Su Jiadong paused for a moment, rolled her eyes, and poked the chest open with her finger.
A piece of chocolate, a bottle of mineral water.
Su Jiadong pulled out the items and angrily threw the chocolate into Xia Wanning's arms.
Here, you like this?
Thank you, my good sister. Xia Wanning playfully tugged at Su Jiadong's sleeve. Su Jiadong pretended to be disgusted on the surface, but deep down, she felt delighted.
Ning, let's kill a few more zombies on the way. Opening treasure chests is so addictive.
Su Jiadong twirled her knife with excitement, almost poking herself.
Xia Wanning was also in agreement.
Besides opening treasure chests, this was a great opportunity to practice as well. The two of them searched the building, and on the top floor, they found another zombie.
Su Jiadong leveled up quickly and took it down with a swift strike. Another white treasure chest dropped to the ground. Ning, you open this one.
Su Jiadong thought opening treasure chests was so much fun, she couldn't wait to share the joy with her friend. Having opened many chests already, Xia Wanning wasn't as excited as Su Jiadong, but she didn't disappoint her and eagerly rubbed her hands before opening the chest.
What's this? Green sand fruit? Su Jiadong leaned in and asked, confused. Wow! A vitality fruit.
I didn't know white treasure chests could drop such cool items.
Xia Wanning was truly excited. What kind of luck was this?
After explaining what the vitality fruit was, Su Jiadong agreed that this luck was incredible.
Ning, hurry up and eat it. Su Jiadong urged. This treasure chest came from your zombie kill. You eat it. My stats are. Xia Wanning was still refusing, but Su Jiadong couldn't be bothered to argue.
She simply grabbed the fruit and shoved it into Xia Wanning's mouth.
Stop being so annoying. Let's go.
I want to kill more zombies. Su Jiadong pulled Xia Wanning along eagerly down the stairs.
Swallowing the dissolving vitality fruit, Xia Wanning helplessly ran out of the corridor with Su Jiadong.
In the community, the two focused on picking off solo zombies, each handling one and gaining experience. Although Xia Wanning wanted to practice her archery, the crowd made it too obvious with her starfall bow, so she decided to practice her knife skills instead. The two of them killed zombies as they walked, and after taking down more than 10 zombies, they had 5 treasure chests drop, containing a flashlight, sunglasses, jelly, ice cream, toothpaste, and other random items. They found a national map at a small store while eating ice cream. The map of the country didn't look like a rooster, but it did resemble a penguin. They were currently at the penguin's eye, with the capital located at its heart.
Fortunately, it's not too far. Su Jiadong tore off the map and said with relief. But it's not within walking distance. We'll need some kind of transportation. Xia Wanning said. Cars are easy to find. There are plenty on the streets.
I just saw some cars with keys still in them. The driver turned into a zombie is also in the car.
Su Jiadong laughed while touching her nose. After rummaging through the small store, the two of them went to the pharmacy.
At the pharmacy door, they ran into another group of people scavenging for supplies.
There were 3 men and 2 women on the opposite side, all young.
They tightened the bundles in their arms, looking at Xia Wanning and Su Jiadong warily.
This pharmacy has probably been looted so many times, there's nothing left. You two can search if you want, but don't say I didn't warn you.
A girl pressed her lips together and said in a sharp tone.
Who needs your warning, adding drama to yourself? Crazy. Su Jiadong rolled her eyes and dragged Xia Wanning into the pharmacy. You.
The girl was about to say something unwillingly, but the guy beside her grabbed her arm.
He looked at the knife in Xia Wanning's hand and slowly shook his head, pulling the reluctant girl away quickly. As expected, the pharmacy was indeed like they imagined, already ransacked.
The ground was scattered with some unfamiliar medicine, not sure what diseases they treated. Xia Wanning picked through the scattered medicines, wondering if any could be useful, while Su Jiadong disappeared in a flash, running off somewhere.
Ning, come here.
Su Jiadong shouted excitedly, having somehow run into the storage room.
Look. What's this?
Su Jiadong proudly presented fever medicine, Yunnan Baiyao, and bandages.
Wow.
Where did you find these?
How could this good stuff still be left? Xia Wanning said in surprise. Just in that corner, the first time I looked there was nothing, I was about to leave, then turned around, and oh my. A treasure chest.
Su Jiadong described the situation, dancing with excitement.
Sister. You're so lucky. Xia Wanning happily shook Su Jiadong's shoulders.
As soon as they stepped out of the storage room, Xia Wanning smelled a faint scent of blood. At the same time, many zombies, drawn by the scent, surrounded the small pharmacy.
Ning. The door.
There's so much blood on the ground.
Su Jiadong pointed to the crimson spot at the entrance, shocked. Close the door.
Seeing that the zombies had surrounded the door, and breaking through was impossible, they could only block them outside and think of a solution later.
But whose blood is this? Who is trying to harm us?
Chapter 66, Stand Together in Difficult Times. They closed the big door tightly and pushed the counter against it. After circling the store, they found there was no back door. The zombies at the front door were growing more numerous, and the door was shaking with loud bangs. The counter was also swaying and seemed like it wouldn't last much longer. Su Jiadong pressed hard against the counter, her body shaking with the impact, but she gritted her teeth, holding the door tightly so that no gaps were made.
Xia Wanning rushed to the window, quickly opening it. Ha!
A zombie with a bloody face, as if it had been bitten by some colleague, lunged through the window.
Xia Wanning quickly stepped back.
The upper body of the zombie was inside the window, while its lower half was trapped by other zombies, unable to move.
Xia Wanning drew out the Xinglua Bao, shooting an arrow.
The upgraded Xinglua Bao had greatly enhanced power. The arrow, condensed with water vapor, created a hole in the zombie's neck. The flesh on both sides of the neck trembled as it stretched further, until it finally snapped, and the zombie's head fell with a clang, rolling twice. The zombie's mouth still viciously bit twice before slowly freezing, no longer moving.
Wow! Who are you? Are you still my soft and cute Ning Ning?
Su Jiadong, leaning against the counter, tried to resist the zombie's pressure while using one hand to support her almost dropping jaw, her face full of shock.
Ha! I'm no longer the old Ning Fei. Now, I am Summer Nyo Hulu Wanning.
Before the words were even finished, another arrow hit the zombie's head.
Yes. Finally, I got it all right.
Xia Wanning quietly clenched her fist, happy.
What kind of magical medicine have you been secretly taking? Did you level up on the spot? How did you become so powerful? Su Jiadong pushed the cabinet tightly.
Thud thud thud, she ran over, circling around Xia Wanning, staring at her in disbelief. At the same time, she didn't stop her hands, using all her strength to push up another medicine cabinet.
Hey! This is nothing yet.
Xia Wanning casually waved her hand, aiming at the zombies in the front row's heads, and with a whoosh she shot an arrow into the neck of a zombie in the back row.
Wow! Ning Ning is the best. Ning Ning, you're so cool. Ning Ning, I admire you.
Unaware of the truth, Su Jiadong cheered excitedly like a big fan, her big eyes sparkling with hearts, almost wanting to hug Xia Wanning and give her a kiss. While cheering, she pushed the cabinet to block the door that was almost pushed open. With the added weight blocking the door, the entrance seemed more stable.
Xia Wanning awkwardly looked around.
It was okay, there weren't many, but there was only one living person next to her.
You focus on blocking the door well, don't let the zombies in.
Xia Wanning quickly changed the subject to avoid giving herself away.
I can reveal my real strength, but not now.
Getting rid of her girlfriend, Xia Wanning started aiming, firing continuously. Soon, the window was cleared, creating a small space.
Tong Tong, let's go. Xia Wanning turned and shouted.
Before her voice even faded, a bang sound rang out, a plastic bottle filled with fresh blood was thrown into the window. The bottle hit the ground and exploded, blood splattering everywhere.
Xia Wanning was stunned, turning around.
Through the gap in the encircling zombies, she saw a girl standing on the car roof across the street, the girl with the universal key. She was still holding a bottle of blood with the cap on, smirking as she watched them being surrounded by zombies. Xia Wanning furrowed her brows, and without hesitation, she drew her bow and aimed. She knew she only had one chance. If she missed, and the girl discovered that she was the target, she'd probably run away.
It would be even harder to find her later. Xia Wanning's heart pounded like a drum.
It was the first time since getting the Starfall Ball that such a one-shot, one-killed situation had appeared. Squinting her left eye, she pulled the bowstring taut, calming her breath, steadying her arm, aiming, and released the arrow. The arrow passed through the zombie crowd, flying fast as Xia Wanning watched anxiously.
The girl sensed something was wrong the moment the arrow passed through the zombies.
Her terrified expression grew larger frame by frame in Xia Wanning's eyes. She crouched down, attempting to jump off the car roof to dodge. However, the distance was too short, and the arrow's speed far exceeded human ability. The water arrow pierced the girl's chest, and behind her, beautiful splashes of water blossomed, a beam of skylight shone through the hole, casting shadows in front of her. Her incredulous expression froze on her young face, her bent knees losing their chance to straighten, and she fell straight down.
Blood spread. The zombies by the window sniffed a fresher scent.
They awkwardly turned around, one by one, lunging onto the girl and feasting. Xia Wanning's heart sank slightly, but she knew that useless emotions would only slow down their escape. She grabbed Su Jiadong's hand, who had just caught up, and the two jumped out of the window, quickly leaving the zombies behind. It was late summer, early autumn, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The heat in the air hadn't completely dissipated, and the dark green leaves quickly passed by Xia Wanning's eyes.
Su Jiadong gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her body slightly leaning forward, her eyes focused on the empty road ahead that stretched out endlessly. Xia Wanning's arm rested on the wide-open car window, her chin propped up on her forearm, staring absent-mindedly at the scenery outside.
Ning, still thinking about that thing? Su Jiadong didn't dare look away and could only move her head towards Xia Wanning's direction, replacing her gaze.
No, she had harmful intentions, so she must bear the consequences.
I just don't understand, why go to so much trouble to harm us, just because the robbery failed? Does she have such poor resilience?
Xia Wanning didn't turn around, she responded facing the wind.
Sigh. In this world, there are all kinds of people. Besides, didn't you say that Qi is very rare?
She probably feels reluctant too, and I guess she wants to kill us to take back what she lost. Anyway, she deserves it.
Don't overthink it. You didn't do anything wrong.
You saved both of our lives. Xia Wanning smiled against the wind, and the last little knot in her heart disappeared along with the breeze. As she spoke, a few cars appeared ahead, parked haphazardly on the side of the road. It looked like a brutal car crash had happened here.
Ning, we can't pass ahead.
Su Jiadong slowly pressed the brake and stopped at the end of the wrecked cars. Xia Wanning pushed open the car door, stood by the roadside, and looked around. There were many cars parked messily, and through the broken windows, a zombie eagerly stretched its head towards Xia Wanning. It was restrained by the seatbelt and car door, only able to reach out its hands in vain. A few zombies wandered in the distance, unsure whether they heard the sound or smelled the humans. They growled and gathered toward them.
Xia Wanning climbed onto the car roof and took out the Xinglua Bao.
She was about to tell Tong Tong to roll up the car window and stay inside, but Su Jiadong had already raised her big knife, ready for battle.
Since you're doing ranged attacks, I'll handle the close combat. Good sisters, we share the good and bad together. Chapter 67, It's Still Me.
Xia Wanning smiled lightly, feeling the satisfaction of a mother seeing her child grow up and begin to show filial piety.
Tong Tong. Charge. I've got your back, just don't worry. Xia Wanning shouted sincerely. Su Jiadong, who was about to charge, turned around in confusion. What do you mean?
You're so powerful already, what do I have to worry about?
Ah, stop talking, I'm going in. With you covering my back, no problem.
After finishing, Su Jiadong yelled, "Ah," and fearlessly charged into the zombie horde.
Xia Wanning couldn't shout in time, so she checked the antidote in her bag.
The zombie virus was also a poison, this medicine should be useful. Su Jiadong slashed left and right, completely ignoring the open spot in her back. Xia Wanning aimed her arrow, but was afraid her aim wouldn't be good enough and she might accidentally hit Tong Tong. She aimed for a long time, and finally, when a zombie lunged at Su Jiadong, she had no choice but to release the arrow. She didn't dare aim for the small target of the head or neck, but instead aimed for the larger, easier-to-hit chest.
Luckily, the force of the long arrow knocked it down without hurting Tong Tong.
Next, Xia Wanning focused entirely, doing her best to protect Su Jiadong.
You know what? It's true. With pressure, her improvement was rapid.
By the third wave of zombies, her arrows aimed at the chest were almost always hitting, and she was starting to aim for the head. After clearing the nearby zombies, both of them were exhausted. Xia Wanning directly sat on the car roof. Su Jiadong didn't have the strength to climb up and sat on the ground next to the car wheel. The blood-soaked big knife was casually thrown aside, and several white treasure chests were scattered around. After a while, Su Jiadong picked up the big knife, leaned on it to stand up, and patted the car hood, saying, "All right, let's open the treasure chests." 6 treasure chests were lined up in a row. The two girls took out wet wipes, cleaned their hands thoroughly, and then knelt beside the chests with sincerity.
Each of us opens 3. Let's see who has better luck. Su Jiadong said eagerly. Bring it on.
I'm not afraid of you. Xia Wanning said without hesitation. Su Jiadong extended her index finger and opened the first chest. A pack of wet wipes, a pack of facial tissues. Not bad, I just used 2, now I've got more to replenish, Xia Wanning said happily. Su Jiadong placed the items aside, pouting slightly, and said, "Don't talk about me, come on, let's see what you get." Xia Wanning rubbed her hands together, bowed respectfully toward the chest, and opened it with both hands. Inside the chest was a torn talisman. The identification from the backpack read. As expected, it's a white treasure chest. Even the talisman is a defective one, Xia Wanning said, somewhat dissatisfied. While wiping her face, Su Jiadong showed a shocked expression. Not sisters, is that? You've gotten too big for yourself. Look at my torn tissue, and you're still not satisfied? Sigh, if you had ever opened a normal sprinting rune, a binding rune, or an invisibility cloak, then of course I wouldn't be interested in such a defective product. Xia Wanning raised her chin, speaking arrogantly. I'm so jealous. You first batch of players are just infuriating. I'm going to complain. Su Jiatong slammed the ground, angrily exaggerating her frustration. With the determination to turn things around, the two opened the second treasure chest. Su Jiatong opened a bottle of red wine. Xia Wanning opened a bottle of the favorite blood of zombies. What's absurd is that these two bottles looked the same, and the liquid inside was the same color, clearly the system's twisted sense of humor. How about we drink the red wine now? So it won't get mixed up later. Su Jiatong suggested. Your suggestion is good, but don't suggest again next time. With our drinking capacity, finishing this bottle without hugging zombies and dancing disco would be considered lucky. Xia Wanning refused. Then what should we do? Throw it away? There's a mesh pocket on the side of your backpack, stuff it there. When we meet people, see if we can sell it. Xia Wanning said. As for the favorite blood of zombies, this item always seemed like it would be useful, so Xia Wanning took out a bag of frozen dumplings and swapped it in. For the third chest, Su Jiatong, imitating Xia Wanning, worshipped it devoutly, almost hitting her forehead 3 times. And the effect was obvious. Defective one-time hidden weapon, rain of pear blossom needles. Wow! Ning ning! This is great! Su Jiatong picked up the hidden weapon and couldn't put it down, her whole body radiating with the joy of "I'm a lucky player." It's really good, unexpected, deadly, if used well it could be your life-saving weapon. Xia Wanning sincerely felt happy for her friend. Yeah. It's really good. Here, take it. Su Jiatong, having played with it enough, immediately stuffed it into Xia Wanning's hands without hesitation. What are you doing? Xia Wanning was confused. All the games I've played told me that long-range ones are fragile, keeping it would be more useful for you than for me. Su Jiatong said sincerely. Sister. Xia Wanning emotionally called out, but sister, have you considered that I'm actually quite rich? Look, here's an invisibility cloak, here's the tear of the spirit fox, here's a defensive turtle shell, here's a curved moonblade for hidden weapons. Su Jiatong immediately snatched back the pear blossom needles and without hesitation stuffed it into her pocket. Xia Wanning chuckled and, while reclaiming her items, opened the last treasure chest. Zombie disguise card, lasts for 1 minute. The two looked at the items in their hands, and Su Jiatong let out a roar, her mood exploded. Xia Wanning nodded with satisfaction, yes, it was really me who was lucky. Su Jiatong was a melee fighter, more dangerous, so Xia Wanning forcibly shoved the 3-second sprint rune to her. As for the zombie disguise card, they'd see how it went later. After gathering the spoils, Xia Wanning cleared one slot and reached for the car. Collection failed. Xia Wanning was puzzled. Why? Touched again. Collection failed. The garage won't allow it. Want to go to the mall and buy it? Who am I trying to scam with a $0 purchase? Xia Wanning. System, you're ruthless. She gathered the supplies on the ground, grabbed the frozen dumplings, and stood up, surveying her surroundings. Not far from the highway should be a village, with a few blue-roofed houses standing there. In the reflection of the blue sky and white clouds, it had a fresh beauty if you ignored the zombies scattered on the ground. Tong Tong, let's go to the village and find a place to cook, and make some dumplings to eat. Xia Wanning suggested. Sure, I'm starving, I want 2 bags. Su Jiatong linked her arm with Xia Wanning's, exaggeratingly bending her back to show her hunger and weakness. The two carefully entered the village, killed the wandering zombies at the entrance, and as they went deeper, they were surprisingly met with emptiness. There were no zombies and no living people, but a few households had their doors tightly shut. Suspicious that there were still survivors in the village, they didn't knock on doors rashly. Instead, they chose a house with an open door, politely knocked, and greeted. After no one responded, they walked in. They checked every corner, confirmed it was safe, and then both collapsed on the Kong in exhaustion. Not far away, in a tightly shut courtyard, one eye was pressed against the door crack, staring fixedly at the yard where they entered. Behind him, several men and women, holding shovels, kitchen knives, and rolling pins, stood vigilantly, glaring at the door. Chapter 68, Did the Little Rabbit Enter the Wolf's Den? Guzzi. Who are they? A middle-aged woman asked, shivering. 2 young girls, they entered the Daming by family. The man, called Guzzi, replied without turning his head. Daming by? The whole Daming by family is dead. Why are they going to his house? A young woman holding a rolling pin quietly asked from the back. TCH, they're looking for a family that's all dead, but well, Daming by is gone. His house belongs to the village, so if they want to stay, they'll have to pay some protection money. Guzzi licked his back teeth, his little eyes spinning quickly. Don't stir up trouble. Things are chaotic now. If they want to stay, let them stay. It's not like they're staying at your house. The middle-aged woman disagreed. Mind your own business. Guzzi impatiently waved his hand. After watching for a long time, and seeing the two girls not come out again, Guzi straightened up and, along with two other tall, thin men, entered the main house, where the sound of crickets chirping seemed to signal they were making plans. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning and Su Jiatong, having recovered from their exhaustion, stood up and started inspecting the house. Not sisters. This place doesn't look poor, but why is there nothing here? Su Jiatong searched the house, but found nothing useful. It seemed even a rat would have to cry to leave. There must still be people in this village. I saw several houses with their doors tightly shut. They're probably all gathered together. These empty houses have definitely been searched already, so there's nothing left. But thankfully, the stove and the iron pot are still here. We can cook a meal. By the way, Tong Tong, the natives don't know about the system backpack. We should be careful. If we get found out, it might cause trouble. Xia Wanning reminded her. Got it. Hey, I found a flowery cloth bag in the cabinet. Here, take it. You can pull anything out of it when you need it. Look, it really suits your vibe. Su Jiatong mischievously hung the cloth bag on Xia Wanning's shoulder, watching as Wanning instantly transformed into a village girl, and smiled even more joyfully. I really thank you. Xia Wanning gritted her teeth and said. Now, she regretted it. She was too hasty going to the warehouse, if only she had grabbed a big backpack. This house, though bare, had a well in the center of the yard and plenty of firewood left. Xia Wanning skillfully drew water from the well, earning a wide-eyed look of admiration from Su Jiatong. By the time she skillfully started a fire, Su Jiatong had become a starry-eyed fan, throwing compliments like confetti. Wanning. How are you so amazing? How do you know how to do everything? Where did you learn it? From my uncle's house. Xia Wanning replied without looking up. Your uncle? When did this happen? Su Jiatong asked, her face full of questions. Oh, just a few days ago, my uncle's house was in chaos, and I even killed my eldest niece. Xia Wanning said, looking melancholy. Su Jiatong's head was filled with even more question marks. As the cooking smoke rose, Guzi watched the smoke, his heart growing even hotter. Zhu Zi. Look, they're cooking. These two girls must have food. Wait until tonight, let's sneak over and take a look. Zhu Zi, staring at the opposite door, seemed a bit excited. No, isn't that bad? We're not short on food, and stealing from them? The shorter man, a bit nervous, said stutteringly. You coward. Don't you know we're in the apocalypse? Who's going to complain about having too much food? With so many of us, that little bit of food won't last long. Once it's gone, is it your old man or your mother who'll go hungry? Guzi slapped the shorter man on the head, spitting as he scolded. The shorter man shrank his neck and remained silent after taking the slap. On the other side, the two girls cooked 2 bags of dumplings and ate them all up. After dinner, the two of them lay on the heated bed, holding their stomachs, drifting into a drowsy state from the warmth. Tong Tong, it's getting dark. I'll go to sleep first, and you wake me up at 12 so we can switch shifts. Xia Wanning sat up and changed into clean clothes while speaking. It's only a little past 7, how can you sleep now? And staying on duty for the second half of the night is so uncomfortable. You go first, and wake me up at 12. Su Jiatong disagreed. Don't argue with me. First of all, I do have some skills when it comes to sleep. Secondly, before you came, I couldn't sleep properly all night. Now it's much better. Xia Wanning said as she laid out the bedding she had taken from the zombie house, sliding into it smoothly and adding. Good night, Makabaka. Good night, by the way, what does Makabaka even mean? Ning? Xia Wanning? What the heck? Are you passed out? Su Jiatong, shocked, checked Xia Wanning's breath. She was still alive. When it comes to sleep, I admit defeat. Su Jiatong, with her fists held in respect, changed into the clean clothes Ning had given her, then went out to secure the gate. After locking it, she returned to the house and locked the door as well. Once everything that could be locked was done, she sat on the heated bed, hugging her legs, staring at Xia Wanning's peaceful sleeping face. A tear slid down her cheek. Entering this crazy game, we've been pretty unlucky, but with you, I'm not afraid of danger. You've come all this way to find me, to protect me, and I'm lucky. Although I always shout that I'll protect you, deep down, I know I'm just rushing forward. Behind me, it's you who's supporting me. With a friend like you, in this life no. Why does it feel like a death flag the more I think about it? Su Jiatong shook her head and quickly wiped away the tear, deep in self-reflection. I'm just not suited for the deep emotions route. No more drama, let's show my feelings for Ning through action. The scheduled shift change was at 12, but Su Jiatong waited until 1 in the morning to wake up Xia Wanning. The touching sisterhood, value, 1 hour. Already half asleep, Su Jiatong also experienced falling asleep in seconds. Xia Wanning went out to the yard, splashed her face with well water. The cold water hit her face, giving her a shock. It felt like sitting in an electric chair, every pore twitching. Hiss. I'm awake now. Xia Wanning immediately opened her eyes wide. After securing the door inside, Xia Wanning wandered around the yard, seeing a ladder ahead. She thought for a moment and then climbed up the roof using the ladder. Lying on the roof, resting her hands behind her head, feeling the cool breeze, under the eaves, was her best friend. At this moment, Xia Wanning rarely felt peace in her heart. The countryside night was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of cicadas and distant zombie growls echoing. In the vast sky above, the half-moon shone brightly, illuminating 3 men who were sneakily approaching from the distance. Xia Wanning straightened up, stretched her shoulders, and took out her bow and arrow. After a moment of hesitation, she switched her starfall bow for a regular wooden bow. In this village, who knows how many people are left? They are wrong for sneaking around at night to break in. We're justified in defending ourselves, but if anyone dies, the entire village could revolt, and then it will be hard for me and Tong Tong to get away unscathed. Chapter 69, The Big Bad Wolf entered the sheep pen. The 3 men, Doggy 2 and his companions, crouched down low. Under Xia Wanning's watchful gaze, they moved cautiously and stealthily towards the front gate. Zhuzi reached out to push the door but couldn't open it. The 3 men discussed for a while, and then Doggy 2 shoved the short man, forcing him to lie on the ground unwillingly. Doggy 2 stepped on the short man's back, climbing up the yard wall. His upper body hung over the wall, struggling to lift his leg, but his leg didn't cooperate. He then whispered urgently to Zhuzi, who stood by, helping lift his leg up. Xia Wanning sat on the roof, watching the 3 clumsy thieves struggle to climb the wall. Finally, Guzi managed to get one of his legs over the top, panting as he awkwardly lay on the wall. Only then did Xia Wanning lazily rise, aiming at Guzi's backside, and with a whoosh, she shot a wooden arrow. Unfortunately, the night was too dark, and she missed her target. The arrow struck between Guzi's legs, in a spot that would make any man sweat in fear. Guzi let out a loud aya, as he shakily turned around, staring at the arrow stuck in the wall, then drenched in cold sweat, he looked up and saw Xia Wanning silhouetted against the moonlight. Xia Wanning wiped away her look of regret and replaced it with a mischievous grin. She put her finger to her lips in a quiet gesture, then turned her finger into a palm and made a slashing motion across her neck, before aiming again at Guzi. Guzi stared at the female demon on the roof, her arrow tip swinging from his head to his head. Cold sweat poured down his face. Meanwhile, the pillar and the short man at the base of the wall kept asking him, "What's going on? What's going on? Get down, get down." Could he get down? If he did, he and his descendants would probably be doomed, at least. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. It's a close call. Can't you understand? We can't win. Run. Guzi growled, flipping over and falling off the wall, crashing into the pillar and knocking over the short man. The 3 of them scrambled to their feet. Guzi didn't have the patience to argue with these 2 idiots, so he turned and ran. The pillar and the short man kept asking, "What's going on? Why aren't we fighting?" while chasing after him. Xia Wanning watched them run into the opposite yard, yawned, stretched lazily, and was about to continue watching the sky, when suddenly the sound of dogs barking interrupted her peaceful mood. The barking was urgent and fierce, with a hint of fear, something bad was about to happen. Xia Wanning cautiously looked around, and at the end of the road, she saw many cars speeding towards her. However, they were blocked by cars abandoned in haphazard positions nearby. Some drivers managed to brake just in time, cursing as they jumped out of their cars and ran. Others were going too fast, crashing directly into the abandoned vehicles. The people inside didn't move for a long time, leaving Xia Wanning puzzled about what had happened. Something was chasing them. It was very likely to be zombies, and in large numbers. It was probably a zombie wave, and this instance was shrinking. "Tong Tong. Wake up, we need to escape," Xia Wanning shouted, while climbing down the ladder. Halfway down, a familiar red fruit caught her eye. Power fruit? Xia Wanning reached out, grabbed it, glanced at her backpack and her magic bag, and since there was no room, she stuffed it directly into her mouth. This time, I can't be stingy with points. I need to open my backpack. I need power fruits, agility fruits, I need all kinds of fruits. Xia Wanning made a firm resolution. Tong Tong. Xia Wanning pushed open the door and shouted. Su Jiadong jumped up from the Kong bed, her eyes wide open, clearly not yet awake. Xia Wanning quickly reached out, grabbed the items, and yanked Su Jiadong's leg to put her shoes on. Let's go. Escape. Xia Wanning grabbed her and rushed out the door. Escape. Su Jiadong, still groggy, stiffly obeyed Xia Wanning's command, pulling Xia Wanning as she ran out of the door, trying to force herself to wake up. The 2 quickly unlatched the door and sprinted toward the village entrance. Just as they were about to leave the village, Xia Wanning hesitated for a moment, then turned and shouted, "Zombie wave is coming. Run!" She then grabbed Su Jiadong's hand and sprinted away. When they reached the main road, many people appeared in the distance, running frantically in the night. They shouted, and though their expressions were hard to see, Xia Wanning could sense their fear. They were escaping. The two of them ran into the damp midnight breeze, passing by one abandoned vehicle after another. At the end of this horrific car crash, they found a car that still seemed to be working. Su Jiadong stabbed the zombie in the car with a knife, killing it, and dragged it out. Xia Wanning ran to another car with an empty water bottle, opened the fuel cap, then realized she didn't know how to operate it. "What are you doing?" Su Jiadong dragged the zombie to the side of the road, threw it down with disgust, and shouted. "I wanted to siphon some fuel for backup, but I forgot I don't know how," Xia Wanning said regretfully, running back and getting into the passenger seat. "Even if you knew, it wouldn't help." Su Jiadong fastened her seatbelt and said. "Why?" "Because this is an electric car." Before she finished speaking, Su Jiadong slammed the accelerator and rushed forward. Xia Wanning pressed her forehead, wondering if she was short of oxygen after running, making her a bit dumb. The main group arrived, some of them kept running without stopping, some waved frantically at Su Jiadong and Xia Wanning, hoping to hitch a ride, while others fought to grab a car. Xia Wanning looked through the rearview mirror, feeling extremely grateful they had noticed in time. The car drove all night, and by dawn, the battery was drained. The two of them got out of the car and walked quickly ahead. "Now it seems that at least we're heading in the right direction," Xia Wanning said optimistically. Now that I think about it, a bag of frozen dumplings doesn't last very long," Su Jiadong said seriously. "Xia Wanning. Hungry? Have some biscuits and chocolate first." The two of them had a quick breakfast while continuing their journey. They walked for a long time and finally saw the Tian toll station. They took out a map and looked at it. They had walked from the penguin's eye to the penguin's neck. Tian City must have received the news about the zombie outbreak. Now the whole city was in chaos, with everyone frantically trading and preparing to flee. Xia Wanning had originally planned to change cars, but the vehicles were so scarce, there was no way any would be left by now. They had all been swapped. In the end, she had to trade a box of buns, a box of flour rolls, and a box of steamed buns for 2 broken bicycles. "This is too expensive," Xia Wanning said, biting her teeth in pain. "It's not bad, not bad. I went to that store asking for 4 boxes of supplies. Your deal was fair." Su Jiadong patted her friend's back to comfort her. "You too. Hand over the bicycles." While Xia Wanning was still in pain, unable to breathe, there was someone who dared to come and rob them at this time. Su Jiadong silently adjusted her bicycle and cast a sympathetic glance at the man holding the baseball bat. Chapter 70, The Road Escape. Xia Wanning let go of the bike handle and laughed angrily. "You want to rob us? I spent so many supplies and only got 2 crappy bikes, and now you want to rob us?" "Yes. I'll rob you. Do I need to pick a day for it?" The man glared and shouted loudly. "Ha! A player, ha!" Xia Wanning said, stretching her hand back, and Su Jiadong, extremely in sync, handed over the chop you knife. "This knife is called Chop You Just Chop You. Do I need to pick a day? It's perfect for you." Before she finished speaking, Xia Wanning had already slashed. The man raised the baseball bat to block, but Xia Wanning simultaneously kicked him in the stomach. The man groaned, bent over, and retreated. Xia Wanning slashed again at his arm, then took the baseball bat from him as he loosened his grip. She swung it back and hit him on the head. The man lay on the ground, curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Xia Wanning handed the chop you back to Su Jiadong and pushed the bicycle, planning to leave. Su Jiadong nervously looked back and was surprised to see the man holding a short steel bar, his face full of resentment as he climbed up from the ground. There was no time to hesitate. She let go of the bike handle, turned around, and stabbed the knife into the man's abdomen. Around them, gasps were heard. Xia Wanning turned around and just caught a glimpse of the man's shocked expression, the steel bar falling from his hand, the blood pouring out of his abdomen, and Su Jiadong holding the knife tightly, her small face tense. Ton. Xia Wanning took a step forward and supported her back, gently patting her to reassure her. "Don't be afraid, come on." She held Su Jiadong's hand. She drew out the big knife. Su Jiadong pressed her lips together, repositioned the bicycle, and they cautiously glanced around at the crowd. The people around them instinctively avoided their gaze, pretending to be busy. The two didn't waste any more time and rode off. The exit of Tian City was very busy and crowded, everyone was queuing in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Around Ningning and Tonton was originally chaotic, but after they slung the bloodstained big knife over their shoulders, the surroundings became orderly. While queuing to leave the city, they took out tissue papers and wiped their knives with a cold, eerie expression. Suddenly, their surroundings became not only orderly but even harmonious and friendly. On the highway, besides cars, there were all kinds of vehicles around them. Bicycles were considered normal, but there were also tricycles, horse carts, donkey carts, scooters, children's toy electric cars, and even those wobbly cars. Ning Ning, is this a road survival challenge? Did a wobbly car just change fate right from the start? Su Jiadong pedaled her bicycle while asking curiously. Xia Wanning looked back, no, because he already ditched his bike and started running. Su Jiadong turned around and, sure enough, the young man had transformed from riding the bike to riding the bike on himself. After running a few steps, he threw the wobbly car he had slung over his shoulder to the roadside and started running with big strides, looking up at the sky. The young man quickly passed them, and before long, they overtook him again as he bent over, supporting his knees, and gasping for breath on the roadside. A large group of strangers was frantically running with all kinds of transportation tools, when suddenly, the speed in the front slowed down. Zombies! So many zombies, we can't get through. A shout came from the first team. The zombie wave is behind us, turning back means certain death. Kill them. Kill the ones ahead. Shouted the middle team to the front. You think it's like killing chickens? You try. The first team grumbled in response. Don't mess around. The first team will kill, and the middle team prepare. Anyone who dares to steal someone's vehicle, kill them on sight. A steady male voice suddenly rang out. Understood. The king has personally come out to fight. Everyone, charge. A playful voice followed. In the midst of scattered laughter, everyone accepted the arrangement. Various weapons, both normal and odd, appeared, and in the midst of the battle cries, questions like, "Where did you pull that stick from?" could be heard. It was a confused local. Xia Wanning and Su Jiadong pedaled their bicycles quickly, and they were in the first team. Su Jiadong pressed down on Xia Wanning and said, "I don't trust anyone. We ride ahead, but the bike stays behind. I'll go kill zombies, you don't need to practice sword skills for long-range attacks. Stay here and keep an eye on the bike. If anyone tries to steal it, stab them, no mercy." Without giving Xia Wanting a chance to rebut, Su Jiadong grabbed her knife and charged into the zombie crowd. Thankfully, this time, knowing no one would be watching her back, Xia Wanting was much more cautious. Xia Wanting kept the bike close, stepped onto the guardrail by the side of the road to climb higher, took out a wooden bow, and aimed to clear obstacles around Su Jiadong. Soon, the wooden arrows ran out, and Xia Wanting took out the iron arrows she had brought from the desert. Ahead, Su Jiadong swung her knife down onto a zombie's neck, but it got stuck on some bone, and the knife wouldn't come out. She pressed down with all her strength, knocking the zombie to the ground, stepping on its chest, gritting her teeth to pull the knife free. Ha! Another zombie appeared beside her, its gray-white eyes glaring as it lunged at Su Jiadong. Su Jiadong's heart tightened. Just as she was about to abandon the knife and dodge, she saw a long arrow fly in from the horizon, piercing the zombie's neck. The zombie's head tilted, its temple hitting its own shoulder, and it fell. Su Jiadong looked back and saw Xia Wanting sitting on the guardrail, her left hand raised, making a heart gesture at her. Su Jiadong let out a silly laugh, puckered her lips, and blew a few air kisses back at her, then turned back with a "ya," and finally pulled her knife free. She rejoined the battle. Seeing Tong Tong getting into the swing of things, Xia Wanning didn't just protect herself. Whenever she saw someone struggling, she shot an arrow to help alleviate the pressure. At this moment, she began to grow into a true long-range archer. The obvious drawback of not using Xing Luo was evident. Her arrows quickly ran out, and with hesitation in her heart, her speed of shooting began to slow. As her covering fire diminished, she too began to feel the strain. Here. Your arrows. Just as Xia Wanning was hesitating whether to use Xing Luo, a young voice rang out. She looked down and saw the boy from earlier, the one riding the wobbly bike. He was holding a bunch of arrows she had just shot, with a bright, sunny smile as he handed them to her. Thanks. Xia Wanning reached out and took the arrows. Without saying a word, the boy ran back into the zombie crowd to collect more arrows. With the boy's help, Xia Wanning no longer had any concerns and swiftly continued to take down the zombies. The first wave began to falter, and the second wave screamed as they took their place. Su Jiadong returned to Xia Wanning's side, suddenly noticing the boy diligently picking up arrows. Her eyebrows shot up. Hey! He does have some good sense, but now that I'm back, no one is taking my top position. Before she could finish speaking, Su Jiadong, despite her exhaustion, joined the line of arrow picking. Xia Wanning was speechless at Tong Tong's childish behavior. Chapter 71, Stormy Winds and Rain. The two of them busily pulled arrows from the zombies, and with the increased stock of arrows, Xia Wanning's movements grew faster. Ning Ning. If you're tired, take a break. Zombies aren't just your responsibility. Su Jiadong came back with another pile of iron arrows and, seeing the sweat beading on Xia Wanning's forehead, spoke with concern. Xia Wanning jumped off the railing, stretching her stiff and sore arms. Su Jiadong quickly stood behind her, massaging her shoulders and arms. Under Tong Tong's service, Xia Wanning soon felt much more relaxed. Where's that archer woman? Did she die? If not, hurry up, a rough voice shouted. Yeah. Can't you see how dangerous it is ahead? Where is she? Another voice chimed in. Xia Wanning frowned, about to shout back when Su Jiadong jumped onto the railing, one hand on her waist, the other pointing at the battlefield, shouting angrily. Are we your parents or what? Should we manage your life and death, feed you, and even wipe your butt? If you're weak and died, it's your fault. Helping you is out of kindness, don't take it for granted, talk back again, and I'll shoot your dog head off. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Wanning noticed that the surrounding space seemed to widen. When she turned, the others had quietly moved their steps away, almost as if saying, I didn't do anything, I just can't be blamed for her shouting at him. Su Jiadong waited a few seconds on the railing. When there was no reply, she angrily jumped down and said, Ning Ning, don't be mad. These people are heartless, we won't get angry. Xia Wanning, laughing at Su Jiadong's behavior, patted her back. I don't think I'm as angry as you. Sharpshooter, here are your arrows, the boy on the wobbly bike cheerfully said, holding a bunch of iron arrows. When he saw the lingering anger on Su Jiadong's face, his expression changed in a second, and he quickly waved his hands. I didn't mean to rush you, I'm just giving you the arrows. His words were aimed at Xia Wanning, but his panicked eyes were clearly focused on Su Jiadong. What are you afraid of? I didn't scold you. I should be thanking you. Su Jiadong, still adjusting her tone, said her words of thanks with a bit of force, sounding like she was picking a fight. Ah. No need to thank me. I'll go back to work. The boy seemed even more flustered. He quickly turned and ran off, collecting more arrows. Su Jiadong was confused. What's he afraid of? I wasn't scolding him. We Tong Tong are just that awesome, no need to be angry to have our own aura. Xia Wanning, holding back her laughter, tried to comfort her. She had rested enough and returned to a higher position, continuing to cover the team. This time, there were no complaints, and instead, a few voices of thanks could be heard. Here are your arrows. The boy brought back another handful of arrows, lowered his head to put them down, and was about to run away. Hey! Su Jiadong grabbed his clothes, took a deep breath, and tried to speak gently. I'm really not scolding you, thank you so much for helping pick up arrows for my Ning Ning. Ah! The boy looked up, flustered, and said, no need, I should be thanking you. No, wait, it's you who should thank me. No, it's what I should do. Yes. It's what I should do. After speaking, he turned his head and ran again. Su Jiadong touched her face and quietly reflected, am I really that scary? With everyone working together, the zombie crowd ahead was cleared. Those who had exerted less effort were pushed forward to clear the bodies and obstacles on the road, while those who had fought were taking the time to rest. Xia Wanning wiped the blood off Su Jiadong's face while secretly laughing, no wonder they're afraid of you. With your face covered in blood, hands on your hips, and yelling, who wouldn't be confused? After helping Tong Tong restore her beauty, the path ahead was cleared. They got back on their bikes and continued forward. In the afternoon, the sky, once clear, suddenly darkened with heavy clouds, and everyone's mood turned as heavy and oppressive as the weather. The air grew stifling, and the wind began to pick up. The voices in the group gradually faded, and everyone focused on hastily traveling. As dusk approached, they arrived at a gas station. The heavy black clouds finally couldn't hold up any longer, and large raindrops began falling from the sky. The two followed the main group into the gas station and found a corner in the lobby to settle down. Outside the window, there was a clamor, wind, rain, shouting, all loud and clear. Su Jiadong used the bicycle to separate them from the others, and casually wiped the rainwater off her face. Xia Wanning took out sausages and biscuits. The two secretly filled their stomachs under the cover of the bicycle. Tong Tong, you hardly slept last night, so tonight you should sleep first, and I'll wake you up at 12. 12 o'clock won't work. The zombie horde is right behind us and can catch up any time. Once the rain stops, we need to hit the road again. I'll just rest for a bit, wake me up at 9, and you can rest then. Su Jiadong disagreed. That won't do. You barely slept last night, you only slept a little more at 9. Xia Wanning refused. Be a good girl, if we keep arguing, neither of us will sleep. Listen to me, wake me up at 9, okay? I'm sleeping now, remember to wake me up. Su Jiadong said, not giving Xia Wanning a chance to argue, leaning her head against the wall and closing her eyes. Xia Wanning's words turned into a sigh. She supported Su Jiadong's head on her lap and then covered her with an inconspicuous coat. Su Jiadong initially just wanted to pretend to fall asleep so that Ning Ning wouldn't keep pushing her to sleep. Now, with her head resting on Ning Ning's soft, long legs and covered by the coat, the warmth and exhaustion washed over her, quickly sending her into a deep sleep. Outside, people were gradually squeezing into the gas station. Though some noticed their spot when they saw the big knives by their side and recognized the face of the archer who had been standing by the railing for a long time, hitting every target, they all silently turned away. The noise outside gradually quieted down, the howling wind grew louder, and the rain seemed to intensify. "I want to go home, woo." A muffled cry came from somewhere. The 100 or so people who went missing before are probably all in this world now. I wonder if they're still alive. I asked a lot of people, they all came in this time, no one from before. They can't have all died, right? So scary. It's happening again, just like the last beta test, these veterans are about to face death again. The difference this time is that no one is going to explain things to them. They can only be left to misunderstand. Maybe no one dared to sleep. After all, sometimes it's hard to tell which is scarier, humans or zombies, so everyone started talking quietly. Their conversations mostly revolved around being scared. Bad luck, topics like passing the level or going home were discussed. Xia Wanning leaned against the wall, occasionally pinching her arm to stay awake. In the storm, the tide of corpses was getting closer step by step, and their footsteps and growls were all hidden by the sound of wind and rain. Many people were so tired that they fell asleep uncontrollably while chatting, and the hall became quieter and quieter. Chapter 72, Burn My Calories. Crack. A long bolt of lightning split the night sky, and its brief glow illuminated the world. Xia Wanning opened her eyes, and the unease in her heart became more and more obvious. The hall was pitch black, and somewhere, scattered voices of conversation could be heard. Outside, the rain poured down fiercely, and the wind howled. It wasn't a good time to leave. But Xia Wanning was restless, feeling that some crisis was drawing nearer. In the survival game, maybe trusting her intuition was the right choice. But looking down at Su Jiadong, who was sound asleep, Xia Wanning, without hesitation, woke her up. "What are you sleeping for in this heavy wind and rain? Get up and let's go." "Tong tong, tong tong." Xia Wanning whispered. "Huh? No more barbecue? Let's have hot pot instead, it's warmer." Su Jiadong murmured sleepily. "Wanna eat zombie meat?" Xia Wanning lowered her voice to scare her. "What the hell? Who's so cruel?" Su Jiadong woke up suddenly from her sweet dream, and seeing her best friend's beautiful face up close, she slowly came to her senses. "It's 9 o'clock, right? Here, you go to sleep." Su Jiadong immediately sat up, patted her legs, signaling Xia Wanning to lie down. "I'm not sleeping, I feel so uneasy, I just have this feeling that something's going to happen." "Let's go." Xia Wanning pulled Su Jiadong's ear and whispered. Su Jiadong looked at Xia Wanning in surprise, then kneeled up, looked outside, and saw that it was raining so heavily that the rain looked like steam. "Let's go." Su Jiadong sat back down and firmly said, "But what about our bikes? There are so many people, we can't push them out. Then we'll carry them out. If we can't ride the bikes, we can ride the people." Xia Wanning poked Su Jiadong's head and said, "Ah. That makes sense." Su Jiadong suddenly understood. Xia Wanning grabbed the frame of the bike and lifted it onto her shoulder with effort. Su Jiadong did the same, trudging behind Xia Wanning. Finally, they managed to move out of the hall. As soon as they opened the door, the strong wind blew the rain into their faces. This also angered the people at the door, and the two quickly apologized as they rushed out. They placed the bikes on the ground and plunged into the fierce wind and rain. "Ning ning. Slow down, don't fall." Su Jiadong was blown around by the wind. At this moment, she missed the 5 pounds she had lost during her weight loss journey. Her Ning Ning was even thinner than her. Now, holding the bike and staggering, she looked like a kite that failed to take off. The two of them stumbled onto the main road. Su Jiadong wiped her face, which was about to swell from the wind and rain, and squinted her eyes to look ahead. Xia Wanning, feeling uneasy, looked back once more. Another flash of lightning split the sky, and in the distance, it was dark. What was that? Xia Wanning squinted her eyes, trying hard to see. "Ning Ning. Let's go." Su Jiadong mounted the bike and turned back to shout. "Look over there, what is that?" Xia Wanning shouted back. "What?" Su Jiadong struggled to see through the rain curtain, looking in the direction Xia Wanning was pointing. The lightning lit up, and the two girls widened their eyes. "The zombie tide. Ning Ning, hurry, the zombie tide is coming." Su Jiadong shouted, preparing to start, waiting for Xia Wanning's command. Xia Wanning adjusted the handlebars but didn't run away immediately. She glanced at the gas station. It wasn't very realistic to go back and call people, but ignoring them made Xia Wanning uneasy. She took out the starfall bow. The heavy rain provided her with powerful rain arrows. Xia Wanning aimed at the hall door, pulled the bowstring, and shot an arrow. The thick rain arrow pierced through the pouring rain and exploded the door that had been shielding them from the wind and rain. Immediately, someone came out cursing loudly. They saw Xia Wanning by the roadside, and just as they were about to shout at her, Xia Wanning pointed behind her and then signaled Su Jiadong to laboriously pedal the bike, running without looking back. The people inside were stunned, looking at the direction Xia Wanning was pointing. After a while, they finally realized what was there. Then, the entire gas station was thrown into chaos. People ran out from the lobby, the cafeteria, and the restrooms. Those inside were anxiously pushing and shoving, while those outside were desperately squeezing toward the entrance. Shouts, curses, and cries once again filled the air. Some people collapsed on the ground in the chaos, their cries for help drowned out, their lives buried under the footsteps of others. Others had no time to care about what they stepped on. All they knew was they had to run, they had to get out. If they were late, they would die. The gas station, which had just been seen as a shelter, had now become a deadly cage, a terrifying grave. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. After each lightning strike, the zombie horde seemed to get a little closer. This horror movie-like scene made everyone panic even more. They had to abandon their vehicles and squeeze through any gap they could find, just hoping to get farther away from the horde of zombies. On the other side, Su Jiadong and Xia Wanning were half-crouched, almost standing while furiously pedaling the bike pedals. A zombie on the roadside was attracted, howling as it rushed towards them. Su Jiadong kept pedaling, casually slapping a knife on the zombie's forehead and grumbling angrily, "I'm already tired, and you're still howling. Howl to your grandpa." Xia Wanning found it funny and almost smiled, but just as she did, a mouthful of rainwater poured into her mouth. She thought to herself, forget it, today I just don't feel like smiling. The two of them pedaled from the deep night until dawn, from heavy rain to light drizzle and gentle wind. With the first light of dawn, the two girls exchanged a glance. Their eyes were numb, their faces pale and greenish, lips bloodless, only their cheeks bearing two tired, flushed spots like the eerie papier-mâché boy and girl dolls in a store. They shivered in unison, silently thinking, Tong Tong, Ning Ning, is far scarier than the zombies right now. After a whole night of high-intensity escape, the two girls could no longer keep pedaling. They staggered off the bike and sat down by the roadside, massaging each other's sore, stiff legs. They took out water, drinking it slowly. After a couple of sips and wiping the rain off their faces, Su Jiadong suddenly felt the water bottle in her hand was a bit unnecessary. She looked up at the sky, eagerly opening her mouth to try something. Xia Wanning didn't even turn her head, and with one slap, lightly tapped Su Jiadong's back of the head, "Drink your water. We're not that poor yet." Su Jiadong, who failed at causing trouble again, nonchalantly picked up the bottle. They rested by the roadside for a while, feeling their legs were weak and unsteady, as if they were walking on cotton. "Baby, is this a survival game or an Ironman triathlon? Burning my calories." Su Jiadong spun around in place, dragging her noodle-like legs before sitting down again. Xia Wanning stood by the bike, holding onto the handlebars, and when she thought about having to ride again soon, she almost wished a zombie would just give her a quick end. Not far away, a dark figure appeared from the horizon, moving steadily in their direction. "Tong Tong. Something's coming. Let's go." It was impossible to hope for a zombie bite. If a zombie really came, she would run faster than anyone. Su Jiadong wasn't a useless teammate. Though her legs were sore, when she heard Xia Wanning calling her, she sprang up from the ground with a flip and crawled onto the bike. "Let's go. Master Archer. Knife-wielding hero. We meet again." "Ha? Alive?" Su Jiadong exclaimed in surprise. Xia Wanning stopped and looked back. It was Twist and Go. "He ran all the way here?" Xia Wanning asked in disbelief. "It seems so. Truly a mighty warrior," Su Jiadong said with admiration. While speaking, Twist in turn had already run up close. He lay down on the ground in a big X shape, flashing a bright smile. The two girls, maintaining a distance just enough to kick him away, asked curiously, "Did you run through the heavy rain all night?" Yes. "I'm from the sports school, I train for long-distance running," Twist in turn said, adjusting his breath. "It's absurd that someone from the sports school can run like that," Su Jiadong said in disbelief. He, our teacher says the same thing." The boy scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "By the way, thanks to you too. That arrow of yours saved a lot of people." "No need for thanks, really, it was just a small thing," Xia Wanning said humbly. "What small thing? Our Ning Ning is always kind-hearted and beautiful," Su Jiadong praised. "Hey? Where are the others? Are they behind?" "They're behind. The rain was too heavy yesterday. Some transportation was slower than running. Speaking of running, not many people can outrun me. So, I became part of the first team," the boy said proudly. "Alright, thanks for the info, but now you're part of the second team. Tong Tong, let's go." Xia Wanning waved, and the two girls set off again on their bikes. The boy struggled like a fish trying to jump, but he couldn't get up and could only watch. The strong wind blew, Xia Wanning's hand swept over the bowstring, and a wind arrow was knocked into the bow, shooting through the air. A deadly shot. No need to spend time retrieving arrows, Xia Wanning pulled the bow again. The mist in the air swirled and condensed, a water arrow appeared and pierced through a zombie's skull. Crack! A lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Xia Wanning reached out, ready for the next shot. A sizzling current turned into an arrow, crackling with blue light all around, waiting to be fired. Xia Wanning glanced at the lightning arrow and her heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, can this really work? Please don't zap me. Xia Wanning silently complained, but her face remained calm as she drew the bow and released the string. The arrow shot through the zombie horde, sparking with electricity, and surprisingly, it knocked down a whole line of zombies. Holy crap! Who did that? That's amazing! The bald man, who was struggling with zombies, brightened up and exclaimed. Over there! That girl! She's incredible! Another girl, holding a brick, shouted loudly. Xia Wanning's arrow greatly boosted everyone's morale. It felt like hope had been reignited, and people began to fight with renewed strength, their hands hacking at the zombies with even more power. Catching rainwater, shooting out water arrows, Xia Wanning didn't stop, rapidly cutting down the already lifeless zombies. Lightning flashed, followed by a high-energy arrow with a crackling sound. As the battle went on, everyone developed an unspoken understanding. Whenever they saw lightning, they would look up at Xia Wanning. Wherever she aimed, those people would quickly retreat. With a flick of her finger, 3 arrows appeared at once, carrying even greater power in taking out more zombies. Switch positions. Those in the back, move forward. We can't hold them off. In the heavy rain, everyone's stamina was rapidly draining. So, they switched places, giving people a chance to catch their breath. Little girl. Your face is pale. Take a break. A man in his 40s patted his face and shouted to Xia Wanning. Yeah, I can shoot too. Lend me your bow, I'll do it. A chubby man in a suit suddenly appeared from somewhere, grinning. What are you trying to say? The man in his 40s glared at him. What do you mean by that? Do you think I've lived for 40 years for nothing? You sneaky, shameless, rotten-hearted idiot. While cursing, the man in his 40s pushed the chubby suit guy into the zombie horde. Xia Wanning lowered her hands slowly and showed a slight smile as she watched. She raised her bow and shot at the zombie near the man in his 40s. He turned around and gave her a simple, warm smile. The rain lessened, and the sky seemed to be clearing up, didn't it? The zombie wave is here. It's the zombie wave. The people fighting hard all turned around at the same time, only to see a massive, pitch-black horde of zombies slowly approaching, stretching as far as the eye could see. The people in front, running desperately, looked bloodless. Upon seeing those left behind, they shouted, "Get inside! Get to the city! The zombie wave is here!" The people's hearts sank. They quickened their pace, but there were too many zombies blocking the city gate. They couldn't clear them out in time. It's over. I still don't understand how this game works, and I'm going to die here. Archer, give me an arrow. I don't want to be bitten by zombies. Mom! I don't want to die. What should I do? Facing the siege from both sides, many people's mental states collapsed. The hope that had just sparked was quickly extinguished, and cries of despair slowly spread. Those behind were urging others to run forward, only to realize the path ahead was also blocked by zombies. Many people, their legs buckling, collapsed to the ground. It's over. Someone said in despair. Ning ning. Su Jiadong shoved a speed symbol into Xia Wanning's hand and said, "Take this, follow me, I'll clear a path for you. Activate it at the right moment and run into the city." After speaking, she pulled Xia Wanning and tried to dash toward the city gate. Xia Wanning grabbed Su Jiadong's arm and shoved the symbol back into her hand. Wait. It's not the last moment yet, I have a plan. With that, she took out a bottle of the blood that zombies loved most, placed it on her starfall bow. The blood turned into a dark red arrow, the shaft flowing slowly like ripples in water. She aimed at the back of the zombie wave and shot the arrow. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. All the zombies stopped what they were doing, watching the blood arrow soar through the air. The zombie wave stopped moving as well, and they all turned their heads in unison, following the direction of the arrow. The blood arrow hit the ground, and the horde of zombies went mad. All the zombies rushed towards the blood arrow, and in an instant, the city gate was completely empty. Run! Someone screamed, and everyone suddenly came to their senses, immediately running for their lives. Xia Wanning jumped off the high platform and packed away the supplies, being pulled by Su Jiatong as they sprinted toward the gate. Not good. The zombies are back, and they're faster. Everyone turned around and saw that the attraction of the blood vial was limited. The zombies had already broken free from the controlled state. What's more terrifying was that they were charging toward the group at the same wild speed they had just run. There was still a long way to the capital's safe zone, and they could never outrun the crazed zombies.
Who has any zombie-favored blood left? Give it to me! Xia Wanning shouted.
Everyone suddenly snapped back to their senses, quickly pulling items from their backpacks and passing them to Xia Wanning, like a game of hot potato. Xia Wanning emptied a section of her backpack and collected all the vials of blood. Another arrow shot out, once again hard controlling the zombies, but they were now much closer to the group than before. Xia Wanning ran a few steps with everyone, but had to stop again to pull back her bow and shoot. It was clear that she would be the slowest one.
Tong Tong, you go ahead. Xia Wanning shouted. No. I won't leave. Are you filming a TV show? Don't do this. I have a zombie disguise card, I have plenty of tools, I won't die, but I can't worry about you. Just running ahead will help me.
Xia Wanning said while running and forcefully pushing Su Jiatong, urging her to go.
Girl, listen to her. Run as fast as you can.
The uncle from earlier just happened to pass by and grabbed Su Jiatong's arm, pulling her to run. Su Jiatong stumbled a couple of steps, broke free from the uncle's grasp, and shoved the speed rune and storm pear needles into Xia Wanning's hands, with tears in her eyes, saying, "Okay, I trust you. I'll go ahead, and if you don't come, I'll come find you." With that, she gritted her teeth and ran toward the finish line. Xia Wanning shot another blood arrow, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the blood's attraction and control over the zombies seemed to be weakening, and the zombies were getting closer to them. Everyone pushed their limits, running as fast as they could, and the first wave finally broke through the capital's gate. As they entered, they felt like they had broken through some kind of jelly-like barrier.
It seemed like this was the barrier the zombies couldn't break through.
The players entering the gate found a blue treasure chest in their hands, and the system panel appeared.
Everyone clicked confirm eagerly. Except for one person.
Su Jiatong didn't hesitate and clicked no, staying by the barrier and nervously watching Xia Wanning. The blood in her backpack was running low, and to send the blood arrows farther, every time she pulled the bow, she had to use all her strength to draw it as much as possible.
Xia Wanning's stamina was gradually depleting, and her speed began to slow. The last person crossed into the safe zone, and the last blood arrow fell into the zombie horde.
Xia Wanning didn't look back and began to sprint with all her might. Without the blood's control, the zombie horde completely lost control.
They charged towards Xia Wanning at an unimaginable speed.
As they neared her, Xia Wanning immediately activated the zombie disguise card.
A 1-minute countdown began.
The zombie horde reached Xia Wanning's side, slowed down, and began looking around in confusion, but none of them noticed her. It was as if she really was one of them. The zombies wandered for a moment, then once again started charging toward the capital's gate. The wind from the zombies' rush spun Xia Wanning around in place.
Unable to outrun them, she gritted her teeth. I'll go for it.
Then, Xia Wanning jumped up, grabbed a passing zombie, and jumped onto its back. The stench of the zombie's rotting flesh hit her nose, and she gagged, thinking to herself, "Brother, you should really take a bath."
The zombie looked back, let out 2 meaningless roars, and ran even faster. All right, I've also ridden zombies before.
Xia Wanning laughed through the discomfort, waving at Su Jiatong who was waiting by the gate. Su Jiatong's mouth dropped open, her face full of shock.
She exaggeratedly mouthed, "This can
work." Xia Wanning suppressed a smile and chuckled to herself.
Unfortunately, good times pass quickly.
The camouflage card beeped and a 5-second countdown began, and she was still over 100 meters from the city gate.
Xia Wanning's smile froze on her face as she tightly gripped the zombie's neck. The zombie didn't understand, but its speed slowed down.
She jumped off the zombie's back and ran a few steps forward with the momentum. At the moment the camouflage card failed, she activated the sprinting symbol.
3 seconds on the countdown.
Her legs lightened, and she shot forward like the wind. Behind her, 2 zombies smelled the human scent and lunged at Xia Wanning, but she was already gone in a whoosh, so they ended up biting each other. Other zombies either gnawed or swiped with their claws, all rushing towards Xia Wanning. 2. Xia Wanning reached the front of the zombie crowd, only 50 meters from the gate. The zombies behind her chased relentlessly, one raising its sharp claws and swiping at Xia Wanning's back.
Xia Wanning gritted her teeth and accelerated, narrowly avoiding the strike. 1. Chapter 75, Rich Harvest.
Only 10 meters from the gate.
The sprinting symbol expired, and Xia Wanning's legs instantly grew heavy.
The speed she had was gone, and the zombie horde closed in on her in an instant.
The zombie that had just missed swiped its claws again.
Inside the gate, Su Jiatong, waiting anxiously, stepped out of the barrier, her chop-you-big knife appearing as she threw it with all her might.
The big knife plunged straight into the zombie's face, sending it falling backward.
Xia Wanning had reached the gate, but more zombies were already chasing.
Countless dark, rotting arms reached out.
The zombie closest to her grabbed her clothes. If it closed its claws, it would leave a bloody mark. Xia Wanning reached out her hand toward Su Jiadong, who grabbed it and yanked her back, the zombie's claws only catching the edge of her clothes. The two girls tumbled into the barrier, and countless zombies collided heavily against it. The zombies in front were squished against the barrier, their faces pressed flat, while the ones behind kept pushing, so the snarling, black-faced zombies looked even more miserable. A purple treasure chest fell from the sky and landed beside Xia Wanning's hand. She moved her fingers, tucking it into the backpack where she had just placed the blood bottle. Except for the increasingly dazed native residents at the gate, there were no other players. Su Jiadong sat up, looking at the exhausted Xia Wanning and laughing through her tears. "You little brat. You scared me to death. Wah! That was too dangerous. You actually rode the zombie like a horse, ha! So outrageous, wah!" Xia Wanning lifted her upper body, letting out a few groans, then rested her head on Su Jiadong's lap, staring at the blue sky above while her racing heart slowly calmed down. After a moment, she sat up and caught sight of a huge pile of things out of the corner of her eye. Turning her head, she saw a small mountain of supplies. "Whoa! What's this?" Xia Wanning asked in shock. "Oh, this is the thank you gift from the players you just saved. Everyone's poor, so it's mostly a bag of dumplings or a piece of bread, but there are a lot of people, so it looks quite impressive." Su Jiadong pointed at the small mountain beside her. Xia Wanning's heart was instantly touched. "Ah! This." Su Jiadong placed her hand on her chest, nodding. "So touching, right? Xia Wanning, this, my backpack has no more room. Ah, I should have opened a few more backpacks. I regret it so much." Xia Wanning pounded her chest and stamped her foot. Su Jiadong put her hand down. "Big sis, are you allergic to romance?" Xia Wanning looked at the mountain of supplies, unwillingly took out the purple treasure chest, and after carefully wiping her hands, she muttered at the chest. "I love you so much. A purple item upgrade card, is that too much to ask for? I don't want anything else, just one card. Please, good leader." As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the treasure chest with one hand, leaned forward to take a look. 1 square meter planting area, 5,000 bricks exchange card. "Ah! Leader, you've changed your mind." Summer Wanning was disappointed as she took out the two items, but suddenly realized that beneath them, there was another card. "Purple item upgrade card, no one cares about you, just pity you, understand your place." "Ah!" Summer Wanning raised the card and gave it a loud kiss, then shook Su Jiadong's shoulder vigorously, filled with excitement. After the upgrade of the bag of treasures, the area expanded from the original small cube space with a length and width of 1 meter and a height of 5 meters to a large cube space with a length, width, and height of 10 meters each. Summer Wanning grinned, putting away the mountain of supplies. "Tong Tong, let's go back. After we return, you open a bag of rice dumplings, and we can trade them one by one. I'll trade the supplies to you. A bag of rice dumplings can trade for a lot of things. I have storage boxes, food, drinks, and..." "Stop." Su Jiadong pressed her finger to Summer Wanning's lips. "I don't want it, I don't want anything. This is a survival game, not a nurturing game. You've already done enough by coming to help me adapt and guide me through, you can't let me get used to depending on you, or else I'll never survive." Su Jiadong pulled Summer Wanning into a tight hug. "I understand how you feel. If I were in your place, I would want to give you the best too, but this isn't right. Don't worry, I've already made a lot of progress. I'll catch up with you soon and become a true teammate who can stand side by side with you and walk together, but for that, I must rely on myself." Releasing Summer Wanning, Su Jiadong smiled, raised her hand, and was about to click return to city. Summer Wanning grabbed her hand and said, all right. I won't give it, but you still have to take it, right? Violet Rain Pear Blossom, that big bag of supplies you left with me, I can't share it. Here's the deal, you don't have a pot, so I'll trade all of it for instant food. There's a box of canned food and a box of bucket instant noodles. Take them. I didn't bring water this time. When you go back, sell your frozen food and buy some water. At least you won't die of thirst or hunger. The axe is gone, but here's this big iron sword for you. I still have other melee weapons, so let's leave it at that. Go back." Summer Wanning suppressed her urge to continue digging through the supplies and sternly saw her off. Su Jiadong, holding 2 boxes of supplies, hooked the big sword with her finger and gave Summer Wanning a reassuring smile, then disappeared from sight. Back in the dormitory, Summer Wanning disliked how dirty she was, so she didn't lie on the bed but directly laid on the floor. She thought to herself, are these players having a deep-seated grudge against the system? Why is it so hard? As she was thinking, the light suddenly dimmed. Do I have to pay the electricity bill again? Summer Wanning looked up and saw the grumpy old camel. Old camel 2. Summer Wanning scrambled up. Old camel 2, let me explain. Old Camel 2 coldly turned around, tapped the planting field, and walked back to his little den in a carefree manner.
Fine, it's easy to calm you down.
Xia Wanning took out the newly obtained planting field and placed it with the other two, scattered some grass seeds and fertilizer, and harvested 3 full plots of tender grass. Old Camel 2 leisurely walked over, shook his hump, took the grass, and slowly left a sentence, "Take a shower, you stink."
Xia Wanning.
This sounds so familiar, isn't that what I say to the zombies, tears? After a comfortable hot shower, Xia Wanning looked at her full backpack and treasure bag, feeling both satisfied and troubled. The backpack can't be kept occupied all the time, it needs to be emptied, but this time most of the items are frozen foods, and I only have one fridge, which can't fit them all.
That means I'll have to sell them all. How long will it take to sell all of this?
It's really a sweet burden. On the other side, Su Jiadong, who had appeared for the first time in the elevator, put down her supplies and turned around in a circle, feeling confused.
Is this really just an elevator? Nothing else? It's this small? Wouldn't someone with claustrophobia go crazy? Chapter 76, The Fragrant Second Master. Xia Wanning rolled up her sleeves, ready to tidy up the dorm.
The small bed had nowhere to go, so she sold it.
She replaced it with a large double-sized memory foam bed.
She moved the fridge next to the stove, plugged it in, and filled it with meat and various frozen foods, until it was completely packed, tightly closed, and only then reluctantly placed the rest of the items on the shelves.
Long bow, brothers. The government disaster relief food has arrived. Who is this great god who put so much food on the shelves?
Pink Phoenix, I bought a bag of buns. By the way, I made a small stove, but the elevator is not ventilated. Would I be poisoned by carbon monoxide if I light it?
Smashing lemons, you can try it. If you don't get poisoned, that means you won't. Pink Phoenix, wow. You're so smart. What a great idea.
She placed toiletries in the bathroom, neatly packed clothes into the wardrobe, and placed the fabric sofa against the wall, with the dining table and chairs next to the kitchen. The originally spacious dorm was now cramped again. I still need to upgrade the dorm.
Xia Wanning lay on the sofa and stretched lazily, sighing. Zizizi, this elevator is so small, how do you live, sis?
The intercom suddenly rang, and Xia Wanning turned around to find it at the head of the bed.
Oh. This thing can work in the elevator too, your gadget is pretty good. Xia Wanning replied, surprised. Look at me. I'm the European Emperor.
A proud voice came from the other side of the intercom. Xia Wanning mischievously added Tong Tong as a friend in the system and sent a picture of the dorm.
European Emperor, look at me. Su Jiadong. I'm closing off, don't disturb.
As the new players returned one by one, Xia Wanning figured out that this instance had more than one safe zone. Some players' starting points were very close to the safe zone, while others were far away. Our isolated European Emperor Su Jiadong, upon learning this news, completely began to doubt her life. Although this instance was dangerous, the rewards were also clear. Every player who successfully returned had brought back a lot of supplies. Unfortunately, as newcomers, they had no stove, no pot, and no fridge, so they could only sell their items and use the points to buy some instant food. The old players sighed that it was hard for the newcomers while happily shopping. The public screen looked like a New Year's celebration. My grandma often slapped Xiaozilong. Tonight we are having dumplings.
0-degree border, I have vinegar, want some? My grandma often slaps Xiaozilong. Yes, yes. What do you need? 0-degree border, give me a dumpling, please. Little Claude, which great god has hot water?
I bought instant noodles, but no water.
Miss T, I have some, how do you want to trade? Little Claude, I'll give you the noodles, and you pour the hot water in for me. By the way, do you need anything? Miss T, no need, just a little hot water, here you go, eat quickly. Green Grape Bubble, how come Miss T is so kind today? Miss T, I like and respect everyone who strives to survive.
Starry Walk, the new players really have it hard this time, the difficulty is too high. Xia Wanning glanced at the screen for a while, then the system notified her that the supplies had sold out. She opened the store and checked, and this time she earned 12,358 points. With the previous points, she now had 33,186 points in total.
What to do after making money? Of course, spend it.
Her backpack now had 17 slots, so she aimed for 50 slots.
Speedrun scrolls are great, let's get 5.
Transformation scrolls and immobilization scrolls are also very useful, let's get 5 of each. The listener and pinhole cameras are reusable, let's get a set. Cars are super useful, but they cost 50,000 points. Forget it, my points are more valuable, I'll buy a bicycle instead. 600 points is still acceptable.
Let's buy 5 of each healing potion of all levels.
After buying all this, she still had 20,761 points left.
Xia Wanning opened the ability fruit page. Stamina fruit, strength fruit.
The fruit of life, the fruit of agility, each one worth 1,000 points. For physical strength, rely on your own training. Life is worth protecting with strength, otherwise, no matter how high your points, you will eventually be killed. So, Xia Wanning bought 10 strength fruits and 10 agility fruits all at once. One bite, another. After eating them, she finally felt her strength increase and her speed accelerate. She clenched her fist, lifted the table, and ran around the dormitory. It was certain now that she should be at the top of the power rankings among girls, and men who didn't exercise regularly probably weren't her opponents anymore. Unfortunately, her points were down to 761, as if she had gone back to square one. Having sorted everything that needed to be sold, bought, and tidied up, Xia Wanning, regardless of the time, collapsed exhausted onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Hearing Xia Wanning's even breathing, Camel's second master crawled out of his small nest, dodged around the furniture, and made his way to Xia Wanning's bed. He sighed, grabbed the blanket with his mouth, and gently covered Xia Wanning with it. Then he walked into the bathroom, and soon, the sound of water rushing could be heard from inside. What's wrong with the camel? Our second master is a clean-loving camel. Not sure how much time passed, but Xia Wanning opened her eyes, stretched, and felt light, not wanting to move at all. She stayed in bed for a while before finally getting up. While cooking for herself, she clicked on the private message with a red dot. It was a message from Tong Tong. Xia Wanning smiled knowingly. Just as she was about to reply to Tong Tong, she heard the system's ding sound. Xia Wanning? Just as Xia Wanning was about to argue with the system, she caught a glimpse of the guilty look on Camel's second master's face. Second master? What did you do while I was gone? Xia Wanning stepped forward, and as she got closer to Camel's second master, a strong scent of roses hit her face. What's that smell? Second master, you smell so good. Xia Wanning sniffed curiously and asked. Second master didn't speak but slowly turned his head, unwilling to make eye contact with Xia Wanning. A terrifying thought slowly emerged, and Xia Wanning dashed to the bathroom, opened the door, and a wave of rose fragrance surged out. Among the steam, a bottle of rose body wash, already emptied, lay on the ground, flattened and pitiful. Camel's second master. PFFFTTTTTTTTT. After a few rounds of flying and jumping, Xia Wanning, reluctantly and with difficulty, accepted 3 treasure chests as compensation from Camel's second master. Holding a box of cola, a box of 8 treasure porridge, and a pair of chopsticks, Xia Wanning respectfully offered a bottle of jasmine-scented body wash to second master. Second master nodded slightly, indicating that it was good. He really liked it. Chapter 77, The Dirty Kitchen. With such a bath-loving camel, the need to earn points became urgent again. Xia Wanning flipped through the small notebook she kept for her building, where she found a kitchen she once wanted to visit but later gave up on. She stroked her chin and thought for a moment. Ingredients, tools, pots and pans, apart from what she needed, there should still be enough left to sell at a good price. The key point is that a small kitchen shouldn't be too hard, and it's just right for her nerves that haven't completely relaxed after coming back from the apocalypse. She closed the notebook and went to the elevator door. On the public screen, people were no longer encouraging each other but were busy ordering goods. Milk Peach, I want a leather jacket, who can get it today? I'm reserving it. I hate zombies, is this the life of the first batch of big shots? All thinking about leather jackets? I want underwear, new, or if not, can also be washed clean. Wind and rain, is this the life of a newbie? Nothing but a word, tragic. Beating lemon, underwear? Male or female? I hate zombies, male, so you have it? Beating lemon, male? What kind of underwear does a man wear? Chasing wind boy? Green grape bubbles? Dragon baby, so, you, right now. Beating lemon, cool. Beating lemon, by the way, anyone call me? I also want to buy. Mist Herb, I need a pot, preferably with a spatula, price negotiable. Park towards sunshine, a small elevator can even hold a pot to cook? Mist Herb, I have a thatched hut. Can't outrun zombies, can't outrun you, newbie, get out of here. This isn't for you to listen to. Ding. It's 8 o'clock. Xia Wanning smiled as she closed the public screen and typed in the number 7. Taking advantage of the last moment, she turned back and asked second master, really not going with me? Isn't staying in the dormitory uncomfortable? Not going, I'm fine here. Second master stood at the bathroom door, a kind smile hanging on his weary face. All right then. Seeing second master deeply immersed in various shower gel fragrances, and considering that having a camel in the restaurant kitchen was also pretty weird, she decided not to treat him as an ingredient. Xia Wanning didn't insist, waved at second master, and walked down the familiar hallway. Ding. The task has been refreshed, please check the game panel. 1. Task 1, find usable ingredients. Task reward, mall points times 300. Current progress, 0/10. 2. Task 2, complete orders for 10 customers. Task reward, mall points times 500. Current progress, 0/10. 3. Task 3, find Chef Xiao. Task reward, mall points times 800. Current progress, 0/*. It looks fine, Xia Wanning felt a little relieved. The hallway was still dim and dilapidated. At the end, a wooden door with oil stains was half open, looking like a silent mouth. Creak. Pushing open the wooden door, Xia Wanning stood at the entrance and cautiously called out, "Hello?" The dark room was quiet, no one responded. Xia Wanning took out a flashlight and illuminated this not-too-large kitchen. The kitchen layout was very typical. At the very front was the sink, piled high with dirty dishes waiting to be cleaned. To the right were stoves, 2 large iron pots, each filled with lumps of unknown substances, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar scattered beside them, not sure if they were still usable. To the left was a small window with a dirty little wooden sign hanging on top, with "Serving Window" written in faded red ink. In the middle of the room was a large table, which was also in a state of disarray. The kitchen's hygiene was a huge concern, with black greasy oil stains everywhere, the floor covered in a black layer, and many pots and dishes scattered on the table. There was no one in the kitchen. Holding the flashlight, Xia Wanning scanned the room, and not finding any immediate danger, she cautiously stepped inside. After just one step, Xia Wanning regretted choosing this quest. So sticky. What is all this on the floor? When I go back, my shoes are going to be so hard to clean. Xia Wanning frowned and pulled her foot off the ground. Squish. Squish. Every step she took made a squish sound. Enduring the disgust, Xia Wanning shone the flashlight on the yellow-black wall and found a rope on it. She pulled it, and with a gotcha sound. Sizzle. Sizzle. Tap. The light turned on. The dim yellow light made the oil stains on the wall look as though they came to life, stretching out menacing shadows. Xia Wanning looked at the blackened palm of her hand under the light, feeling utterly disgusted. So dirty. Why is the restaurant kitchen like this? But the ancient wisdom of "since I'm here, I'll do it" supported her. Xia Wanning lifted her spirits and began to complete the task. First, find 10 ingredients. Looking around, here was a lump, there was a lump, they looked like rocks, like oil, and most of all, like poop, but they didn't look like ingredients. Xia Wanning squished her way to the end and opened the cabinet above her head. Squeak! A fat rat screamed and ran out, and before the rat could jump down, Xia Wanning's hand moved faster than her brain, reaching out to. She caught it. I have ingredients now. That was the first thought. I caught a mouse. That was the second thought. Strangely, she felt disgusted, even wanting to throw away the hand holding it, but she didn't feel afraid. Thinking back to how she had cried when a mouse scared her in the first instance, she realized, unknowingly, she had changed. Xia Wanning snapped back to her senses, pressed the mouse onto the table, and swung her crescent blade to end its life. The task changed to 1/10. She placed the dead mouse on a plate that had no discernible color, then frantically opened the second cabinet. The cabinet was quiet. Her height wasn't enough, so she brought a bucket over, stood on it, and illuminated the back of the cabinet. In the first one, there were just black particles. Xia Wanning tried them, but they were only mouse droppings, not ingredients. In the second cabinet, there was a large black bag, heavy. Thankfully, with the strength fruit's blessing, she was able to place it down steadily. The bag's mouth was tightly tied, and she sliced it open with her crescent blade. Inside was a large piece of something that reeked of intense rot. It was unidentifiable, but the ingredient prompt showed +1. Xia Wanning was about to take a closer look when she heard the bone-chilling screech keek-keek sound. She looked towards the sound, and the food window opened. Screech, kek-kek. The moment the food window opened, a stench far stronger than the rotten meat burst out, 10 times more intense. Then, a bumpy, unidentified hand suddenly stretched in from outside the window, its fingers like claws, scratching furiously at the metal counter, producing a nerve-wracking scraping sound. That hand was definitely not from a living person. Xia Wanning's hair stood on end, and her body instinctively took a half-step back before her mind caught up. The hand fumbled wildly for a while before quickly retreating, but the food window remained open, and the creature outside had not left. Chapter 78, Chef Xia is online. What does this mean? Is there a customer? Xia Wanning stared at the food window, a faint alarm ringing in her mind. She gripped her crescent blade tightly, sidestepped to the food window, and lowered her voice. Hello, is there a customer? The outside was deathly silent. Do you need something? Still, no response. Xia Wanning no longer waited, suddenly stabbing the flashlight beam into the food window. The light, like being thrown into an ink pool, was instantly swallowed by endless darkness, unable to illuminate anything. Shwa! A piece of paper was suddenly thrown out from the darkness, slapping onto the counter. It only had one dripping, blood-red character on it, meat.
Xia Wanning turned around, her gaze sweeping across the filthy kitchen. Good news, there was meat. After a second of hesitation between rotten meat and the mouse meat, Xia Wanning decided to provide something fresh since it was the first order. She put the note away, rolled up her sleeves, and efficiently skinned the mouse, removed its head and tail. After a brief hesitation, she left the innards. The mouse wasn't that big to begin with, and removing the innards would make it even more pathetic, so cutting off its backside was the last bit of kindness she could offer this mysterious customer. Holding a small plate of bloody mouse meat, she moved to the stove. She poured out whatever strange substance was in the pot, turned on the faucet, the water was weak and yellowish, and after washing the pot, it looked even dirtier. She turned the gas stove's knob, but there was no response. No fire? She turned it off and back on, still silent. Xia Wanning suspiciously opened the cabinet under the stove, moved aside a piece of half-rotten wood, and revealed a rusted gas tank. Ah, I need to open this valve first. She suddenly realized. She twisted the valve open, and with a soft puff, a faint blue flame shot up. A survival instinct still cares about fire safety, she couldn't help but joke. She rummaged through the greasy counter and found a bottle of what seemed to be soybean oil and some white granules, hopefully salt. Quickly, she stir-fried the mouse meat until it was cooked. As for this dish, I won't taste it. I hope my customer will like it. Xia Wanning pushed the plate toward the food window. Almost as soon as the plate touched the counter. Shwa! The hand that didn't belong to a human flashed by, and the plate disappeared. Then, a bone-chilling sound came from outside. The sound of frantic chewing echoed. Task 2, January 10th. Hiss. This guest sure is hungry, Xia Wanning shrugged and turned to continue. She rummaged through all the overhead cabinets, a large clump of tangled hair, a pair of shoes that reeked with foul odor, a pile of animal bones of indeterminate species, and a half-bag of flour full of worms. She put the flour into her system backpack, and the worms naturally fell off. Ingredients +2. Creak, coo coo coo. The window opened again. A new note was thrown inside. Ants climbing a tree. Xia Wanning. Do I look like ants climbing a tree? I'm just a person completing tasks, not a new Oriental graduate. What is ants climbing a tree? I've never even eaten it, let alone made it. Outside, how about we have a fight instead? Can we stop torturing each other? She yelled into the darkness. Outside, it was silent as ever, and the note lay quietly, applying silent pressure. So annoying. She grabbed the note, but her gaze quickly swept the kitchen. Ants climbing a tree. I vaguely remember that it seems to need diced meat, but other than that. I don't know, forget it, let me cut the meat first. She walked over to the zombie meat. Just as she was about to cut it, she spotted a small black dot moving out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze followed, and it was an ant. Xia Wanning revealed a cunning smile. An ant. She glanced back at the rottenwood she'd just moved out. Climbing a tree. Perfect, it fits the theme. She followed the ant's path, dug up its old nest, placed the rottenwood in a broken plate, and finally put the ant at the bottom of the wood. The ants, confused, were forced to move homes. They circled the bottom of the wood twice and began to climb upwards. Climbing a tree. It's done. Xia Wanning clapped her hands and quickly shoved the eco-friendly dish into the delivery window, fearing that the ants might climb down and the dish would no longer count. The plate was quickly taken away again. But this time, the chewing sound didn't come immediately. Outside, it seemed to have fallen into a suspicious silence. Xia Wanning didn't care about that. The rules only said to complete the order, not to make the guest satisfied. While waiting for the next order, she sped up her exploration. The kitchen was so small, the ingredients easy to find, but where was Chef Zhao? I mess up dishes, and he doesn't come out. I argue with the customer, and he still doesn't come out. Does it mean I have to point at the kitchen to summon him? Hiss, don't even say it. Looking at this filthy, greasy, chaotic kitchen, maybe a big fire is the best end for it. After finding a can of herring that gave off an ominous aura near the ant nest, the third note arrived, sweet and sour pork. Xia Wanning cut a small piece of zombie meat and tossed it into the unwashed iron pot, then carried the pot to the delivery window. No longer as fast as before, this time the outside seemed hesitant. Come on, just say it, is it sweet and sour pork? The pork's not wrapped in anything, is it? Xia Wanning asked, hands on her hips. The large iron pot was slowly being pulled outward, stuck at the delivery window. Just take the meat, why are you taking the pot? Xia Wanning said again. Outside hesitated for a moment. The meat in the pot slowly hung in the air, seemingly taken away reluctantly. Be good, order some home-cooked dishes, and maybe I'll make something serious if I'm in a good mood. Having figured out that the other side couldn't do anything to her for now, Xia Wanning's courage grew. At the same time, she was a bit confused.
Who exactly was eating the dishes she made? From the look of that hand, the other person was very large, definitely not human. But aside from being a bit agitated at first due to hunger, their behavior could even be described as well-behaved. They ate whatever was given and didn't complain or pickiness. Could it be? An absurd thought flashed in Xia Wanning's mind. Could this guest be the missing Chef Zhao? Could it be that these orders are all tests? Once I make dishes that satisfy him, he'll appear? Then it's over. He probably won't come out in this lifetime. After completing this sesame cake order with flour mixed with worms, pretending it was sesame, she rummaged through the last cupboard. Task 1, September 10th. Only one last ingredient was missing. Where is it? Xia Wanning looked around the kitchen, which she had dug through inch by inch, and her gaze finally landed on the side, on the big bucket she had used as a step, which she had kept ignoring. So that's where the problem lies. She murmured, gripping the crescent blade tightly, the tip of the knife inserted into the gap of the bucket lid, prying it open with force. Here it comes, the moment to witness a miracle. Let's see the final ingredient. It is. Task 1, September 10th. Task 3, January 6th. Inside the bucket, a fat-faced man, with a half-rotten head, glared at Xia Wanning with his bulging, cloudy eyes, fiercely staring at her. Chapter 79, Home Destruction. Chef Zhao. Good morning. Xia Wanning greeted stiffly. She had overthought it, Chef Zhao was right here. But when she said she wanted to find Chef Zhao, she didn't mean to fight Chef Zhao. What's going on with all these mismatched pieces? Chef Zhao in the bucket remained frozen in the same posture and expression, unmoving. Xia Wanning, with great courage, shook the bucket, but it seemed like there was nothing else in it. The final ingredient wasn't here. Well then, you rest first, I won't disturb you. Xia Wanning quickly put the lid back on and pushed the bucket into the corner. After calming her startled heart, Xia Wanning picked up the note that had just been delivered, and after using her old, smelly shoes to make cold beef tripe, her hair to complete the vermicelli soup, and white bones for braised ribs, she tore down the kitchen ceiling. Two thick legs fell from the sky, smashing the big table in the middle of the kitchen. Task 3, March 6th. My table. Xia Wanning's expression mimicked the Gurkong hand gesture once again. This shabby kitchen didn't have much to sell in the first place. Now I've lost another thing. Fuming, Xia Wanning rolled the legs to the side and began searching the floor. She found two barely usable dirty bowls and a chipped plate. To prevent any more accidental loss of resources, she went to the stove area and collected all the pots, bowls, and utensils that were still usable. Only one big pot remained for making the final dish. After cleaning the counters, Xia Wanning looked at the cupboard. I can't let these backpacks go to waste, Xia Wanning thought, pretending to stroke her chin. But looking at her greasy and dirty hands, she virtually touched her chin. Without further hesitation, she climbed onto the counter next to the sink with the bucket containing Chef Zhao, used the crescent blade to pry open the joint between the cupboard and the wall, and grabbed the cupboard as it fell. The cupboard vanished, but the mouse droppings inside didn't. They fell with a clatter, all landing on Xia Wanning's feet. Looking at her now black, yellow, and sticky shoes, which were once again covered in filth, Xia Wanning closed her eyes and mentally cursed the whole game for this mess. After prying open the cupboard above the sink, Xia Wanning turned the corner and began prying at the cupboard above the stove. Once the large cupboard was taken, two arms embedded in the wall, giving a thumbs up, appeared in front of Xia Wanning. We meet again, Chef Zhao, 2 out of 6. Xia Wanning tilted her head helplessly, her mind unconsciously wondering if 2 out of 6 should be simplified to 1/3. Throwing the arms to the ground, Xia Wanning finished clearing the hanging cabinets and then took the bottom cupboards, but Chef Zhao's torso still hadn't appeared. Now, only the floor tiles were left to pry. Looking at the disgusting floor and then at her crescent blade, which had become unrecognizable, Xia Wanning wasn't sure whether to feel sorry for the blade or for herself. Squeak, clatter. The meal window made another sharp sound. The final requirement had arrived. Temporarily giving up on prying up the floor tiles, Xia Wanning first checked the note. The note had 4 large, flowing characters, stir-fried human flesh. The 2 characters for human flesh were written with upward strokes, like a sinister smile. Ah! No wonder I couldn't find the last ingredient no matter how hard I searched. It turns out the last ingredient is me. Xia Wanning suddenly realized. But, our Ning Ning doesn't have that kind of spirit of sacrifice. She imitated the 2 words human meat, revealing the same malicious smile. Accompanied by a keek-keek laugh, she rubbed her hands and walked over to Chef Zhao's parts. I'm not the only one here, Chef Zhao, don't you think? As soon as her voice fell, Xia Wanning waved her small hand and placed a large piece of meat on Chef Zhao's big fat leg. The meat on Chef Zhao's leg trembled, and her heart uncontrollably trembled along with it. Although we've been through a lot, at the core, we are still just a naive, pure, timid, fragile, crying, helpless, little girl. The timid and fragile Xia Wanning swung her crescent blade and diced. Clang 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 clang. Heat the oil in the wok. Sizzle. Stir fry. Whoosh. Finished. Out of the pan. Chef Zhao, this meat is good, fatty but not greasy.
Xia Wanning was satisfied, completing her final task, turned, and placed it at the serving window.
The meat was taken, but the task progress didn't increase. What does this mean? Do they really want me to eat it?
Xia Wanning furrowed her brows, momentarily clueless.
With tasks 1 and 2 stuck, let's tackle task 3, completing one is better than none. Task 3 now only lacks Chef Zhao's torso. Xia Wanning endured the disgust, truly digging deep into the earth.
She pried up the floor tiles, but only found a cleaning coupon.
What can I say, Tonesy, if you ever need something, just say it. Whether I can do it is another matter, but just speak up. Xia Wanning held the cleaning coupon, speaking to the empty air, moved.
The cleaning coupon moved by itself in the air, and Xia Wanning swiftly stowed it into her backpack.
You gave it to me, but want it back? Dream on.
She walked around the kitchen again, and Xia Wanning was truly puzzled. The roof was torn down, the floor was lifted, the walls were knocked down, where else could it be?
Let me think, if I were playing hide and seek, where would I hide?
Xia Wanning turned around in place, her eyes stopping on the greasy wooden door.
No way. It's behind the door, right?
Xia Wanning walked over, stopping 2 steps away from the door, extended her long leg and nudged the door. The door creaked and moved, and Chef Zhao's torso hung on it, moving with the door. This scene was truly chilling. Thinking about how she had pushed the door open when entering the room, he was hanging there, and while she was searching for ingredients, cooking, and tearing down the house, he was still hanging there.
Hiss, kind of disturbing. Xia Wanning put on a mask of pain.
Though she didn't want to, if the door closed, it would probably be even more overwhelming. Xia Wanning suppressed the discomfort in her heart, avoided the obese and muscular torso, and reached out to grab the doorknob. But at this moment, the door, which had originally been easy to push open, felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds and wouldn't budge. The doorknob wasn't sturdy, so Xia Wanning grabbed the door panel with both hands, but the door, which should have been fragile, now closed steadily at a constant speed. Despite Xia Wanning, who had enhanced her strength, using all her might, she couldn't budge it an inch.
In that case, let's run.
Xia Wanning tried to slip through the door gap, but it seemed the door had anticipated her plan and suddenly accelerated. With a bang, the door slammed shut. At this moment, Xia Wanning's face was right next to the mangled limbs of the body. The rotten, bloody smell hit her face, and Xia Wanning stepped back, standing straight.
Disgusted face.
Task 3 changed from May 6 to June 6, and then from June 6 to 0/1.
So, what you're saying is, I have to piece the chef back together, right? Come on, let me guess, after I put him back together, he'll stand up, right? And then I have to fight him, right?
With his build, I estimate that when he stands up, he'll be about 2 meters tall, weighing 200 pounds at least.
You want me to fight him? In a tiny kitchen? I'm a ranged fighter. If you want my life, just say so, Tonesy. Will love disappear, Tonesy? Answer me. Look me in the eyes. Answer me. Chapter 80, The Immortal Chef.
Of course, Tonesy wouldn't answer, and Xia Wanning still had to save herself. First, she found a wooden plaque near the chef's heart, with the words Power Brand hastily written on it. Then, she took out her crescent blade and chopped off the chef's hands and feet. The arms and legs were chopped into several pieces. The classmates who often did this kind of work knew that this was really a task that required a lot of strength. Summer Wanning used all her strength to make the head chef unable to stand up completely. In the end, she managed to piece together the limbs and torso in the correct positions, leaving only the head. Being naturally cautious, Summer Wanning pushed the bucket containing the head to the farthest corner from the torso. After turning the head out, she rolled it over like a bowling ball. For some reason, as the head rolled, the head chef appeared even more ferocious and angry. Once the head was in place, task 3 was completed. Summer Wanning immediately tried to open the door, and after a second, she announced the failure to open the door. Next, she saw the scattered parts of the head chef's body start to shake. His hands tried to push the ground, but his arms twisted the wrong way. His legs tried to stand, but his legs crumbled. Before he could adjust himself, Summer Wanning immediately shot an arrow, hitting him right in the chest. The head chef let out an angry roar and stopped adjusting his body. He stood up in a crooked, disordered way. His knees were twisted, his arms were stiff, and his feet turned inward. He looked rather awkward and strange. Summer Wanning shot arrow after arrow. The head chef waved his hands to block them, closing the distance between them in just 2 steps. Summer Wanning retrieved her arrows and quickly slipped under the head chef's armpit. Standing still and turning, she jumped up the wall with 2 steps, using the wall to leap onto the head chef's shoulders. Her curved blade stabbed deeply into his neck, and with a twist, his head fell off.
At the same time, the head chef grabbed Summer Wan-ning's foot and squeezed it with great force. Ah! Summer Wan-ning cried out in pain as her body was lifted and thrown by the head chef. She crashed hard against the wall, then slid to the ground, her insides aching. Her ankle hurt unbearably, most likely broken. If this were to lead to success, it would be worth it, but Summer Wan-ning looked up and saw the head chef's massive body moving towards his head to reunite with it. Summer Wan-ning's pupils contracted. She swallowed a mid-level healing potion, not waiting for it to fully take effect. She hopped on one leg, activated the strength potion, and charged with her shoulder. Just as the head chef's hand was about to touch his head, a great force knocked him over, crashing the small wooden sign at the food window with a loud bang. Summer Wan-ning was quick to grab the head chef's head and sealed it in the same bucket from before. But this still didn't stop the body from moving. The head chef clumsily crawled up and swung his large hand at Summer Wan-ning. Taking advantage of the continued effect of the strength potion, she grabbed the head chef's arm with one hand, and with the other, she chopped off his arm. Holding the head chef's arm, Summer Wan-ning jumped and slammed it back into the wall. However, the scene that broke her spirit occurred. The arm on the wall twisted by itself, pushing off the wall and falling down. The arm and torso both rushed to meet, and Summer Wan-ning, holding a binding talisman, was almost in tears. It was no use. The talisman could freeze the torso, but not the limbs. The head chef was his own little team. A sliding tackle stopped them from merging. Summer Wan-ning rolled to the side, dodging the head chef's large, thick leg that had lost a big chunk of flesh. She got up from the sticky ground, and the strength potion shattered with a crack. Summer Wan-ning, covered in dirt, breathed heavily. On the other side, the bucket containing the head wobbled back and forth, finally tipping over. The head chef's large head rolled out and started heading toward the torso. This is wrong. Summer Wan-ning tried hard to calm herself down. Fighting like this, I would die from exhaustion without winning. So. Summer Wan-ning scanned the small kitchen, carefully recalling everything that had happened since she entered. So, do I need to get the head chef familiar with me? Make him into a dish? Let an unknown existence outside eat him, and maybe that would be the way to pass the level? So, the question is, which pot can fry over 200 pounds of meat? Looking at the gas tank under the pot, Xia Wanning gritted her teeth. The pot cannot explode, but the gas tank can. On the other side, Chef Zhao had already finished assembling himself and once again attacked Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning no longer clashed with him head-on, but instead, she skillfully dodged and first took the opportunity to turn on the gas stove, then drew him toward the gas tank. Then, with a starry flare, she shot a rocket made of flames while quickly retreating. When she reached the door, the long arrow left her hand, heading straight for the gas tank. At the same time, she immediately activated the turtle shell and shrank into it. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, the deafening sound of the explosion rang out, and a wave of heat immediately filled the entire room. The durability of the turtle shell rapidly decreased under the impact of the explosion, and finally, with a snap, it shattered the moment its durability hit zero. Xia Wanning, facing the oncoming heat wave, saw Chef Zhao already charred into one black lump after another. Since all the cabinets had already been taken by Xia Wanning, there was nothing flammable left in the kitchen, so the fire only lasted a few minutes before gradually going out. The door, which had been tightly closed behind her, quietly opened. At this point, Xia Wanning was no longer in a hurry to leave. She opened the door wide, then walked over to the scattered charred remains of Chef Zhao and took out a spatula from her backpack. She scooped up a piece of the body and reached for the serving window. The customers outside eagerly grabbed the piece of flesh and the sound of them wolfing it down once again echoed. Task 1 and Task 2 both refreshed, completed. Oh! Such stir-frying. That was really explosive. Xia Wanning suddenly realized. A purple treasure chest fell from the sky, and Xia Wanning reached out and caught it. Thinking it's a bit boring just standing around, especially if feeding the outside customers could bring her some benefits, she, with this tiny bit of greedy thought, started feeding the charred remains of Chef Zhao piece by piece, bite by bite, to the customers outside. The more she fed them, the more familiar the charred pieces in her spatula looked. How did they resemble those lumps in the pot when she first arrived? Hiss! A chilling thought struck her. Xia Wanning sped up her actions. After feeding the last piece, a string of stone wind chimes was passed through the serving window. As expected. The customers have high standards. Xia Wanning happily reached out to receive it. Warning stone chime, hang it on your bedside. At night, it will alert you when danger approaches, 3 uses remaining. Remind you to find a comfortable sleeping position for long rest. Phew! Xia Wanning sighed in relief. The task was finally complete. Next time, she must choose a cleaner place. She did a final check of the room, confirming there were no missed items, and then walked towards the door. Just as she stepped out the door, Xia Wanning paused, feeling confused. Did she hear something? A sound coming from a distant place. Listening closely again, but there was nothing. She rubbed her ears with her shoulder. The explosion had been so loud it left her with a ringing in her ears. Through the long corridor, Xia Wanning dragged her exhausted body back to the dorm. It was 2 in the afternoon, and Lord Camel 2 was comfortably napping surrounded by the fragrance of jasmine. Suddenly, a greasy, foul smell broke through the floral scent and rushed into its nose. Lord Camel 2 opened its eyes and saw Xia Wanning, covered in filth and grease, almost unrecognizable. 2A. 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 Lord Camel 2 widened its eyes, kicking its legs in panic, backing away from Xia Wanning, while making sounds that could either be spitting or warning her to stay away. Master. Xia Wanning pretended to cry, looking pitiful as she continued moving forward. Master, I'm so miserable, Master. Give me a warm hug, Master, she exaggeratedly wailed. I can't hug you. We are not the same species. Don't have improper thoughts. Stand there, don't move. I have a treasure chest. Do you want it? Lord Camel 2 pressed its back against the bed, raising its 4 hooves to express rejection towards Xia Wanning. The speed was so fast that not even a comma could fit in. It was like rap, a continuous outpouring of words. Upon hearing about the treasure chest, Xia Wanning immediately stood up, wiped away her tears, and smiled. All right, deal. She put away the freshly made cream cake and chocolate ice cream, and with satisfaction, Xia Wanning used the cleaning coupon, making the dirt vanish instantly, and she reappeared as fair and tender as before. You did that on purpose. Old Camel gritted his teeth and said. No, I just forgot. You have to trust me. Xia Wanning cheerfully stood up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Although she had used the cleaning coupon, her body was already clean, but her heart was not. She needed hot water, body wash, shampoo, and this process to purify her inner self. As for what happened earlier, forgetting was impossible, but if she could prank Old Camel, why not? After all, when he pranked her, he didn't hold back. A good partner, a little prank keeps it healthy. After the shower, Xia Wanning put all the junk she had gathered from the kitchen on the shelf. She didn't set high prices for these items, as she couldn't feel good if they were too high. However, at the same time, she thoughtfully put a few bottles of expensive dishwashing liquid on the shelf. This stuff was rare and essential, so a slightly higher price was understandable, right? Taro mud don't kiss, guys. Someone just anonymously put up cabinets and kitchenware, and the prices are pretty great, but they mentioned very dirty, so I wondered how dirty could it be. Didn't expect the seller to be so honest. It's really dirty, Red bean, big red bean, don't say it, I'm about to throw up. Nyoboi, if you had said it 2 minutes earlier, one less victim could have been saved, asterisk. Rice god, someone listed dishwashing liquid, I bought it, time to get to work, bro. Squid touching fish, dishwashing liquid is also what they sell. Taro mud don't kiss, this big brother knows how to make money, and I can't blame him, after all, he did say it's very dirty, really dirty, tt. Rice god, a super cheap broken cabinet, I added a bottle of dishwashing liquid, a lot of water, and the once clean me. Seeing the comments on the public screen, Xia Wanning shrugged. You can't blame me, I said it's very dirty, and I even kindly suggested going to the service area to handle it. Where can you find such a kind seller like me? After selling the junk, Xia Wanning continued to browse the mall and bought 3 teleportation scrolls. Having done her business, it was time to relax. She first ate a bag of spicy strips to whet her appetite, then had a small cake, drank cold cola, and finished with ice cream. After a series of moves, she successfully sent herself to the bathroom. Good, now she was cleaner than ever. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the system started to make its presence felt again. Ding! The 3rd internal test has ended, congratulations to all surviving players. According to the results of the 3rd internal test, the players' desire for survival was the strongest, and their attitude towards the ecosystem was the most positive. The game's public test will adopt the 3rd internal test method, directly entering dungeons. Everyone. No. Is it really surprising that their desire to survive is strong? If you throw them into a zombie crowd, wouldn't their survival instinct be strong? Does it really require you to test 3 times? You could have just asked us. AI is so rigid. The public test will begin in 3 days, and all citizens worldwide will participate, except for those with exemption rights. Children under 10 and elderly over 65 can choose a guardian to accompany them. At that time, world trading, friend additions, and world loudspeaker selling will be open. Now, based on the total assets of each region, including mall points, purchased items, etc., dungeon items are not included in the calculation. The regional rankings are as follows. First place, first region. Second place, second region. Third place, fifth region. 10th place, fourth region. The other regions did not make the list, keep trying. Congratulations to the region in first place for receiving exemption rights, only one direct bloodline member will remain.
The rest of the players can temporarily leave the game and return to their lives until the rankings change and the exemption rights are transferred. The announcement is complete. For the sake of your family, please strive to survive. After the announcement, in District 3. Yo, I got the notice. My dad's in District 1, they won. I can go home. I don't have to go through the levels anymore. I can go home. In District 203. Cold plum blossoms, my daughter's in District 1 and the system told me I can go home. Why can't we just leave one person behind? Can we switch? My daughter's scared. I'll stay behind, can you send her home instead? System. In District 1063. 2D horse, I can go through the levels. Let my mom go back. She's already 49. Can we switch? Similar conversations are taking place across many districts. Some are filled with joy, some with reluctance and sorrow, some regret not having their families in District 1, while others worry about the future fate of their loved ones. At this moment, Xia Wanning is almost crying with joy. She has always been worried about what would happen if her parents entered the game, worried about the time she couldn't take care of them, and worried that something bad might happen. This is so good. It's finally good. Zzz. The walkie-talkie crackled, and Tong Tong's excited voice came through, Ning Ning. Ning Ning. This is great. My parents, grandma, grandpa, they don't have to take risks anymore. I'm so lucky. Joining District 1 is the luckiest thing I've ever done. I'm going to bow to my ancestors. Thank them for blessing me. Xia Wanning chuckled softly and replied, Go ahead, I'm ready. What? What are you ready for? Tong Tong asked, confused. You're busy clearing the levels and didn't look at the public screen, right? I summoned you to District 1 with a summoning ticket, it's not luck, it's the bond of this amazing sisterhood. So, go ahead and bow, sister. Xia Wanning joked. Chapter 82, Walking Through the Forest. I can't believe it. Ning Ning. Ah. Ning Ning. You're my real sister. You're my real little sister. You're the savior of my whole family. From now on, my life belongs to you. I'm your most loyal bag carrier. From now on, all my points are yours to spend. All my items are for you to use. Ah. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me, woo. On the other side, Su Jiaton didn't take it as a joke. She was moved, wiping away tears and snot, determined to repay her best friend. No, sister, are you serious? I was joking. When Xia Wanning heard Su Jiaton's voice, she quickly became serious. Don't say anything else. I'm a little poor right now, can't really repay you with anything, but hey, just wait and see how I'll perform. Su Jiaton said with determination. Xia Wanning rubbed her temples and laughed bitterly. Though Tong Tong's a bit slow, she's stubborn as a mule. Once she decides something, it's hard to change her mind. I'm afraid I'm about to get a live-in nanny. Tong, I don't want to see your performance just yet. You should look at the public screen, the experts have started analyzing. Heavy snow flurry, little Chang, thanks for summoning me. I'll finish this drink, and then it's up to you. Little Chang isn't a cockroach, don't drink it. Give it to me. I'm still thirsty. Warm a pot of moonlight, the third batch is dangerous, but the rewards are huge. I feel like their supplies have skyrocketed. They're even more well-stocked than some of the second batch. Starry Walk, didn't anyone notice? The system is balancing things out. When we summon our family and friends, we help them, but it weakens ourselves. At the same time, though the third batch is the toughest, they also have the most supplies, and everyone who returns has brought back a lot of stuff. This quickly levels the playing field. Story seller, right, and it also served as a warning to those who weren't active in leaving. If you don't try to survive, those who come later can quickly overtake you. Starry Walk, also, if you don't try to survive, you drag down the total assets of the entire district, and you're putting your district's family members at risk. So everyone, just like the system said, for the sake of our families, we must work even harder. Meatball, before, I used to think as long as I didn't starve, I wouldn't leave. I was wrong. Starting tomorrow. Every time the door opens, I'll go out. I'll work hard to earn some points. Yes. Every time the door opens, you must go out. My grandma is already 85, and when she's outside, she's in survival mode. I really don't want her to suffer here. For family. Work hard. Why is it that we win, but we can't leave, and instead we send others away? This is the best reward for me. As long as my parents are okay, I can stay here. Look at his nickname, then you'll understand why he's asking. It's a bit tragic for him. Everyone, I had a dungeon before and collected a lot of axes. I originally planned to make a big profit, but I'm selling them cheaply now, 20 points per axe. I hope this weapon helps everyone complete more tasks. Brotherly righteousness. I'll take one. Thank you, big brother. Oh my, these axes are quite a lot. From now on, whenever people mention Area 1, they'll say, the axe area. Ha, the axe area makes me laugh, I'll take one too. Everyone, it's almost 8 o'clock, get some rest, tomorrow we'll work hard together. Closing the public chat screen, Xia Wanning first checked her supplies. Axes, good, she's ready. Then she and Yi discussed their plans for tomorrow's destination. Xia Wanning wanted to go somewhere with fresh air, a clean place. Yi wanted to go somewhere spacious, not cramped. Each person flipped through a few pages, then stopped, looking at each other. Confirming with a glance, it's the perfect floor. 29th floor, strolling in the forest. Xia Wanning, a natural oxygen bar like this, the air must be great. Yi, although the trees are dense, the place is definitely spacious enough. Having confirmed the location, Xia Wanning washed her hands seriously, then proceeded to the final, most exciting step, opening the treasure chest. With both hands, she reverently wiped over the treasure chest, leaning in to look inside. Wings experience voucher, usable once. Thunderstrike spell experience voucher, usable once. 3 purchases from the dungeon's internal mall. Not bad, not bad. After the kitchen dungeon, she sold and bought a lot of items, leaving only 1,000 points. If she remembered correctly, these experience vouchers in the mall cost 1,000 points each. She had been hesitant to buy them before, but now it's the perfect chance to try and see if they're worth it. At 8 in the morning, the entire district gathered. Everyone stood in front of the elevator. The elderly encouraged the newcomers, while the newcomers encouraged themselves. Everyone was shouting go. Victory, as they stepped into the elevator. Ding. This task has been refreshed, please check the game panel. 1. Task 1, find the tree face elder and offer 3 items. Task reward, mall points times 500. Current progress 0/3. Hey! It's a fairy tale dungeon. Xia Wanning raised an eyebrow and said, so, does this forest have fairies? And singing birds? Dancing elephants? With a little excitement, she walked out of the corridor she had to pass every time. Her first step landed on soft soil, the wind carrying the fragrance of the plants brushing her face. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves and landed on her shoulders. Birds chirped between the branches, even the sound of insects had its own unique rhythm. Xia Wanning took a deep breath and felt that even the air seemed to be filtered, fresh and sweet. Her lungs, once filled with oil and dirt, had finally been redeemed. Oh my god, this is life. Xia Wanning spun around the tree, looking up at the sky and shouting. Tweet! A small bird, startled, flapped its wings and flew away, leaving behind a little bird droppings. Xia Wanning swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. Yes, this is life. Yi walked over casually, his soft fur fluttering in the wind, looking incredibly relaxed. Let's go, Yi, let's ask the little animals for directions. With a light step, Xia Wanning weaved through the trees, seeing butterflies fluttering around, she enthusiastically asked. Hello, butterfly. Do you know Teacher Tree Face and Squirrel Nini? The butterfly flew around Xia Wanning gracefully, then darted into the leaves, disappearing. Xia Wanning didn't feel discouraged. After a few steps, she saw a caterpillar on the tree trunk. Chapter 83, Red-Feathered Parrot. Caterpillar, do you know Teacher Tree Face and Squirrel Nini? The caterpillar ignored her, wriggling away, mumbling as it distanced itself. Little ant, you. Xia Wanning. Grandpa Camel suddenly called her. Xia Wanning stood up and turned around, still smiling innocently. She asked gently, her voice slightly high-pitched, Camel, do you know Teacher Tree Face and Squirrel Nini? Right now, you kind of look like a fool, Grandpa Camel said expressionlessly. Xia Wanning's smile froze on her face. She pouted and rolled her eyes. Grandpa Camel, you're so boring. It's rare to encounter such a fairy tale-like scenario. I'm just playing along to entertain myself. How dull. She turned around, head lowered, kicking the grass on the ground in a half-hearted way. Grandpa Camel looked at Xia Wanning's back. Thinking about it, it wasn't easy for a young girl to survive in this world, so it cleared its throat and mimicked her tone. Ahem, the camel doesn't know Teacher Tree Face and Squirrel Nini. Xia Wanning continued looking down but quietly bit her lip. Grandpa Camel saw that Xia Wanning didn't react and continued mimicking. Why do you want to find those two? She couldn't take it anymore. Unable to hold back her laughter, Xia Wanning turned around and burst into laughter. Grandpa, now, you look like a fool, ha. Grandpa Camel, Xia Wanning. I'm sorry. Don't spit on me, it's gross. I'm sorry. Who wants to find Teacher Tree Face and Squirrel Nini? Ask me.
The two of them were laughing happily when suddenly, a sharp voice came from the treetops. Xia Wanning and Grandpa Camel immediately became alert, their gazes following the sound. On the nearby tree trunk, a red-feathered parrot was tilting its head, looking at them. Ask me, the parrot called again.
Are you mimicking, or can you really understand me? Xia Wanning asked.
I can understand, you're looking for Teacher Treeface and Squirrel Nini, I know.
The red-feathered parrot flapped its wings, speaking loudly. Then, where are they? Xia Wanning asked. Give me a treasure.
A treasure for one question.
The parrot jumped to another branch, shouting. Treasure? What do you think is treasure? Delicious food? Sparkly gems?
Xia Wanning touched her bag, thinking about what rubbish she could give it.
I want food as heavy as a big tree.
The parrot stomped its feet on the tree trunk.
And I want water as heavy as you. The parrot pointed at Xia Wanning with its wing. And I want a home as big as its. The parrot pointed its foot at Grandpa Camel. But. Grandpa Camel sneered.
Xia Wanning scoffed, also laughing in anger. We were joking about calling each other foolish, but you really think I'm foolish?
I see you have no clue where the people I'm looking for are. You're a pure liar.
Xia Wanning stopped wasting time with the parrot.
She turned around and called to Grandpa Camel, let's go. The parrot saw this and became anxious.
It flew down from the tree and circled around Xia Wanning, its small eyes spinning wildly.
I know. Teacher Treeface is in the northeast. Yes, his home is in the northeast, on the Songhua River. Xia Wanning didn't even turn her head as she spoke.
Not the Songhua River, the Pinecone River.
You give me food as heavy as me, and I'll tell you. The parrot flew in front of Xia Wanning, blocking her way, chattering away. Fine, then tell me first, is Teacher Treeface a man or a woman?
Xia Wanning crossed her arms and asked.
A man.
The parrot rolled its eyes and shouted.
Wrong.
It's clearly a woman, you're definitely lying to me. Xia Wanning said, with a look as if you've been caught.
Ah. Yes.
Woman, I said it wrong, human language is too difficult, I said it wrong, it's a woman. The parrot immediately corrected itself.
Ha! I tricked you.
I don't even know if it's a man or a woman, but I'm sure you're a liar now.
Xia Wanning bypassed the parrot and kept walking. Ga. Liar. Women are all liars. Even birds are tricked.
The parrot angrily landed on a branch, its wings trembling like Parkinson's disease, shouting angrily.
Two paths appeared ahead in the woods, one to the left and one to the right.
She followed the parrot's example and rolled her eyes, then came up with an idea. How about this? Xia Wanning stopped, turned around, and raised the sausage in her hand. I'll give you a small piece of sausage, and you tell me which path, left or right, is safer.
How about it?
The parrot thought for a moment, flew to Xia Wanning's shoulder, tilted its head to snatch it, but Xia Wanning raised her hand and the parrot's beak missed.
It wasn't satisfied and shouted, left. Left is safe, the right is a swamp, a terrifying swamp. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Xia Wanning nodded in satisfaction, broke a small piece off the sausage and threw it to the parrot, keeping the rest for herself and second master, eating slowly.
The parrot swallowed its small piece in one bite.
When it looked back for more, it found the rest had already been split between the two, and immediately flapped its wings angrily, losing one feather. The red feather slowly floated down from the sky, forming a stark contrast with its owner's furious mood. Xia Wanning reached out and caught the feather, tucking it into her backpack. The feather of the Lion King, it can summon him once.
By the way, what do you want him for? Xia Wanning raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow.
So this works? I'll take the gift, but I hope I won't need to use it. Xia Wanning waved at the parrot, then called second master to walk down the right path.
Ga. You don't believe me when you ask. Poisonous. You're poisonous. You two are both poisonous.
The parrot angrily hopped in place, squawking loudly.
Xia Wanning gave the parrot a carefree wave, and with second master, slowly walked away.
The trees on the right side seemed even denser now, their leaves darker, and the chirping of insects no longer as clear, gradually becoming muffled. Second master, being larger in size, had some trouble moving through the dense woods. It twisted and turned, trying to find a wider space, and its once smooth and flowing fur became tangled and messy from the branches.
Second master, don't follow me. The path ahead seems even narrower. Go find somewhere to wander on your own.
We'll meet at the elevator entrance. Xia Wanning gently patted second master's fur and suggested.
Second master glanced at the road ahead.
The dense forest was indeed not suited for a camel, and following Xia Wanning might cause trouble, so he nodded and said, all right, I'll take another path. You be careful. Also, if you find any fruits, branches, herbs, or especially treasure chests, remember to pick them up for me. We can sell them when we get back, Xia Wanning reminded, counting on her fingers.
Alright. I know. Go already. Second Master said helplessly.
After saying that, Second Master stopped and watched as Xia Wanning disappeared deeper into the woods.
Chapter 84, Snakes Dancing Wildly.
The surrounding moisture became thicker, and a few faint wisps of fog seemed to float from nowhere. The leaves overhead blocked the sun, and the light in front grew dimmer. Xia Wanning squinted her eyes and took out her flashlight.
The flashlight's beam couldn't penetrate the fog, making it appear hazy. Shoo. Whoosh. SSSS.
As the fog thickened, various tiny sounds slowly surrounded her. The crescent blade slipped into her fingers, and Xia Wanning slowed her steps. The fog grew denser, almost tangible, and felt cold to the touch, as if it carried the damp, chilling air of the entire forest. In the shadows of the intertwining branches, the smell of decaying leaves mixed with a faint, sweet fishy odor. Xia Wanning tightened her grip on the crescent blade.
A bad premonition rose in her heart. This smell, this atmosphere, could there be snakes?
As the word snake barely crossed her mind, her foot was suddenly caught by something, and Xia Wanning immediately stopped moving. She looked down and saw a tangle of vines. She wiggled her foot, unable to break free, so her eyes scanned the surroundings. Slowly, she crouched down, her hands feeling around, planning to cut the vines that were tangled around her foot. But as soon as her hand touched the vines, they suddenly tightened. Then, a powerful force came from above, and the vines wrapped around Xia Wanning, lifting her into the air. Xia Wanning instinctively grabbed at the ground but only managed to clutch the damp soil. In an instant, she was hanging upside down from the treetop.
As soon as she was lifted, Xia Wanling reacted immediately.
She used her free leg to coil around the tightened vine, her waist exerting sudden force as she performed a mid-air sit-up. She quickly swung her knife, and the sharp crescent blade easily cut through the vines binding her foot. In one free fall, just after executing the smooth and almost graceful move, Xia Wanling crashed heavily onto the ground with a squat.
Hiss.
She winced and gritted her teeth, letting out a soft hiss. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound seemed to trigger something, and many rhythmic hiss sounds echoed from nearby.
Xia Wanling looked around.
Lowering her gaze, the corner of her eye caught something moving beneath the thick trunk of a large tree to her left. She raised her flashlight. To avoid disturbing them with the light, she aimed the beam to the side, using only the diffuse glow to observe. Solved the mystery. It was snakes, 3 silver-white snakes. They were about as thick as a finger, their triangular heads raised, making the soft hiss sound while twisting and circling around the tree. Xia Wanling raised the knife slightly, holding her breath as she scanned her surroundings. Damn it, the fog thickened, and she could see nothing. She could see the 3 snakes because she was close enough.
So, how many more were there in the places she couldn't see?
Xia Wanling felt her skin crawl, as if every hair on her body was standing up. She remembered watching a TV show before, where Daji created a torture device called the Scorpion's Basin, which left a heavy psychological scar on her when she was a child. Now, this situation.
Wasn't this just a natural Scorpion's Basin? I'm a loyal minister. No, wait. Daji's victims were loyal ministers, then I must be a treacherous minister. Please spare me. Xia Wanling mentally complained.
As she grumbled, she slowly moved the flashlight, observing the surroundings. Not sure if it was the change in light, but the 3 little snakes suddenly became more active.
2 of the snakes intertwined with the tail of the other snake. The trapped snake pushed hard, using its partner's lift to make a neat spin. Xia Wanling was stunned. A full spin in the snake world? What was going on? Was this some pre-meal ritual? Then the question arose, who was the meal?
The other 2 snakes released their companion and twisted their bodies in synchronized S shapes, accompanied by rhythmic hiss sounds from their mouths.
Strangely enough, it was quite beautiful. An absurd thought gradually emerged. Were they dancing? Dancing around the tree? Tree pole dance? What the hell? This is an abnormal design, an abnormal instance, and now it's spawning abnormal creatures.
Ignoring the 3 little snakes immersed in their tree pole dance, Xia Wanling slowly got up, planning to move around them. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the thick fog. The sounds grew louder, coming from all directions. A green snake head shot out of the mist, quickly closing in. Xia Wanling leaned back and dodged. The green snake brushed past the tip of her nose, coiling around a large tree behind her. Xia Wanling stood up, and countless snake heads poked out of the fog, green ones, black ones, spotted ones, thin as hemp ropes, thick as arms, wrapping around tree trunks, hanging from branches, surrounding her from all sides. Hiss, 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 hiss. They flicked their tongues in a strange way, producing a unified and rhythmic sound. At the same time, their bodies were moving in sync with the rhythm, twisting neatly. Xia Wanning struggled to control the impulse to dance with the snake swarm to the beat, searching for a chance to break free. Hiss! A louder sound broke the strange atmosphere, and the entire snake swarm immediately stopped moving and closed their mouths. Under the quiet, piercing gaze of the snakes, a giant black-scaled serpent as thick as a barrel slowly emerged from the dense fog. Hiss! It opened its massive mouth wide, its forked tongue shooting out instantly as it dove down from the treetops. Xia Wanning crouched and rolled to the side, as the giant snake crashed with a loud bang into the tree behind her. With a rumble, the thick tree trunk, as wide as a bowl, was split open, and shattered wood chips mixed with mist flew toward her. Ignoring the splinters scratching her face, Xia Wanning rushed forward and slashed at the serpent's body with her blade. However, her usually unstoppable crescent blade met a defeat this time. The serpent's body was as smooth as the finest silk, and the blade slid off without any resistance, failing to find any grip. After the failed strike, Xia Wanning quickly blocked with her other hand, and a small spotted snake bit onto the blade, causing a sharp, grating sound. She flicked her hand, throwing the spotted snake away. Not wanting to linger, she slapped a sprinting talisman onto her leg and prepared to make a quick escape. Just as she took a step, the giant snake's long tail wrapped around her waist. A small black snake coiled around her leg, knocking the sprinting talisman off. The talisman stuck to the black snake's head, and it suddenly shot off uncontrollably. It slammed into a tree, dizzy, then careened into another snake, hitting it in the head. The other snake hissed angrily, as if swearing, and a chaotic battle broke out among the snakes. The small black snake moved erratically, speeding up uncontrollably, offending all the nearby companions in its chaotic path, leading to an all-out brawl. Perfect opportunity. Xia Wanning slapped a transformation talisman onto herself and turned into a small green snake, smoothly slipping free from the giant serpent's grip. But the giant serpent was not fooled by her change in form. It still targeted Xia Wanning and charged at her with unwavering precision. Xia Wanning vaguely remembered reading somewhere that snakes identify their companions using their sense of smell and pheromones, so the transformation talisman was actually useless against them. However, she hadn't intended to trick the snake swarm. The transformation talisman was merely a means to break free from the giant serpent's hold. The small green snake, Xia Wanning, prepared a teleportation talisman and rushed into the chaotic battlefield, weaving through the snakes. The smaller snakes didn't have the intelligence of the larger ones. They were simply curious about this unfamiliar creature, and while they got closer, they did not attack. Xia Wanning, on the other hand, darted through the snake pile, using the swarm to dodge the giant serpent's attacks. Although the giant serpent had a clear target, it was constantly interrupted by its clumsy offspring, and for a moment, it could do nothing to Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning continued to twist her body through the dense fog, trying to break through, while observing her surroundings. The teleportation talisman could only move her 50 meters, and if she ended up teleporting into another snake nest, she'd be in big trouble. After some observation, Xia Wanning abandoned the idea of using the teleportation talisman. Everywhere she looked, there were snakes. Hiss! Behind her, the giant serpent was enraged, and all the smaller snakes immediately stopped fighting, coiling obediently on the trees, playing dead. Xia Wanning, still in her small green snake form on the ground, stood out like a sore thumb. Even more obvious was that the transformation talisman had expired. In her human form, Xia Wanning squirmed awkwardly for a moment before getting up. The giant serpent angrily flicked its tongue and charged at her in an instant. Xia Wanning, now with greatly improved agility, sidestepped just in time, pushing off the ground with her toes and sliding backwards. At the same time, she drew her starfall arrow and shot it at the serpent. The giant snake twisted its body, gracefully dodging the arrow. The smaller snakes behind it tensed up, launching themselves to safety. At the same time, the large tree where she was perched was suddenly struck, creating a massive hole. At the bottom of the hole, a squirrel clutching a pine cone looked up at the suddenly bright sky and saw a curious snake peeking in. Scared, it squeaked and dove into the pile of pine cones, leaving only its fluffy little backside sticking out, trembling. With one swift shot of her arrow, Xia Wanning abruptly braked, ducking to avoid the small snake that had attacked her from behind. The small snake passed over Xia Wanning's head, using the large snake as leverage to coil around other tree trunks. However, she dodged the one from behind, but couldn't escape the ones on either side. The snakes on both sides rushed at her, wrapping around her arms. Xia Wanning crossed her arms, holstering her weapon while grabbing the small snake's neck with one hand. At the same time, she felt a cold sensation on her ankle. A snake was crawling up her leg, constricting her with its tight grip. She looked up, still surrounded by the thick green canopy above. It was unrealistic to try to escape using her wings. If she called down a lightning strike, whether the snakes would survive was uncertain, but she likely wouldn't. The transformation talisman could only turn her into an animal. In this situation, it seemed no animal could guarantee her safety. Without relying on gadgets, she had to rely on herself. Forget it. Let's go all out. Xia Wanning fiercely crushed the small snake's bones, tossing it away. She quickly spun on her toes, using her momentum to fling off the snake wrapped around her leg. Her left foot kicked off the tree trunk as she leaped up, spinning in midair to avoid the charging giant snake. The moment she landed, she used her hands to push against the ground, propelling herself back into the air. She leaped over the broken tree stump, soaring just above the squirrel's head. Without a second thought, she kept running forward. The small snakes kept attacking, but Xia Wanning swung her crescent blade, cutting them down. The relentless small snakes broke through her defenses and landed on her shoulder, sinking their fangs into her. Pain surged through her, but she couldn't afford to pay attention to it. She blocked most of the snakes, gritting her teeth as she charged forward. The giant snake hissed behind her, its tongue flicking as it chased relentlessly. Xia Wanning, now desperate, burst through the thick fog with snakes still clinging to her.
I made it out?
Xia Wanning muttered to herself, surprised. The snakes, still wriggling on her body, swiftly slithered off and back into the fog. Dizzy and disoriented, Xia Wanning collapsed onto the ground. She took out a basic healing potion and drank it. Slowly, her wounds healed, but the poison remained. Helpless, she used one of her chances to open the shop and spent 600 points to buy 2 antidotes. She considered buying something else, but after seeing the remaining points, she reluctantly closed the shop interface. She injected the antidote, and gradually, the dizziness faded. Her mind cleared. The thick fog still surrounded her, and the shapes of snakes twisted within it. This was just a brief respite, not a victory. The hissing sound surrounded her from all sides, its eerie melody playing like a hypnotic tune. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Xia Wanning was out of options. If she couldn't beat them, maybe she should join them. She hissed along with the chorus of snakes.
In the thick fog, the small snakes gradually poked their heads out. They moved in perfect unison, sometimes weaving together, sometimes scattering, sometimes climbing trees, sometimes spiraling down. Xia Wanning stood up, tapping her feet to the rhythm, her body swaying gently.
A small snake coiled around a tree at the edge of the fog.
It stretched out its body to catch Xia Wanning's attention, then turned and climbed the tree, glancing back at her intently. Xia Wanning was confused. She looked at the trees around her, then placed her arm on one trunk, mimicking the snake's movement and drawing an S shape. The small snake wriggled in dissatisfaction and twisted a few times. The surrounding group of snakes suddenly began to twist in unison around the tree trunk. Xia Wanning stared at the bizarre scene before her, a sudden inspiration struck her.
You don't want me to follow your lead, dancing around the tree, do you? Hearing Xia Wanling's words, the snakes became excited, speeding up and twisting even more enthusiastically. Xia Wanling. Can this instance even be saved?
Seeing that Xia Wanling didn't move for a while, the snake group began to get agitated. The giant snake extended its head once again, sticking out its long tongue, its intent to attack growing more obvious. Having never learned pole dancing, Xia Wanling reluctantly placed her stiff hands on the tree, twisting her waist. With the other hand, she drew an S in the air, hissing along with the rhythm. The snake group was pleased, twisting their bodies as they climbed the tree and turned back to gaze at her.
Xia Wanling, this is going to kill me.
Helpless, she hugged the tree trunk and jumped up, pushing with her left foot, stepping with her right, grabbing hold with both hands, and leaping to the tree at last. She stood on a branch, casually swaying with one hand on the trunk. The snake group nodded in satisfaction and began to teach the next move. They coiled their tails around the branches, performing a 360-degree spin in the air with a wave-like motion, before returning to the trunk and skillfully slithering down. The snake group looked up expectantly from below.
Xia Wanling, standing in the tree, thought despairingly about dying. Chapter 86, The Tree-Marked Old Man. Not learning was not an option.
Xia Wanling had already experienced the consequences of not learning, and she was determined not to go through that again. She took out some hemp rope from her bag, which she had looted from the cave instance, and tied it to the tree branch above her head. After estimating the length, she tied the other end around her waist. Then, with a push against the tree trunk, she used her waist strength to rotate and fell from the tree. Just as her face was about to meet the ground, the rope around her waist yanked her sharply.
Ugh, my old waist.
Xia Wanling quickly cut the rope with her hand and knelt to the ground. The snake group was very pleased with her performance. They began the rhythm again, twisting excitedly. Xia Wanling's mind flashed with several large words: keep playing music, keep dancing. To avoid undoing all her effort, she pressed her hand to her waist, stood up, and continued dancing along with the snakes. The sounds around her gradually faded, the thick fog began to dissipate, and sunlight poured down. Xia Wanling raised her hand to shield her eyes, and there wasn't a single snake to be seen. Not far away, on a broken tree stump, a squirrel holding a pine cone stood in the crack, staring at Xia Wanling, who had just been dancing.
Hey! A squirrel! Xia Wanling's eyes lit up as she immediately approached and asked, Squirrel, are you Nini?
The little squirrel hugged the pine cone tighter and took a step back.
Then, do you know the squirrel Nini?
Xia Wanling took a step forward, asking again. The little squirrel looked at the huge creature in front of it, squeaked in terror, and, holding its pine cone, turned and ran. TSK. Just an ordinary squirrel, what a waste of excitement. Xia Wanling lamented. At the same time, she reached into the tree stump and fished out half of the nuts. Don't say I'm not fair, we split half when we meet. I left some for you, see how kind I am. Xia Wanling turned to leave, but was once again drawn to the blue treasure chest in the middle of the stage. Hey! This dance wasn't for nothing. There's even a treasure chest. Xia Wanling ran over excitedly and opened the chest. 3 bottles of snake venom, delicious, believe me. 1 giant snake transformation card, lasts for 3 minutes. Seeing how happily you're dancing, here, turn into a snake and keep dancing. Happily stowing the items, Xia Wanling stood up and tried to determine the direction. She couldn't tell. So, she took out a parrot feather and summoned it. The red-feathered parrot whooshed into view, looking at her with a confused expression. Xia Wanling crouched down to look at it and gently asked, Big parrot, should I go forward or backward? Go forward. Behind you is the way back. It's the way back. The parrot immediately perked up, shouting loudly. Xia Wanling, holding the parrot, turned to face the other direction. She turned both their faces toward the same direction and continued asking. Oh. So should I go left or right? Go right. There's poisonous spiders on the left. A lot of poisonous spiders. Okay. Thanks. Summer Wanning cheerfully thanked, casually plucking a feather from the parrot and walking to the left. You're toxic. You plucked a parrot's feather. You harm even birds. You're toxic. The parrot, seeing Summer Wanning still didn't believe it, stomped in place in anger. Summer Wanning walked left, the dense trees gradually became sparse, and the bright sunlight gradually turned dim. By evening, Summer Wanning saw a small house, a shabby little wooden house. She bypassed the rough trap at the door, politely knocked on the door, but no one responded. I'm pushing the door now, sorry to disturb. She gently pushed the door open, and the first thing that caught her eye was a thick tree trunk used as a support pillar. On the left was a simple wooden bed, with dirty and tattered thin blankets scattered on it, and on the right was an old wooden cabinet with chipped paint. Summer Wanning walked over and observed it. The cabinet door wasn't locked, but a wooden plaque with 3 grooves was embedded in it. Judging by the shape of the grooves, it seemed that 3 items should be placed inside. On the wall next to the cabinet, there was a piece of animal skin paper nailed up, and the writing on it was a bit blurry. Summer Wanning struggled to make out the words. Born in the forest, hidden in the stone, frost on the leaves. Follow the sequence, place them in the grooves, and the cabinet will open by itself. It means I need to find these 3 items, put them in the grooves, and the cabinet will open. Summer Wanning stood up and scanned the room, but found nothing that fit the requirements. She pushed open the door and looked around outside. Born in the forest, born in the woods, a tree? Looking at the shape of the grooves, it could be a tree root, but Bear Big and Bear 2 told us not to chop trees in the forest. As for hidden in the stone, there are no stones around here. I haven't seen any stones on the way here. If I go looking for stones, I might not even find my way back. And frost on the leaves, I don't understand. After analyzing, Summer Wanning turned back to the house. Based on my understanding of the commander, to complete these 3 tasks, I might face 3 dangers, but solving this cabinet, at most, 1 danger. With that, Summer Wanning pulled out a standard weapon, an axe. 2 strokes with the axe, and the old cabinet fell apart. Inside was a bottle of green liquid. Tree growth liquid, used the whole bottle at once to awaken the tree face elder. Look, no danger came, but the clue about the tree face elder is here. Summer Wanning held the growth liquid, looking out the window at the thousands of trees in the forest. So, the tree face elder is inside a tree? Or is he a tree himself? But the problem is, with so many trees in the forest, how do I know which one is him? Summer Wanning turned and faced the support pillar in the middle of the room. Of course, it's the most special tree. With that, she poured the whole bottle of liquid onto the support pillar. Ah! The liquid was quickly absorbed, and an old sigh came from within the tree. The trunk began to twist and move, and soon, branches and knots on the tree formed the face of an elderly person. Clever. The old man opened his eyes and rasped in a hoarse voice. His voice paused for a moment when he saw the violently broken cabinet, then changed his words and continued. Powerful traveler, what would you like to offer to me? A potato, would you like it? Summer Stingy Wanning respectfully held out a sprouted potato. Does this potato have any touching story? The old man asked. This potato, it sprouted, so it needs to grow, yes, using itself as nourishment, to grow, to bloom, to bear fruit, and breed offspring. How great is that? Summer Wanning grit her teeth and made up the story. Impossible, not touching enough, this offering failed. You still have 2 chances to fail. The old man said, disappointed. What? There's failure? There's a limit on the number of times? And I need a touching story? You didn't say it earlier. Xia Wanning exclaimed in shock. Chapter 87, Refusing a Toast, Forced to Drink a Penalty Wine. Do you have any other items with a story? The tree-faced old man asked in a low voice. Xia Wanning thought for a moment, then took out a pink silk blouse and began to tell the tree-faced old man the story of Xiaoyu and her connection with Xiaoyu. I think the story between me and Xiaoyu is quite touching. It's a bit like mutual salvation. I guided her, and she provided me with the initial living supplies when I entered this game. This is a heartwarming sisterhood. Xia Wanning said as she held the blouse, squeezing out 2 tears. Not touching enough, donation failed, you have 1 more chance to fail, the tree-faced old man said with an expressionless face and a voice without any fluctuation. Xia Wanning put the blouse away, folded her arms, and stared at the large tree trunk in front of her, which had its eyes closed, seemingly without any desires, but was fixated on hearing a touching story. Alright, I have another story, guaranteed to be deeply touching. Xia Wanning said, pulling out the axe she had just used to chop the cabinet. This story is about this axe. Xia Wanning waved the axe, mimicking a chopping motion. The tree-faced old man squinted his eyes, and when he saw the axe, his eyelids uncontrollably fluttered slightly. So one day, a cute little girl came into the forest and met an old man living inside a tree. This tree insisted that the little girl tell a touching story, otherwise, she couldn't pass. This cute and pitiful little girl told several stories, but none were good enough. In the end, with no other choice, she had to chop down this tree and take it back as firewood. After all, the task failed and there were big losses, so she had to make up for it somewhere else. What do you think? Is this story touching enough? Xia Wanning rested the axe on her shoulder and asked. The tree-faced old man's eyelids had been twitching since just now, and now his lips were trembling slightly. Enough. Enough. This story is great, I'll take the axe. The tree-faced old man struggled to steady his voice, but it still trembled slightly. However, Xia Wanning did not hand over the axe. Instead, she took out her notebook, tore off a page of paper, and drew an axe on it, slapping the paper onto the tree trunk. What do you need the real axe for? What if you hurt yourself? Here, this drawing is for you. Look at how much it looks like the real thing. Xia Wanning said kindly. Alright, you still need 2 more items. The tree-faced old man opened a tree hole and hurriedly took the drawing, saying. If we're this harmonious, I have something you might like. Xia Wanning noticed the tree-faced old man wasn't being difficult anymore, so she reached into her bag and pulled out a bag of accelerated fertilizer. How about it? Do you like it? Xia Wanning asked, holding up the fertilizer. The tree-faced old man's eyes lit up, and his mouth unconsciously curved upward. Yes, I like this a lot. He accepted the fertilizer, closed his eyes, and the entire tree began to tremble slightly. After a while, the tree-faced old man seemed to have grown taller. Xia Wanning looked up slightly at him. Then for the last item, I hope it's really deeply touching. The tree-faced old man raised his head and spoke proudly. Oh. The weather cleared, the rain stopped, and now you think you've succeeded. Well, I still have a touching story about burning the little treehouse. After handing over another drawing of the firestone, Xia Wanning successfully completed task 1, despite the tree-faced old man's resentful gaze. Treasure chest. Xia Wanning spread her hands and said to the tree-faced old man. The tree-faced old man reluctantly tossed out the treasure chest, hiding his face and becoming withdrawn. For many years, the tree-faced old man had been bullying and deceiving people here, tricking them into giving him countless items and causing many people to go bankrupt. But today, he met someone who didn't follow the usual script. It really pissed him off. Xia Wanning, tired of dealing with the tree surface's inner thoughts, packed away the 2,000 brick exchange cards and 10 cement exchange cards from her treasure chest, ate a box of self-heating rice, laid out her own bedroll, hung up the warning wind chimes, and finally, for once, got a good night's sleep in the dungeon. She was woken by the birds singing outside her window in the morning. If it weren't for the constant danger in this dungeon, life right now would actually be pretty nice. Xia Wanning stood by the door, stretched, and took a deep breath, feeling sentimental. Hey, Big Bunny, the food here is so good, no wonder you got so big. Xia Wanning bent down and spoke to a pure white giant rabbit standing not far away, its height nearly reaching her waist. The big rabbit turned its head, saw Xia Wanning, and its rabbit eyes lit up. It stood up, one paw holding onto the nearby tree trunk, one leg crossed, toes touching the ground, and the other paw blew Xia Wanning a kiss, opening its 3-part mouth. Oh. Beautiful girl, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to start a conversation with you? Xia Wanning froze in place as if frozen by a spell, a painful expression gradually appearing on her face. Oh. Beautiful girl, I've been searching desperately recently, do you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for you. To be my girlfriend. The big rabbit leaned forward slightly, gave a gentlemanly bow.
Xia Wanning, still wearing an indescribable expression, stood up, opened her mouth, but said nothing. She turned around and closed the door behind her in one swift motion.
Can this dungeon ever get better?
Her frustrated voice could be heard from inside the room. The big rabbit was stunned for a moment, then hopped over to the door and knocked. Beautiful girl, do you have some magic?
Otherwise, why is my heart pounding nonstop every time I see you?
Xia Wanning opened the window, took a deep breath, and climbed out.
This won't do, this thing has magical attacks, I can't mess with it, I need to hide, she muttered to herself while skillfully jumping out of the window, making a wide detour and running into the forest. She looked back, the rabbit was still standing at the door, and from the way its body was stretched, it seemed to be reciting poetry. Xia Wanning shivered and hurriedly ran farther, not looking back. Along the way, she grabbed a banana and chased off some mischievous monkeys. She collected a huge beehive and then ran like mad, shaking off the angry bees. She jumped over a broken trap and casually picked up the spikes from it. She picked a lot of wild fruits and ate 3 healthy fruits, increasing her health limit by 3 points. Soon, the forest came to an end, and in front of her was a sunny, gentle slope. On the slope, 3 shiny furred mother bears stood in a triangle, each guarding a nest of palm-sized bear cubs. The one on the left was irritably scratching with its claws, pushing a bamboo rat it had just dug up in front of a cub. The little cub, whether not hungry or just being picky, swatted the bamboo rat aside with a paw. The mother bear roared in frustration, and only then did the cub reluctantly crawl over, pick up the bamboo rat, but still not eat it, just playing with it in its paws. The bear in the middle was even fiercer. It seemed like her cub had gotten into some trouble, causing the mother to grab the mischievous cub by the scruff of the neck and rub its face into the moss repeatedly, growling a low woo-woo sound. The little cub struggled, flailing its limbs, but it was in vain, only able to pathetically beg for mercy. The bear on the right had a face of utter despair, because she had 2 babies. The cubs had each grabbed a foot, preventing her from using any strength to shake them off, and she could only slap her paws against a fallen tree, making a bang-bang sound, clearly on the brink of losing control. Wow! Taking care of kids really is something else, whoever does it will collapse, even big bears aren't exempt. Xia Wanning took a light breath and planned to quietly leave the area.
She wasn't interested in being a punching bag for these 3 furious bear moms.
Caw, a loud crow's call echoed above Xia Wanning's head.
Xia Wanning looked up in disbelief, her head tilted as she gazed at the crow watching her from the treetop. The sounds of chickens and dogs clattering on the gentle slope faded away, and with a last bit of hope, Xia Wanning turned around and met the fiery gazes of the 3 bear moms. Without hesitation, Xia Wanning sprinted off, her feet flying.
The bear mom on the left exploded first.
It roared fiercely, its massive body knocked over a withered tree in front of it, charging directly at Xia Wanning. The one in the middle, not wanting to lose out, abandoned the struggling cubs, scrambled to her feet, and took off after Xia Wanning, even stepping on the tail of the bear mom on the right. The bear mom on the right, already boiling with rage, was further enraged when her tail was stepped on. She immediately ignored her cubs and turned to join the chase, her roar shaking the very ground. In an instant, the slope was filled with the deafening roars of bears. The 3 bear moms were fierce, and behind them, a line of stumbling, wailing cubs followed. The scene was pure chaos. No, it was a perfect example of bears flying and jumping.
Xia Wanning's soul almost flew out of her body. No matter how fast she grew, she was no match for a big bear, let alone 3.
And these weren't just any bears, but 3 bears who were about to go crazy from taking care of their cubs. As everyone knows, angering a mother raising cubs alone is simply asking for death. Xia Wanning charged into the dense forest, trying to use the thick trees to slow down the bear mom's pursuit. But the bear mom swung a paw, knocking over small trees without losing speed. In fact, the trees she knocked down were heading straight for Xia Wanning, making her constantly fear being crushed. The forest wasn't an obstacle for the bear moms, it was only an obstacle for Xia Wanning. She pivoted and ran back toward the gentle slope. A big bear mom picked up a small tree and hurled it toward Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning heard the wind and dove to her left front, narrowly avoiding it. She rolled on the ground and quickly got back up to run again. A speed symbol appeared in her fingers, but she hesitated and pulled it back. It wasn't a dead end yet, and I can't rely on props too much. Only I can be the most reliable, of course. The main reason is that props are too expensive, it's better to save them when I can. Dodging the trees and dirt clods, Xia Wanning ran past the gentle slope, her vision starting to darken. Crap, I didn't eat breakfast because that big rabbit made me sick this morning, and now I'm getting low blood sugar. The dizziness hit her in waves, her forehead started sweating, her legs grew weak, her heart raced, and her breathing quickened. Xia Wanning grabbed a tree beside her and popped a piece of candy in her mouth. Only a few seconds passed, but the bear moms were already right behind her. Xia Wanning hadn't recovered, so she had no choice but to cut off a small piece of honeycomb and shoot it out with her starfall arrow. The honeycomb arrow, with its sweet smell, shot past the bear army, hard controlling them.
Several bears stopped in their tracks, their heads following the arrow's path. With a thud, the honeycomb arrow pierced a tree, transforming back into its original form and falling to the ground. The 4 little bears tumbled and crawled toward it, scrambling and fighting with each other. The 2 brothers locked themselves in a squabble, but when it came to external enemies, they worked perfectly together. Soon, the other 2 little bears were crying from the beating. Thus, the other 2 bear moms angrily focused their eyes on Xia Wanning. The 2 brothers finished off the foreign enemies, and now it was time for their internal squabble. So, the last bear mom angrily focused her eyes on Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning? What? Is this my fault? Now that she had regained her strength, Xia Wanning was also getting angry. What's the deal? Do they still think I'm the same weakling as before? Today, let them witness the ultimate evolved version of Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning pulled her bow and shot arrows, water arrows, leaf arrows, and even lit a match to launch a fire arrow. Xia Wanning shot 3 arrows in rapid succession. The 3-headed bear mother showed no fear and swiped her bear paw, sending the arrow into the ground. The arrow disappeared, and the bear mother lifted her head, only to see the back of Xia Wanning, running wildly. Howl roar! The roar behind her acted like an accelerator. Xia Wanning, mimicking the twisting car from the zombie dungeon, tilted her head back and sprinted. Good news, if she gets past the road ahead, she will definitely shake off the bear mom. Bad news, ahead is a sheer cliff. Xia Wanning slammed on the brakes, staring at the cliff in front of her, which was at least over 100 meters deep. A random thought popped into her head at the most inappropriate moment. What kind of adventure might I encounter if I jump? Howl roar! The roar of the bear grew louder. Xia Wanning immediately activated the wing experience voucher. The area around her shoulder blades suddenly felt sore, itchy, and painful, as if something was about to burst out of her skin. Xia Wanning twisted her back uncomfortably. Rip! Her shirt tore open, and a pair of 2-meter-wide white wings suddenly unfurled from either side of her shoulder blades. The pure white feathers, blown by the mountain wind, spread out layer by layer, and the flight feathers at the tips of the wings formed a natural arc, shimmering with soft light under the sun. Wow! How beautiful! Xia Wanning touched her wings, wanting to call the system to take a picture, but unfortunately, the bear mother was too fast. They were already closing in. Xia Wanning reluctantly touched the smooth and sleek white feathers, then kicked the ground hard. Stretching her back, her large wings flapped according to her will. Her body instantly lifted into the air, and the bear mother lunged, standing up high to reach her, but it couldn't even catch the tip of her shoe. They hammered the ground at the cliff's edge, venting their anger. Xia Wanning flew in the air, watching the mountains below, the small river at the foot of the cliff, the tree crowns in the dense forest, the furious bear mother, and the vulnerable bear cubs, feeling her chest widen. So this is what flying feels like, it's awesome. Xia Wanning spread her arms and shouted excitedly. Above her was the blue sky and white clouds, beneath her were the green mountains and clear water, behind her was the raging bear pack, and ahead. Ahead was a strong male lion. Wing experience voucher remaining 5 seconds. Beautiful. Xia Wanning was speechless. 4, 3, 2. Xia Wanning tried to flap her wings harder, desperately wanting to fly away from the lion, but there wasn't enough time. 1. Xia Wanning landed steadily, and the lion turned its head, gazing indifferently at her. Chapter 89, Squirrel Nini. The golden strings of the zither are 50. The lion moved its mouth slightly, and a deep voice came out. Each string and pillar thinks of the years of youth? Xia Wanning's mouth was faster than her brain, instantly completing the poem. The lion raised its left paw and pointed at the sky, the long sorrow suddenly turns into a crane flying away. One lonely cloud, where can it be found? Xia Wanning tentatively responded. The lion withdrew its paw and placed it on its chest. Is the heart not made of wood or stone? How can it be without feeling? Xia Wanning couldn't remember for a moment. Her brain started to run at high speed, with all the poems and literary lines struggling to leap out from the folds of her mind. It was on the tip of her tongue. Just in front of her eyes. What was it again? The lion had already turned its head, its melancholic eyes slowly turning to a murderous glare. A lion obsessed with reciting poetry? This dungeon really is toxic. The poem didn't come out, but Xia Wanning's thoughts made a small leap. Heart. Not. Wood. Stone. How can it be without feeling? The lion repeated each word slowly. Yes, heart is not wood or stone, Xia Wanning was anxious, turning in circles, and the lion already revealed its sharp claws, raising its rear, clearly not wanting to recite poetry anymore, but wanting to recite her corpse. Swallowing my voice, hesitating and not daring to speak. Xia Wanning's inspiration hit, and she shouted loudly in response. The lion lowered its rear and sat back down, its eyes once again filled with hesitation. Truly fitting, I really am swallowing my voice and hesitating without daring to speak. Xia Wanning wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, glancing at the road behind her and shifting her feet slightly. Don't worry about the deep night rain. The lion spoke again. Lonely shadow, small window, lamp. Xia Wanning continued as she backed away, seeing that she was almost at the edge of the forest. One more step, and she would be out of the lion's territory. On the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, the great lion said with its story-filled voice. The final step. You've come. It tilted its head and spoke gently. Roar. Landing. Get ready. Squirrel Nini. Ready for the next poem. Hearing this familiar name, Xia Wanning swiftly pulled back the leg she had just lifted, smoothly continuing with the next line. Where does the Jade Beauty teach how to play the flute? Where is Squirrel Nini? Nini, look, this human can recite poems too. How amazing, the great lion marveled. Not, which one of us is more amazing? Yes, Poetry Lion, these days, humans can recite poems. Xia Wanning looked up, and a large reddish-brown squirrel was perched on a tree branch, looking thoughtful. You two are marveling over nothing. Could it be that humans reciting poems is actually quite normal? Isn't it you two who are the strange ones? Have you still not found a way to drive away the hyenas? The Poetry Lion asked. Hearing this question, Nini became visibly agitated. That's too much. They occupy our territory and come harass us every day. The aunt of my third uncle's neighbor was eaten by a passing hyena. Poetry Lion, can't you help us? Nini pleaded. I sympathize with you, and I really want to help, but please wait a moment, let me finish this poem, the Poetry Lion said, looking melancholically at the sky. So, where are you at with the poem? Nini hastily asked. The first step, I'm still thinking about which poem to write. Oh. Nini slapped her forehead and said despairingly, when you finish the poem, remember to come collect my body, if I still have one. Nini? Xia Wanning walked under the tree where Nini was and looked up. Although I'm just passing by, do you have any last requests for me? She asked tentatively. Oh. Amazing human. Recently, I've been really bothered by hyenas. If you're willing, could you help me drive them away? Nini nimbly jumped down from the tree and stood on Xia Wanning's shoulder to say. Actually, I'm not really willing, but I must be willing. Alright, where are the hyenas? Xia Wanning was forced by the task and had no choice but to accept this life-threatening mission. Great, follow me, over there, they are 3 brothers, waiting near my home every day, it's driving me crazy. Nini pointed with a little paw, and Xia Wanning followed her direction. Waiting? Waiting for what? Xia Wanning casually asked. Waiting to eat us. Nini said as if it were obvious. Sorry, I was being presumptuous. Following Nini's guidance, Xia Wanning arrived deep into the forest, and from a distance, she could already hear the sharp howls of the hyenas. To be safe, Xia Wanning first skillfully climbed a tree to confirm the distance from the hyenas, then continued on her way. Soon, Squirrel Nini shivered and jumped off Xia Wanning's shoulder, leaving behind a good luck before darting into a tree hole. Xia Wanning looked around, spotted a sturdy large tree, and first dug a hole by its side with a shovel, then placed the sharp spikes from the trap she had collected earlier into it. After arranging all her tools, she summoned the red-feathered parrot. The red-feathered parrot appeared again, looking dazed in front of Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning grabbed it, skillfully plucked a feather, and said, I'll give you 2 bananas if you help me lure the hyenas over, what do you think? Caw. Last time, I had just gotten home when you pulled me out, and now this. I just flew back home, and here you are pulling me out again. You must have. Xia Wanning shook the bananas in front of it. You have bananas? The parrot's eyes fixed tightly on the bananas, and it followed the movement of the bananas with its eyes. 3 bananas? How about it? Xia Wanning asked while shaking the bananas. Deal. The parrot nodded decisively, flapping its wings toward the direction of the hyenas. Not sure what the parrot did, but soon the 3 hyenas came running towards them with a roar full of rage. Xia Wanning had long drawn her bow and was waiting. As soon as the hyenas appeared, an arrow wrapped in mist shot through the air. The arrow struck the neck of the leading hyena. The water arrow exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The leading hyena, in pain, suddenly threw its head back and let out a sharp ow-ow howl, the sound high-pitched and cracking. The other 2 hyenas stopped their rush at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right, spreading out to surround, while lowering their bodies, growling threateningly from their throats. The hyena hit by the arrow unwillingly fell to the ground, turning into a cold number 1/3 in task 2. The death of their companion made the remaining 2 more cautious. Summer Wanning aimed again and shot another arrow, but the hyena nimbly dodged. Taking advantage of the gap when Summer Wanning released the arrow, the hyena on the left suddenly accelerated and pounced. It leapt up, its front paws barely reaching the bottom of her shoes. Summer Wanning's heart skipped a beat, her body swayed. She quickly retracted her bow, holding onto the tree trunk to stabilize herself. The two hyenas were very clever. They saw the opportunity and started attacking, biting continuously. The position where Summer Wanning was standing wasn't high, and several times, the hyena's claws almost brushed against her shoes. She looked up, grasped a higher branch with both hands, and planned to climb up a little further. However, crack! Above her head, the sound of a branch breaking. Beneath her feet, the sharp fangs of the hyenas. Chapter 90, Who is he? Thanks to her recent frequent tree climbing, Summer Wanning reacted in 0.01 seconds, using both hands and feet to grab onto the tree trunk. The hyena under the tree made another big leap. Perhaps the heavens were helping her, as one of its back legs stepped on the trap Summer Wanning had set. This greatly affected its jump. The hyena's body tilted, and its claws barely caught onto Summer Wanning's pants. SSSSH. The sound made Summer Wanning's face turn red. She held onto the tree trunk and climbed up a bit more using both her hands and feet. You shameless hyena! If you dare to touch my butt, I'll chop your claws off. Summer Wanning, like a koala, hung on the tree. Due to some unspeakable reasons, she quickly returned to her previous position. The hyena that fell into the trap had already been dealt with by the sharp spikes. There was only one left under the tree. Summer Wanning once again aimed at it with her bow and shot 3 arrows. One missed, one grazed its spine, and the last one pierced its hind leg. The hyena whimpered and howled, actually tucking its tail between its legs and running away. Summer Wanning immediately shot an arrow to pursue it, and this arrow hit its behind directly. The hyena let out another cry, but it didn't stop running. There were too many obstacles in the woods. Summer Wanning aimed twice but lost the target. She touched her outer pants that had been pulled out of line, but still decided to pursue the hyena. After all, no one could see. She climbed down the tree, casually collecting the bodies of the 2 hyenas, and started chasing after the escaping hyena. Soon, the seriously injured hyena appeared in Summer Wanning's sight. It turned its head, its eyes glowing green, glaring at her, and let out its final scream of life. A chill brushed against Summer Wanning's neck. She turned around and looked, and behind her were dozens of hyenas. A large mass of black shadows densely surrounded her in a fan shape. The drool from their mouths dripped onto the ground. On their spiky heads, greedy eyes tightly stared at her. The speed boost symbol activated. Without hesitation, Summer Wanning turned and ran. The reason she had survived this far was simply because she knew when to act smart. Fight if you can, run if you can't. The hyena pack howled and chased relentlessly. In the last second of the speed boost, Summer Wanning burst out of the dense forest. Ahead of her was a monster about 5 meters tall. A giant monster, its form unclear, seemingly made of many broken parts pieced together, Task 3's Forest King. On the left, the big white rabbit jumped out. Beautiful girl, did you steal my thing? Otherwise, how could my soul be with you? The big rabbit said passionately. I don't know where your soul is, but mine seems to be on the verge of being lost. On the right, the furious mama bear appeared, stumbling with her cub, angrily walking toward her. Ah roar! Oh ho! Another group is coming. Hiss 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 hiss. Many little snakes crawled on the ground, moving to the rhythm. Are you the square dance army? Why are you everywhere? Seeing that she was already surrounded, Xia Wanning decided to fight to the death. She shouted at the big rabbit, help me block the hyenas, I'll be your girlfriend. The big rabbit's eyes lit up, and with a whoosh, it jumped between Xia Wanning and the hyenas. A true gentleman would never let a lady get hurt. The big rabbit kicked out with its strong legs, blocking the first hyena for Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning slithered away like a snake, avoiding the hyena's encirclement, while shouting to Bear Mom. The hyenas want to eat your child. Look, they're drooling. Several hyenas stared blankly at Bear Mom, with a few drops of saliva falling. The little bear, scared, cried out with a woof dot. Bear Mom roared and charged at the hyena pack. Then, Xia Wanning used the giant snake transformation card, leading the hyenas straight into the snake swarm. The snake swarm stopped dancing. They were now preparing to fight. Using the giant snake transformation card, Xia Wanning dashed through the snake swarm, successfully escaping the hyenas' encirclement, while conveniently taking 3 hyenas down. The big chaos had already started. Xia Wanning, in her giant snake form, arrived at the monster's feet and spiraled up. Is this big monster burnt? Why does it smell so burnt? Could it be a collection of forest animal corpses? Thinking along the way, Xia Wanning reached the monster's neck and wrapped her snake body tightly around it. The monster let out a meaningless roar, clumsily raising its hand to grab her. Xia Wanning tightened her grip, but she didn't feel the monster's pulse. Before the monster's hand reached her, she quickly let go, sliding down to its armpit.
3 minutes soon passed.
Xia Wanning clung to the monster's lumps and bumps, reaching its back, where she took out the crescent blade and began digging. The monster roared and swung its arms but could never reach her. Xia Wanning had dug a hole in the monster's back, but there was no blood or flesh inside, just a mess of flesh and garbage. This really was a combination monster, made up of countless bits of flesh and junk. Feeling something, Xia Wanning looked up and saw the poetic lion on the cliff, looking at the sky.
Mist has lost the tower, the moon confuses the fairy. Xia Wanning shouted at the poetic lion. This line indeed caught the attention of the poetic lion. It lowered its head, thought for a moment, then stood up and shouted, "What's the next line?"
"You help me defeat this big monster, and I'll tell you."
Xia Wanning was violently tossed by the monster, dizzy and disoriented.
She clung to the hole she dug, preventing herself from being thrown away.
The poetic lion jumped down from the cliff in a few steps. The big monster couldn't reach Xia Wanning and couldn't shake her off, so it furiously charged toward the cliff.
Xia Wanning shouted, "If I die, no one will tell you the answer." She let go and leaped toward the poetic lion.
The poetic lion soared into the air and steadied Xia Wanning on its broad back. To higher ground.
I need a vantage point for my archery. Xia Wanning grabbed the poetic lion's mane.
The poetic lion turned and took Xia Wanning to the middle of the mountain on the right side.
Xia Wanning stood on the lion's back and took out the starfall bow. Below the cliff, the big rabbit fought 3 hyenas, not missing a single strike. Bear Mom's family swung their arms fiercely, releasing all the anxiety and anger of raising children. The snake swarm, relying on their long-standing teamwork, tightly coiled around the hyenas, leaving them powerless. Xia Wanning took the large tree branches she had collected earlier, lit them with a match, and placed them on the starfall bough. A burst of golden-red flames erupted from the bow, condensing into a streamlined fire arrow at the tip. The swirling red-golden flames, carrying tiny sparks, shot through the sky like a streak of golden-red light.
The long arrow firmly pierced the monster's heart, and the fire exploded. The golden-red flames instantly spread. The big monster howled, desperately trying to beat out the flames on its body.
When the flames were put out, its chest was almost burned through.
Its shoulders dropped, filling the empty space.
During this time, Xia Wanning burned its head and its legs.
So the huge monster appeared even more bizarre.
The much-shrunken, bizarre-looking monster wildly lunged at the rock wall. From within the wall, a spatula stretched out. It hastily grabbed something off the spatula and shoved it into its mouth, eating while its body quickly began to recover. Xia Wanning stared carefully, a chill running down her spine.
Why did that spatula and the charred block in the monster's hand look so familiar? Who was the one feeding it from the wall? Chapter 91, Call of Thunder.
A terrifying thought crept in, but she decided not to dwell on it.
Xia Wanning shot a few more arrows, severely hindering the monster's development.
So, in the middle of its frantic eating, it angrily pounded its chest. Some unknown objects fell from its body and were quickly devoured by the hyenas nearby.
The next second, the hyena's body miraculously grew larger. What did they eat? Xia Wanning almost cried in despair.
The battle below the cliff was getting dire, with the hyenas constantly eating, growing larger, and the balance of victory slowly tipping in their favor. The monster's body would burn away part of itself, but after each meal, it would regenerate a portion. Xia Wanning could no longer bear it and finally shouted, "Stop feeding it!" After the shout, she froze, as the scene from the kitchen before she left suddenly flashed before her eyes. That distant voice, unclear at the time, now seemed to be saying "Wei." And just now, she had shouted, "Stop feeding it."
So, while I am here struggling with the monster and hyenas, is another version of me fighting with the chef in the small kitchen inside the cliff? Is it another me who keeps feeding the monster for the wind chime, making things harder for me now?
What is this called? A cycle of causality? The price of greed?
What should I do about the road ahead? One wrong step, and could I end up raising the very monster that will eventually kill me? Why are you in a daze?
Were you thinking of the next line of the poem? The poet lion asked, puzzled.
Xia Wanning snapped back to her senses.
A long time ago, someone discovered that we could enter different time periods in the same instance, so meeting myself should not be that hard to understand. Since entering this survival game, the word science has long been irrelevant to me. Every day, every moment, surviving in the bizarre instance has drained all my energy. If I continue hesitating, I might not even get the chance to raise anything. I'll just die silently in some corner unknown to anyone. So, I'll live as I please, and do my best. I may not help the killer grow, but I will make myself stronger.
The cycle of causality.
I am my cause, and I am also my effect.
It's nothing. Its snacks are finished, and no one will feed it anymore.
Xia Wanning gathered her spirits and shot another arrow. The monster's left arm ignited in flames, and it clumsily swatted at the air. When it lunged at the rock wall again, there was no spatula coming out. "How did you know?" the poet lion asked curiously. "It's a secret." Xia Wanning fired several arrows in quick succession, and the monster's size rapidly shrank. Just as Xia Wanning thought this instance would finally end, the monster suddenly let out a strange roar. The giant hyenas froze when they heard the sound, ignoring the attacks landing on them. They stiffly walked toward the monster, one step at a time, before pouncing on it. When Xia Wanning shot her next arrow, the monster suddenly swung its now incredibly agile arm, swatting the arrow away. The giant hyenas had completed their sacrifice. The monster grew even larger. What was worse, it had gained the agility of the hyenas. The surrounding hyenas, unable to snatch the food, were unaffected for now. They let out a whine and, surprisingly, with their tails between their legs, dashed into the dense forest. User is a top best-selling novel translation expert. It ran away. The snakes hissed sharply, like the sound of a retreating horn. They turned in unison, prepared, and then they all darted out, vanishing without a trace. The three bear mothers had already run towards their cubs when the large hyenas began their sacrifice. They avoided the hyenas' massive figures, grabbed their cubs, and swiftly ran on all fours. A mother is a mother. On ordinary days, she might say looking after the cubs is tiring and bothersome, but when there's real danger, she'll risk her life to save them. While Summer Waning was crazily shooting arrows, her thoughts momentarily drifted. "Oh beautiful girl, I think we are not suited for each other. Let's break up." The big rabbit panicked and saluted Summer Waning, kicking its long legs and jumping into the dense forest. "I don't find poetry interesting anymore. I prefer writing lyrics now." "I don't want your answer, take care." The poetic lion shook its back, and Summer Waning leaped, landing on the ground. Then the poetic lion shook its mane, leaped up the cliff, and disappeared. Below the cliff, the upgraded, flexible big monster that had completed the fusion under Summer Waning's concentrated archery attack had just been freshly made. It was no longer in human form but had turned into a quadruped, a giant hyena standing 5 meters tall. It rushed quickly toward the cliff where Summer Waning stood. Summer Waning aimed at its forehead, raised her hand, and shot an arrow, the red-tailed arrow cutting through the air. But the hyena seemed to have predicted her move. Its thick front legs twisted, and its massive body slid sideways by half a meter. The fire arrow brushed past its shoulder, scorching a few patches of black, but it didn't care about this slight damage. With a loud boom, the giant hyena crashed violently into the rock wall. Summer Waning was already struggling to maintain her balance on the narrow platform in the middle of the cliff. At that moment, the platform beneath her feet cracked. In the instant it shattered completely, Summer Waning retracted her starfall and the crescent blade appeared. She plunged the blade into the cliff and hung herself in midair. The giant hyena opened its mouth below the cliff. It was waiting for Summer Waning to lose her grip and fall into its giant abyssal mouth, merging into one with it. Summer Waning hung on the rock with one hand and took out a transformation symbol with the other. In the blink of an eye, the large Summer Waning disappeared, and a small, nimble bird flapped its wings into existence. Summer Waning flapped her wings and flew to the top of the cliff, returning to her human form. She opened her backpack and checked the usage guide for the Thunder Strike Experience Voucher. Thunder Strike Experience Voucher, the point where the voucher lands is where lightning will strike. Directly above the head, it's effective. Sounds good. Summer Waning took out her starfall and placed the voucher on the bowstring, aiming at the giant hyena below the cliff, still howling wildly. The sky seemed to darken a bit, with thin, streaky clouds beginning to gather. She pulled the bowstring back. The clouds flashed with lightning, and deep, thunderous sounds rolled. She aimed at her target. The dark clouds above her head were charging, ready to strike. With the lightning bolt shooting out with the arrow from the Thunder Strike voucher, a huge lightning bolt tore through the clouds, following it. It struck the giant hyena's massive body at the same time the arrow hit it, and the hyena howled to the sky, screaming non-stop. One thunderclap after another followed, striking the hyena repeatedly. The smell of burnt flesh slowly spread. The dark clouds in the air seemed still unsatisfied, spinning, gathering, condensing, turning into a giant arrow with crackling energy inside, aiming at the hyena and diving downward. Chapter 92, Reliable Second Master. With a huge boom, accompanied by the hyena's brief cry, smoke and dust rose from the base of the cliff. Summer Waning squinted, waving her hand to disperse the scattered dust in front of her. When the dust cleared, she looked around, only to see a mess at the bottom of the cliff. The giant hyena had vanished, leaving only chunks of blackened remains scattered everywhere. In the middle of these chunks was a purple treasure chest, quietly waiting for its owner. To prevent the big monster from resurrecting again, Xia Wanning placed a bunch of branches next to her and summoned the parrot once again. "Caw. I just got home. Just home. Why am I saying again? Answer me. Why am I saying again?" The parrot screamed in despair. Xia Wanning took out 3 bananas again, and when the parrot's eyes became clear at the sight of them, she said, "Go find the camel, the one that was with me when you first saw me, tell him he can go home now." The parrot grabbed the bananas and wobbled into the sky. Xia Wanning lit the dry branches, drew her bow, and shot arrows, igniting the black blocks on the ground one by one. As the scattered flames on the ground burned out, Xia Wanning took a detour, struggling to climb down the cliff, and opened the treasure chest. Heartthrob petal, stick it on someone, and they will fall in love with you uncontrollably. Don't stick it on me, ugly refusal. Defense capsule, durability 3 points, can withstand 3 attacks. There may be more than 3 people who want to punch you. Picture frame, hang it on the wall, and you will become part of the scenery in the picture. Wow! A scary painting. Not bad. Xia Wanning satisfiedly put away the items, stretched her arms, planning to go home, and then, she belatedly realized she seemed to not know the way back. Forget it, I'll just ask along the way. Xia Wanning casually picked a direction. Where are you planning to go? A familiar voice sounded. Xia Wanning turned around in surprise, and behind her was the messy-haired second master camel. Second master? Didn't I tell the parrot to tell you to go home? Why are you here? Xia Wanning jogged over in surprise. I went home, then waited for you for half a month? I don't have that much patience. Second master tilted his head and said, "Get on, you're walking too slowly." Second master slowly bent down, and Xia Wanning happily climbed onto his back. She was really tired, it was so nice not to have to walk. Xia Wanning thought contentedly. Once she steadied herself on second master's hump, a wet wipe appeared in her hand. Then, second master's voice echoed in her mind. Wipe your face, did you go digging coal? Xia Wanning wiped her face, and the wet wipe instantly turned half black. Wow! So dirty. Second master, let me tell you, this instance is crazy. I met a snake that made me learn to dance, a tree dance. Can you believe it? And there's more ridiculous stuff. That super greasy rabbit and the lion who loves reciting poems, this lion is called Poem Lion, and the big monster. Wow! This is really crazy. Do you remember my last instance? That mysterious customer. Xia Wanning excitedly described her strange experiences along the way on second master's back, waving her hands. Second master quietly listened, occasionally making a pulu sound in response. The sun gradually moved above their heads, then slowly began to tilt down, and the wind turned from hot to cool. Second master steadily carried the chattering Xia Wanning. They passed by Nini's newly settled home, the cliff where Poem Lion was deep in thought, the still angry mama bear with her cubs, the rabbit confessing to the parrot, and the cheerful snake party. Facing the setting sun, they finally returned to the elevator door. Xia Wanning nimbly jumped off second master's back, turned around to look, and saw Poem Lion hesitating not far away, as if wanting to ask something but feeling a bit embarrassed. The peach blossom source is nowhere to be found. Xia Wanning cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted at Poem Lion, "The mist obscures the tower, the moon hides the river crossing, and the peach blossom source is nowhere to be found. Also, this is not a poem, it's a Song Dynasty lyric. It's perfectly normal if you can't recite it." After saying that, Xia Wanning hurriedly grabbed second master and dashed into the corridor. Poem Lion, not far away, kept chewing on those 2 lines, his eyes growing brighter. Song Dynasty lyrics, not bad at all. Back at the long-missed dormitory, Xia Wanning rushed straight into the bathroom. Second master placed all the items they had collected in the middle of the room. The lemon-scented shower gel couldn't wait to be squeezed into the bathroom. Wow! Second master, you're reliable. Summer Wanning said, wiping her hair, looking at the ground covered with branches, wild fruits, herbs, and 5 or 6 treasure chests, happily spinning in place. She stopped wiping her hair and crouched down on the ground, opening each treasure chest one by one. Beef hot pot base. Towels. Hats. Bowls and chopsticks. Chips. Rice crust. Wow. 1,000 points. I'm going to be rich. Summer Wanning counted the points on her fingers. She had 400 in savings, the task gave her 2,300, and she just got 1,000 from the treasure chests. Wow, she had a total of 3,700 points now. Then she put the extra supplies, like most of the firewood, wild fruits, herbs, and snacks she didn't like, and hats she couldn't carry, on the shelf. She scattered another 200 or so points in the process. Finally, she divided the hyena's body, selling the teeth, fur, and meat separately. Soon, she earned another 300 points. She used up quite a few items this trip, but fortunately gained a lot too, so it shouldn't be considered a loss. After counting her supplies, Summer Wanning happily started the fire and boiled water, planning to enjoy a delicious hot pot meal. She used the accelerated fertilizer to hasten the growth of the little cabbage and spinach, and took out beef rolls, hot pot balls, sausages, mushrooms, and noodles. She also made herself and second master a cup of rich honey water, and Summer Wanning eagerly stared at the big pot in front of her with her grumbling stomach.
It smells pretty good, what are you making? Second master walked over with a lemon scent all over him. Hot pot. So delicious. Too bad you can't eat, but I've already washed the apples and carrots for you, planted new grass, and made honey water. Summer Wanning pushed the food in front of second master. Second master nodded in satisfaction and ate hot pot with Summer Wanning, accompanied by apples. Hiss. So spicy. So fragrant. So delicious.
Summer Wanning ate with excitement, but couldn't stop herself. The heat turned her face red, and the food warmed her stomach. The soft, big bed drove away her fatigue. Late at night, second master turned his head and sniffed himself. The lemon scent couldn't beat the hot pot smell, and now second master had become a walking beef oil spicy hot pot base.
Put.
He shook his head in dissatisfaction, looked at Summer Wanning who was sprawled out on the bed, and gave up on confronting her.
Forget it, I'll make her buy me a bottle of lavender scent tomorrow. I saw her put one away last time.
With that thought, second master buried his head under his arm, smelling the hot pot scent, and fell asleep.
Chapter 93, Exploring the Sanatorium. Aren't you going to rest a bit?
In the morning, while Summer Wanning was packing her things, second master asked.
No, I just checked the public screen.
Everyone is working hard, and the district-wide trading will start soon, so I'll bring more things back to sell to them. Summer Wanning packed her essential supplies and arrived at the elevator right on time.
I'm random today, so it might not suit you. The time arrived, and Summer Wanning was assigned to the 14th floor. The notebook told her this was the hospital floor.
Summer Wanning took a sharp breath, quickly opened the store, bought 3 protective charms, a peachwood sword, and at the last second, jumped into the hallway, shouting goodbye to second master. The elevator was bright as daylight at 8 a.m., but the hallway was still old and dim, though across the hallway seemed even darker, not a single ray of light. Summer Wanning was already on high alert, with a flashlight in her left hand and a crescent blade in her right, nervously listening to the system announcement.
The task has been refreshed, please check the game panel.
1. Task 1, do not go out of character.
Task reward, mall points times 500. Current progress 0/1. What do all those stars mean? If you want to hide something, just hide it properly. Why all the stars? Summer Wanning was speechless, and even more nervous.
This was the first time a task had been hidden, and she wasn't sure how to trigger the subsequent tasks.
The hospital's copy, could there be ghosts? With anxiety and unease, Xia Wanning stepped lightly, sneaking out into the corridor. Yilan Lan, why are you so late?
Just now in the corridor, a girl impatiently tugged Xia Wanning's arm. Uncertain about the situation, Xia Wanning didn't dare to respond and scanned her surroundings.
It must be late at night now, the moon covered by clouds, only a faint, hazy light shining through. The air was slightly cool, likely the end of spring or the beginning of summer.
They were outside a fence, probably in the hospital's main area.
Were they visiting a patient? But visiting at this late hour, would the hospital still allow it? Lan Lan. Don't be afraid, once we go in, make sure to take lots of footage. If we capture the secret of this sanatorium, we'll all definitely get promoted.
A man, short and thin, with glasses perched on acne scars, shoved a phone into Xia Wanning's hand, speaking excitedly.
Don't hold us back. I told you not to bring her. She's so scared, what's she even doing here?
The girl who had tugged her arm earlier spoke impatiently. Mei Qing, don't say that, although Lan Lan is timid, short, and weak, I'll protect her.
Otherwise, if we all get promoted, what will she do all alone?
The acne-scarred man, Zhou Mingyuan, came to Xia Wanning's side and placed his hand on her shoulder. Xia Wanning felt goosebumps cover her body, her fingers twitching, longing to chop off his hand with a knife.
Mingyuan, you're showing off again.
Lan Lan is tall, thin, and pretty.
She could be a star, not just a reporter. You really don't need to worry.
A taller boy with gold-rimmed glasses, Sun Bowen, laughed.
Sun Bowen, you sweet talker.
If you keep saying that, Lan Lan will really believe it, Zhou Mingyuan quickly interrupted.
By the way, Haozi, has the security guard left yet?
The chubby boy, Wang Haoyu, who had been peeking at the fence, turned around, nervously biting his nails.
They're gone. But, are we really going in? What if we get caught? Wang Haoyu, you're braver than a needle's point. Hurry up, we're going in.
Sun Meiqing rolled her eyes, impatiently pushing Wang Haoyu.
Let's go.
The group started to stack up, climbing over the fence. Xia Wanning stood in place, stunned by the news she just received. It seemed like they were interns, sneaking in to film the secrets of this sanatorium to get promoted.
Middle of the night, sanatorium, secrets. Lan Lan. Hurry up.
Zhou Mingyuan, perched on the railing, reached out his hand to Xia Wanning. Actually, Xia Wanning could easily climb over herself, but from the conversation, this Lan didn't seem as nimble. To maintain her character, Xia Wanning had no choice but to suppress her disgust and extend her hand to Zhou Mingyuan. After successfully climbing over the fence, Xia Wanning discreetly wiped her palms on her clothes. Here. The back door is this way. Sun Bowen opened the door and whispered to the group. They quickly and silently entered one by one. Inside, the temperature seemed to drop a few more degrees. Xia Wanning rubbed her arms, quietly placing the protective charm in her pocket. There are 5 of us, it's too noticeable, we should split up. Lan, go with Mingyuan. Haozi, you and Mei Qing go together. I'll go alone. Sun Bowen arranged the plan. The first floor has the payment area, cafeteria, and examination rooms. I'll check the first floor, you guys go upstairs. Remember, take lots of pictures. After Sun Bowen finished speaking, everyone quickly scattered, crouching down. Not daring to take the elevator, they snuck into the stairwell. The light in the stairwell didn't turn on, whether it was broken or something else, they had to feel their way up in the dark. Lan and I will search the second floor. Zhou Mingyuan grabbed Xia Wanning's wrist, opening the door to the second floor slightly. He looked around, making sure no one was there, and then pulled her out. Sun Meiqing grunted unhappily and turned to go upstairs. The hallway was very dark, and there was only one dim yellow light far ahead, struggling to cast a few rays of light above. The doors of the hospital rooms on both sides were tightly closed, and the nurse's station was empty. Zhou Mingyuan took out his phone and started filming, while Xia Wanqing casually pulled her wrist out of his grasp. Zhou Mingyuan hunched over, holding his phone up like an intruder in a village, with Xia Wanqing following behind him, snapping a couple of random photos. Cough, cough. A loud coughing sound echoed, and Zhou Mingyuan almost fell to the ground, scrambling and rolling toward the staircase. Xia Wanqing looked at his back, not following him. This was a great chance to get rid of him, only a fool would follow. Xia Wanqing turned around and ran toward the nurse's station. The light above the nurse's station became slightly brighter, probably intentionally replaced so they could properly handle medical orders and other documents. Now the nurse was nowhere to be found, and only a pile of medication slips that Xia Wanqing couldn't understand were scattered on the counter. Xia Wanqing casually grabbed a file and squatted under the desk to read it. It was an elderly patient's file, listing basic information, admission date, medical history, etc. Everything seemed normal, and there were no so-called death-seeking intern's secrets. Lan, where did you run off to? Zhou Mingyuan's hoarse voice echoed from a distance, and Xia Wanqing sighed helplessly, feeling like she wanted to knock him out. Afraid his shouting would attract the nurse's attention, Xia Wanqing had no choice but to go out, but just then, she heard footsteps, soft footsteps, not belonging to Zhou Mingyuan. Chapter 94, Sister Chang wants to stab someone. Xia Wanqing immediately shrank back, placing the file on her lap, lifting the chair with both hands and pulling it in front of her, then gently setting it down to block her body. The footsteps grew closer, one step after another, moving slowly from not too far away. The sound came closer and closer to the nurse's station, and soon Xia Wanqing even heard the rustling of fabric. She shrank her shoulders and held her breath. The footsteps stopped, right opposite the desk, separated from Xia Wanqing by only a thin layer of tabletop. There was the sound of pages flipping, as if someone was searching for something. Xia Wanqing's fingers gripping the file tightened slightly. What could they be looking for? It wouldn't be the file I'm holding, would it? Suddenly, the sound of flipping pages stopped. Then, a hoarse voice, rough like sandpaper rubbing together, slowly emerged, as if muttering to oneself, the medication for room 301 should be taken now. Upon hearing these words, Xia Wanqing's pupils contracted in shock. At this moment, she didn't dare open the file, but she remembered clearly that she had seen the record in the file. No way. But the nurse didn't continue searching the files. She turned and walked into the medication room, the door clicking shut behind her. Hearing the door close, Xia Wanqing immediately crawled out from under the desk and scanned the area. For now, there seemed to be no danger. While putting the file back in place, Xia Wanqing quickly flipped through the patient files on the counter, but she didn't see another file labeled 301. What's going on? Did the nurse take it? If there wasn't a second copy, why didn't she look for it? Xia Wanqing was a bit confused. She glanced at the medication room and almost wanted to peek through the window. Lan. Stop calling. I'm here. Xia Wanqing pushed open the stairwell door, and the iron door brushed past Zhou Mingyuan's nose. Where did you go? I was so worried. Zhou Mingyuan pulled Xia Wanqing over, hurriedly closing the door behind him, speaking urgently. Just now someone coughed, and when I turned around, you were gone. I was wondering. Xia Wanqing retorted. Hey, I didn't expect you to not keep up. Zhou Mingyuan said quietly. You run faster than a rabbit, who can keep up with you? Xia Wanning impatiently pulled her hand away and said. All right, hubby was wrong, come on, give me a kiss. Zhou Mingyuan pouted and leaned in. Under the light of the phone, Zhou Mingyuan's face looked even more terrifying than a monster. Xia Wanning's pupils trembled. She leaned back, and the crescent-shaped blade appeared in her fingers. As it barely touched Zhou Mingyuan's neck, she quickly pulled it back. She pressed her palm against Zhou Mingyuan's shoulder and blurted out, "Get lost." Zhou Mingyuan froze, confused, and said, "What's wrong with you? You never acted like this before?" The task panel popped up automatically for the first time. The task 1 turned red and started flashing. Xia Wanning almost ground her teeth to dust. She tightly clenched her fist and controlled her voice as she said, "I almost got scared to death just now. It's so terrifying here, and you're still thinking about this, it's too much." Zhou Mingyuan laughed when he heard it. "I told you, you're scared of everything. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a bunch of old people with no one caring for them, and secrets, what's so secretive about a few old things dying? We can just snap some photos, go back, make up a story, and that's how we get promoted." The flashing of task 1 stopped, the red color faded, and the panel disappeared automatically. Xia Wanning breathed a slight sigh of relief, then stepped back unnoticeably and asked, "Making up stories can get us promoted?" "TCH, that depends on who's making the story. If I make it up, my uncle will approve it, won't he? The photos we took today were just to shut people up. If there were any real secrets, we wouldn't have been able to find them." Zhou Mingyuan said proudly. "Don't tell the other 3 about this, let them keep looking for secrets. When we get promoted, I'll take you along." Zhou Mingyuan reached out with a pampering smile, intending to pinch Xia Wanning's nose. Xia Wanning pretended to sneeze softly, naturally dodging it. Zhou Mingyuan, of course, didn't feel anything wrong. He continued to speak in a greasy tone, "Your husband is so good to you, aren't you going to shut him up?" After saying that, he pouted at Xia Wanning again. Xia Wanning, holding back the nausea churning in her stomach, took out the acting skills she used when joking with Tong Tong and said shyly, "Oh, stop it. By the way, I just saw a nurse, she said she's going to give the patient in bed 3 some medicine. It's so late, why are they still taking medicine?" Xia Wanning knew very well that taking medicine at the nursing home at night was a normal procedure, but in order to change the subject, she had no choice but to make small talk. "What's the big deal? A bunch of old people who aren't going to live forever, how can they survive without medicine?" Zhou Mingyuan said lazily. "What about us?" Xia Wanning asked. "Let's go, I've recorded it just now. It's just a formality. We'll head to the back door and meet up with them." Zhou Mingyuan tried to put his arm around Xia Wanning's shoulder, but Xia Wanning stepped down the stairs ahead of him, pretending to be scared and said, "Let's go quickly, this place is too terrifying. TCH, women are always scared. I'm the only one who doesn't mind you." Zhou Mingyuan said smugly, hands in his pockets. Xia Wanning and Zhou Mingyuan arrived first at the back door and waited for a long time before Lu Meiqing and Wang Haoyu showed up. "Where's Bowen?" Lu Meiqing immediately asked. "Who knows? We've been waiting for half an hour and still haven't seen him." Zhou Mingyuan said impatiently. "Did he leave already? Let's go back too, this place is too scary." Wang Haoyu said while hugging his arms, shivering. "No. Bowen hasn't come back, we can't leave." Lu Meiqing immediately rebutted. "Let's wait a little longer. Maybe Bowen got some huge, earth-shattering news. If he does, our promotion depends on him." Zhou Mingyuan muttered, deliberately making eye contact with Xia Wanning and saying. The group waited for over half an hour, standing, then squatting, and finally sitting on the ground against the wall. Bowen still hadn't returned. During that time, they took turns calling him, but no one answered. "Let's go look for him, I'm worried," Lu Meiqing said anxiously. "Ha? No need, Bowen is grown up, he won't." Wang Haoyu said nervously, biting his nails. "Wang Haoyu, are you even a friend? Bowen is so nice to you," Lu Meiqing said angrily. But. Alright, go take a look around. We came together, it's not quite right if you leave first." Zhou Mingyuan patted the dust off his pants and said. They pushed open the stairwell door and looked at the empty hall on the first floor. Still splitting into 2 groups, they went left and right to search for people, agreeing to meet up in half an hour no matter what, even if they didn't find anyone, and not to stay longer. Xia Wanning and the others headed right. After walking a few steps, they saw a door slightly ajar. Xia Wanning looked up and saw the words "therapy room" on the door. Damn! That son of a bitch, Sun Bowen, he wouldn't have fallen asleep in that room, would he? Zhou Mingyuan said, pushing open the door of the room. Chapter 95, Task 2 Refresh. The moment the door was pushed open, the smell of disinfectant mixed with the warm scent of medicinal oils hit them. The old red-painted wooden floor was polished to a shine,
but the edges were curling up, creaking with each step. In the center of the room, 4 iron frame therapy beds were set up, with blue and white striped sheets that had turned gray from washing, but neatly laid out. In the dim light, they inexplicably reminded one of a morgue. Several therapy machines were placed against the wall, appearing like several people with their heads lowered in the dim light. Zhou Mingyuan was startled by the therapy machines and blurted out, "What the hell?" his body visibly shaking. Feeling embarrassed, he consciously puffed up his chest and stepped forward into the room first. "Don't be scared, baby, I'll protect you. This is a therapy machine. It didn't frighten you, did it?" Zhou Mingyuan said in a deliberately light tone. Xia Wanning couldn't help herself and rolled her eyes. Recently, she had been rolling her eyes a lot, and even though she tried to control it, she failed again. "Come on, take a picture, let me see if these therapy machines are all past their usage date." Zhou Mingyuan took out his phone, snapping pictures while fiddling with the therapy machine. No one knew what he touched, but suddenly the light on the therapy machine turned on, emitting an orange-red glow. As the light swept across, a shadow flashed by the door. Xia Wanning followed the movement with her gaze but only saw a clothes rack by the door. On the clothes rack, there was a white lab coat hanging, looking like a person standing. "Ah! Who's there?" Xia Wanning pretended to be scared and took 2 steps back, whispering as she pointed at the door. As expected, Zhou Mingyuan fell for it. He looked up, his pupils shrank, and his legs went soft as if he was about to collapse. Xia Wanning dodged backwards, letting him kneel on the ground while she reached out to steady the therapy machine that Zhou Mingyuan had knocked over, and casually turned off the light. "Mingyuan, who's that? I'm so scared." Xia Wanning squatted down, holding her chest, her acting skills in full display. At this moment, they were squatting and kneeling, their field of view lowered, blocked by the therapy beds, unable to see the door. But at times like this, not being able to see was the most terrifying. "Mingyuan, do you think it's coming closer? Do you hear that? Could it be footsteps?" Xia Wanning's tone trembled, but her face held a mischievous smile. At the same time, she lightly tapped the tip of her foot, creating almost inaudible footsteps. "Ha, ha!" Zhou Mingyuan panted, making a ha-ha sound from his throat. "Mingyuan, you'll protect me, right? Go check, please," Xia Wanning said in a frantic tone. Zhou Mingyuan's gaze was fixed on the floor near the therapy bed, afraid that a pair of feet would appear there, but he didn't want to reveal his fear, so he stubbornly held on. Taking this opportunity, Xia Wanning quickly observed the therapy room. Task 2 and Task 3 had not refreshed yet, but since the theme of the 14th floor was a hospital, she guessed that Task 2 might involve finding the secret of the rehabilitation center, so she decided to keep an eye on things and stay prepared. But the problem was, everything seemed too normal. The sheets were clean, without any brown bloodstains. There were no scratch marks under the bed, only old dirt in the cracks on the floor. The therapy machines were old, but still just ordinary equipment. Phew! Lan, you're just scaring yourself. It's just a clothes rack. Look at how scared you got. Zhou Mingyuan finally gathered his courage, peeked around, and then he relaxed, deliberately standing up in a carefree manner while kindly helping Summer Waning to her feet. "Ah. Really?" Summer Waning retracted her gaze from scanning the surroundings and followed Zhou Mingyuan toward the door. "You're about to turn a year older, and still this timid? That's not gonna do." Zhou Mingyuan kept mumbling as he stepped out first. Summer Waning fell a step behind, pulling out her work ID from under her white coat and glancing at it. Gu Genoa, Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation Department, attending physician. In the middle left of the photo section, a middle-aged man with a square face was staring at her seriously and indifferently against a blue background. Summer Waning's fingers lightly clenched, and the ID slipped back into her pocket as she stepped forward to catch up with Zhou Mingyuan. Passing by several departments, Zhou Mingyuan didn't go inside, but quickly scanned the rooms before hurrying away. Until they reached the emergency room door. The door to the emergency room was closed, but inside, the sound of machines running could be heard, beep. "So late, and there's still someone in there?" Summer Waning glanced at the dim lobby, where only the emergency lights were still on. Thinking back along the way, aside from a few reckless people, there hadn't been anyone around. The person in the emergency room might not necessarily be a human. The sound was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Zhou Mingyuan's tightly wound nerves finally snapped. His face turned pale, and a drop of sweat as big as a bean slid down his forehead. He leaned against the wall, stumbled 2 steps, and finally gathered his legs to run toward the meeting point. To avoid breaking his persona, Summer Waning had no choice but to follow along. When they came back, they bumped into Lu Meiqing and Wang Haoyu, who were also pale, looking just as battered. Among the group, Summer Waning was in the best condition. She was scared too, terrified even, but at least she had experience with Xiaoyu and DNI, and she still had quite a few tools on her, which put her in a better position compared to these few who had nothing and were just blindly rushing in. Summer Waning lowered her head, hiding her fairly normal expression.
Let's go. Someone over there is doing an ECG, just repeating it over and over again, not looking at the results, not saying anything. What are they doing an ECG for at this hour? This hospital is really strange. Let's go. Wang Haoyu anxiously bit his finger, almost crying as he spoke. No. We haven't found Bowen yet. This place is strange, isn't that a sign that Bowen might be in danger? Lu Meiqing said with a pale face, her big eyes filled with fear, yet she still refused to leave. Well, Bowen might have just missed us. He probably thought we left and went back first. Let's go back to the dorm and check. If he's not there, we'll come back tomorrow during the day. Zhou Mingyuan suggested. Lu Meiqing reluctantly pursed her lips, took out her phone, and dialed again, but still no one answered. Let's go first. Bowen's phone might be dead. Let's go back and figure it out. Zhou Mingyuan said, pushing open the back door and stepping outside. Summer Wanning glanced at Lu Meiqing, who was still obsessively dialing, and then turned to follow Zhou Mingyuan. Wang Haoyu couldn't wait any longer and immediately followed, afraid of being left behind. The group sneaked to the railing. Wang Haoyu was the first to leap up, scrambling to climb over. Zhou Mingyuan also grabbed the railing and tried to climb up. As for Summer Wanning, she suddenly closed her eyes and sighed, resigned to her fate. No other reason, but Task 2 had been refreshed. Task 2, uncover the secret of the sanatorium, and you must not leave before completing the task. Task reward, 800 mole points. Current progress, 0/1. You should have said it earlier. We're already at the door, how can I say I'm not leaving? Wouldn't that ruin my persona? Help! Lan. Give me your hand. Zhou Mingyuan straddled the railing and reached out to Summer Wanning. Summer Wanning clenched her fist, her mind racing at high speed. The smoke and dust rose, and the mist covered everything. I said I wanted to go to the bathroom, so could I go back? But it seemed like that wouldn't work. Maybe I should say I left something inside? But that would ruin my character setup. Why did I set up this character to be a timid and weak girl? Why? Xia Wanning thought, frustrated and helpless. Lan? Zhou Mingyuan urged, confused. Thud. Xia Wanning, who was racking her brain on how to stay naturally, suddenly got startled by the dull thud sound from beside her. Wang Haoyu? Why did you jump back? Xia Wanning asked, confused. Wang Haoyu's eyes were filled with fear, he looked around in shock, then glanced at Zhou Mingyuan, who was sitting on the railing with the same confused expression, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. No. I jumped the wrong way. Yes. I jumped the wrong way. Wang Haoyu bit his nails, muttering nervously to himself. Then he climbed back up the railing and jumped down impatiently. Thud. Xia Wanning watched Wang Haoyu fall to the ground again, and an idea came to her mind, they couldn't get out. Hey! This is good. Exactly what I want. Wang Haoyu fell to the ground, his mental defenses starting to collapse as he looked at the hospital building behind him, which now seemed like a monster with a huge abyssal mouth, the hopeless expression slowly creeping onto his face. He stumbled to his feet again, shivering, and climbed the railing once more. Thud. He fell again, landing right next to Xia Wanning. This time, he no longer struggled, hugging his knees and scooting backward, leaning against the railing and burying his head in his knees, mumbling nervously, "We can't get out. None of us can get out. We're going to die. We're all going to die." Zhou Mingyuan had long since retracted his hand, staring in shock at Wang Haoyu, who kept jumping out only to return to the hospital over and over again, his breath growing more frantic. Seeing that Wang Haoyu stopped trying, he ignored Xia Wanning and flipped over, jumping out. Thud. He also fell to the ground next to Xia Wanning, and she sidestepped to avoid him. Zhou Mingyuan stared at the surrounding environment in shock and started his own attempt. Once, twice, 3 times. Soon, there were 3 small mushrooms sitting next to Wang Haoyu, both of them hugging their knees and shivering. Xia Wanning looked coldly at these 2 weak men, then raised her eyes to see Lu Meiqing running towards them. 3 minutes later, the 3rd little mushroom was born. Xia Wanning thought about leaving these people behind. If she walked away, there would be no danger of ruining her character. But just as she took a step, Task 1 flashed a red light in front of her, with a large 2/3 appearing. Great! She remembered the last time she counted, meaning she couldn't try again. Luckily, she often joked with Tong Tong and sometimes acted out dramatic scenes, so now, it felt like she had been training her soldiers for this moment. Xia Wanning crouched down beside Zhou Mingyuan and trembled as she asked, "Mingyuan, should we go back inside? I just saw a security guard's flashlight. He might be coming to patrol soon." Zhou Mingyuan slowly lifted his head, his eyes shaking, filled with fear. He looked at Xia Wanning's panicked expression, then followed her gaze to the faint light on the side of the building. His malfunctioning brain slowly rebooted. Right, we need to go back. What if the security guard catches us? Are the security guards even human? Are they even human? Zhou Mingyuan's breathing became rapid again. Ghost. There are ghosts. There are ghosts here. Wang Haoyu suddenly lifted his head, nervously chanting. Then, he suddenly jumped up, panicking, shaking his head left and right, and then hugged his head and rushed out. Wang Haoyu. Lu Meiqing called out shakily. But Wang Haoyu didn't look back and kept running further away. Forget about him. He's just slowing us down. Something is obviously wrong here. Whether we survive or not depends on ourselves. Zhou Mingyuan said, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with a somewhat sinister expression. He stood up and walked past Xia Wanning into the building. Xia Wanning quickly followed, stepping in sync, as if afraid of being left behind. Lu Meiqing also hurried to her feet, grabbing Xia Wanning's hand. Lu Meiqing's palm was icy cold and damp, trembling slightly, clearly scared. The three of them returned to the dark stairwell on the first floor, and Lu Meiqing dialed Sun Bowen's number again, redialing when it didn't connect, redialing. Sun Bowen seemed to have become her mental pillar. Zhou Mingyuan leaned against the door, his body tense, his bloodshot eyes wide open, his fists clenched tightly. Wang Haoyu had disappeared somewhere, and Xia Wanning listened at the staircase, but there were no footsteps. Ha! Clang, thud. Lu Meiqing suddenly stared at the ground in terror. On the floor was the phone she had just thrown. Xia Wanning turned around and immediately squatted down to listen closely. On the phone, rapid breathing could be heard. Ha, huff, ha. Bo Wan? Is that you? Where are you? Lu Meiqing fell to her knees beside the phone, tears streaming down her face. Bo Wan, I've been looking for you for so long. Where did you run off to? Come back quickly, I'm so scared. Lu Meiqing held the phone, crying out. Help, people, chase, scared, me. The voice on the other end was broken and disconnected, the signal seemed poor. Scared you? Who's scaring you? Where are you? Lu Meiqing anxiously asked. No. Call the police, help, beep. On the other end, Sun Bowen suddenly let out a startled cry, followed by slow footsteps, and then the call was disconnected. Lu Meiqing was about to call back, but Xia Wanning quickly pressed down on her hand. Clearly, someone is chasing him. It doesn't look like Bo Wan hung up the phone. So, who do you think will answer if the phone is picked up again? Lu Meiqing shivered, the phone slipped from her hand, but Xia Wanning quickly reached out, firmly holding it, not letting it make any more noise. Call the police. Bo Wan said to call the police, yes. We can call the police. Lu Meiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed the phone and dialed 110. Xia Wanning didn't stop her, because she thought this call was unlikely to go through. Sure enough, there was silence on the other end, not even the usual beep-beep of an unanswered call. What's going on? Did my phone break? Lan, let me borrow your phone, mine's broken. Xia Wanning casually handed her phone over, but the result was still the same. Lu Meiqing finally couldn't hold it anymore, she curled up in the corner, pressing her mouth tightly, crying silently in pain. Chapter 97, The Chase. While the two were immersed in fear, too frightened to think of anything else, Xia Wanning quietly opened the door leading to the lobby just a crack. The lobby was still silent. The nurse on duty was gone, and the security guard seemed to have disappeared as well. Xia Wanning focused and listened carefully, but there was no sound. So, where did the chase just now happen? What should we do? Lu Meiqing wiped her tears with the back of her hand, but her tears seemed endless, no matter how much she wiped. We wait here. Once daylight comes, no dark tricks will work. Zhou Mingyuan said with a nervous edge, as if his words were absolutely true just because his tone was certain enough. Lan, come here. Zhou Mingyuan called, patting the spot next to him, signaling Xia Wanning to sit. Xia Wanning's stomach twisted again. She really didn't want to sit next to him, but was worried about failing the mission if she acted out of character. As she hesitated, dragging her feet, dragging steps echoed from the stairs. Who is it? Lu Meiqing asked nervously. Shoo. Xia Wanning whispered. The footsteps were unmasked, seeming to deliberately drag on the steps, as if making sure no one would miss it. These were the footsteps of the hunter, and the prey was them. Go! Xia Wanning whispered urgently, pulling open the door and slipping into the lobby. The other two were already terrified out of their minds, and at this point, they no longer cared about the strange behavior of Yi Lan. They immediately ran out after him. Mingyuan, I'm so scared. Where can we hide, the three of us? Will we get caught? Xia Wanning asked, her voice trembling, emphasizing the three of us. Sure enough, when Zhou Mingyuan heard this, he instinctively distanced himself from them. He glanced back at the hallway and coldly replied, "Run separately, don't follow me." After saying that, Zhou Mingyuan turned and ran toward the physical therapy room where they had just hidden. Lu Meiqing had already lost her sense of direction, and when she saw Zhou Mingyuan run, she subconsciously followed him. Xia Wanning chased for a few steps, but when she saw the two of them hide in the therapy room, she quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction. Earlier on the second floor, when Zhou Mingyuan first abandoned her, the system did not determine her OC out of character, proving that being accidentally left behind and getting separated fit her character design. So, this time, she could also naturally leave the group. The stairs were no longer an option, the elevator was even more dangerous, and the first floor lobby was too open with no places to hide. Xia Wanning immediately ran into the nurse station. As she ran, she quickly gathered her hair and put it up in a low bun. When she burst into the nurse station, the sound of a door opening echoed from the stairwell. The hunter had come out. Xia Wanning grabbed a cream-colored duty coat from the chair and threw it over her shoulders, pulled a chair over, and lay down on the desk. The hunter's footsteps stopped. It seemed he was hesitating about which way to go. Xia Wanning silently prayed, "Go the other way. Go find them. Better them than me." But as fate would have it, the hunter's footsteps started again, coming in her direction, step by step. Xia Wanning's heart pounded like a drum, her fingers tightly clutching the crescent-shaped blade, with other tools ready in her bag. Her legs were braced against the floor, always ready to jump into action. The footsteps slowed to a halt just in front of a room nearby. Creak, the door creaked open. 5 seconds later, the hunter continued moving. He checked one room after another, and soon, he came to the nurse station. The nurse station was a layered L-shaped counter, with a half-height counter facing the lobby. The area beneath the counter was where the nurses worked. At that moment, Xia Wanning was lying on the desk beneath the counter. She relaxed her back as much as possible, trying to make herself seem like she had dozed off from exhaustion, but her nerves were tightly wound inside. The hunter stood in front of the nurse's desk, his gaze fixed on Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning felt a sharp sting in her back, her heart pounding fiercely. The person placed his hand on the counter, his fingertips tapping lightly. Tap. 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 Xia Wanning remained completely still, breathing evenly. It felt like an eternity before the hunter withdrew his hand and walked toward the next room. Xia Wanning silently exhaled, still motionless. The hunter circled around and seemed to have gone to the physical therapy room. Xia Wanning heard Lu Meiqing's terrified scream, followed by the sound of things crashing, and then the sound of someone running away. Soon, all the noise stopped. The hunter's footsteps resumed, but this time, they seemed much heavier. Was he carrying someone? It sounded like he didn't go toward the stairwell but headed in another direction. Where was he going? As the hunter's footsteps disappeared, Xia Wanning looked up. The physical therapy room's door was wide open, and the lobby was empty. She quickly took off the coat, slid around the corner, and peeked into the therapy room. The therapy bed was overturned, the therapy light shattered, and even the coat rack was crooked. It was clear a struggle had taken place. The person the hunter had likely carried away was Lu Meiqing, and Zhou Mingyuan should have escaped. Xia Wanning couldn't stay on the first floor any longer. If the hunter realized something and came back for her, she'd be in trouble. She stood at the stairwell door, listening for any sounds, and then quickly slipped inside. She made her way to the second floor, planning to stay there for the night, but just as she was about to settle, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. It was either Zhou Mingyuan or the missing Wang Haoyu. No matter who they were, Xia Wanning didn't want to meet them. In a scenario like this, a timid and weak girl couldn't survive. Keeping the persona of Yi Lanlan around them, Xia Wanning knew she would eventually fail. Helpless, she opened the door and slipped back into the corridor. She remembered there was a break room, a doctor's on-call room, and a medicine room near the nurse's station. These rooms were almost always empty. It shouldn't be too hard to find a place to spend the night. Speaking of which, this sanatorium was really absurd. By nightfall, it felt as if everyone had disappeared. If any elderly person had an emergency in the middle of the night, there would probably be no one to deal with it in time. So this is what Zhou Mingyuan meant by "what's the secret in a few old folks dying?" A tragedy caused by neglectful care? This might be one of the secrets, but if the system chose this scenario as a mission, things were definitely not this simple. As Xia Wanning thought, she moved toward the nurse's station. Creak. It was the sound of a chair being dragged. Not good. The nurse is here. Just complained that no one was around at night, and now she's proving me wrong. The nurse is actually at the nurse's station on duty. It sounded like she had stood up and was walking down the corridor. Xia Wanning turned and ran towards the stairs. Creak. The door at the stairs opened, and someone came up from downstairs. They were about to enter. Xia Wanning looked around, resigned. She took out a transformation talisman, moved her fingers slightly, and was just about to activate it when the door behind her suddenly opened. A strong hand grabbed her arm and pulled her inside. Chapter 98, Who is the Ghost? Caught off guard, Xia Wanning was unprepared as she was pulled into the room. At the same time, both the nurse and the person at the stairs poked their heads out. They looked at each other unprepared, one calm, the other full of turmoil. Ah! A loud scream suddenly came from the stairs. It was Zhou Mingyuan. The sound of the nurse's footsteps grew louder and faster. The sound of pursuit gradually faded, and throughout it all, the nurse remained silent. By the door, a large hand covered Xia Wanning's mouth. The two crouched silently behind the door. A curved moon blade was lightly pressed against the person's side behind her, but Xia Wanning didn't feel any malice. This person seemed to be there to help her. The danger passed, and the hand covering her mouth and nose slowly relaxed. Xia Wanning turned around and, in the dim light of the corridor, saw a man around 70 years old, with graying hair. The man slowly stood up, walked back to the bed, lay down in his original position, and covered himself with the blanket, as if he had never gotten out of bed. Xia Wanning slowly walked over and found that he had closed his eyes, his breathing steady. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Xia Wanning had many questions, but looking at the man's expression, it was clear he didn't want to give her any answers. Helpless, Xia Wanning began to examine the room. It was a small single room with very simple furnishings. The bathroom was at the door, and opposite the bathroom was a large wardrobe with 3 doors. Walking further in, there was a bed, a nightstand, and opposite the bed hung a television. Under the bed, on the side facing the door, there were many miscellaneous items. Nothing else. On the wall by the head of the bed, there was a piece of paper, probably personal information or care instructions. The room was too dark to see clearly, so Xia Wanning circled around the bed and planned to go closer to take a better look. Swoosh! A flushing sound suddenly rang out. Xia Wanning was startled. Someone was in the bathroom? But this was a single room, wasn't it? How could someone be in the bathroom? Click! It was the sound of a door lock being opened. The person in the bathroom was coming out. There was nowhere to hide in this room. Xia Wanning had no choice but to hold the transformation talisman and lie down under the bed. Fortunately, the space under the bed wasn't too full. Xia Wanning shuffled the items to the side closer to the door, making room for herself. The bathroom door opened, and light poured out. A person wearing brown slippers walked out. With a click, the light turned off. Tap tap tap. The brown slippers shuffled forward, slow but steady. Xia Wanning lay sideways under the bed, peering through the clutter outside. Her view was limited, she couldn't see the person's face, but from the figure, it seemed like a woman. Could it be the old man's wife? Had she stayed to care for him? Xia Wanning furrowed her brow, thinking. The woman slowly walked to the bedside, sat down, kicked off her slippers with a sigh, and lay down on the bed. Xia Wanning's heart jolted. This bed, it's a single bed. Even if the old man and his wife were thin, there's no way they could fit. And how could the facility allow this? Even with the bed's guardrails, it's still dangerous. Xia Wanning glanced at the bed board. The bed was only about 1 meter wide, there's no way they'd both fit. Could they be stacking themselves? Ha! Xia Wanning shook her head, pushing away the strange thoughts. At their age, they might crush each other. She withdrew her gaze and noticed something she hadn't before. There was only one pair of slippers on the floor, the brown slippers the woman had been wearing. Where were the old man's slippers? Didn't he take them off before getting into bed? These questions might be answered once the woman falls asleep. Xia Wanning waited under the bed. After a long time, the woman's breathing finally became steady. Xia Wanning stretched her stiff shoulder, about to crawl out, but then she heard the sound of clack-clack rolling in the hallway. It was the sound of a nurse pushing a care cart. No way! Xia Wanning silently groaned. Don't come in! Click! The door opened. I knew it! Xia Wanning, resigned, curled up in her hiding spot. The nurse pushed the care cart, the clack-clack sound approaching. Sun Henian, take your medicine, the nurse said in a stiff tone. Sun Henian? That must be the old man's name, right? Wait, didn't the nurse see them crammed into one bed? This nursing home really has problems. No eating or drinking from now on. Blood will be drawn tomorrow morning, the nurse continued with the same stiff instructions. Then, she pushed the cart away, clack-clack, out the door. Xia Wanning watched her leave, seeing her open the door and push the cart outside. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over her. She immediately pulled the storage box down to block her view, making sure to hide her own presence completely. And the nurse, she suddenly bent down and looked under the bed. Under the bed, there was just a pile of clutter. Everything seemed normal.
The nurse straightened up and pushed the cart to the next room. Xia Wanning pressed her hand to her chest, feeling like she needed to sneak some fast-acting heart medicine. Swallowing hard, trying to calm her nerves, Xia Wanning carefully crawled out from under the bed. She silently got up, looking toward the care bed. I want to see how these two squeeze into such a small bed. Using the faint light, she saw only one figure on the bed. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Xia Wanning felt a chill run through her. Uncontrollably, she took a step back. The night light was in her hand, but she didn't dare to turn it on. If I turn on the light and find them staring at me, I would die of fear, really. But I'm avoiding all these little mysteries. If I die, I really will die. After a mental standoff, Xia Wanning touched the quiet talisman in her pocket, then grabbed the peachwood sword in her hand. 1,000-point peachwood sword, I think this price is still trustworthy. She held the peachwood sword in front of her, prepared, mentally rehearsing what might happen, like a terrifying stare-off. She turned on the nightlight. However, nothing scary happened. An elderly woman, also probably in her 70s, was lying on the bed, covered in a blanket, sleeping soundly. Her mouth was slightly open, panting with huff-huff sounds, a suspicious silver-white thread of saliva hanging at the corner of her lips, as she wobbled toward the pillow. So, where is the old gentleman? Xia Wanning looked around, even glancing under the bed. The elderly man who had helped her and had been sleeping on the bed under her watch had mysteriously disappeared. Xia Wanning held up the nightlight and shone it on the paper on the wall. The paper listed the patient's name, care priorities, and other notes. But what caught her attention was that there was only one person's information there. Song Shumi, female. Chapter 99, Who am I? Who is Sun Henian? Who was the nurse just giving medicine to? And who was she giving medical orders to? Who among the three of us has a problem? Xia Wanning turned off the nightlight and slowly backed away from the care bed. She crouched in the corner of the wall opposite the bed, hugging her knees. There were hunters chasing in the hall and corridor downstairs, nurses patrolling the hallways, and in the room, it was unclear who was a human and who was a ghost between Sun Henian and Song Shumi. This nursing home is truly unbearable. Xia Wanning calmed herself, deciding to stay here. Sun Henian had helped her before, so he probably had no ill intentions. Song Shumi had a file and an identity card, so she was most likely human. Therefore, this room might be relatively safe. Making up her mind, she didn't want to waste time. Xia Wanning overcame the urge to hide quietly in the corner for the night and forced herself to get up. She crawled over to the bedside table like a little mouse, turned on the nightlight, and placed it behind the cabinet. This way, the light from the nightlight would be partially blocked by the cabinet, avoiding waking up Song Shumi. Confirming that Song Shumi was sleeping soundly with her back to her, Xia Wanning carefully opened the drawer. Inside the drawer were a pile of messy items, small biscuits, disposable chopsticks, a charger, hand cream, reading glasses, and several types of medication. Xia Wanning picked up the medicine and examined it. There were antihypertensive drugs, diabetes medications, and a few empty bottles. What kind of medicine is this? Why does it have no writing on it? She turned the bottles over and over, looking several times, but there were no words on the bottles, and the pills inside were also blank. Moreover, the pills inside were not the same. Some were round, some oval, some white, and some pink. Secret medication? Medications in clinical trials? Xia Wanning couldn't understand, so she took one of each, putting the rest back in their places. There was nothing special in the cabinet below the drawer, just blankets, cloth bags, small pastries, and other personal items. After checking the bedside table, Xia Wanning quietly crept over to the door, intending to see what was in the big wardrobe. Just as she was about to get up, a sound of footsteps rang right by her ear. It was the nurse who had gone and returned. Xia Wanning instantly realized what was happening. She covered her mouth and shrank down, crouching tightly by the door, sitting on the floor. At the same time, a pale face pressed against the glass outside the door. The nurse pressed her face against the glass, peering inside, her eyes slowly scanning. She scanned over the care bed where Song Shumi was sleeping, the water cup on the bedside table, the corner opposite the bed, the clutter under the bed, and the closed bathroom and wardrobe doors. She even tiptoed and looked down to scan by the door. Xia Wanning crouched down beneath the small window, her back pressed tightly against the cold wall. She held her breath, not daring to make a sound. After a while, the nurse, having found nothing unusual, slowly stood up and pushed her cart, walking away slowly. Xia Wanning's heart was pounding, her lips trembling, but for some reason, she thought to herself, I didn't even cry from fear. I'm so awesome. Listening by the door, once she confirmed that the nurse had returned to the nurse station, she relaxed her hand from her mouth and slowly got up, looking outside through the window. The hallway was already completely quiet. It's safe now. Xia Wanning rubbed the mouth she had pressed too hard, feeling pain from her own action.
She calmed her still rapidly beating heart and continued her unfinished business. Slowly, she opened the wardrobe that creaked, carefully searching through it. But the wardrobe only contained bedding and clothes, emitting a clean soap-like fragrance, with nothing else. As Xia Wanning was checking, Song Shumi on the bed suddenly turned over inside. Xia Wanning quickly and skillfully darted into the wardrobe and closed the door. Rustle! Was the sound of Song Shumi getting out of bed. Thud, thud, thud. Was the sound of Song Shumi's dragging footsteps. Click, was the sound of her opening the bathroom door. This grandma has frequent urination, doesn't she need to take some medicine? Xia Wanning thought in the dark wardrobe. Also, I'm so connected to this wardrobe, right? Last time I hid here too. Will I feel like I'm returning to my happy home when I hide in a wardrobe again? Xia Wanning curled up in the clean bedding, smelling the fresh soap fragrance, daydreaming while slightly feeling sleepy. How many days would this task take? Staying awake the whole time wouldn't work. This wardrobe should be safe, so maybe a quick nap wouldn't hurt. With that decision, she took out the alert bell, holding the bell and the crescent blade, falling into a light sleep. Master Ma. What takeout did you just get? Bring it out. Sugar pie? You have diabetes, why are you eating sugar pie? No, not a single bite. Grandma Wan, the doctor said you should eat light, you can't drink pork rib soup, but you can't skip meat either. Grandpa Lu, the drip will be later, 2 bottles of medicine today. Xia Wanning was woken from her dream by the noise outside. Creak, someone pushed the room door open. Grandma Song, I'm here to check your blood sugar before meals. 8.5, still a bit high, you go ahead and eat, I'll check after 2 hours. It's fine, don't worry. As soon as Xia Wanning opened her eyes, she was already awake, but now she was starting to doubt whether she was dreaming. The sanatorium seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Grandma Song was humming a song, not sure what she was doing, the nurses outside calling patients, the sounds of patients visiting each other, so lively, so full of the scent of life, making last night's chase and terror seem like a bad dream. Grandma Song went into the bathroom again, and Xia Wanning seized the opportunity to jump out of the wardrobe. She quickly stretched, easing the discomfort from the terrible sleeping position she had endured all night. She adjusted her facial expression and decided to take on the identity of a distant relative who had come to visit Grandma Song, to handle any potential questions from the nurses. With a big smile, Xia Wanning opened the door and walked out of the ward. A patient chatting in the corridor glanced at her and smiled politely. Xia Wanning also smiled back and turned to walk toward the stairs. Passing patients mostly smiled or nodded at her, and Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel that the people here were quite polite. Ahead, a nurse with a small face hurriedly walked toward her, and Xia Wanning tensed up, preparing for action. I'm Grandma Song's granddaughter, why am I here so early? Oh, just coming to see her before work, I'm busy, no time, I'll leave now. Xia Wanning was mentally rehearsing her lines as she walked, and sure enough, the nurse saw her, and her face showed surprise. She stopped Xia Wanning and asked, Your illness is all better? Why are you back to work so soon? Don't you need a few more days off? Xia Wanning, huh? Chapter 100 Yi Qingqing. If you ask me, it's rare to have time off, I should play hard while I can. The nurse with a small face warmly linked her arm with Xia Wanning's, and together they walked toward the nurse station. Ah, I'm fine, just wanted to come back early, Xia Wanning answered, following her words, though her mind was full of questions. What does this mean? Am I not an intern reporter? Now I'm a nurse? No wonder the first task didn't want any OOC. I've got so many identities today, if I mess this up, oh my god. You just miss me, don't you? You can't bear to leave us, right? The girl with the oval face bumped Summer Wanning with her shoulder and teased her. Of course. A day apart feels like 3 years, I miss you so much I can't eat, that's why I rushed back. Summer Wanning immediately replied. Oh, I give up, no one can beat you at being sweet. I'm done. The oval-faced girl pretended to surrender, but her tone was light and playful. Hurry and change your clothes, Grandma Song in bed 301 will definitely be happy to see you, she's been asking about you for 2 days. At the nurse's station, the oval-faced girl pushed Summer Wanning into the break room, waved her hand, and turned to go into the medicine room. Summer Wanning nodded with a smile, watching her walk into the medicine room before turning to look around the break room. The break room was simply furnished, with a row of storage lockers on the right, each with name tags, and a large table in the middle, cluttered with an electric kettle, fruits, lunchboxes, and other things. On the left, there was a bunk bed, similar to the ones in college dorms. Summer Wanning walked up to the storage lockers. Zhao Xiaoman, Zhang Yu, Lin Huihui, Wang Xiaoyi, Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing? Yi Lanlan? So, they must be twin sisters, right? One's an intern reporter, and the other's a nurse at the sanatorium. Yi Qingqing got sick and took leave, and her colleague mistook Yi Lanlan for her? So, I can't break Yi Lanlan's character when I meet Zhou Mingyuan, and I can't break Yi Qingqing's character when I meet the other nurses and patients. If I meet both at the same time. Spit it out. Children say the darndest things. Summer Wanning was startled by her own thought and quickly spit out the unlucky idea. Qingqing, you're really back. Xiaoman just told me, but I didn't believe it. Didn't you have a serious fever? Don't you need a couple more days to rest? A woman in her 30s, with short, neat hair, walked in. While opening the locker belonging to Lin Huihui, she spoke rapidly. Huihui Jia, I recovered quickly, nothing serious, so I came back. Summer Wanning smiled and tried to open Yi Qingqing's locker, but it was locked. What's wrong? Forgot the key? That can't be right, you're the most careful in our department. Lin Huihui looked at her in surprise while rummaging through her things. No, I brought it, I was just a little dizzy from the fever, huh? Summer Wanning smiled, took out the master key, and easily unlocked the locker. I knew it. Anyone in our department could forget their things, but not little Qingqing, she's the most careful. Lin Huihui pulled out a sanitary pad, quickly shut the locker, gave a slight nod to Summer Wanning, and hurried out. Summer Wanning took out a pink nurse uniform and quickly changed. Just as she was about to close the locker, she noticed something. Ginger date brown sugar? Summer Wanning pulled out a packet of the mix, glanced at the electric kettle and disposable cups on the table. Careful and thoughtful character, this will be fine. Huihui Jia, drink this while it's hot, make sure you take care of yourself no matter how busy you are. Summer Wanning brought the brown sugar water to Lin Huihui, handed it to her, and warmly reminded her. Qingqing. It's you. I knew it, you're so thoughtful. My stomach's been cramping and it's been killing me, you've really saved me. Lin Huihui took the cup, drank it all in one go. We didn't know you were back, so we assigned your work this morning. You can take a rest in the break room, and pick up your shift at noon, alright? Lin Huihui handed her a bottle of 4-drip, gave one last instruction, and hurried into the ward. This was exactly what Summer Wanning wanted. She smiled and greeted everyone as she made her way back to the break room. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was busy, she quickly searched around. Aside from the nurse's daily supplies, there was nothing else in the break room. Everything was completely normal. No clues, then I'll first figure out what my job is. With that thought, Summer Wanning went to search her own locker. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be found. Immediately after, she set her sights on the nurse station's computer. After the nurse at the computer finished and left, Xia Wanning quickly walked over. She scanned the screen and clicked on the scheduling management system. A login box popped up, asking for the personal employee number. Xia Wanning picked up her badge and entered her employee number. Password. Xia Wanning lightly tapped the desk with her fingers. What could the password be? Could it be her birthday? But I don't know Yi Qingqing's birthday. Wait, earlier in the therapy room, Zhou Mingyuan said, she's about to turn 1 year older, which means Yi Lanlan's birthday should be around these days. Yi Qingqing should be close too. Yi Lanlan is an intern reporter, meaning she just graduated from university not long ago. Xia Wanning checked the current date from the computer, then used these clues to make a guess. After 2 minutes, she successfully logged in. She found the personal schedule query and roughly understood her work range. February 1st, 01, A. Xia Wanning quickly scanned her responsibilities, and fearing she might forget, she took a photo with her phone. There's a lot to do today. By the way, why am I working in this survival game? This is the real horror story. Qingqing, what are you looking at? You should know this by heart, why still check it? A face with a melon seed shape, that is, Zhao Xiaoman, sat down on the desk, moving her shoulders as she spoke. Getting old, memories poor, took a few days off, afraid I'd forget something, so I'm double-checking. Xia Wanning naturally closed the page and stood up. No wonder Sister Huihui always praises you. She wants us to learn from you 8 times a day. Look at how serious you are. Zhao Xiaoman pointed at Xia Wanning's shoulder. Enough, what am I teaching? Teaching my poor memory like an old person? Xia Wanning replied with a laugh. At the same time, she thought to herself, better not learn from me. The last person who was asked to learn from me ended up terribly. Ah, you little devil, always so chatty. If you're free, let's go take blood pressure for 101. While you were on leave, 101 was assigned to me. Zhao Xiaoman nudged Xia Wanning's shoulder with her arm. Let's go then. It's my work anyway, you helped me, I should thank you. The two of them pushed the small nurse cart, whirring toward 101. Chapter 101, The Strange Little Pills. In room 1, there were 2 male patients. One was already 85 years old, suffering from Parkinson's disease for many years. Now, his whole body was stiff, unable to move on his own, and he also had cognitive impairment. The other was much younger, only 55 years old, but he had ALS. Now, aside from his eyes, there was no part of him that could move. As Zhao Xiaoman opened the door to room 1, she greeted them enthusiastically. "Grandpa Li, look who's back. Uncle Qian, awake? Not sleeping in today?" Grandpa Li in bed 1 looked toward the door, his expression unmoving, seemingly not recognizing them. Uncle Chen in bed 2 turned his eyes toward them, gave them a blank look, then turned his eyes back to the eye movement device. Soon, a female electronic voice came from it. "Good morning." "Good morning." Xia Wanning smiled brightly, matching Yi Qingqing's lively and confident persona. Besides these two patients, there was also a middle-aged man in the room, probably in his 40s, with a square face, looking quite honest and sincere. "Qingqing nurse is back, are you feeling better?" the man asked. Yes, much better now." Xia Wanning replied with a smile. Grandpa Li has finished his meal, it's time for his medicine." "I'll feed Brother Qian his meal now," the man said, picking up a bowl and sitting beside bed 2. He was probably the accompanying caregiver, Xia Wanning thought to herself. The two of them first took Grandpa Li's blood pressure, recorded the data, and then Xia Wanning picked up the medicine from the bedside. "Another one of those unnamed pills?" Xia Wanning furrowed her brows slightly. Last night, she had seen several bottles of these unnamed pills at Grandma Song's bedside. Now, Grandpa Li is here too, their illnesses are completely different, how can the medicine be so similar? And, Grandma Song has 4 bottles of such medicine, but Grandpa Li only has 1 bottle, why does Grandma Song, who seems much healthier, take more medicine than Grandpa Li? "Qingqing? Qingqing?" Zhao Xiaoman called out in confusion when she heard Xia Wanqing speak. Oh. It's nothing, I'm just getting medicine for Grandpa Li." Xia Wanqing picked up the bottle, and an important question arose: how many pills should he take? While twisting the bottle, Xia Wanqing casually observed the surroundings. Soon, she saw a medication instruction card by the bedside. According to the instructions on the card, Xia Wanqing smoothly twisted the cap off the bottle and naturally poured out 3 small round pills. After giving Grandpa Li all the medicine, Xia Wanqing went over to Uncle Qian's bed, where she saw small oval-shaped unknown pills by his bedside. Why? Why does everyone have this kind of medicine? What exactly is this medicine for? With these questions in mind, Xia Wanqing sent Zhao Xiaoman away and went to room 2 by herself. The patients in room 2 are semi-independent, they can eat and take medicine by themselves. So, Xia Wanqing used the excuse of checking the remaining medicine to see their pills. Each of the 2 patients in room 2 had 2 bottles of these unknown medicines. The healthy ones take more medicine, while the sick ones take less. What is going on with this medicine? Frowning, Xia Wanqing returned to the nurse station, recording information while pondering. Who is on the night shift today? Yesterday it was Jiang Yu, so today it should be Qingqing. Then tomorrow it will be my turn again. I don't want to be on duty, it's too scary. Who doesn't feel that way? You're up after me. The conversation between the 2 nurses beside her caught Xia Wanqing's attention. She looked up, leaned back slightly, and saw 2 nurses she hadn't met before chatting together. "Oh, Qingqing, you're here." One of the nurses, wearing glasses, looked at Xia Wanqing in surprise. Just came back from the rounds. By the way, did Jiang Yu encounter anything yesterday? Xia Wanqing asked cautiously. Same as before, just always hearing the sound of the nursing cart. Jiang Yu said she was so scared yesterday that she didn't dare leave the restroom, even holding it in all night. The nurse with glasses adjusted her glasses, patting her chest as she spoke. "Qingqing, it's your turn today, so drink less water." The other young-faced nurse looked at Xia Wanqing with concern. "Sai, it's not good for it to keep happening like this. What if something happens at night? We can't just ignore it." Xia Wanqing continued in a worried tone, trying to gather more information. "There's nothing we can do, our lives are also lives. How many times has it been? In the middle of the night, we've seen the nursing cart move by itself, and then someone got really sick. Qingqing, it's the same for you, but you got better really quickly. Yuan has been gone for half a month, hasn't come back to work yet." The nurse with glasses said helplessly. "Qingqing, last time, besides seeing the nursing cart move by itself, what else did you see that scared you so much your face turned pale?" The young-faced nurse leaned over and asked in a low voice, her face full of curiosity and nervousness. "It was nothing, just..." Before Xia Wanqing could make something up, Lin Huihui came over. "Enough gossiping, enough. Stop scaring people. Have you finished writing the records?" Lin Huihui gave each of them a light tap on the head, looking stern as she spoke. The others exchanged guilty glances and went back to their work. Xia Wanqing absent-mindedly finished writing the records. Her questions had been partly resolved, but new ones had also emerged. The nurse from last night was definitely not human, and neither was Sun Henian. It's just that others hadn't seen the ghost, only the nursing cart pushed by the ghost. It seems like there are many people who've encountered ghosts, but none of them were seriously hurt, just sick. Could it be that the ghost doesn't harm people, just follows the same routine from its life before, working and living in the same way? Then, why do they stay here? Do they not want to leave? Or can't they leave? And who was it that captured Bowen last night? Is he a human or a ghost? Why is he chasing us? And those medicines. Those medicines must be suspicious. Xia Wanning had a sudden thought and quickly moved the medicine she had snatched from Grandma Son last night from her magic bag into her backpack, then eagerly looked at the introduction given by the backpack. White pill, white, medicine. If you're greedy, just eat it, don't ask me. Xia Wanning, I really can't believe it. There was no work on the second floor for now, so Xia Wanning made an excuse to use the restroom and secretly slipped down to the first floor. The first floor was much busier than last night. There were patients in every treatment room, and security guards and nurses were all on duty. Xia Wanning dropped her sneaky posture, straightened her chest, raised her head, and smoothly blended into the busy nurse team. She hurriedly walked through the lobby, not knowing what she was in a hurry for, while carefully observing the therapy room. Dr. Gu Jingguo was serving a patient by the therapy bed. The therapy room, which had been filled with signs of fighting last night, was now clean and tidy, with no trace of disorder. Xia Wanning slowed her pace slightly. At that moment, Gu Jingguo seemed to sense something and looked up. Through the busy crowd, Gu Jingguo and Xia Wanning made eye contact from a distance. The next second, Gu Jingguo's eyes widened in shock, and his pupils trembled. He seemed deeply surprised, standing up straight, his movement so abrupt that he even knocked over a nearby therapy lamp. Chapter 102, following. A nurse helped a patient walk slowly over, just blocking the line of sight between them. Xia Wanning took the opportunity to quickly slip away. She quietly observed from a blind spot in Gu Jingguo's sight. Gu Jingguo pushed away the person in his way, staggered out, and stood in the middle of the lobby, frantically looking around. After a moment, he ran his hand through his hair, a puzzled expression appearing on his face. He rubbed his eyes, as if doubting he had seen something wrong. Finally, he turned back to the therapy room, looking at the concerned nurse and forcing a smile, shaking his head. Something's wrong. Why was he so surprised to see Yi Qingqing? What's their relationship? Could it be that the person who chased us last night was him? Had he seen my face before, and that's why he was so shocked? Another question mark was added to Xia Wanning's list of doubts. Because of Gu Jingguo's reaction, Xia Wanning declined her colleague's lunch invitation and had a self-heating rice meal at the nurse station. In the cafeteria, Gu Jingguo repeatedly patrolled, circling the entire lunch break. When everyone had left, he wiped his face, slightly relieved. Looks like I was mistaken. Of course, how could she possibly be out here? Gu Jingguo shook his head and returned to the therapy room. He put on a caring and warm smile again, turning back into the charming and humorous Dr. Gu, popular among everyone. In the afternoon, Xia Wanning found an opportunity to go through the patient files in the ward but did not find Sun Hingyan's records. She also took advantage of a conversation to sneak into another ward managed by someone else and discovered that all the patients on this floor had blank medicine bottles, though the amount each person took was different. What was strange was that even though so much medicine was being used, the pharmacy didn't have a single bottle of it. That entire afternoon, Xia Wanning ran around like a wild animal in a melon field, not only failing to solve any mysteries but actually collecting more questions. When work time was over, her colleagues cast concerned looks at Xia Wanning. Sweetie, drink less water, hurry back to the restroom, and try not to come out anymore, okay? Tonight, Xiao Wang from the caregiver team is on duty. He'll take care of Ward 1, so don't worry about it. Last time you bumped into something during your rounds, you just got better, don't wander around. Exactly, nothing is more important than your life. Her colleagues fussed, and Xia Wanning nodded repeatedly, signaling that she understood, got it, and would be careful. Finally, after sending off the group of girls, caregiver Xiao Wang entered Ward 1 and tightly closed the door. Xia Wanning returned to the restroom. She moved a chair to the door and then stood there, guarding the entrance of the rest area, waiting for the ghost. I'm really getting better and better. I even started waiting for ghosts to show up. Xia Wanning secretly gave herself a thumbs up. Time passed by, second by second, and the entire ward was silent. Xia Wanning was so bored she started practicing military boxing in the rest area. Clunk, clunk. The sound of a nursing cart appeared. Xia Wanning immediately stopped and pressed her ear tightly against the door. The medicine for room 301, time to take it. It was that same voice, the nurse from yesterday. Soon, she walked into the pharmacy again. Based on yesterday's experience, she wouldn't come out that quickly. Xia Wanning quietly opened the door, tiptoed over to the nurse's station. The desk was the one Xia Wanning had cleaned up herself in the afternoon, and now everything was in its place, unmoved. So what did she flip through? The Emperor's medical records? Only she could see them? She bypassed the nurse's station and came to the pharmacy window. The blinds inside should have blocked the view from outside the pharmacy, but unfortunately, many items in their hospital were old and neglected, so the symbolic meaning far outweighed the actual function. Xia Wanning peered through a broken spot and saw that the pharmacy was empty. "What are you doing?" A cold voice from behind almost made Xia Wanning's heart stop. "Calm down. Calm down. How many times has this happened? It's basic stuff. Don't panic." Xia Wanning forced her recently wiped brain to reboot, tugged at her nurse uniform, and steadied her voice as she said. There was no sound behind her, only the chilly air creeping up her neck, wrapping around her throat like a hug with no warmth. At the same time, the peace talisman in her pocket emitted a warm glow, dispelling the chill. After a moment, the sound of the cart clunking echoed again. Xia Wanning let out a breath, realizing she had been holding her breath, nearly suffocating herself. Not daring to turn around, afraid of extinguishing the fire on her shoulder, she turned her whole body like a steel plate. Behind her, a nurse with a stiff posture was pushing the nursing cart forward. Xia Wanning hesitated for a moment. Following ghosts was definitely not her thing, but if she didn't follow her, she wouldn't be able to see the world through the nurse's eyes. Clenching her fist, Xia Wanning gritted her teeth and followed. The nurse arrived in front of room 3 and raised her arm to push open the door. She walked all the way to the bedside. Xia Wanning's heart was pounding, but she forced herself to follow her inside. In the dim light of the corridor, Xia Wanning saw Song Shumi lying on the bed. "Sun Hanyang, take your medicine." The nurse said the exact same thing to the sleeping Song Shumi as yesterday. Then, Xia Wanning watched in disbelief as an elderly gentleman appeared. He and Song Shumi seemed like two people from different times, briefly overlapping in this place. Sun Hanyang sat up, his eyes blank as he took the white pill the nurse handed him and swallowed it. Xia Wanning stepped aside. She remembered that yesterday, after Sun Hanyang took the medicine, the nurse had instructed him not to eat or drink and to wait for a blood draw tomorrow morning before turning and leaving. But today, things seemed to have changed. After taking the medicine, Sun Hanyang suddenly clutched his stomach, looking as if in great pain. His facial features twisted in agony, and his previously calm eyes burst with a look of unwillingness. He reached out towards the nurse, and a mouthful of blood erupted, spraying across the bed. But the nurse showed no reaction. She spoke in a dry voice. "Experiment in room 301 failed." Then she turned to look at Xia Wanning. It wasn't until the nurse turned her body that Xia Wanning realized the person Sun Hanyang wanted to grab was not the nurse, but herself. Sun Hanyang, coughing up blood, reached out to Xia Wanning, while the nurse stared at her with an emotionless gaze, silent and still. Xia Wanning felt as if struck by lightning. A chill rushed up her spine, and she involuntarily shivered. But recalling the help from yesterday, Xia Wanning still moved her steps, and she took the initiative to hold Sun Yinyan's hand. The old man's hand was dry, rough, cold, and as thin as bone. Sun Yinyan tightly gripped her hand back, his bony fingers laboriously wrote the character down in her palm. "Down?" Xia Wanning whispered softly. Hearing the word, the old man nodded with all his strength, then collapsed like a lifeless tree that had burned out its life. Behind her, the nurse's voice echoed again. "Experiment 301 complete, retrieval in process." Chapter 103, New Tool, Puppet. Sun Yinyan, who had collapsed, vanished like a wisp of smoke, and the nurse cast her a cold glance before slowly fading away. The rough sensation of the hand remained, but before her, only the peacefully sleeping Song Shumi was left. A light blue treasure chest appeared at the bedside. Xia Wanning rubbed her fingers, and the words from Sun Bowen's last phone call rang in her mind: save, people, chase, scare. What if it wasn't scare, but down as in underground? At that time, she had wondered where the chase had happened, why they hadn't heard a sound at all. Now, it seemed it must have been underground. While thinking, Xia Wanning casually clicked open the treasure chest. A bald head, no eyeballs, missing a left hand and right foot, a broken wooden puppet appeared from inside. Wow! Xia Wanning was caught off guard and jumped in fright. Are monsters starting to appear in treasure chests now? She poked at the wooden puppet with a crescent blade, but it remained motionless. She put it into her backpack, and the system gave a description. "Heh. I don't believe you, you're just a broken piece of trash." Quietly leaving room 3, Xia Wanning crouched in the corridor and took out the puppet. She wiped the crescent blade with her clothes and carefully pricked her fingertip, then placed a drop of blood on the puppet's forehead. A strange sensation washed over her, and it seemed she had formed an inexplicable connection with this puppet. Under her control, the puppet pushed itself up with its right hand, the left foot following, and slowly stood up. It gave a gentlemanly bow to the empty corridor, then immediately fell headfirst onto the ground. Xia Wanning closed her eyes, feeling at a loss. Relying on this thing for help? The road ahead is long and tough. Putting the puppet away, Xia Wanning silently entered the stairwell, planning to check the first floor and look for a path to the underground. The first floor lobby was still dim and empty, but the door to the therapy room was slightly ajar, letting out a faint glow. Xia Wanning quietly approached the door and pressed her ear to listen to the sounds inside.
The lamb is enough for now, don't move the ones from your side. Okay, did you catch all the ones from yesterday? One got away. The little lamb even knows how to disguise itself. It tricked me. By the way, I think I saw one of the lambs we caught before. Not sure if I was mistaken. They're all in the cage. They can't run.
Hurry up with the medicine, the third floor won't hold much longer.
Got it. The conversation after that didn't matter. Xia Wanning didn't continue listening. The shock on the man's face was evident. Gu Jinghua followed closely behind. It's her. Yi Qingqing.
Xia Wanning showed a look of panic on her face, stepping back 2 steps and bumping into the nurse's station. This collision seemed to wake her from a dream. She looked around in a panic, and in a daze, she ran toward the door. The 2 men quickly closed in on her, surrounding her.
Xia Wanning reached the door, only to surprisingly find that the door was locked.
This path was blocked. Turning around, she saw that the 2 men had already surrounded her.
You, don't come closer. Or I will call for help.
Xia Wanning backed against the door, tears welling in her eyes, trembling as she pointed at them with a shaking arm.
Call for help? You expect a bunch of paralyzed old men and women to save you? Gu Jinghua sneered. You actually ran out? Tell me. How did you get out?
The tall, thin man stepped forward and pressed her for answers.
Xia Wanning's mind raced.
She couldn't admit she was Yi Qingqing, or else when they went underground and met the real Yi Qingqing, her cover would be blown.
So, for now, she could only be Yi Lanlan. Don't know me?
The tall, thin man frowned and thought for a moment.
Who is Yi Qingqing to you? Qingqing? We're twins, why are you asking about her? Xia Wanning anxiously and desperately fired off a series of questions. I know. You're the one that slipped through the cracks yesterday? Interesting. Grab her.
The tall, thin man ordered. Gu Jinghua immediately teamed up with him, and together, they bound Xia Wanning's hands behind her back while she struggled and screamed in vain.
Xia Wanning, head down, was carried on Gu Jinghua's shoulder, sobbing with reluctance and fear. Let me go. I was wrong, I won't expose your secrets anymore, let me go. Inside, Xia Wanning was exhausted, thinking, how long do I have to play this act? Can I stop crying and shouting now if I pretend to faint? I'm so tired.
Xia Wanning was carried all the way to the emergency room, and through her disoriented vision, she saw the tall, thin man push aside a cabinet by the wall, unlock the window, and finally open it, revealing a dark corridor outside.
Xia Wanning, wow. This is such a hassle.
Gu Jinghua carried Xia Wanning through the corridor, and the tall, thin man pulled out a flashlight to light their path. They walked for a few minutes, and a small iron door appeared in front of them. The tall, thin man took out a key and opened the door. Behind the door was another world. Many staff members in white coats were busy, coming and going. Some held documents, some held syringes, and they nodded to the tall, thin man as they hurried about their tasks.
Wow. A mad scientist's lair. Xia Wanning's stomach churned.
She was trying not to puke all over him, but could only complain silently. Gu Jinghua, his stomach flipping, was green with nausea, just on the verge of vomiting all over Xia Wanning, but instead, he threw her into a room that looked like a prison. In the corner of the room, Zhou Mingyuan, Sun Bowen, Lu Meiqing, and Wang Haoyu sat weakly, huddled together. Soon, 2 strong men entered, and they held down the wildly struggling Xia Wanning.
Gu Jinghua took the syringe from the nurse and stabbed it into Xia Wanning's arm.
The scream was genuine, it hurt so much.
Let this be a lesson. Stay put. Gu Jinghua snorted coldly and led the group out in a long line.
Xia Wanning pressed her arm, the strength draining rapidly from her body, a white ring appeared in front of her eyes, and the world started to spin.
Chapter 104, The Counterattack Begins.
Long before she was pushed into this room, Xia Wanning had already hidden the rope tying her hands inside her backpack. As soon as Gu Jinghua and the others left, she collapsed, using the dizziness as an excuse to naturally slip her hands free and poured the antidote into her mouth.
Lan, are you okay? Zhou Mingyuan's voice sounded weak. Mingyuan, my head is spinning.
Xia Wanning's voice floated weakly into the air.
I will help you. Don't move.
Summer Wanning immediately spoke, then softened her tone. The medicine is strong, save some strength, she said, struggling to sit up against the wall. Zhou Mingyuan stopped struggling, his face pale as he slumped on the spot.
Yi Lanlan, you're good at hiding, huh? Even changed your skin.
Lu Meiqing's gaze swept over, her words sharp. Summer Wanning frowned lightly, showing an expression of grievance but not daring to argue. That day, you all ran fast, so I had to hide in another room. After daybreak, I came out to look for you, but I accidentally knocked over a water cup. A kind nurse sister lent me her clothes. As she spoke, she seemed to fearfully glance at Lu Meiqing's face, truly a pure little green flower. Meiqing, stop talking. Zhou Mingyuan impatiently glanced at her. If you hadn't followed me that day, I might not have been caught. Lan Lan wasn't with us, and she managed to escape. Escape? Lu Meiqing sneered. Isn't she lying here now? If she had the ability, why didn't she run away? Summer Wanning lowered her head, her shoulders trembling lightly, silently sobbing. Everyone, quiet down. Sun Bowen spoke weakly, then looked at Summer Wanning. What's the situation outside? It looked normal during the day. I came out at night to look for you, and that's when I got caught. Summer Wanning spoke softly, raising her eyes just enough to glance at Lu Meiqing, then quickly lowered them. She still remembered that as soon as she entered the instance, Lu Meiqing started targeting her. Without breaking character, a little subtle dig was necessary. Look! Lan Lan has been looking for us. Zhou Mingyuan immediately said. Did she find us? What's the use? Lu Meiqing. Sun Bowen interrupted her, his voice weak, but disapproving. Stop always targeting Lan Lan. Lu Meiqing glared at him, then turned her gaze back to Summer Wanning, her eyes filled with an anger that was hard to believe, before finally turning her head away and staying silent. In the corner, Wang Haoyu had been silently biting his finger, not saying a word the entire time. The room fell into a tense silence. Not long after, the sound of chaotic footsteps suddenly came from outside, followed by the door being roughly thrown open. Gu Xinghua, followed by a few strong men in white coats, walked in swiftly, their expressions cold. Inject them with the second reagent, draw blood in half an hour to check the results, and take this woman away. He said, pointing at Summer Wanning. What are you going to do? Let go. Lu Meiqing's scream was the first to break out, but no one paid attention. Zhou Mingyuan and Sun Bowen struggled, but their weak bodies were no match for these men. Cold needles were quickly pushed into their arms, their struggles visibly weakening, their eyes gradually losing focus. Summer Wanning shrank into the corner, hugging herself tightly, her face pale, her body trembling, her teeth chattering. She seemed terrified to the extreme, asking in broken speech, "Where are you taking me?" No one responded to her. Summer Wanning was roughly lifted by two people and dragged out of the room, her feet almost not touching the ground. She looked back one last time at the three people slumped on the floor in the room, her eyes full of despair tears. The door was slammed shut, and Summer Wanning let out a breath. Click. Okay, this scene should be over. Gu Xinghua didn't recognize Yi Lan Lan, so the chance of breaking character was greatly reduced. She was happy. Summer Wanning was dragged to another, larger room at the end of the corridor. This place looked more like a simple laboratory, with harsh white lighting, and the air filled with an even stronger chemical odor. In the center of the room, an iron-framed bed held a woman, another woman who looked exactly like Summer Wanning, Yi Qingqing. But Yi Qingqing looked even more pale and haggard, her head tilted, unconscious. And the tall, thin man stood at the bedside, looking at her with an expression of excitement and anticipation. See? The tall man's voice carried an unsettling excitement, the perfect control group. Perhaps in you. We can clearly see the different effects of reagent 1 and reagent 2, allowing us to find the perfect ratio. What ratio? What are you actually trying to do? Summer Wanning's voice cracked as she questioned him. What am I trying to do? I want to benefit all of humanity. I want to develop a drug that can reverse aging, and when that happens, everyone will be able to achieve immortality. The tall, thin man nervously raised the test tube in his hand, his eyes as if he were gazing at the love of his life. Look, I inject the reagent into the body of a young person, then extract their blood. By doing this, I can separate a special substance, a substance unique to young people. I inject it into the body of an elderly person, and their bodily functions will be briefly activated. Their cells will begin to rapidly divide and regenerate. The tall, thin man said excitedly, but then, he suddenly looked very disappointed, lowering the test tube and dejectedly saying, "Unfortunately, the effects aren't sustainable. But it's okay, soon, very soon, I will succeed, and you two sisters will help me succeed." The man almost madly caressed Yi Qingqing's face, his eyes full of obsession. Ding. 2. Task 2. Uncover the secrets of the sanatorium. You cannot leave the sanatorium before completing the task. Task reward, mall points times 800. Current progress January 1st. 3. Task 3. Kill the source of evil, the director, and accomplice Gu Xinghua. Task reward, mall points times 1000. Current progress 0/1. Just as the tall, thin man finished speaking, Task 2 showed as completed. At the same time, Task 3 refreshed. Excuse me, are you the director here? Summer Waning glanced at the task and cautiously asked. Yes, do you have any questions? My lovely little lab rat? The director asked with great patience. Yes, Yi Qingqing. She won't wake up for a while, right? Summer Waning asked seriously. Of course not. Without me injecting the drug into her, she won't wake up. The director gently pointed to the medicine on the table. If there's no problem, you can lie on this bed. The director invited politely and gentlemanly. Summer Waning stretched her neck and, with a flick, a crescent blade appeared. She had also applied a layer of snake venom. I'm fine if she doesn't wake up. You can lie on the bed yourself. Before she finished speaking, Summer Waning swiftly slashed at him with the blade. The director was shocked but quickly stepped back. You two, grab her. The two burly men behind Summer Waning immediately pounced on her. It was clear they were well trained and coordinated. The burly man on the left, with hands like fans, reached straight for Summer Waning's wrist holding the knife. The short, stout man on the right swept at her lower body, blocking her escape space. Summer Waning didn't choose to face them head-on. She gracefully jumped up with the force of the sweeping leg and pulled her hand back holding the knife. As she jumped, she bent her left leg, using the momentum of the fall to slam her knee into the short, stout man's face. Ugh! A dull thud. The burly man had not expected her to react so suddenly and forcefully. His nose hurt terribly, his vision blurred, and his movement slowed. But the second attack from the burly man on the left arrived. His fist, cutting through the air, was aimed at Summer Waning's temple. Summer Waning had just landed and didn't have time to fully dodge, though she hadn't intended to dodge either. She leaned back to avoid the punch's wind, then swung the knife upward, decisively slashing the burly man's arm. The few men who had seen Summer Waning holding a dagger were stunned when they saw she actually went through with it. Without waiting for them to regain their senses, Summer Waning quickly turned and aimed at the man who was gushing blood from his nose. She closed in on him, blocking his retaliation with her left hand while her right hand pierced straight into his left hand's palm. The crescent blade went straight through his palm, the sharp tip of the knife protruding from the back of his hand. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Holding her hand, she cried out in pain. The snake venom took effect quickly, and the two men's faces slowly turned pale, their mouths and noses oozing black blood. The dean was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He staggered backward and pulled out an electric baton from a drawer. He held the baton, shaking, and shouted from the corner of the room, "Don't come any closer. You killed someone. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" Xia Wanning was momentarily stunned, then she laughed in anger. Are you confused by fear? Just you? Dare to call the police? The dean snapped out of his daze. He glanced around the laboratory and finally realized what foolish words he had just spoken. Right. No need to call the police. Someone, come. Gu Zhengua. The dean shouted, his neck veins bulging. Unfortunately, this laboratory had conducted too many inhumane experiments. To prevent the screams of test subjects from disturbing his good mood, he had intentionally added the best soundproof materials to this room. Now, those soundproof materials had also isolated his hope of survival. The dean wouldn't let Xia Wanning move forward, so she obediently stood where she was. The starfall bow easily ended his dirty, sinful life. Then she checked again, and Yi Qingqing's vital signs were still stable. In order to ensure the mission went smoothly, she covered Yi Qingqing with a blanket, planning to let her sleep a little longer. She took out a new white lab coat from the cabinet, put on a mask, and disguised herself as a staff member of the facility. She boldly opened the door and went out, taking a walk around the underground research base. She saw how those people in white lab coats injected and drew blood from others. She saw how many elderly people, who should have been well taken care of upstairs and living their later years in peace, died from vomiting blood after taking their drugs. And these demons would only shake their heads, regretfully saying, the experiment failed again. Experiment? These lives were nothing but a pity to them, a failed experiment. At the end of the corridor, a small iron door opened again. Xia Wanning looked up and saw a simple, honest-looking nurse roughly dragging Song Shumi from room 301 into the room. Someone come. She's ready for the next phase of the experiment, the nurse shouted loudly. Xia Wanning took the smallest syringe from a nearby cart and drew the remaining snake venom from the bottle. She jogged over, took Song Shumi, and while nodding and bowing, she said, Okay, I'll do it. At the same time, she decisively stabbed the syringe into the nurse's thigh. Hiss. What is this? Are you stabbing me? The nurse's eyes went wide, and he grabbed Xia Wanning's hand. Huh? What? Xia Wanning asked, confused. Of course, there was nothing in her hand. The nurse rubbed his leg, then, looking puzzled, released Xia Wanning. Go. Where did this little brat come from, so clumsy? The nurse cursed and turned to leave, then collapsed into the dark corridor. Xia Wanning placed Song Shumi in a nearby cell and began her clumsy journey of offending people.
Hiss. Do you have thorns on you? Ouch. What was that poking me? What's wrong with you? Who are you? Take off your mask. Ha? I have nothing in my hand. It wasn't me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry.
Xia Wanning moved like a small, agile fish, swiftly darting through the crowd, stabbing as she went. With my skills, even Lady Rome would have to bow down.
Xia Wanning quickly moved along, and the people finally realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late.
The first person to be stabbed shouted, "Catch her." Then, his lips turned black, and his face turned pale as he collapsed. The others turned towards Xia Wanning, and one by one, they collapsed onto the floor.
The scene looked like a mass bowing ceremony.
The people in the corridor were taken care of, but the ones running out from various departments were not so easy to deal with.
Xia Wanning released the puppets.
She shoved the small syringe back into its hand. The puppet person had no eyes, only one hand and one leg, so it held the syringe with one hand and rushed out, stumbling wildly. Xia Wanning swung the crescent blade, using her exceptional agility to dodge, while quickly slashing, aiming for any wound that would tear through the outer skin.
As long as the opponent's outer skin was scratched, she would win. But there were too many of them.
In a moment of carelessness, Xia Wanning was strangled from behind by a man, while another grabbed her wrist in front of her. The feeling of suffocation came, her face quickly turning red, her brain filling with blood, and her vision fading to black. The man in front started to grab her dagger, but he didn't expect this girl to be so strong, unable to take it away for a while. Xia Wanning used her backpack to shift her position, her right hand's dagger disappearing, only to appear in her left hand, and she thrust it forward.
Ugh! The man in front was stabbed in the abdomen. He looked at Xia Wanning's hands in disbelief, dying without understanding. Did this girl know magic too? With her hands free, Xia Wanning stabbed the man, strangling her from behind in the arm. At the same time, the broken, stumbling puppet jumped over and injected a needle into the man's calf. With both attacks, the snake venom quickly took effect, and the man loosened his grip, collapsing weakly to the ground. A rush of air flooded in, and Xia Wanning coughed violently, covering her neck while blinking away her tears, looking around. There were many people lying on the ground, and only she remained standing, along with the puppet still desperately stabbing the air.